Although Little Spirit said so, everyone's enthusiasm was not dampened. As long as there is hope, it means it may be realized. Little Dream exclaimed, is there any way you can recover earlier? Yes. As long as I can find a spatial divine artifact, and then fuse me with it, I can recover. Little Spirit said. Spatial divine artifact? Is it possible to use an interspatial ring? Little Spirit gave Little Seven a contemptuous gaze. Is the interspatial ring an artifact? It can't even enter the ranks. What I want is a real artifact, do you know? Alright. Little Seven curled her lips. The ghost realm is so big, I'm sure there will be an artifact. We'll grab it for you. This is what you said, I'm waiting. Little Spirit said with a smile. Well, we'll wait. As long as you find the artifact, we will grab it for you. Little Seven didn't jump into the pit that Little Spirit had dug, and said with a smile covering her mouth. TCH, Little Spirit rolled his eyes, saying this was equivalent to not saying it. Spatial divine artifact, after I go out, I will inquire about it. If I'm lucky, I might be able to find out where I might find one. Sima Yu said. Since it is an artifact, some words will be hidden and tucked away. It is not easy to get news. Sima Lu Xian walked over and said. Well, if we're lucky, we will know it eventually. Sima Yu said, the best would be to be able to get it. If we really don't have the fate, then when I return to the human world, I can still meet Little Roar, Thousand Resonance, and the others. It's best for you to think so. Sima Lu Xian was afraid that she would become obsessed when she suddenly learned such news. Now that he heard her say this, there was no need to worry about her. I didn't plan to go out, but now it seems that I need to go out more. Sima Yu said, well, you have to be obedient in it, I'm going out. You have to cultivate hard when you go out, and improve your strength early, so that we can go out sooner. Little Seven looked at her expectantly. Sima Yu rubbed her hair and walked out of the spirit pagoda. That night, she sorted out the information that the Scarlet Bees had collected, gave it to Murong Hui the next morning and went out with Gu Ziping and the others. As the royal city of the dynasty, Great Yu City was naturally very lively and bustling with activity. And because the region competition was just around the corner, there were many people from out of town coming, and there were more people walking on the streets. Young miss, what would you like to shop for? Gu Ziping asked her. Sima Yu stood at the crossroads, looked at the streets extending in all directions, and said, I want to go to the shop where I can purchase underworld artifacts. Do you want to buy underworld artifacts? I just want to stroll around. Sima Yu smiled, if you have a place you want to visit, you don't need to follow me. I will just stroll around with Ting Shan and Ting Shui. Gu Ziping looked at Ting Shan, who was calm and steady, and Ting Shui who looked around because of curiosity, and said, let's stay with you. There are rules in the city that no one is to touch participants in the competition, but it is useless for you. Moreover, we are currently in the princess consort's territory. It just so happens that I also want to see if there is a handy weapon that I can use, so let's go shopping together. Zhang Mingde, the other person who is also a secret trump card of their team said. That's right. Fang Yinghan nodded, I heard that there are many good artifacts in Great Yu City. Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can find one that we like. Sima Yu looked at the three of them and smiled, it was not in vain that she arranged the spirit gathering array for them. In that case, let's go. A group of 6 people went to the shop selling underworld artifacts and a shop assistant immediately greeted them enthusiastically, everyone, what kind of underworld artifact would you like to see? Let's just take a look. Fang Yinghan said. Do you have anything you're looking for in particular? I can introduce them to you. The shop assistant continued. I want a long sword, do you have anything good? Gu Ziping asked. We have a good range of long swords here, with various grades, I will take you over to see. The shop assistant immediately replied. Gu Ziping and the others wanted to go, Sima Yu said, go ahead, I'll go to the spatial vessel area and look for you later. The area in which we are selling the spatial vessels can be found on the 2nd floor. The shop assistant continued to introduce warmly. Gu Ziping and the others felt that they were all in the store, and there should be nothing wrong with them. Sima Yu took Ting Shan and Ting Shui to the 2nd floor where the spatial vessels were sold, and the shop assistant in charge of that floor immediately came up to greet them. Young miss, what would you like to see? I want to see your most expensive spatial vessel here. Sima Yu said. When the shop assistant heard this, her eyes glowed and she bowed slightly, smiled and said, please follow me. Sima Yu followed her to the innermost area, where there were the fewest items on the shelf, but from the box one can see that the items here are more expensive than the previous ones. On this shelf, our most expensive spatial vessels are displayed. This is the interspatial ring. The volume inside can hold half of the city. This box contains a bracelet, and the space inside is similar to this interspatial ring. This box is also a bracelet, but it can hold a city. In this. The shop assistant opened all the boxes on the shelf, and each box contained an exquisite underworld artifact, but Sima Yu only glanced at it and lost interest. Don't you have anything better? She asked. What kind of spatial vessel is young miss looking for? Divine artifact, it is better to have awoken a spirit. Sima Yu stated her request. The shop assistant was so shocked by her words that she couldn't speak, and was slightly angry, thinking she was using herself to open the items for fun, not really wanting to buy a spatial vessel. But seeing her serious expression which didn't seem like she was joking, the fire was suppressed again. Young miss, we are just a general underworld artifact shop, and there is no such precious underworld artifact. Not to mention us, even the best underworld artifact store does not sell such an underworld artifact. Because such an underworld artifact will not be sold at all. No one would take it out and sell it. She said. A look of disappointment flashed in Sima Yuyu's eyes, then she nodded to the shop assistant, said muttered sorry to bother her, turned around and walked back. The shop assistant did not send her out, but carefully closed the lid of the box. Before Sima Yuyu got down the stairs, she heard a commotion below and Zhang Mingda's persuasion. Ziping, don't be impulsive, this is Great Yu City. Fang Yinghan's voice followed, they are also region competition players. But that was what you saw first. Gu Ziping said angrily. Whoever fancied it first? This is a shop. If you haven't paid for it yet, it's not yours. Of course, it's the one with the higher price who gets it. If you don't have the money, don't be an eyesore here. An arrogant voice was mixed with a rampant laughter. Hearing that, Ting Shui and Ting Shan wanted to curse. Sima Yuyu stood at the stairs, looking at the commotion below. The one with the higher price will get it. Well, you said it well. Boss, I want that long sword. Previous chapter. Next. The sudden voice that interrupted the farce immediately made the surroundings quiet in an instant. Sima Yuyu took out a crystal card and threw it into the hands of the shop assistant below, and said, I want that sword. The shop assistant took her card, and when he saw the card, he immediately became respectful. Young miss, I will wrap the sword for you. As he was about to swipe the card, he was pulled by a man in white. He looked at Sima Yuyu and said, Who are you, dare to snatch the sword that this young master fancies? It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I also fancy the sword. Sima Yuyu smiled, as you just said, this sword belongs to the store if it's not been paid yet. Everyone can buy it and the one who gets it is the one who pays the highest price. What's the matter? I'm just following the rules you said. So you are going against me? Do you know who I am? The white-robed man asked with a dark face. Well, as for who you are, I don't care. This lady doesn't know every cat or dog. Sima Yuyu leaned against the railing of the stairs, dismissing his identity. You are so courageous. My young master is the young master of the He clan, He Su. The attendant behind the man shouted. Which family? The 7th family of the Great Yu City family rankings, the 10th place in a dynasty contest, I know. Sima Yuyu chuckled. You know it. He Su looked like you were acquainted, but he was broken by Sima Yuyu before his pride lasted for 2 seconds. But so what? You said it yourself, it belongs to whoever gives the highest price. I just like. Sima Yuyu said and urged the shop assistant, what are you still doing here? Quickly swipe the card. I'm leaving. Yes. Yes. The shop assistant nodded and bowed, taking advantage of He Su to let go of himself, wanting to swipe the card for Sima Yuyu. Wait. He Su stopped him, I haven't bidded yet, why did you swipe her card? Master He, you can't add her to the price increase, the shop assistant said. It's too early to tell. Don't you know the financial resources of my He clan? He Su sneered. Master He, she just gave a dragon crystal card. The shop assistant only said one sentence, and all the words behind He Su were blocked in his throat. Everyone looked at Sima Yuyu's gazes. Even a 3-year-old kid knew that the dragon crystal card was the most valuable of all crystal cards, and that it was qualified to be used by people above the prince. And the money in it, the lowest was 5 billion. So, don't have more money than the person who owns the dragon crystal card, because there was no comparison. Who are you, how could you have the dragon crystal card? Fang Yinghan saw the shop assistant going to swipe the card, and he hurried over and said, Young miss, that price is too expensive, so forget it. Because He Su has raised the price very high just now, if Sima Yuyu buys it, the price must also be above the price that He Su offered. Sima Yuyu glanced at Fang Yinghan and said, Did you like this long sword? Yinghan is causing trouble to young Mississippi. Fang Yinghan said reproachfully. There is no trouble. I will give you a long sword. Sima Yuyu said, let my father prepare more money for each of you, so that some people don't look down on others. Fang Yinghan smiled, lowered his head and replied, Thank you, young Mississippi. Are you the rubbish Murongshi from Vast Region? Someone around He Su recognized her and exclaimed, Vast Region? That vast region that is very backward, how can a waste have a dragon crystal card? He Su questioned, where did you steal your dragon crystal card, right? Oh. If it's so easy to steal, you give me a try. Sima Yuyu smiled, if you can steal one, I will give you this one. All the people present laughed, looking at He Su as if they were looking at a fool. Was the dragon crystal card so easy to steal? Not to mention the distinguished status of the person who has the dragon crystal card, and there are many people around him who will protect it. It is said that the dragon crystal card and the owner's mind are understood. If the party is not willing, others cannot use it. Therefore, no one has ever been able to steal the dragon crystal card to use it. As for her dragon crystal card, Deja gave it to her when he left. Not only that, there is also a dragon crystal card in her spirit pagoda, which is marked with the Mozu logo, and it will be even more frightening to take it out. Impossible. How could Vast Region have the dragon crystal card? He Su was still unwilling. What's impossible? Do you think my Vast Region has scarce resources and low strength, so I can't have the dragon crystal card? Sima Yuyu chuckled, then you have forgotten, who is my mother? Her mother? Many people really don't know. Who is your mother? My mother? Princess Jinghua passed away many years ago. However, I have a very powerful uncle. With him, what's a mere dragon crystal card? Sima Yu looked around the people below and released an oppressive and domineering aura. Young miss, it's already done. The shop assistant walked over with her card and the wrapped sword. Sima Yu glanced at Fang Yinghan, he took it wittily, and then handed her the crystal card. Sima Yu took the crystal card and said, let's go. Let's go to other stores. The lady I like has bought it for you today. Ting Shan and Ting Shui, and you should also go and have a look. We will give you benefits today. Thank you, young miss. The group of people huddled and left, and they didn't even care that Hisu was blushing because of her words that choked him. Finally, Hisu took the people and left with gritted teeth. Anyone familiar with it knew that he already hated this woman who made him lose face. In the private room upstairs, a man in a pink put down the artifact in his hand, looked at the person next to him, laughed and teased, when did you treat your niece so nicely? I remember after your younger sister passed away, you no longer cared about the affairs of vast region, right? Of course you don't know. Yushi tapped the edge of the teacup with the lid, even I, myself, don't know, how can you know? Huh? The man in the pink was stunned, you didn't give it? I'm angry that Jinghua didn't listen to me, and insisted on marrying Murong Hui. Since her death, I have not cared about things over there. I didn't even know that my niece, that renowned trash, had this kind of aura. Yushi lowered the lid of the teacup and collided with the cup with a crisp sound. This means. Yushi fiddled with the lid of the cup and said, since the mission here is over, then I will find something for myself. My niece seems to be interesting now, so I will also meet with her and ask her when she will return the dragon crystal card to me. Sima Yu didn't know about these things, and continued to lead those people to stroll along the stores selling underworld artifacts. As she expected, those stores did not contain any spatial divine artifact. The spatial divine artifact was just too rare. No matter who obtained it, they would not reveal it. They did this all the way till evening, where she also led her group back to the inn. Young miss, you're finally back. Uncle Lin, what happened? Young miss, the envoy is here. Envoy? Sima Yu blinked in confusion. Who is that? How did this person scare you like this? Murong Lin only now remembered that she didn't know about it, so he explained, the envoy is your mother's older brother. He's your uncle. He is an important envoy. My uncle? What is he doing here? They were just talking about him this morning, and he turned up at night. He couldn't have come to expose her lie, right? Master Envoy said that he happens to have something to do in Great U City and knew that you came here, so he decided to come and take a look at you. Sima Yu pursed her lips. The reason he knew that she had come here could not possibly be because she mentioned him this morning. About that, didn't father say that he had never met us since mother died? Why would he come now? I don't get it. Sima Yu pursed her lips. No matter what you say, you should hurry and enter. Is father afraid of uncle? No matter what, he is his wife's older brother, isn't he? Murong Lin smiled, you should hurry and go in. Then I'll go and save father. When she went to the little courtyard at the back, she saw a few common faces. They were probably the envoy's guards. She entered the inn and saw Murong Hui sitting at the main seat with a black-robed male and a pink-clad male sitting on his left and right. Father. Sima Yu bowed to Murong Hui before standing where she was, looking at the two strangers. Sheer, why haven't you greeted your uncle? Sima Yu glanced at him before bowing to the man dressed in black, addressing him as her uncle. Didn't you not meet her before? How did she know that you were her uncle? The pink-dressed man asked. Ask her. Yushi said. The man dressed in pink looked at Sima Yu as if he had been cheated, waiting for her to give him an answer. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows in response. My father is so handsome and my mother is so gentle. There's no way she would have an older brother as flashy as you. Pfft, you called me flashy? The pink-dressed man hopped up from his seat, rather incensed by Sima Yu's words. You're a person dressed in powder pink. If you're not flashy, then what are you? Sima Yu said very candidly. You, how is wearing pink flashy? It's clearly youthful. Sima Yu glanced at him sideways, every part of it. This was the first time that someone had called Yushi flashy, and he felt like it wasn't too bad. He nodded his head in agreement, this description isn't too bad. You're rather intelligent yourself, recognizing the right person. Thank you, uncle, for your high praise. Sima Yu smiled at him. Uncle, I wonder what you have come here for today? Have you come to reminisce with father? There's nothing your father and I have to catch up on. Yushi stared at him. I was in the underworld artifact store when I heard you say that I gave you a crystal dragon card. I didn't come here for much, I just wanted to ask when this happened. I have no impression of it. Cough cough dash, Sima Yu. Yu silently muttered that he had really come here because of that. However, she didn't expect that he would actually hear her. Yushi leaned forward slowly, watching her. Sima Yu looked all around, but she didn't answer his question. Instead, she said, since uncle was there, why didn't you come and help me out? That young master from the He clan had gone too far. You are not me, so how did you know that I didn't help you? Yushi asked in reply. Uncle, what did you do? Sima Yu knew that something was up when she heard what he said. Nothing much, your uncle just beat up that man called He-shan, and probably broke a few of his bones and legs. The pink-dressed man said. Hello uncle, who are you? Sima Yu asked. Me? My name is Lang Yu. You. I am like your uncle, I am also an envoy. Lang Yu introduced himself, you can call me Uncle Lang. Uncle Lang. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Not only did he dress flashily, even his name was feminine. Sheer, did someone bully you? Murong Hui asked. It's no big deal. That man just wanted to snatch the sword that Fang Yinghan had set his sights on. Then, I snatched it back with my money. In the end, the one who was bullied was that man, not me. You don't have to worry. Sima Yu walked over and stood beside him, supporting his shoulder. Shoulder. Really? Of course. When did I ever lie to you? That's not for certain. Lang Yu said, this He clan holds quite a bit of power in the Great Yu City. Now that you've set yourself against them, they will definitely cause trouble for you here. Didn't Uncle already help me to clean up the mess? Sima Yu smiled gratefully at Yu Shi, since Uncle intervened, there should be no problem. You have a lot of faith in him. Lang Yu sneered. Of course, he is my uncle after all. Sima Yu believed in Yu Shi's power. Otherwise, Murong Lin and the others would not be so anxious. As for Yu Shi, when he heard what she said, he pursed his lips, am I really your uncle? Sima Yu's heart skipped a beat as she said, of course. Right, father? It's true. You just have to see how similar she looks to Jinghua. Murong Hui thought that it was because it was Yu Shi's first time meeting her, so he said these words. Who are you? What relationship do you have with Deja? Yu Shi's pressure was locked onto Sima Yu and she immediately felt like she couldn't breathe. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Murong Hui stood up and stood in front of Sima Yu, blocking that pressure for her. I merely wanted to ascertain just who dares to pretend to be Jinghua's daughter. Deja actually sent such a similar person over, he must have some secret motive. Yu Shi looked at Murong Hui, and you. You're my younger sister's husband. Why are you helping a fake Shi'er deceive me? Murong Hui wanted to deny it, but when he saw how angry Yu Shi was, he knew that they had been seen through. Honestly? Lang Yu seemed to have known about it long ago as well, as he didn't look surprised at this scene at all. Yu Shi glared at the both of them, this is your last chance. Why are you pretending to be Jinghua's child? Why are you helping her? Where is Jinghua's real child? Speak. Otherwise, you will die. You may choose for yourselves. Speak. Otherwise, you will die. You may choose for yourselves. A very domineering sentence, coupled with his terrifying coercion, was indeed easy to frighten most people. But obviously Sima Yu did not fall into the category of most people. Sima Yu peeked out from behind Murong Hui, looked at the furious Yu Shi, and said, Uncle, how did you find out? Each dragon crystal card has the aura left by the previous user. When you swipe the card, the received card will have some aura. And I just identified Deja's aura. Yu Shi said, not going to explain yet? What is the relationship between you and Deja? Are you someone he sent to sneak into vast region? He could even tell it from this way. Sima Yu curled her lips, well then, let's just say it, but please put away your current expression first, it's scary. Say. You scared my father. Sima Yu said, feeling Murong Hui's nervousness. Murong Hui was not only weaker than him, but he had also been somewhat afraid of Yu Shi before, so his body was very stiff. But when he stood in front of her, he didn't mean to retreat. Yu Shi was a little surprised at the reason she said, and was also surprised by the relationship between the two. Obviously, Murong Hui knew her true identity, but he still worked hard to protect her. And she was also worried about him being hurt. He restrained some coercion to make Murong Hui feel better, let's talk. Sima Yu looked at Lang Yu. It's alright. Yu Shi said, completely trusting Lang Yu. But Sima Yu didn't trust Lang Yu, but thought that if she told him, he would also tell Lang Yu, so she didn't insist on letting him go out. Well, if she tells them now and they wanted to divulge it, would she be able to kill them both in time? Shi'er, although they are at odds with General D, they are not from Ghost Concubine's faction. Murong Hui said after he saw her apprehension. Sima Yu nodded at him and said, actually, Murong she really is dead. And I happened to arrive in the ghost realm at a similar time and place, and I was rescued by my father. Then, in order to find out who killed Murong Shi, I took on her identity. Shi'er is dead? Who killed her? It was the person sent by Ghost Concubine, Su Kuei. Sima Yu said, but Su Kuei and the others have been killed. Su Kuei was killed by you? I was thinking about who killed him before, which made Ghost Concubine very angry. Lang Yu's favor with Sima Yu suddenly improved a lot. He had never seen him straight in the eye from a long time ago. We didn't kill him either. Deja and the others came when we were about to kill him. They did it, Sima Yu said. Were you sent by Deja? Yu Shi asked. No. Sima Yu shook her head, but I do know him, and he really gave me the dragon crystal card. No, you just said that when and where Murong Shi died, you happened to arrive in the ghost realm. So, you weren't from the ghost realm before? Lang Yu grasped the point, are you? Yu Shi and him thought of the same possibility, and then turned their questioning gaze to Murong Hui, and saw him nodding before they believed her identity. I'll be damned, are you really? Sima Yu touched her face, and said, authenticity guaranteed and this face does look like Kuluo. Yu Shi looked at Sima Yu, unexpectedly, you came from the human world to the ghost realm. That's not right. Lang Yu sniffed, I can't smell any scent of the humans on you. Are you a dog? Sima Yu glared at him. I am not a dog, but my nose is very sensitive. Even if you hide the human breath, I can smell it. Lang Yu said, you really don't have it on you. Shi'er. Murong Hui turned to look at her. He always thought that she was hiding it, wasn't she? That. Then. Sima Yu didn't know how to say, restoring herself to the state of soul, that's it. Your soul? Are you already dead? It was a close call, but they managed to body and I'm left hanging by a breath. But my soul can't go back temporarily. Sima Yu said, but because of this, I can also have memories of my life. You are from the Soul Clan, why didn't you tell me before? You are like this. Murong Hui looked at Sima Yu's transparent body and blamed himself for his carelessness. I can condense my body because of some opportunities. In fact, it's nothing, I can already cultivate. Sima Yu comforted, neither the Ghost Clan nor the Soul Clan, it's nothing. The news I got today is too exciting, I have to slowly digest it. Lang Yu sat back on the chair in a daze, apparently shocked by Sima Yu's identity. So to say, we are still related by blood, you have to call me uncle. Yushi said. That's why I called your uncle just now. Sima Yu hurriedly got close. Does the king know about you coming to the ghost realm? Yushi asked. Sima Yu shook her head, I'm still using Murongxi's identity, so not many people know. You know, I killed Ghost Concubine's son, you do, and she sent someone to the human world to kill me. If she knows that I have come to the ghost realm, I probably won't have a quiet life. And my current strength is not enough to allow me to walk sideways in the ghost realm, so I'll keep it a secret first and wait until my strength improves. If you tell the king, he will keep you safe. Yushi said. I will see him, when I need to know where my mother is. That thing, in fact, you really can't blame the king. Yushi was also there at the time, so he knew something. I know, he has no choice. But knowing is one thing, and his own thoughts are another. Sima Yu said, I still don't want him to know that I'm in the ghost realm. So, you guys, keep it a secret for me. Yushi hesitated. His allegiance was still to the Ghost King after all, and he knows that the Ghost King actually cares about the both of them. Was it alright to hide this from him? If you say it out, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sima Yu threatened, if I'm going to give you a chance to say it, I might as well solve you two now. What? Are you going to kill us? Lang Yu didn't know whether he should be angry or laugh when he heard this. Did you plan to do this earlier? It's not considered much earlier. I just thought that if you were from Ghost Concubine's side, you would never have left the inn today. Sima Yu said. Do you think you can make us stay? Lang Yu raised his eyebrows and was in a good mood. Sima Yu smiled at him, if you don't believe me, you can try. Try? Come, let's try it. Lang Yu said without admitting defeat, there are two of us and you are alone. We have so many guards outside, much stronger than you. How can you make us stay? Sima Yu didn't say a word, and quickly weaved a series of signs with her hands. When they reacted, she had already surrounded the room with a barrier. This barrier can isolate the situation inside, so the people outside don't even know that you are trapped. After solving you, is it not easy to solve them? But you can't hear the situation inside, so you can't ask for help. The strength of the two of you is far worse than the two of us. Do you think there is a chance of winning? Lang Yu said. Then you try and see if you can still mobilize any spirit power. Lang Yu tried to mobilize his spirit power, and found that there seemed to be something in his meridian that was hindering the spirit power. Did you poison us? Lang Yu was shocked, his nose didn't even smell the poison. Yushi also tried it, and found that he had difficulty mobilizing his spirit power as well. He looked at Sima Yu in contemplation, but no one knew what was on his mind. Although our spirit power can't be mobilized smoothly, our spirit power can still be used. And we also have contract beasts. Lang Yu said. Contract beasts, do you want to compare with me? Sima Yu asked. Lang Yu was just about to say yes when the opposite Yushi spoke first. We lost. Yushi? Are we admitting defeat just like that? If we fight, we still have a chance to win. Lang Yu said. Comparing with her contract beasts, that is looking for self-abuse. Have you forgotten her contract beasts in the human world? Yushi said. When Lang Yu heard that, he weakly countered, aren't her contract beasts in the human world? Since she is so sure, it means she must have brought them here. Yushi said, don't forget, some of her contract beasts are of dark attributes and they are very powerful. Lang Yu opened his mouth, and then said, well, if you didn't secretly poison us, we wouldn't lose. No matter what method I use, as long as I win you. Sima Yu shrugged, do you still want to tell your enemy that I'm going to poison you, so be careful? Well, they can't do it either. When did you poison us? Lang Yu asked, why didn't I smell anything at all? This is a colorless and odorless poison that I specially developed for the strong. As for when it was administered. I was scared by my uncle just now. I shook my hand and accidentally spilled it. Sima Yu said innocently, accidentally spilled, Tunli ghosts would believe her. Fortunately, we are not your enemies. Lang Yu said with pleasure, shuddering at the thoughts of her methods and mine. If you are enemies, I don't need this. Sima Yu harumphed. She still has a lot of poison. If they were an enemy, they would definitely see blood and not such a mild poison would be used. Can you show me your poison? Lang Yu asked, this is the first time a poison escaped from my nose. Yes. You promised to keep my secret first, I will give you the antidote, and then show you the poison. Sima Yu said, I have no problem. Anyway, I don't see the king often. Lang Yu agreed very happily. Seeing this, Yushi had no choice but to agree. Sima Yu took out a jade bottle and threw it to Yushi, then came to Lang Yu, took out a black jade bottle and placed it on the table. Lang Yu picked up the jade bottle, poured some powder on his hand, and then leaned in to sniff it. There was indeed no smell. Where did this poison come from? I'm going to ask him how it was done. In fact, it's nothing, just pay attention to the combination of raw materials, and then refine it to be more refined. You refined this? I didn't have anything to do when I was free. Are you a poison master? That's it. Do you have any other poisons? Show me, is it colorless and tasteless? Where are there so many colorless and tasteless ones? Some are still not up to that level. But they are better than others. Sima Yu took out a bunch of other poisons. Lang Yu looked at them and became more excited. He jumped onto the chair and squatted to discuss the poisons with her. Yushi and Muronghui looked at the two people who were discussing in full swing, and looked at each other helplessly. Tell me the whole story. Yushi was speechless and could only talk to Muronghui. Muronghui talked about the events of these years from beginning to end, and when he heard that Muronghui was really dead, Yushi was still sad. Although he hasn't cared about her all these years, it was still the blood of his sister after all. When he heard what Sima Yu had done for vast region and Muronghui, he exclaimed, both mother and daughters are really similar in temperament. The princess has such a daughter, it is really enviable. It's really good. But you have to remember that her identity cannot be exposed until her strength is improved. In addition to Ghost Concubine, her enemies are those who died in Fair Eastern City. The incident in Fair Eastern City, the human world, caused a great sensation in the ghost realm, because many forces died in that incident. And they all knew that this matter was finally destroyed in Sima Yu's hands. If he didn't mention this, Muronghui wouldn't even think of it. Now it seems that her situation in the ghost realm was really dangerous. I will be careful. He responded. The two chatted for a long time, and Lang Yu and Sima Yu kept talking. To be precise, Lang Yu pulled Sima Yu and talked endlessly. Most of the time he was talking, Sima Yu was listening, occasionally interjecting a few words. However, what she said gave Lang Yu a feeling of enlightenment, so even if she said less, he didn't care. Yushi endured, and finally couldn't help it anymore, and interrupted him aloud. We should go back. Go back? Where are we going back to? Lang Yu looked at him with a dazed expression. Yushi helped his forehead. We should go back to the inn. They still have things to do. 1. Don't go back. Lang Yu waved his hand. I will live with Shi'er. Anyway, Shi'er said that she isn't participating in the region competition, so there is no need to prepare. Let's move to this inn too. We have to return to the imperial city to report to the king. Didn't the king say that we should take a rest after we finish this matter? You. Alright, I won't leave anyway. Where Shi'er is, I will be there. If you want to go, go by yourself. The corners of Sima Yu's mouth twitched when she heard that. Hey, do you have to say it in such an ambiguous manner? Yushi knew that Lang Yu's temper was acting up again, and no one could change it, so he had no choice but to order the guards to change the inn where they were staying with this one. That was such a large gap in the grades. However, it was Muronghui who was even more helpless. They changed to this inn without asking for his consent at all. Where were his rights? Sima Yu was also helpless, because Lang Yu had been pulling her to talk for several hours, so Yushi and Muronghui had both left the living room. Uncle Yu, it's dark. She pointed to the dark night outside. Huh? It's already night? Lang Yu didn't realize it, time flies. Yes. Sima Yu smiled, well, I'm going back to rest. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, she ran out of the living room without waiting for Lang Yu to answer and went back to her room. This kind of lunatic, if you don't seize the opportunity to leave, you can't leave. Lang Yu was very hurt. Did she need to be so evasive? He was not a snake or a beast. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Early the next morning, Sima Yu pulled Ting Shan and Ting Shui and went out. She famously said that she hadn't found the whereabouts of the space artifact, in fact, to avoid Lang Yu who was a lunatic. Therefore, when Lang Yu went to Sima Yu and learned that she had gone out, he was hit hard on the back. Am I that scary? He asked sadly. Compared to her, you are indeed. Yushi said. TCH, not going to care about you. Lang Yu rolled his eyes. By the way, didn't she offend the princess consort? As far as I know, the princess consort of Great Yu is a woman who bears grudges and seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. She should already know that Shi'er has arrived in Great Yu City. She just ran out like this, won't there be a problem? Yushi frowned, this was indeed a problem. Or let's go find her, anyway, we are fine. Lang Yu said with a grin. But I don't know where she went. This is easy to handle, have you forgotten my specialty? Yushi glanced at him. I remembered, you have a dog's nose. Come on, let your dog's nose work. Hey, I've reminded you, for the 354th time, don't call it a dog's nose. Lang Yu cried. It has the same use, doesn't it? Yushi ignored his clamoring. You. If you aren't going to go, I may change my mind. You are ruthless. I don't know whose niece she is. Lang Yu protested and led the way obediently. He had a particularly sensitive nose, which may be related to the monster he contracted. Having stayed with Sima Yu yesterday, if he wants to, he can identify her scent in the air and find her. They followed the scent for a long time, and they entered the shops that sold underworld artifacts. Thinking back, they were in the same shop yesterday. Lang Yu asked, she lacks underworld artifacts? She should be looking for something. Yushi guessed. She has searched so many stores, it seems that it is not easy to find. Lang Yu touched his chin thoughtfully. Let's go back and ask. Even if we don't have one, the king should have one. Yushi said. If you go and tell the king, I bet you will end up miserable. Her poison, TSK, that was really good. Lang Yu said as he thought of Sima Yu's poison, and he became excited again. Don't delay here, how long will we find her? Hurry up, go this way. Sima Yu walked into a small alley with Ting Shan and Ting Shui, and very soon, a group of BLCK-robed men blocked the front, back and sides of the alley. There are so many people here, you really have high expectations of me. Sima Yu swept her gaze at the people surrounding them and started making plans. Murong Shi, if you have self-knowledge, surrender obediently, so that the people around you will be better off. Well, I am a knowledgeable person and I am afraid I will disappoint you. Sima Yu said, Then don't blame us for doing this the hard way. Come on. Sima Yu called out Onyx and Little Dream, and then pulled Ting Shan and Ting Shui to stop by the wall. Ting Shan condensed a protective circle, covering the three of them. What? How dare you people want to kill my master? You are really tired of living. Eat my tail first. Onyx swept his tail after speaking. 1. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, you say this every time, can't you change a line? 1. Little Dream was going to be much quieter. Looking at the people in black, she didn't say a word, but she condensed her spirit power and started fighting. When Onyx started to fight, she had already brought down 2 enemies. Let me swish it, do you have to be so fast? Don't you have to talk about it first? How can you start the fight directly? Onyx exclaimed. Since he joined the team of beasts, he knows that they will often try to see who destroys more enemies. This was the first time he had killed an enemy with other contract beasts, and he unexpectedly encountered Little Dream who didn't play cards according to common sense. Little Dream rolled her eyes at Onyx during the battle. At this time, she pretended to be forced. Isn't that waiting for someone to fight? Onyx stopped pretending when she saw that, spreading his wings and attacking the men in black. Sima Yu felt that Onyx needed a Little Dream to spur it. Let him be with Little Dream more in the future. Onyx, who was fighting with the enemy, suddenly felt a bit cold, as if he had been calculated. When Yushi and Lang Yu arrived, they saw dead bodies sprawled all over in an alley, and 3 people in the corner who were not stained with blood. Seeing part of the intact corpse, and part of the corpse that had been torn into pieces, Yushi frowned and asked, Are you alright? Sima Yu shrugged, What do you think? It seems that you are not the one who isn't alright. Lang Yu looked at the corpses, TSK, you are too cruel, they don't even have a complete corpse. You all use poison, which one is not tragic? Although Sima Yu dislikes Onyx's violence a bit, she still defends her own beasts in front of outsiders. Who said that many of my poisons are very gentle, and death is absolutely beautiful? Would you like to take a look? Lang Yu argued for himself, and abducted her by the way. Sima Yu was too lazy to pay attention to him, if he agrees, he will have to talk a lot there, without breathing. She shifted her gaze to Yushi, Uncle, why are you here? Passing by. Yushi said flatly, It seems that the princess consort of Great Yu has underestimated your strength again. You are pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. This is good. Sima Yu smiled, otherwise, I'm probably dead now. That's it. Get rid of these corpses directly. Lang Yu finished speaking, and poured some liquid on the corpses. As soon as the liquid touched the bodies, the corpses immediately turned into a pool of blood. Uncle Yu, I have something to do, and I will leave first. Hey, Sheer, are you still going to the underworld artifact shop? What are you looking for? You're almost finished looking at all the underworld artifact shop. How do you know? Before she finished speaking, she felt the movement in the spirit pagoda and took out the Sun Mother stone. Sheer, something happened. Previous chapter. Something happened again? Sheer, where are you now? Did you encounter an ambush? Murong Hui asked anxiously. Father, I'm fine. What happened? Gu Ziping and the others went out and were beaten by others. Sima Yu was surprised, aren't they participants? How dare they do it? Do you know who did it? Lang Yu asked. I don't know yet. Sheer, are you with Master Envoy? Well, father, we will head back now. Sima Yu said and took the Sun Mother stone, and glanced at Yushi and the others. No matter what, he's my brother-in-law, let's go and have a look together. Yushi said. Several people returned to the inn together. Sima Yu went directly to Gu Ziping's room. Murong Hui, Murong Lin, Fang Yinghan and others were all inside, each with a swollen nose and swollen nose. Gu Ziping was lying on the bed, and a physician was currently treating him. The whole bed was stained with blood. Father. Murong Hui turned to look at her, and when he saw that she was fine, he said with relief, It's good that you are back. How is Gu Ziping? Sima Yu asked. Fang Yinghan had tears in his eyes, and his emotions collapsed. It all happened because he tried to save me, Ziping. Zhang Mingde was full of tears and blood, and when he saw Sima Yu, he was ashamed. The region had spent so much time, energy and material resources just for this competition. Unexpectedly, they would have lost their troops before the competition started. Sheer, Ziping's meridian has been severed. Murong Hui said. Don't worry, I'll take a look at his condition first. Sima Yu nodded to everyone. The physician stepped aside and asked her to come forward. Sima Yu checked all the wounds on his body first, and sighed in her heart. No wonder they were like this. For the general physician, Gu Ziping would be diagnosed as a waste. She then checked his internal injuries. Although they were more serious, they were easier to deal with than the external injuries. Sheer, how is he? Murong Hui asked. Gu Ziping was trained by him at a high price. It was all for this competition. Looking at the way things were going. Sima Yu knew Murong Hui's thoughts, and said with some regret, he might not be able to participate in this competition. Zhang Mingde burst into tears, and the tears in Fang Yinghan's eyes couldn't help falling. Blame it on me, if it weren't for me, how could Ziping become a waste? My duke, we have failed your expectations. Zhang Mingde knelt down and slapped himself in self-blame. Alright, Gu Ziping is like this. It's useless for you to regret it. And you can't blame yourself for this matter. Murong Hui was a little irritated, but tried to restrain himself from getting angry. Sima Yu saw the two crying in tears, thinking that the three of them usually cultivate together, their relationship was really good. I didn't say that Ziping would become a useless person, I just said that he could not participate in this competition. With a single sentence, she stopped the two of them from crying. Ziping can still be saved. But, didn't you and the physician both say that he was going to be a waste? Zhang Mingde said in disbelief. I just said that he can't participate in the competition. It was the physician that said that he can't be saved. That's not what I said. You misunderstood it yourselves. Sima Yu said, I can make him recover, but it will take longer. However, he will definitely miss this competition. When Murong Hui heard that he could still be saved, he felt a lot more comfortable. Even if he couldn't participate in the competition, he could continue to help him in the future. Shir, since there is a way, we'll leave it to you. He said to Sima Yu. Father, this is a trivial matter. The important thing at hand is the competition. Sima Yu said, Ziping was originally one of our trump cards, and now that he can't compete, then we will have one less participant. There are still a few days left before the competition starts. We have to fill this vacancy as soon as possible. I'll discuss this with Lin again. Go ahead and heal him first. After Murong Hui finished speaking, he took the people in the room out, leaving her to heal Gu Ziping. Sima Yu looked at Gu Ziping, who was covered in blood, and thought that he had been shopping around with her yesterday, and he suddenly became like this. She couldn't help but sigh. Don't worry, I will heal you. She took out the silver needles and started to stop the bleeding and heal his injuries. Outside the door, Murong Hui and Murong Lin were discussing matters. Zhang Mingde and the others stood at the door, waiting for Sima Yu to come out. Lang Yu and Yushi didn't leave either. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Did you see it? Lang Yu asked. Yeah. Yushi understood what he was saying. That's not my illusion. Lang Yu said, I used my spiritual sense to check that person's injuries. All the meridians were abolished, not to mention a whole myriad of other fatal injuries. He has definitely been abolished. Yet she actually said that she could heal him. How good is her medical skill? Even the dedicated imperial physician may not be as confident as her. Yushi was talking about her self-confidence, not her medical skills, which means that he didn't actually believe in her medical skills very much. If she really can heal him, then her medical skills are better than the imperial physicians. Lang Yu said excitedly, hey, those imperial physicians rely on their own medical skills, and stick their nose up all day long. If you let her go and slap them in the face, hee. Yushi also smiled, maybe one day. Because they were interested in Sima Yu's medical skills, the two did not leave, and waited with everyone in the courtyard. Not long after, a guard walked over and said a few words to Murong Hui. After hearing the message, Murong Hui left some instructions for Murong Lin and left. The guard said, Prince of Great Yu asked him to visit the palace. Lang Yu looked at Murong Hui's leaving figure, touched his chin, and said, it seems that Prince of Great Yu's condition is not very good. He only knew after things had happened so long ago. His weakened body has severely restricted his strength. If it continues, it is estimated that there will be a shift in powers in the Great Yu dynasty. Yushi said, he is from the faction that supports Deja, so it doesn't matter to us if anything happens to him. But they don't think so. As long as they don't cause her any trouble. Yushi didn't care much about others, but if Sima Yu was involved, he would disagree. The princess consort of Great Yu is nothing, I'm afraid of the forces behind her. Lang Yu said with some worry. Humph, for something that has rebelled, what to worry about? Yushi has no good impressions of the forces behind the princess consort of Great Yu, nor was he afraid. No matter how powerful they were, they did not dare to fight against the Ghost King. A few hours later, the closed door opened, and then a tired Sima Yu walked out of it. Young miss, how is Ziping? The situation has stabilized. He just needs to slowly recuperate. Sima Yu said, where is my father? Everyone realized that Murong Hui had been away for several hours. He should have returned long ago if he just went out to talk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Insanely pampered wife, divine daughter. Did something happen to my father? Young miss, soon after we came out, people from the palace summoned master. Zhang Mingde said. It's been so long, he isn't back yet? Sima Yu frowned. No. Where is Uncle Lin? The person in charge of the competition came to see the Duke, and Steward Lin went to receive him. It should be for Ziping's business. Hey girl, can we go see that person? Lang Yu asked. Sima Yu glanced at the two of them, nodded, and then said to Zhang Mingde and the others, you are also injured. Taking these pills will make you recover before the competition. Thank you, young Mississippi. They all knew that Sima Yu's medicine was better than other medicines, so for the competition, they didn't refuse. You look at Ziping, if anything happens, contact me in time. I'll go and see what happened to Uncle Lin. Sima Yu finished speaking and left Gu Ziping's courtyard. Lang Yu and Yushi came to the room. Lang Yu went up to see Gu Ziping's situation, and said in shock, his meridians have actually been reconnected. Are you sure? Yushi was a little surprised, but not as shocked as he was. Yes. Although it is not completely healed yet, but it is all connected. As long as it is supplemented by the elixir, in time, it can be fully recovered. Lang Yu said. When Zhang Mingde and the others came in, they happened to hear him say this, and their hearts soothed and felt rejuvenated. At the same time, they admired Sima Yu's medical skills. I always thought that our talents were very good, but now compared with the young miss, I feel that we are not good enough at all. Fang Yinghan sighed. And we haven't done anything for the young miss yet. Zhang Mingde said, the young miss saved Ziping for us, we must repay her well. Just do well for the competition and win glory for the vast region, that can be counted as repaying them. After Yushi finished speaking, he left the room with Lang Yu. Sima Yu came to the living room of the inn, but did not see Murong Lin. She pulled a guard aside to ask, only to know that Murong Lin had gone out with the people who came. Young miss, do you want me to look for the steward? The guard asked. There's no need to. Sima Yu finished speaking and walked outside alone. The guard saw her leaving, and said, young miss, do you want to go out? Sima Yu was asking the Scarlet Bee from the palace to check on Murong Hui's whereabouts. Seeing a few worried faces, she said, I'll pick him up. Young miss, it's too dangerous outside now. The master certainly doesn't want anything to happen to you. The guard said, or hi, don't you wait for the master to come back to the inn? It's alright, I have Blackie. Sima Yu said, you take good care of the people inside, and I will be back in a while. After finishing speaking, she left the inn alone without waiting for the guard to respond. The guard watched her leave, opened his mouth, and finally did not stop her. Sima Yu walked towards the palace and contacted the Scarlet Bees again along the way, and unknowingly walked to an uninhabited area. She stopped, looked at the sparse buildings around, and sighed slightly, do you need such a big battle to deal with me? You have good senses. A voice rang around her and she was unable to ascertain where it came from. There's no need to be so evasive. Since I have discovered it, it's boring to hide again. Sima Yu said. Although I was discovered by you, there is no need to let this old man come out. The voice said, humph, just you? Well, you don't deserve to see the old man's true face. I think you don't have the face to see people, right? Sima Yu said, but even if you let me enter your illusion, you can't trap me. It's pretty good that you can recognize my illusion. How many people die in my illusion without noticing it? The old man said triumphantly. That's someone else, not me. Sima Yu said, since you think I am not worthy to meet you, then I can only show you my abilities and see if I can make you feel that I am qualified to meet you. TCH. Presumptuous. A little underworld beast, dare to bark like mad around here? Sima Yu said, hitting a spiritual force towards the southeast, and then heard a scream. You can find my position. The old man exclaimed angrily. I say, it's just a little beast who knows a little illusion and feels that it's almighty? Sima Yu coldly snorted, and another spiritual force shot out, and an old man suddenly appeared on the empty street. How could you find my hiding place? The old man found himself injured by Sima Yu, and when he noticed that fell into his own illusion, he was incomparably shocked. Sima Yu thought that it would be an underworld beast, but unexpectedly it was a little old man. It's actually someone from the ghost clan. So it means that you have a contract with an underworld beast which can generate illusions. She analyzed. How did you know? It is impossible for ordinary people to discover the existence of the illusion, let alone my hiding place. There must be a more powerful person helping you. That person didn't believe that he was caught by Sima Yu, such a young person at all. He looked around, trying to find a master to come out. Don't waste any more time looking, there's only you and me. Sima Yu said. Really no one else? Then how did you find me then? The old man still didn't believe it. Sima Yu shrugged, it's very simple, because I am better than you. What? How could it be possible? And, do you really think you are still in the illusion you weaved? Sima Yu kindly reminded him. Seeing the smile on her face, the person had a bad feeling in his heart, felt it, and suddenly his face changed drastically. This was not his illusion at all. You built a fantasy world like me. I didn't even find out. How is this possible? He tried to sense the fantasy world, but no matter how many times he tried, the final result was the same. He couldn't control the fantasy world at all. Since you fell in, you entered my illusion. Sima Yu said. NOVLB //JNN. Even if you can weave illusions, it is impossible to be exactly the same as me, without being aware of it. This is impossible, this is my illusion, how could I not know, he cried. Of course I have a monster that is many, many times more powerful than you. Sima Yu said, Little Dream, come out and let him see what a true spirit beast blessed with the mental attribute is. Little Dream came out, without concealing her aura, and the old man felt it, he was stunned in place. Dream devil beast. How can this be possible? He cried out, the dream devil beast has disappeared, how can there be a dream devil beast? In this world, there are so many things that are impossible. For example, before you came to kill me, you must have never thought that you would die here today. Although you have a dream devil beast, it is impossible to kill me. It's a pity that this dream devil beast will die with you, otherwise I can get a contract. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows, so confident. Do you think you have trapped me in this illusion? The old man cackled, I have been studying illusions over the years, these illusions can't hold me at all. Then give it a try. Sima Yu said. I have studied the dream devil beast before and I know the weakness of their illusion. The old man said, as long as I attack, it will naturally defeat her illusion. Sima Yu was a little surprised, Little Dream's illusion still has a fatal weakness? His contract beast is a small branch we separated from, so maybe he really knows it. Little Dream said. Then I'll give you a chance and let you try. Sima Yu said, I won't attack you, but I want to see if you have the ability to go out. The old man snorted coldly. He condensed his spirit power and attacked in an unremarkable direction. Little Dream's illusion was a little shaky, and the scene on both sides of the street became illusory, before it disappeared. They were in a narrow alley at this time. Cuckoo, as I said, you have weaknesses. The old man said triumphantly, without the illusion, you can't be my opponent at all. Sima Yu shook her head, and sighed, actually, I really want to have fun with you and see what you can do. But, I'm going to pick up my father now. So, I'm going to make a quick fight. Ha ha ha, little girl, at such a young age, it's not good to talk big. My esteemed name, Dream Realm Ancestor, is not for nothing. I really don't care. Sima Yu said, Mir, come and solve it. The Dream Realm Ancestor also became a little more alert when he realized that she did not call Little Dream, nor the Black Dragon, but another contract beast. But, he didn't see any underworld beast coming out, thinking that Sima Yu was just bluffing, and was about to do something, but found that he couldn't move at all. This is not the real world. He exclaimed in horror, can you still weave two illusions? No, impossible. Even if it is a dream devil beast, it can't be done. Two illusions are indeed impossible. But who said this is an illusion? Sima Yu smiled when she saw him in shock. The Dream Realm Ancestor suddenly thought of something, and the shock on his face turned into horror. n/o/vel/b/jn.c/. This is the spirit realm. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Sima Yu touched her long hair, since I will let you know the identity of Little Dream, I am sure that you will not be able to leave alive. Mir, make it a quick fight. This was not the usual training, so Sima Yu didn't plan to do it herself. Mir spread out from her hand, not even letting the Dream Realm Ancestor see its main body as a cloud of black mist enveloped him, and only a pile of bones remained after retreating. And the Dream Realm Ancestor didn't even have the time to scream, he didn't expect to die. Never would he have ever thought that he would die in such a small alley after having been in the ghost realm for many years. Sima Yu called Little Dream and Mir back, and then continued to walk towards the Prince of Great Yu's palace. At this time, in the Prince of Great Yu's palace, a figure hurried into a gorgeous courtyard. Princess Consort, we have been defeated yet again. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the Princess Consort's face. The hand that was writing, the exquisite brush holder made from a 10,000 aged black wood, was split into half. Lost again? How many waves of people have we sent out? The Princess Consort's voice was cold, showing how angry she was now. The man immediately knelt down and said, Your Highness, please be relieved of anger. Who was sent this time? Dream Realm Ancestor. He also lost? The Princess Consort was a little surprised. She originally thought it was just sending a bunch of ordinary people, but she didn't expect it to be one of her confidants. Your Highness, the life jade of the Dream Realm Ancestor has been broken. What did you say? The Princess Consort stood up and looked at the people on the ground in shock. You said that he is dead? Yes, Your Highness. How could it be? Although his strength is not very high, but with the help of the illusions, every task can be successfully completed. This time he was defeated in Murong Hui's hands? She was a little skeptical. When did Vast Region have such strength? Your Highness, it's not Murong Hui, but Murong Shi. Murong Hui came to the palace today for the matter of the participants in the competition being beaten. Murong Shi left the inn alone. You mean, Murong Shi can deal with the Dream Realm Ancestor by herself? When we went there, even the bones of the Dream Realm Ancestor could not be found. But his life jade was broken. Useless things. The Princess Consort grabbed the inkstone on the side and threw it at him. The inkstone smashed his forehead, leaving a big bruise behind. Your Highness, please calm down. Quit with all this gibberish of calming down, all you know is to say to calm down. So many people have been sent, and even a little Murongshi has not solved it, and so many people have been lost. Tell me, how can I calm my anger? She angrily rebuked him and continued, give me a reason why I should support a bunch of waste. The subordinate is incompetent, Your Highness please punish us. The people on the ground lowered their heads, however, we feel that Murongshi is not as simple as a duke's daughter. What do you mean? We all know the strength of Vast Region. A strength like the Dream Realm Ancestor is more than enough to deal with them, but there are no bones left. The subordinates feel that there should be people behind the Vast Region. Nonsense. Yushi is now living with them, even if Princess Jinghua is dead, the relationship between them cannot be wiped out. Your Highness, envoy, you did not send anyone to follow Murongshi. So, is Murongshi suspicious? This is just a subordinate's guess. Since it is a guess, then verify it. In addition, send Double Fiend Black Shadow to go. The man on the ground was startled. Was there a need to send the double fiend Black Shadow? But since it was the princess consort's order, he could only respond, before he retreated. The princess consort looked at the calligraphy and painting on the table with cold eyes. Murong Shi. You kill my brother, I must make sure you will not walk out of Great U City alive. On the other side, after Sima Yu killed the Dream Realm ancestor, she continued to walk and came to the palace. However, instead of asking the guards to report, she stood tens of meters away from the gate and waited quietly. This wait lasted for half an hour. The guards saw her standing there, and it was not easy to chase her away, because she was standing at a safe distance. But she couldn't be ignored, especially since she has been staring at the palace and her gaze made them feel weird. Finally, the captain of the guard walked over and asked, "What are you doing here?" "This is the palace. Don't wait for people here. I'm here to look for my father." Sima Yu said, "I'm waiting for him to come out and go back together. He is almost done." Previous chapter. Next chapter. The captain of the guard was a little troubled. This was the first time he had ever encountered something like that. "Who you are waiting for? If you tell me, we may go in and report." The captain of the guard had a good attitude and didn't rush to do it the hard way. Sima Yu was a little surprised by his attitude, but still rejected his kindness. "No, my father will be out in a while." "I don't know if your father is." "He came out." Sima Yu smiled when the gate opened. Seeing Murong Hui, she smiled and walked over. "Father." When Murong Hui and Murong Lin came out of the palace and saw Sima Yu, they were a little surprised. "Sheer, why are you here?" "After I finished, I heard that you have been out for a long time, so I came to have a look." Sima Yu said, "Are you finished now?" In fact, she already knew the situation inside the palace and knew that he was not in danger inside, so she didn't try to break into the palace. "It's been handled. Nothing happened to you, right?" Murong Hui was very touched, but he didn't agree with her doing this. It was too dangerous. "No. Father, let's go back." Sima Yu said with a smile. "Well, let's go back." The guard looked at the back of the three of them and murmured, "That person is actually the waste young miss from vast region, this kind of temperament." Sima Yu and the others slowly walked back, far away from the palace. Only then Murong Hui asked, "How is Gu Ziping?" "The situation is temporarily stable, and he just needs to recuperate later." Sima Yu replied, "Father, is the prince looking for you because of Ziping? Why did Uncle Lin come to the palace?" "Lin came to the palace for Ziping's business, and I was summoned by the prince to discuss other things." Murong Hui said. "How was the discussion about the competition? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om." Murong Hui and Murong Lin were silent for a while, and said, "Sheer, I am going back to discuss with you. The prince allows us to replace Gu Ziping's position. But it's too late for us to go back and find someone. Can we find foreign aid in Great U City?" Sima Yu saw Murong Hui and Murong Lin both looking at herself, and the corners of her mouth twitched. "You can't be thinking of me, right?" "That's right." Murong Xian nodded. "We thought about it. It's too late to go back and find someone else, and we don't have anyone who is good at this age. If we can participate, with your strength, we might still have some hope to be ranked." "Let me participate." Sima Yu did not immediately agree. She had not participated in such an occasion after she arrived in the ghost realm, and she was a little hesitant in her heart. "It doesn't matter if you don't want to." Murong Hui said, "We just thought about it for a while. The prince said, if we can't find someone to replace, he'll give us an extra place for promotion. That's all right." "Father, I'll go." Sima Yu said, "You can participate in the contest between dynasties when you participate in the region competition. Since I am going to the imperial capital sooner or later, I can take this route." "All right." Murong Hui patted her shoulder happily. "I believe you can do it. To be eligible to participate in the dynasty competition, one must get into the top 50 of the region competition." In other words, she was confident to enter the top 50. "Do I need to report to the palace?" "No need." Murong Xian said, "The person who worked against Gu Ziping was not the princess consort, but the people from other regions. If you know that you have replaced him, you might also attack other people. Wait until the time of the competition and just come out then. It's just what I want." Sima Yu didn't want to be too ostentatious, and if her identity was announced, some things would be difficult to handle. When they returned to the inn, it was already dawn. "Sheer." A familiar call came from the corner of the street, and Sima Yu saw Yuan Yen walking over there with a few people. They knew that Yuan Yen and her had a good relationship, so they said that they would go in first. "Sheer, are you all right?" Yuan Yen asked as soon as he saw her. "Yuan Yen, why are you here?" Sima Yu looked at the guard behind him, which was much stronger than before. "I'll have to call you young Master Yuan from now on." "Thank you. I just became the young master." Yuan Yen didn't expect her to be so smart. Just seeing the strength of the guards around him was different. She guessed that he had successfully obtained the position of young master. "Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted." Sima Yu smiled. "Should we find a place to catch up?" Yuan Yen said, "I want to drink your tea." "Go inside, I'll make it for you to drink." Sima Yu took him to the small garden behind the inn. Yuan Yen left the guards behind him outside the courtyard. The moment Yuan Yen got rid of his guards, he asked before sitting down, "I heard that there was an assassination attempt on your people, are you all right? Did the princess consort do it?" "No, it was someone else's hand. One of our participants was injured." What about Emoji, didn't he say that he has arrived in Great U City? Sima Yu asked him while making tea. He was supposed to be here a few days ago, but something happened on the way and he's been delayed for a few days. Yuan Yen said. What should he, the young master of the Mo clan, do it himself? Sima Yu was curious. As an ancient race, the Mo clan have a lofty status in the ghost realm, and they rarely participate in those things in the ghost realm, especially the young master Emoji, who is like his ancestor Mou, and ordinary things can't attract him at all. Did you know that there is a river of oblivion in the ghost realm? Yuan Yen asked. I know. According to the book's record, this river of oblivion is a divine river on the other side of the soul realm. The water is clearer than the Milky Way in the sky, and most people cannot float there, so only the soul clan can live there. However, there are several theories about the location of the river of oblivion. Why, what happened to Emoji this time is related to the river of oblivion. When Sima Yu talked about the river of oblivion, she didn't know why, and she felt a little throbbing in her heart. That's right. Don't tell me Emoji actually went to the river of oblivion? Sima Yu joked, but Yuan Yen nodded. Indeed, he went to the river of oblivion. He is not one of the soul clan, what are you going to do over there? Sima Yu asked curiously. The river of oblivion is indeed in the soul realm, but only a few people know that the river of oblivion and the Nirvana river are actually connected. What? Sima Yu was so shocked that the teacup in her hand almost fell. Isn't Nirvana river the largest river in the ghost realm? How could it be connected to the river of oblivion? If the two rivers are connected, don't they become one river? In a mysterious place, the two rivers are connected together. On the other side of the river is the river of oblivion where only souls can float, and on the other side of the river is the Nirvana river from the ghost realm. It's just that there are very few people in that mysterious place, that's why not many know that the two rivers are connected together. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu was surprised by the news and murmured, there is actually such a place. I didn't know it before. If Emoji hadn't told me, I didn't know that the river of oblivion and Nirvana river were connected together. Yuan Yen sighed. Then Emoji went to the river of oblivion? Sima Yu asked. He said something seems to be going on in the two rivers, so he has to go and see. Do you know what's the matter? Sima Yu's eyes lit up, something happened in that place, it must be something serious. Please don't get interested. Yuan Yen said, we can't participate in things like that. Be careful and or you might even lose your life. I don't want to participate either, I'm just curious. Sima Yu smiled carelessly and shrugged. I don't know what happened to him. He should be back in a few days. Since he has something to do, he doesn't have to come back. Although he said that he would come with her when she came to Great U City, but it really didn't make sense to come. I told him about the attack you encountered. He is now on his way back. Yuan Yen said, I originally thought that I will be the young master and be able to do something, but I really just sit there. At this position, I learned more and found myself even weaker. As long as you are strong, you don't need to care about so many things. Sima Yu said. I know this too, but it's not easy to talk about it. Yuan Yan's words were a bit bitter, and he didn't want to talk about it anymore, and asked instead, you haven't told me yet, how are you doing here? It's alright, it's just that someone is injured. I'm not with them, so it's alright. Sima Yu said. I didn't mean this time. How many times did the princess consort work against you? I heard that you killed the Dream Realm ancestor. Yuan Yen said. You know about it so soon? Sima Yu was a little surprised. It was less than a night ago that she had killed the Dream Realm ancestor. He actually knew about it, indicating that the strength of the Yuan clan was more powerful than she had imagined. Yuan clan means that the news comes faster. Merchants, you can survive well if you know the news early. Yuan Yen said. The princess consort did send someone to assassinate twice, but... Sima Yu shrugged, the meaning was self-evident. I used to think that the princess consort was so strong because the prince was cultivated over the years. After becoming the young master, I knew that the power behind her should not be underestimated. Yuan Yen said. Ghost concubine, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. No, but it's a member of Ghost Concubine's faction. Yuan Yen said, it's a powerful subordinate under Ghost Concubine. But Prince of Great Yu doesn't seem to belong to Ghost Concubine's faction, right? Then how can the forces behind her have anything to do with Ghost Concubine? The Lu clan of the princess consort of Great Yu is attached to the Zhu clan. The Zhu clan was not from Ghost Concubine before, but later betrayed and came under the Ghost Concubine. Yuan Yen explained, if it was the beginning, the prince might have killed the princess consort, but now she has become powerful, it is impossible to destroy her. So the two sides are portrayed to be close together. The Prince of Great Yu is really pitiful. Sima Yu sighed. But it was also because of his poor health that most of the power of the palace was transferred to the hands of the princess, otherwise, such an audacious act of acting against your team would not have happened. But I don't think the above will sit back and watch the princess consort of Great Yu continue to grow, right? Sima Yu put the brewed tea in front of him, they don't care. Over the years, the above struggles have also been constant, coupled with friction with other places, so I don't have the energy to care about things here. But... Yuan Yen looked around and set up a small barrier to let the outside listen in. Sima Yu watched his behavior curiously, guessing what he was going to say. I always feel that things are not like this. Yuan Yen continued, the prince was also shrewd and powerful before, how could he let the princess consort gain power? I think the prince may be planning bigger things. Sima Yu somehow remembered Murong Hui's stay in the palace yesterday. Was there really anything? She thought about this, but the expression on her face remained unchanged, and she continued to listen to him. I think the prince may be waiting for an opportunity to completely eradicate the power of the princess consort. Yuan Yen said. Then what about your family? Which side are you on here? Sima Yu asked. This matter is just my guess. If we say that we are going to stand on the side of a team, I think the clan may not go to any and stay neutral. Yuan Yen sighed. It was the same previously, so although we did not choose the wrong team in these years, there isn't the glory of the past as well. Then you are not going to change it? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. If I become the patriarch of the clan, maybe I can still think about it. But now? Yuan Yen was very helpless in his words. It can be seen that even if he becomes the patriarch of the clan, he still lives very helplessly. The two did not continue this topic, and instead talked about other things. Not long after he stayed, his guard walked in from the outside. Although he didn't speak, the meaning of his eyes was very obvious, and it was time to leave. Yuan Yen sighed, drank the tea in one gulp, got up and said, I should go. I'll send you. Sima Yu didn't hold him, she could see that he was not so free. After she sent Yuan Yen away, she turned around and entered the inn, and as soon as she arrived in the courtyard, she saw Yu Shi and Lang Yu staring at her. What's the matter? Seeing that they both looked at her with strange eyes, she looked down at her dress. Well, it was pretty good, there was nothing wrong with it. You went out and was attacked last night. Lang Yu said. That's right. The way you are looking at me, don't tell me that the person I killed is one of yours? Are you in the same group as the princess consort of Great Yu? What are you thinking about? How could we be with them? Lang Yu rolled his eyes at her. We got the news that the Dream Realm ancestor is dead. We were guessing whether he was killed by you, so it seems that he really was. He came to kill me, of course I would kill him. The way you two are behaving scared me. Sima Yu pouted. The manner in which they looked at her made her think that she had killed one of their own. You're the one that scared us, all right? Lang Yu exclaimed, do you know who the Dream Realm ancestor is? Sima Yu blinked, who? Even if we meet him suddenly, we may not be able to get out unscathed. You killed him alone, silently. This is a matter of utmost horror, all right? I wasn't alone. Sima Yu said. That's more like it. When Lang Yu heard that she went out alone last night, he thought that she killed him on her own. Hearing her words now, he felt much better. So, who was it? Sima Yu smiled, my beasts. 1. The two of them. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. When Sima Yu saw the expression of the both of them, she was elated and chuckled. There's no need for both of you to react like this, I've said before that I have a lot of beasts. But I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Lang Yu was stimulated. If her spirit beasts aren't powerful, she won't have the confidence to deal with the both of us. She pointed out from the side, but it's better not to go out alone in the future. Once such a thing happens, the next wave she sends will definitely be more powerful. And after suffering so many losses, I think she will directly send much stronger people that are several levels higher the next time. That's right. If you want to go out in the future, just call us. Anyway, we have nothing to do here. Not to mention he's your uncle, so he has an obligation to protect you. Lang Yu answered. Well, if I want to go out, I will definitely ask the both of you along. Sima Yu replied, however, in view of the current situation, I think it is safer for me to stay here for the time being as I will be participating in the region competition. You will be participating in the region competition? Yeah. Ziping can't participate in the competition, and we don't have time to find someone else now. The prince said that he can give us a place for promotion, but this is not necessarily an insurance. It is better for me to participate, maybe I can get a good place up in the rankings and get some glory as well. Sima Yu said. Did you think about it? If you do this, it is likely to attract the attention of those people, and the higher the chance for your identity to be exposed. Yu Shi reminded her. I know. If it is discovered, I will be able to deal with it. Sima Yu said, at least I still have the ability to escape. As long as you have thought about it. Yu Shi said, and you have to face those sooner or later. That's right. Sima Yu nodded. Previously, she wouldn't harbor such thoughts, but now she has the qualifications to face those too. Alright, now that you have decided, I also decided that I will also go and have a look at the region competition this time round. Lang Yu said, acting all smug. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, the manner in which he said it sounded as if his presence was a blessing to the competition. What she didn't know was that this was indeed the case. Never before had they come to see region competition, because they were too busy before. If it wasn't for Sima Yu this time, the two of them would have already left to do other things. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. We have keep the matter of your identity a secret for you. But if you oppose the king, I will still stand on the side of the king. Yu Shi stated beforehand. I know, we just met. No matter what, the Ghost King is whom you pledged your allegiance to. I know which one is more important. Sima Yu wasn't angry. For not telling him my identity now, I am already very grateful for that. It's good if you understand. Now that they've spoken out candidly, if there was any disagreement in the future, everyone will not feel betrayed, and naturally they will not be sad. Uncle, if there is nothing wrong, I will go to see Zi Ping's situation first. It's almost time to administer the needle. Sima Yu told them and went to Gu Zi Ping's room. The other contestants have gone back. Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingde stayed to take care of him. Because of her medicine, the injuries on their faces were no longer visible, but the other injuries on their bodies had not completely healed yet. Seeing her come in, both of them stood up. How is he? Did he wake up? Sima Yu asked. He woke up once, but his mental state was very bad, and his consciousness was a little muddled. Fang Yinghan replied. He was injured too badly, not only physically, but also mentally, so he can't tell who is who even if he wakes up now. It will be fine after 2 days. Sima Yu said, go and rest first. I'll change the dressing for him and administer the needles. I won't be able to finish it for a while. Yes, young Mississippi. Fang Yinghan and the two left the room. Sima Yu arranged a barrier, and then began to change Gu Ziping's dressing and administer the needle. Over the next few days, Sima Yu found that Murong Hui's whereabouts were a little uncertain. He barely went out for the first 2 days, but he was hardly in these days. She thought of Yuan Yan's guess. If there is any movement in the palace. After hesitating for a while, she decided to contact the Scarlet Bees everywhere in Great Yu City to see if she could get any information. Until the day before the competition, she never left the gate of the inn again, as did the other contestants, which made the guards who had been worried give a long sigh of relief. Somewhere in the Ghost Realm, where the River of Oblivion meets the Nirvana River, ripples suddenly appeared in the river that had been silent for thousands of years. Suddenly, a force split the river in half from the inside out. After a while, the river slowly separated from the light, and then a tired figure walked out from the bottom of the river. The man kept walking on the river, came to the shore, and stepped on the solid ground. He knelt down on one knee, and the sword in his hand supported him. Congratulations on successfully passing this test. A faint figure appeared in front of him. Others could not see him, but Wu Lingyu could. Since I have successfully passed the test, shouldn't you disappear before me? Wu Lingyu squeezed the sword hilt in his hand, and the cold light on the sword made the figure slightly afraid. You don't need to be so angry, we only did this to improve your strength. Black Shadow said, are you going to cross the river and demolish the bridge now? You threw me to that place and let me kill it step by step. Over the past few years, I have been injured hundreds of times, dozens of times in my life. Do you think I will be grateful to you? Wu Lingyu was very hostile. Just a look made people feel chilly. Aren't the final results all the same? You came out, and your strength has improved. Only after you have passed our test can you be qualified to stand with young Miss Yu. Black Shadow said proudly. If it weren't for this sentence, you would have been dead the moment I came out. Wu Lingyu didn't like the actions of these people, but because their starting point was to enhance his strength and give him the ability to protect Yu, he let them go. Of course, he didn't know the identities of these people at this time, let alone guess that Hades was behind it. He rested on the ground for a while, got up and looked at the two waters with different colors, thought about it, and walked towards the Nirvana River. River of Oblivion on the left, and the Nirvana River on the right, thinking that it was far away, but it was just a step away. Where are you going? Black Shadow asked. To find her. Wu Lingyu replied, last time you didn't allow it, saying that I had to pass your test. Now that I have passed, will you stop me? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. I'm not trying to stop you, I just want to remind you. You will meet again on the bank of the River of Oblivion, so this is the place where you will reunite, so even if you go now, you won't be able to see her. Black Shadow said. Wu Lingyu's body paused, before he continued to walk forward, saying, my destiny is in my own hands, all these roundabout words mean nothing. As long as I go and search, I'm sure I'll be able to find her. You are just a wisp of soul now, not to mention a soul that merged with the River of Oblivion. You can't be separated from the River of Oblivion, you can only get strength from there. The Ghost Realm is so big, you would have dissipated before you found her. Wu Lingyu stopped, exuding a burst of hostility, and his hair and clothes bellowed in the sudden gust of wind. If you hadn't thrown me to the bottom of the River of Oblivion, would I have become like this? He condensed his spirit power and attacked Black Shadow, and the space was distorted along with it. Black Shadow was surprised when he saw that his strength had increased so quickly. It seemed that he had gained a lot more at the bottom of the River of Oblivion than he had expected. However, he still couldn't prevail over him yet, or rather, his current strength couldn't hurt Black Shadow at all. He could only see the spirit power passing through the body of Black Shadow and falling onto the Nirvana River, bringing about turbulent waves and frightful billows as the power broke a bank and the river water washed ashore. The River of Oblivion originated from the underworld, and its power comes from the underworld. Your power originates from the River of Oblivion, so your power cannot cause me harm. Black Shadow watched a huge wave from the Nirvana River pour out and submerged the surrounding land, saying, your previous movement has attracted many people's attention. People from the Soul Realm and Ghost Realm have rushed over to investigate. If things happen again in this river, those people will be brought here. What business of that is mine? Wu Lingyu saw that he couldn't hurt him at all and he couldn't vent his anger. Hence, he didn't care about those people at all. When you abandoned your body and came to the Ghost Realm for her, your destinies have been tightly connected. Karma, if you don't bear its retribution to you, it will fall onto her. What should I do? Wu Lingyu's attitude immediately changed. The corners of Black Shadow's mouth raised. River of Oblivion and Nirvana River were originally one, but later they were divided into two. If you can control the River of Oblivion, you can also control the Nirvana River. Although it can't be as convenient as controlling the River of Oblivion, for you to control the water, it's still very easy. Wu Lingyu glanced at him, flew to the surface of the river, and controlled the flow of the river to flow backwards. When all the river water came back, he moved the mud and rocks not far away and blocked the gap. It seems that you are very skilled. Black Shadow said, seeing Wu Lingyu looking at him, with the familiar smile resembling Sima Yu, he subconsciously dodged aside. Zop! A bolt of lightning fell, hitting where he stood just now. If it hadn't been for him to escape early, he would have been badly hurt. Even when he fled early, his arm was hurt by that force. His half-burnt arm made him grimace with pain. I really want to thank you for your reminder. I think I'm connected with you, maybe I can also use lightning. I didn't expect it to be really useful. Wu Lingyu gratefully cupped his hands towards Black Shadow, and flew off with a big laugh and went into the River of Oblivion. This guy, just like you, he must pay for it. Black Shadow looked at his arm, took out a pill, and then disappeared from the air. On the day before the region competition, Missouri Ji finally returned. Sima Yu saw his sad appearance, seemingly covered in dust, and said, I am well here, there's no need for you to come back in such a hurry. So you're saying, all my effort was for nothing? Mo Ji looked at her aggrievedly. Of course not, I am very grateful. Sima Yu said, so I have prepared a table of good dishes for you. Is there any tea? There is. Sima Yu led him to the dining room. The food was indeed ready on the table, and Yuan Yen was already waiting for him at the table. You are finally here. If you don't, I will be drowned by my own saliva. Yuan Yen said. I haven't seen you in a year, have you learned how to exaggerate when you are a young master? Mo Ji said. That's because you haven't had the blessing of eating the food personally whipped up by Shi'er. Yuan Yen said, when you eat it, you will only realize that life is discovering that there is such a table of delicacies waiting for you, how happy it is. Mo Ji laughed, thinking that he was exaggerating. All he liked was tea. No matter how good the food was, he won't be interested in it too much. Take a seat. Sima Yu found a seat by herself and Yuan Yen started to gorge himself once the meal started. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Mo Ji looked at him impatiently, shook his head helplessly, and started to pick up the dishes. After taking the first bite, he found out that Sima Yu's cooking taste was indeed much better than other people's cooking. Although he was not a foodie, he has to admit this. And he ate more than he usually did. After eating, the three of them walked around in the inn's garden for a while, then went to drink some tea. There are delicacies to eat, and you can drink tea made by Shi'er. It would be nice if you can have this kind of life often. Yuan Yen sighed. Your guards didn't tell you to go back? Sima Yu asked. The family knows that I am with Mo Ji, and hope I stay with him for a while, those guys won't be so ignorant. Yuan Yen said. Why is the treatment of being your young master sound the same as before? There doesn't seem to have any difference in the change of title. Mo Ji said. Well, that's because this young master is not as domineering as you. Yuan Yen was not angry. By the way, what happened to Nirvana River? Sima Yu also looked at him. In fact, it's nothing, but Nirvana River has been turbulent recently. Everyone suspects that some treasure is about to manifest. Mo Ji said. Looking at you like this, you know that this news is fake. Sima Yu said. I don't know. Mo Ji's answer was unexpected. Don't know? I went and took a look. The Nirvana River is indeed restless, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is a treasure. I didn't feel any aura of any treasure. However, the movement is indeed a bit like the manifestation of a treasure. Mo Ji said. Is there anything like this? UMO clansmen are very keen on the aura of treasures, so many treasures were discovered by you in the past. Now even if you are not sure, it seems that it is really strange there. I'm a little curious about it. Sima Yu said, if it weren't for the manifestation of a treasure, it would not be a simple person who can make such movements. I think so too. Mo Ji agreed with her. I originally planned to have a closer inspection, but I thought that you had come to Great U City, so I came back first. When the matter with the region competition is over, I will be going down to have a look again. Sima Yu's eyes glowed, and she looked at him with a smile. Can I go and see it with you? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Mo Ji was a little surprised at her request. She hadn't been interested in outside affairs before. Weren't you unwilling to do those things before? Yuan Yen asked. That was then, now is now. Now that my strength is different from before, of course it will be different. Besides. Sima Yu smiled, I have always been interested in treasures. I think it's this type of strange treasure that attracts you, right? Mo Ji said, you can go there, you have to prove that you have the strength to be with me. Otherwise, I don't want to be distracted and protect you in such a dangerous place. I have onyx. Sima Yu said. That's not enough. Mo Ji shook his head. How do you prove that? Top 10. If you can get the top 10 of the region competition, after the competition, I will let you go together. Mo Ji said. Sima Yu thought for a while, and agreed to this condition. As long as I get in the top 10, you promise to take me along. No problem. Seeing that she was quite confident, Yuan Yen reminded her, do you know the strength of the people participating in the region competition? Although your strength has increased a bit when you contracted onyx, those who can participate in the region competition are all the geniuses of each region. The strength is much better than those of your vast region. The top 10 is not as easy as you think. Would you like to change the conditions? Although he said this to Sima Yu, he did look at Emoji, hoping that he could change his terms. I know, I believe I can. Sima Yu was very confident. Yuan Yen saw that she had made up her mind, so he couldn't persuade her, and said helplessly, I think the palace should have all the lists for this competition. I will find a way to get it for you. You must first understand your opponent. Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that as I already have the list. Sima Yu glanced at Yuan Yen gratefully. Although this young master was more aggrieved, he still has a good heart. You already have it? Do you know how many people there are in the competition? 2,430 people, of which 270 people have reached the advanced level of the Underworld sect, 47 people have reached the elementary level of the Underworld Saint Master, and 7 have reached the intermediate level of the Underworld Saint Master. As for their contract beasts, this is the point. I don't know everything, but I believe that this is not marked on the palace's statistical list. Yuan Yan's eyes widened every time Sima Yu said a number. No one knows these figures except those on the statistical list. How did she know? Since you know, are you sure to get in the top 10? Moj asked. Even if my strength is not enough, I still have my beasts. Sima Yu said, I think those people's beasts should not be as powerful as my onyx. No way, I have other trump cards. You will wait to see the results. Enough. Moj raised his eyebrows, are you really willing to expose your details for a treasure that may not exist? Sima Yu tilted her head and thought for a while, and said, I don't know why, it seems that I just want to go there. It seems that I will miss something if I don't go there, and I feel a kind of uneasy feeling in my heart. Perhaps, all the treasures there are really calling for me. What do you two look at me for? Do you know that some artifacts will really choose their own masters and summon them to find them? Is there really a treasure calling you? Yuan Yen looked at her with envy and hatred. Was it true? If it is true, will it be a spatial artifact? Sima Yu asked with a smile. Are you short of spatial artifacts? Moj asked. It's not a spatial artifact but a divine spatial artifact that I'm looking for. Sima Yu corrected. You went to a lot of artifact shops before, were you looking for this? Yuan Yen remembered that she went to visit the artifact shops when she first arrived in Great Yu City. Yes, now that you all know this, do you know where I can find a divine spatial artifact? Sima Yu asked. Divine spatial artifacts are extremely rare, and there are only a handful of them. Even if those people have them, they will be hidden. As for those that are known to people, they are all powerful figures. Robbery of such has to be weighed as well. Sima Yu's hope switched to Moj, don't you Mo clansmen have many treasures? Do you have a divine spatial artifact? There are a few spatial artifacts, but they are all assigned to the clansmen. Moj said. Sima Yu was very excited when she heard that, however she didn't expect that his next sentence would dash all her hope. All have been assigned to the clansmen, she can't rob other clansmen. There are no divine spatial artifacts, but there are still saint artifacts. Do you need to take a look? Moj asked. Forget about the saint artifacts. I only want divine spatial artifacts. Sima Yu was a little discouraged. What do you want divine spatial artifacts for? It's for my own use. Sima Yu said, do I really have to fantasize about it? Is there a divine spatial artifact waiting for me at the Nirvana River? You don't need to be so disappointed, there will definitely be some from the Ghost King. Moj said, I heard from the ancestor that Ghost Concubine had obtained it before. If you can snatch it from her. Sima Yu became more energetic when she heard it, are you serious? Hey, don't look like this, it will scare people. Yuan Yen almost jumped up when he saw her like this, do you know who Ghost Concubine is? If you go to confront her. Don't worry, I won't go at this time. I'm not a fool. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. Was the word fool written on her face? Yuan Yen thought that it's almost the same, it was a crazy thing to even have this idea. You should do well. Moj said, I think this process is not easy. Yeah, it won't be easy. Sima Yu said. In the following time, not only the competition, I am afraid that a lot of things will happen, it will not be easy. On the second day, Sima Yu followed Murong Hui to the competition venue early. After many years, she has participated in such a competition again. As soon as she sat down on the seat, she felt a complicated gaze, turned her head and saw Yu Qi and Xiao Ruobai walk in from outside. Xiao Ruobai's eyes were tangled and painful, a trace of guilt surged in her heart. Although unintentional, she was indeed the one who ruined her happy life. The little prince is here too. Murong Hui said. Sima Yu saw a commotion at another entrance, and the little prince Yu Fei also walked in under the protection of the guards. Yu Fei and Yu Qi walked to the stage at the same time. Yu Fei gave Yu Qi a salute first, "Seventh prince, you are here too. You used to have no interest in the region competition. Aren't you the same?" Yu Qi smiled back. n/o/vel/b/c/om. The atmosphere between the two is a bit subtle, but what people in the distance saw was a harmonious picture of getting along with each other. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu looked at Yu Qi and Yu Fei. Their temperaments were quite similar, and they both appeared to have a gentle disposition before others. But as for the real them, it was probably only known to those who know them well. Is this the rumored future 7th princess? Yu Fei turned his gaze to Xiao Ruobai. It is indeed a lovely person. Yu Qi didn't deny it, but acquiesced to what he said. Xiao Ruobai bowed to her and said lightly, the little prince has misunderstood. I am not the future 7th princess. Really? I made a mistake, please don't be offended. Yu Fei smiled unnaturally on his face, apologizing for his brash behavior. Sima Yu curled her lips. Although this guy was apologizing, it was still obvious that he was very happy to see Yu Qi's somewhat gloomy face. Muronghui said that Prince of Great Yu deliberately wanted to pass the throne to this little prince. From this point of view, this little prince doesn't seem so good. The eldest prince and the second prince are here. Someone said. The entrance became noisy again, as a pot-bellied man and a thin man walked in from the entrance. Yu Fei and Yu Qi looked at the incoming people and bowed together. Eldest imperial brother, second imperial brother. NOV/L/B/JNN. You are here too, this year there are so many people. The eldest prince, Yu Lu, laughed. You too came early this year, I don't know if the other imperial brothers will come as well. The second prince said with a smile. Perhaps because of his poor health, he looked pale and weak. They should come. Yu Qi said, since we are here, let's take our seats first. Standing here will hinder others. Let's go. Yu Lu, Yu Qi and Yu Fei walked forward, and the second prince Yu Yan walked at the back. Sima Yu looked at the second prince who was ignored by everyone, and asked Muronghui, Father, how is this second prince? Second prince? Muronghui glanced at Yu Yan and said, he was born to a concubine of the prince. That concubine was not very strong, and there were no strong forces behind her. It didn't take long for her to give birth to the second prince and passed away soon after. Because the prince liked the side concubine very much, he protected the second prince very well and allowed him to grow up smoothly. However, the second prince was not in good health since he was a child, and it was impossible to inherit the throne, so everyone gradually ignored him. Let him live to the present. Sima Yu looked at Yu Yan, his pale face was a little abnormally red because of coughing. Feeling her inquiries, he turned to look back at her, smiled slightly at her, and then turned to chat with the eldest prince. This second prince. Sima Yu tapped her fingers on her knee a few times, and said with interest. Sheer, what are you thinking about? Muronghui muttered as he watched her, and asked. Nothing. Sima Yu smiled. Well, Sheer, you must be careful during the competition. I heard that the rules have changed this time. It's no longer a simple competition, but a battle of life and death. Muronghui said. There's a sudden change in the rules? I think it should be the hand of the princess consort, she should have got the news that you are going to participate in the competition, and changed it especially for you. Muronghui said. Sima Yu had on a mocking smile and said, to think that she wants to deal with me in this way, her head must be stuck in the clouds. Anyway, be careful. Muronghui urged. I got it, father. Sima Yu replied. Yu Yan and Yu Lu talked for a while, and when the others were talking, he seemed to look inadvertently in Sima Yu's direction. Second prince, don't you think so? Yu Lu's voice drew his attention back. Yes, that's right. Yu Yan answered. What are you looking at? Yu Lu saw him looking over there just now, who is that woman? When Yu Qi and the others also looked over and saw that it was Sima Yu, he said, eldest imperial brother, she is Murongxi, the one who killed little uncle. The imperial mother sent many people to kill her, but they all failed. Even Dream Realm Ancestor, Double Fiend Black Shadow, they all perished in her hands. She's Murongxi. She's really pretty. Yu Lu saw Sima Yu and touched his chin as a wretched glint flashed by his eyes. I wonder if I can ask Imperial Mother to give her to me. I heard that Murongxi's appearance is 9 points similar to the original Dark Princess. The Dark Princess looks outstanding. Naturally, this Murongxi looks good. Yu Fei said, I heard that this face attracts trouble, eldest Imperial brother, it's better not to get into trouble. The more exciting things are, the more energetic they are, right? Yu Jiao smiled wretchedly. As long as eldest Imperial brother likes it, you can do anything you want. Yu Qi said, Imperial Mother may be more willing to make you happy than killing her. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Imperial Mother loves me the most. Sima Yu felt a few bad glances cast towards her, frowned slightly, and a look of disgust and impatience flashed in her eyes. Xiao Ruobai was a little worried at first, but after seeing her expression, she smiled instead. Just by looking at her expression, she knew that if they really dared to do this, they would definitely not be able to bear the brunt of her wrath. But her smile did not last for a few seconds and then disappeared, her expression a little bit painful. Wasn't she supposed to be looking forward to bad things happening to Sima Yu? Why should she worry about her? Sima Yu sighed quietly. Young Mississippi. Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingde came over from their seats. What's the matter? They came to the last row. Sima Yu looked at them and asked, what's the matter? Young miss, we recognize the person who hurt Ziping. Recognized? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Fang Yinghan nodded. You told us that day, if the person who beat us was not from the He clan, they might be an enemy of the region and those people are most likely contestants. We just saw them arrive. Are they sure it is them? I will recognize those people even if they turn to ashes. Zhang Mingde uttered in a low growl with red eyes, although they were wearing masks at the time, but their size, their voice, I remembered that moment vividly. Since it's been confirmed, it's easy to handle. Sima Yu sneered, it happens that there are new rules, it's been switched to a life and death arena, you have to seize the opportunity. Should we tell the Duke? Sima Yu pondered for a while, and said, I'll tell my father about this. You can tell other people about it. If you meet them, don't show mercy, they will be abolished. You should also let them know what a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye is. Humph, taking advantage of their numbers when they bullied Ziping before, let's show them what it means to mess with us. Well, now they are singled out, let's see if they can still be so good. Everyone waited for a while, until the Prince of Great Yu brought his princess consort to the competition venue. The Prince of Great Yu's complexion was very bad, Sima Yu could tell at a glance that he was seriously injured and he had delayed it for too long. While the princess consort of Great Yu looked dignified and virtuous, the faint smile at the corner of her lips made her look amiable in front of everyone. But Sima Yu knew how cruel a heart she had under her hypocritical appearance. The princess consort of Great Yu glanced at Sima Yu, the smile on the corner of her mouth did not change, but her eyes became cold. Sima Yu smiled sweetly at her, very proud. The princess consort gritted her teeth secretly, before returning to her former appearance. She then smiled back at Sima Yu, her smile also full of confidence. No matter how many people she sent to investigate Sima Yu, all the information she attained were all about Murongxi, except for a black dragon, there was nothing special. So she should not have any special power. As for the people who were sent and perished, they should not have been killed by Sima Yu. Given that Yushi and the others were here, it was very likely that they did it. She was protected before, but now she wants to participate in the competition, then no one can protect her. She really didn't expect that she would participate in the competition and give her such a good opportunity. The Prince of Great Yu gave a speech, and the umpire explained some rules. The rules of the competition were actually very simple. Please come up for the draw. The host said loudly. Sima Yu and Fang Yinghan went to the stage to draw lot. Sima Yu drew the red card by herself. Fang Ying, the first 100 contestants, please enter the realm of emptiness. The realm of emptiness. The realm of emptiness was opened this year. Sima Yu was not in the first 100, she was so surprised to see those people, and asked, what is this realm of emptiness? It's a spatial realm that can be expanded and contracted at will. It's a bit similar to a small world. Competitors can duel better in the spatial realm. Moreover, the realm of emptiness is transparent, and the audience can see the situation inside. There is no arena inside, how do you compete? Will the umpire follow along? Sima Yu asked again. Murong Hui shook his head, this has never happened before. So, he doesn't know either. Others also had questions about this. At this time, the host continued, before you enter, you will have a talisman. After the sky is closed, it will not be reopened. This talisman is the key for you to come out. In this competition, life or death is irrelevant, so one party dies, both parties will be automatically moved out of the realm of emptiness. If one party concedes, the competition ends immediately, and both parties can crush the talisman to come out. The players with the number in the top 100 went to the host to receive their talisman, and entered the realm of emptiness one by one, and each selected a space to start the competition. The princess consort was stunned after hearing the host's words, and then said to Prince of Great Yu, why did the prince change the rules without telling me? We still have to discuss such a big matter. Prince of Great Yu coughed twice and said, this is not a big deal, but a talisman was added to it. After all, they are all resources of the dynasty, and the death of one is also a loss for the dynasty. If they die, it can only mean that they are not as skilled as others. Such people will not have much effect on our dynasty. What use do we have for them? You seem to care about this so much, do you want to take this to deal with anyone? Cough. The Prince of Great Yu coughed after saying a few words. What you usually do, I don't care, but things related to the future of the dynasty cannot be left to you. Come. Compared with the gentle and forbearance of the past, the words of Prince of Great Yu were all very heavy, which made the powerful princess consort stunned for a moment. But seeing him so determined and on such occasions, she could only swallow the rest of the words back. So what if there was this rule? Well, just don't give her time to come out at all. After the first 200 people went in, the host asked them to close the realm, and all the people inside began to duel. It's already started? It seems we are a bit late. Seeing the two of them, the royal family of Great Yu all got up to greet them. When the others saw this, they all stood up. Prince of Great Yu pleaded guilty. I don't know that the two esteemed masters will come, and I have not prepared a proper welcome, please no need, we'll settle the things ourselves. Lang Yu waved his hand. Then both of you, please sit down. The Prince of Great Yu took the princess consort away from his position. The most noble thing here was the position of the two of them. No, we can find a place by ourselves. Yushi said, and in a flash, he came to Sima Yu. Yes, Prince, please continue. We are here to cheer for our niece, so there's no need for you to care about us. Lang Yu also came to Sima Yu, each standing on one side, staring at Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingde. When the two of them were stared at, their hair all stood on ends and they quickly moved away. Lang Yu took out his handkerchief and wiped it before sitting down. Only after waiting for them to sit down did the Prince of Great Yu lead everyone to sit down and continue to watch the competition. Sima Yu rolled her eyes and asked, Uncle Yu, do you need to come over in such a high-profile manner? When was your Uncle Yu ever low-key? Lang Yu retorted with arrogance as he titled his chin up, how is it, what number are you? Sima Yu showed him her number. Seeing her number, Lang Yu laughed out loud. 205 you are actually 205. Ha ha ha, why did you draw such a number? Is there a need to laugh so happily? There's no need to be so cruel, right? Lang Yu thought of her poisons and immediately stopped laughing, and looked at her alertly. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, it was that her poisons could not even be studied by him. If he was really poisoned, he would definitely laugh for 2 days and 2 nights before stopping. Humph. Sima Yu gave him a challenging glance of, try it and we'll see, before she continued to watch the competition in the realm of emptiness. Without noticing that the princess consort of Great Yu winked at the person on the sidelines, the person nodded and left quietly. The realm of emptiness was a transparent space, the people on the outside can see the situation inside clearly. Whoever it was who used underworld skills and injured their opponent, whoever was the dominant party in the duel, everyone on the outside could see clearly. The battle had gone on for less than 10 minutes when the first person was killed. Sima Yu looked at the corpse that was being teleported out and sighed for him. An early stage underworld overlord against an early stage underworld saint, brother, your luck was just beyond words. The victorious man crushed the talisman and exited the realm of emptiness. Without looking at the corpse on the ground, he straight to the registry to register. What a cold-blooded and arrogant person. Sima Yu sighed. He's already reached the stage of underworld saint at such a young age, he definitely has an arrogant streak. However, I don't like this kind of person, just as long as he doesn't cross my path he'll be fine. I noticed that his moves were very accurate and fast. If someone of the same strength were to fight against him, I fear that it would be a bitter battle. What about you? If you go up against him, do you have confidence? Even if I can't, my beast will be able to. You can't rely on your beasts too much. I know, that's why I have more things I can rely on. Would you like to try? Forget it. I think this is quite good too. Anyway, when you are fighting with others, it's a good way to win using these things. Thank you for the compliment. What about the face? Sima Yu followed his gaze and saw Mo.Ji and Yuan Yen walking in. Sorry we are late. We encountered something on our way out. It's alright. Sima Yu replied. Lang Yu stared at Mo.Ji. Young Master Mo is here. What about your ancestor? My ancestor's whereabouts are erratic so I don't know either. I heard the rules have changed this time, what's different? Let's sit down and talk. All of young mistress' friends couldn't be offended, it was better if they sat further away. The Prince of Great Yu and the others were shocked and they saw Mo.Ji approaching. They were also surprised at the look he gave them when they wanted to go over to greet him. Since when did Murongshi become friends with the Mo clan? The Prince of Great Yu asked his princess consort. I think they became acquainted when the young master of the Mo clan and the young master of the Yuan clan went to Vast City, and their relationship seems to be pretty good too. The princess consort of Great Yu squeezed her finger, secretly resentful that Murongshi was so lucky to have been able to befriend the young master of the Mo clan. She had killed her own younger brother and yet Yuan Yen had brought her along to put pressure on himself, and he actually agreed. This had prevented her from making a move on Murongshi the past 2 years. He must have come to ensure her safety at this time. Humph, as long as they entered the realm of emptiness, they wouldn't be able to protect her. Soon after, another group of players had their results. This time, the result was also 1 dead and 1 alive. It has only just begun and there are already 2 dead. With the new rules in place, those people will definitely want to use their greatest strength to weaken the strength of their opponents. Actually it's quite good this way. It has always been like this in the other kingdoms, it's only our Great Yu kingdom that has just started now. The ghost realm is too cruel. Won't the human realm's competitions determine life and death? I heard that in the human realm, their competitions tend to end by winning points, they are rarely like this. The ghost realm has always been more brutal than the other 2 realms. I understand uncle. She understood what Yushi meant. As the time passed, the 100 teams ended their rounds, and Sima Yu counted 48 casualties. 40 people came out of the realm at the crucial moment by crushing their own talisman and the other 12 people surrendered voluntarily. It seemed that if you didn't admit defeat at the end, you would only end up dead, so everyone had to make a choice in the face of danger. Those dukes were able to accept losing face, it was better than losing a future group with strong physical abilities. After the first 100 teams had finished their round, the host invited teams 101 to 200 to enter. Having had the experience of watching the first batch of teams fight, everyone surrendered early if they knew they couldn't win, therefore, this batch of teams finished fighting much sooner than the previous batch. At this rate, it will be your turn to compete soon. You have to be careful of the princess consort's deception. Yuan Yen said. Why are you saying such things in this kind of situation, are you not afraid that she would overhear you? Sima Yu said. When I saw Mo.Ji, I finally understood why I'm such an aggrieved young master. Since this is the case, I no longer have to flatter her. Yuan Yen said. If he hadn't brought Mo.Ji to intercede for Sima Yu back then, the princess consort wouldn't have had put pressure on the Yuan clan. Even though he had become the young master now, he was restricted everywhere. After we enter the realm of emptiness, we won't be able to get to your side immediately. Are you ready? Mo.Ji asked. Sima Yu nodded. Don't worry, I will work hard for our promise. Promise? What promise? Sheer, what did you promise this guy? When Lang Yu heard their conversation, he came over and asked, I'm telling you, the Mo clan under the leadership of Mo.Yu will be terrible, you had better not promise to sell yourself. I will tell Ancestor what you said. Mo.Ji glared at Lang Yu and said quietly. Lang Yu was taken aback by Mo.Ji's glare. Although he was still young, when he was older, he would surely be just like Mo.Ji. Uncle Yu, don't worry, even if I sold you I still wouldn't sell myself. Sima Yu smiled, they're calling out the numbers over there, I'll go over first. Having spoken, she walked over to the assembly point for the third group of competitors. Ends. The third group of competitors have almost all gathered and they showed their numbers to the The umpire. The umpire put the people with the same numbers in the same group while the others were told to wait at the side. 250, Murongshi of Vast City. Sima Yu placed her number on the table for the umpire to see. A slender hand placed a piece of paper next to her number with the number 250 written on it. Sima Yu turned her head and glanced at him. He returned her glance with an icy look. Enjoy the remaining time you have left. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Declaring war? She was not afraid. I should return this sentence to you. Having said that, she turned and left. Bold words. The man stared at her as if he was staring at an ice-cold corpse. Sima Yu turned back and glanced at him with the corners of her mouth raised, then she returned to the waiting area. Not long later, the second group of competitors had finished their game. The result was better than the last round, however, there were still 38 people who had died. 201 to 300 to enter. The host shouted. Sima Yu stood up and went to the host to receive her talisman, then she entered the realm of emptiness with the others. When she was outside, she had become quite curious about the realm of emptiness as she didn't know what it was like on the inside. Upon entering, she discovered that it was just an ordinary space, but the area was relatively large. She found a slightly more remote space and her opponent flew over, indicating that he was already above the strength of the underworld. The man hadn't even called out his underworld beast and only drew out his long sword. He looked down at her condescendingly. Having me deal with you is an advantage to me. Aren't you number 250? Sima Yu said affirmatively. What does it matter if I am or I'm not? All you need to know is that I am your opponent now. The man said. Really? So I don't need to ask you your name then? Sima Yu called out Onyx and she climbed onto its back then flew out up into midair to confront the man. Because you are about to be a dead man soon, your name doesn't need to be remembered. When the man saw that she had called out Onyx, he called out his own underworld beast too. It was an underworld wolf and it was already a divine rank level beast, more powerful than the underworld wolves in Moon Creek Valley. He took out a divine rank beast so casually, it seemed that his Duke manner was more powerful than Vast Region. However, in front of Onyx, even divine rank beasts had to contain their breath. Onyx, we aren't playing, we will fight quickly. Sima Yu said. It was still early, and it wasn't a good idea to expose too much of her strength. Onyx understood what she meant and said with a grin, I love simple and brutal attacks. Eat my tail. He flicked his tail over and slapped the underworld wolf's body which caused it to fall from the midair and turn into a pool of flesh and blood. Ah lang. The man yelled and condensed his spiritual energy to attack Onyx. Che. Onyx snorted contemptuously and spread its wings lightly flapping his spiritual energy away. Then, it flew quickly to the opposite side and grabbed the man with its claws. It ignored the sword that slashed on its claws. Honestly, these insignificant people want to come and kill my contract master. Take a better look next time and don't be used by other people. Having spoken, it ripped the man in half with its claws. When its claws loosened its grip, the man's body fell to the ground. After that, Sima Yu and Onyx also went out. The time that passed from when she went in to when she came out was less than 5 minutes. She was the first person who had come out so quickly. Sheer. Good job. Lang Yu called out first and cheered for her. Next, the people from Vast Region also cheered. Sima Yu waved at them then went to the umpire to register. When the umpire saw her, he was horrified and was unable to recover from his shock. Please can you register for me? Sima Yu said. Finally, the umpire recovered from his shock and wrote a sentence on the register, then he announced, number 250, Murongshi wins. When Sima Yu saw that he had completed the registration, she turned and went back to the resting area where the Vast Region people were at. Young miss, you are amazing. Young miss, you are my idol. The people from Vast Region had surrounded her when she arrived at the resting area. She had encouraged the people from Vast Region greatly by winning so quickly. When Muronghui walked over, the people who were surrounding Sima Yu made way for him. Not bad. Muronghui was also very happy. Sheer. Sima Yu turned her head and saw Gongzi Yuan whom she hadn't seen in a long time. She walked over to Gongzi Yuan and said to him smiling, Gongzi Yuan, it's been a long time. Yes, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. You really fill me with admiration for you. Gongzi Yuan was shocked by Sima Yu's performance today. I really didn't expect it. It's only been just over a year and you have become so powerful. It's Onyx who is more powerful. Sima Yu smiled. What is your number? I went in the last 2 rounds. Gongzi Yuan said, I came yesterday. When today's competition is over, I will come and look for you and we can catch up. Alright. Sima Yu said. Sheer, I have something to tell you tonight. When Muronghui overheard their conversation, he came over. Sima Yu was a little surprised as she had never heard him mention this before. Why did he come over at this time to say this to her? However, she nodded her head anyway and looked at Gongzi Yuan apologetically and said, I'm sorry. It's alright, we can catch up later on. Gongzi Yuan said. Alright. Ruabai. Gongzi Yuan looked over at Xiao Ruabai who was sitting next to Yu Qi, and he stopped talking. I will tell you about this later. She felt bitter in her heart when it came to Xiao Ruabai. Back in Eternal Brilliant City, Xiao Ruabai and she had shared many life and death situations. When Gongzi Yuan saw her reaction, he knew that something must have happened, so he nodded. At this time, someone had called out to him, so he said to Sima Yu, then let's meet up later. She went back to the rest area and watched the games with everyone else. The other spectators in the rest area were discussing her game. Isn't Murongshi a good for nothing? How did she win so quickly? The eldest Prince Yulu said. Eldest imperial brother, she herself has no strength, but she does have a black dragon. Little uncle was killed by that black dragon. Yuchi said, however, I didn't expect it to become so powerful in less than 2 years. Little uncle was killed by that black dragon? Yulu had never cared much about this matter before. Eating, drinking and having fun were the most important things in his eyes. I don't think that Murongshi is that amazing anyway, it is her black dragon who is amazing. Yufei didn't think much of her. That's not necessarily the case. If she isn't capable, then why would the black dragon be willing to be her contract beast? Yuchi had always felt that Murongshi was not a simple person. Previous chapter. Yulu still didn't pay any attention to Sima Yuyu's strength. When he looked at her, all he thought of was how he could hold her under him. Yufei and Yuchi both felt that Sima Yuyu was not a simple person, though they had different ideas. The first round of competitions lasted all day. Sima Yuyu and the others returned to the inn while Yu Hui and Lang Yu were called away midway by some news, so Murong Hui led the others back. Rest well. Those who have been promoted in the competition need to recover from their injuries over the next 2 days. Don't go out. Yes, Duke. The contestants dispersed and Sima Yuyu also prepared to go back to her house. Murong Hui called out to her, Sheer, stay behind, and the others left and Sima Yuyu stayed behind. She thought that when Murong Hui had said earlier that there was something going on at night that it was just an excuse. Could something really be going on? Sheer, I have something to tell you. Come with me. Murong Hui led her back to her room. When Sima Yuyu saw that she was being so cautious, she wondered if he was going to tell her a secret. Sheer, I would like you to do something. Father has never asked you for anything before, so please help me this time. It was the first time she had seen him like this. She said, what is it? If I can do it, I will. I would like you to heal someone. Is it the prince? Yes. Murong Hui never thought that he would have been able to hide it from her. All right. Sima Yuyu replied, when shall we go? Now. Now? Do we not have to keep a low profile? Come with me. Sima Yuyu was speechless. Wasn't this an inn? Murong Hui jumped into the tunnel and signaled for Sima Yuyu to join him. After they had entered the tunnel, he explained, this inn is the prince's secret power. Sima Yuyu's mouth opened slightly when she heard the news. I have always been loyal to the prince. That means this tunnel leads directly to the prince's manor. No, this tunnel leads directly to a side courtyard in the prince's manor, where the two of them walked for a while until they saw some stairs and they crack. The floorboard above his head opened and Sima Yuyu saw a dim light. Duke Murong, you're here. The prince has been waiting for a long time. I see. When the person who had been waiting saw Sima Yuyu, he was a little surprised. This is the prince's personal guard. His name is Gao Yi, escort Gao. Sima Yuyu saluted to Gao Yi. Please come with me. Is Prince Yu in the hot spring? Yes, it is a good day to soak in the hot spring today. Greetings Prince. Sima Yuyu also followed suit. The Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen hadn't expected the person Murong Hui said he would be bringing was a girl. Yu Yen sank even deeper into the water. The Prince of Great Yu recovered from his embarrassment quickly and said, Murong, didn't you say that you were bringing a doctor? Why have you brought your daughter? Prince, Sheer is the doctor that I was telling you about. She is? The Prince of Great Yu looked at Sima Yuyu with uncertainty but didn't say anything that went against his status. Yes, my daughter has learned some medical skills before and has had some small achievements. She has also done some research on tricky illnesses. Ahem. In that case, bring her to the side hall and we will be there momentarily. Yes my prince. Sima Yuyu had wanted to tell him that even if he put on his clothes now, he would have to take them off again later. She followed Murong Hui to the side hall and soon after, the Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen joined them. Sima Yuyu looked at Yu Yen and thought to herself that the Prince of Great Yu really doted on him a lot to have allowed him to come here and join him in the hot springs. Was this sick man really an indisputable prince? Murong, do you know how many doctors I have seen about this injury and none of them have been able to heal me? Prince, you can let my daughter take a look, she might be able to help. Prince, I have to take your pulse first and assess your condition. The Prince of Great Yu hesitated for a couple of seconds before he stretched out his hand. Sima Yuyu stepped forward and sat next to him. She put her fingertips on his wrist and assessed his pulse. The Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen looked at her. She was very calm and very different to what the legends had described. However, judging from the expressions of the two men, they didn't hold out much hope for her. Only Murong Hui believed that she could do it. After a while, Sima Yuyu retracted her hand and said flatly, the other hand. 1. The previous chapter. Sheer, what's wrong? Murong Hui saw her expression and knew that there was a problem. Prince, when you were injured previously, did you use forbidden drugs? Sima Yuyu asked. The Prince of Great Yu was secretly shocked that she was able to tell that he had taken forbidden drugs just by examining his pulse. By the look on Prince's face, I take it that's a yes. Sima Yuyu said. Sheer, the prince's life was hanging in the balance back then and he had to use forbidden drugs to save his life. Murong Hui said. Then why didn't he stop using the forbidden drugs after his life was no longer in danger? Sima Yuyu asked, if you had stopped using the medicine early on then you wouldn't be in this state now. The doctor said that once he starts taking the medicine he can't stop. Yu Yen said, Imperial Father even decreased the dosage slowly towards the end and finally he stopped taking it. Sima Yuyu was slightly startled and said, oh. Everyone was confused by her reaction. What did, oh, mean? Sheer. You can stop taking forbidden drugs, but you just don't know the correct way to do it, that's all. Sima Yuyu said, although it's no longer useful talking about this now anyway. Sheer, is he not getting better because of the use of forbidden drugs? Murong Hui asked. That is one of the reasons. Sima Yuyu said, although the prince has stopped using the forbidden drugs, there are still residual drugs that have remained in his body. This residual drug must be discharged from his body before we can proceed further. Can it be discharged? The Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen were surprised. Those doctors said that the drugs would stay in my body forever. That's what the other doctors say. Sima Yu said, only useless people would use forbidden drugs to save someone's life. Upon hearing her words, the three of them twitched their mouths. Her words were filled with hostility. So you have a way? Yu Yan asked. There is a way, but the process is a bit troublesome, and it is also a bit painful. Sima Yu said, as long as there is a way, that's all that matters. Murong Hui knew that if she could say this, that meant that there was no problem. Don't get too excited yet, I still need some things. If I am not prepared, then it will be useless. What do you need? Sima Yu took out a brush and paper and wrote down a list quickly. After the Prince of Great Yu read the list of items she had written down, his expression was not as relaxed as it was before. If you can gather these things, then your forbidden drug problem can be solved. Sima Yu said, if you are unable to find them, then we can only control your condition and we cannot eradicate it. Can it be controlled? The Prince of Great Yu asked. Even if it can be controlled, it will only prolong your life for a few more years. Sima Yu said, therefore, it is best to eradicate the problem. Well, I will send someone to look for the items. The Prince of Great Yu called a hidden guard over. He gave him the list and gave him instructions, this must be done in secret. Yes, Prince. The hidden guard was also in the house, so naturally, he knew what the list meant. Let me take a look. Yu Yan said. The hidden guard handed the list over to Yu Yan. After Yu Yan had finished reading the list and gave it back to the guard, he left. Yu Yan saw Sima Yu looking at him inquisitively, so he smiled and said, I didn't expect young Miss Murong to be so capable. I wonder if I may ask you to check my health. You are not sick, you don't need me to take a look at you. Sima Yu said, I need to give Prince acupuncture treatment. Murong Hui was surprised at her words, as were the Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yan. Second Prince, he. Murong Hui looked at Sima Yu then back at Yu Yan. He thought that she was being too vague. Ahem, you didn't even check my pulse, how do you know I'm fine? Sima Yu walked over and grabbed his wrist, then said, on the surface, your qi and blood are insufficient, your pulse is weak and your body is deficient, however, your body is very healthy. However, taking too much medicated stone powder is not good for your body. Yu Yan was really shocked this time. He looked at Sima Yu as if she was a freak. How did you know? I am a doctor. Sima Yu said, when I saw you in the morning I had already thought you looked a little strange. I just didn't expect you to use medicated stone powder. That's amazing. Other than Yenner and myself, no one else knows about him using medicated stone powder. I didn't expect you to be able to tell without even checking his pulse. The Prince of Great Yu was surprised but also happy. Since she was so capable, then he might have hope of recovering after all. Prince, before we find those items, I would like to give you acupuncture treatment to suppress your injury. Sima Yu said, the method of soaking in the hot springs every few days has little effect and is very undesirable. However, the effect of acupuncture there is very good. Acupuncture? How? The Prince of Great Yu asked. You'll know when you get there. The four of them went over to the hot springs once again and sent away all the maids and guards. Prince, remove your clothes and get into the water. The Prince of Great Yu felt a little uncomfortable, but he took his clothes off anyway and sat on the stone stool. Sima Yu looked at Yu Yan and Murong Hui. In the end, she chose Murong Hui and said, Imperial Father, come down and help me. What do you want me to do? Murong Hui asked. Help me hold the silver needles. Sima Yu said. Why don't I go down instead? Yu Yan said. Sima Yu looked at him and guessed that he might be feeling worried and wanted to be closer so he could observe and prevent her from doing anything to the Prince of Great Yu, so she nodded and agreed. In that case, let the second prince come down. Yu Yan came to the side of the water and followed her down, then stood beside her. The water in the hot spring was not shallow, and the water had swept Sima Yu's skirt up to her waist. She took out her box of silver needles and handed it to Yu Yan. She took a long, silver needle and pierced it into the Prince of Great Yu's body. When Yu Yan saw such a long needle, he was a little worried about whether it would hurt his imperial father when it pierced into his body. However, when he saw that his imperial father didn't react at all, he knew that he had been worried over nothing. Sima Yu's acupuncture treatment took a while and Yu Yan started to feel stiff in his hand. However, when he saw sweat coming out from her forehead and she hadn't said a word of complaint, he felt a sudden urge to wipe the sweat off for her. He had never seen a woman who was so serious when she did something, what good disposition she had. After a while, Sima Yu pierced the final needle into the prince's body, then she wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, I'm done, it will be much quicker when I remove the needles later. Thank you for your hard work. Yu Yan said. Sima Yu nodded at him, then asked the prince, Prince, how do you feel? The cold feeling in my body has lessened a lot. What method is this? It is amazing. But why do I feel like I'm getting hotter? This is normal. You've always felt cold before. The needles will open up the vital channels in your body and control the cold pressure in your body. The effect will be much better in comparison to you sitting in the hot spring all the time. Sima Yu said. I see, I never knew acupuncture could have such effects. The Prince of Great Yu sighed. It's not that easy. Sima Yu said, there is a certain way to choose the acupuncture points, the speed and placement of the needles is also very important. Any slight change and the effect might have a myriad of changes. It's so complicated. Yu Yan said, no wonder your medical skills are so much better than others. I'm sure the people that the prince has found are very capable people. I just happen to know these things. Sima Yu said, but the rumors are that you are a good for nothing and you are someone who can't even cultivate. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Yu Yan pointed out, you've said it, it's just a rumor. For someone who has been weak since he was a child, aren't you also healthy and well? Therefore, rumors aren't to be believed lightly, aren't they? Hee, I only did that to protect myself. Yu Yen said helplessly, if I don't need to use it I wouldn't do so, I don't want to treat my body this way either. Sima Yu gave him a sympathetic look. How cruel it was to have been oppressed for so many years. After a while, Sima Yu started taking the needles out. The process was much quicker than her placing the needles. After a few swipes, all the needles were collected. All done. She put all the silver needles back into the box, then put the box away and climbed out of the hot spring. Imperial Father, how are you feeling? Yu Yen asked. Very good, I've not felt this good in years. Feeling well and much more comfortable, the Prince of Great Yu got out of the hot spring and put on his clothes. Sima Yu had already dried her clothes at this point in time. Murong, had I known your daughter was so capable I would have asked you to bring her sooner. The Prince of Great Yu looked at him gratefully, I would have been able to suffer less too. This girl hides her abilities well, I didn't even know she knew all this. Also, when Prince was scouring the city for eminent physicians before, I thought that they must be better than her. If the Emperor's physician wasn't able to help you the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have even thought of her. Murong Hui said. Regardless, I still want to thank the both of you. The Prince of Great Yu said, Murong Shi, is there anything you want? Sima Yu thought for a while, then replied, what I want I am sure that Prince will be reluctant to give it to me, so forget it. Oh? What is it that you want? Do tell me what it is that I have but will be reluctant to give you? I want the realm of emptiness, are you willing to give it to me, Prince? Sima Yu tilted her head and looked at him. When the Prince of Great Yu heard this, he said, you're making things difficult for me. See, I knew that Prince can't bear to give it to me. Sima Yu said. It's not that I can't bear to give it to you, but the realm doesn't belong to me. The Prince of Great Yu said, the realm of emptiness is not a burial object but a spatial fold. Can you choose something else? I haven't thought of anything else that I want at the moment. Sima Yu wasn't disappointed, if Prince wants to reward me then wait till I have completely healed your injury before you reward me. Alright, then use this time to think about what you want. Otherwise, you will have to go to the warehouse and find something for yourself. The Prince of Great Yu laughed. Prince, your injury needs acupuncture treatment every 5 days. Our competition just happens to be around every 5 days, so I will come here after the competition ends to give you the acupuncture treatment. Sima Yu said. Alright, it just so happens that I come to the hot springs every 5 days too. We shall meet here. The Prince of Great Yu said. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave first, Prince. Murong Hui said, if we are away for too long, I'm afraid that it will attract people's attention. I have something to tell you, let Shi'er go back first. The Prince of Great Yu said. Father, I will go back first. Sima Yu said. There are many forks in the tunnel, do you remember the way back? Murong Hui asked with a little worry. I can roughly remember. On the way here, Sima Yu noticed that there were many forks in the tunnel which probably led to other places. Imperial Father, why don't I send her back? Then Duke Murong can be rest assured. Yu Yen said. That's a good idea. Murong Hui said, thank you for your trouble, second prince. Having seen that it had been decided, Sima Yu left with Yu Yen. Yu Yen took her back to the entrance to the tunnel where they had come from. After they had left the hot springs, he appeared sickly again. It seemed that he had to deceive everyone. Second prince. The guard opened the entrance and Yu Yen went down first. Sima Yu followed him down while Yu Yen waited. After she had come down, they began walking towards the inn and the two of them chatted along the way. Murongshi, are you really Murongshi? Yu Yen asked suddenly. What does second prince mean? Sima Yu asked. This silver needle technique has never been seen in the ghost realm before. Yu Yen said. The world is so big, it is impossible for us to know everything. Really? But I happen to know something. I heard that the Dark Princess daughter in the human realm is superb with the silver needle technique. It should be the same as yours, shouldn't it? Yu Yen said quietly. Really? I didn't know that. Sima Yu refused to admit it. Yu Yen stared at her for a while, but didn't continue to question her. Instead, he nodded faintly and said, I thought you knew something. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't know anything. Sima Yu still refused to admit it. If you ever meet her in the future, you will be able to talk about this. That's a good idea, thank you for your suggestion. You're welcome. Second prince, based on the medical ethics of a doctor, I have to remind you not to continue taking the medicated stone powder anymore. Otherwise, you'd end up really crippled. Sima Yu said, thank you for your reminder, I understand. If I really do become crippled, I will ask you to heal me. Yu Yen smiled. My fees are very expensive for someone who is seeking death. Sima Yu said, I am not seeking death, you should know that. I don't know that. In my eyes, this action is seeking death. Sima Yu said, then I can only start preparing for the expensive medical fees. Alright. Then I will reserve a place for you. Sima Yu said, huh. Yu Yen smiled heartily, you have to be careful of my brothers. I think they are more harmless than you. Sima Yu said, I have arrived. Thank you second prince for escorting me back. Goodbye. Having spoken, she went up the stairs and opened the door and went out. Yu Yen watched her disappear from the exit but didn't leave in a hurry. He whispered a name softly. 1. Sima Yu. Previous chapter. There were 5 days between each round of the region competition to give the competitors who have been promoted to the next round an opportunity to heal and recover from their injuries. Other than going to the Duke's Manor one night, Sima Yu hadn't been out the rest of the time. Hence, it made it impossible for those who wanted to cause trouble with her to do anything. In the second round of competition, there were 1,125 people. As there was an odd number of competitors, there would be an odd one out who would be able to advance directly. When the host asked everyone to draw lots, Sima Yu and Fang Yinghan went over with everyone else. There are so many lots, but only one of them will have the number 0 written on it. If you draw the number 0, you won't have to compete and you will advance directly. The host said. Young miss, do you think we will draw the number 0? I think that the chances of young miss drawing it is bigger. You don't have the luck, so you don't have to think about it. Che, I might draw it. Zhang Mingde lifted her chin. No one knows for sure. I just don't think you will have the luck nor the character quality. I can dream about it. Besides, even if our luck isn't good, young miss luck has always been very good. Anyone has the chance. They arrived at the place where the lots were being drawn and she reached into the opaque box to draw a number. Young miss, what number did you draw? Sima Yu smiled and shook her head. She showed them her number, which was exactly 600. This number sounded much better than her last number, which was 205. Zhang Mingde was a bit disappointed. Maybe you got it. I'm not that lucky. It's alright, we will rely on our strength to advance. Yeah. Zhang Mingde nodded. Fang Yinghan had also been curious about Sima Yu's number and had, what's wrong with you? What number did you get? I don't know. Fang Yinghan said, am I dreaming? Damn, you actually drew the number 0. Your character quality is explosive. When Sima Yu heard that Fang Yinghan had drawn the number 0, she smiled. Not bad, we can be sure that at least one person in our province will advance to the next level. I don't know what kind of luck I've got either. Not bad, not bad. You can go and prepare for battle with everyone else. Well, I will work hard to advance too. Will the competitor who has drawn the number 0 please come over to report to the umpire? Fang Yinghan didn't go over at once. Instead, he handed the piece of paper over to Sima Yu and said, young miss, it's better if you go. Sima Yu hadn't expected him to do that. She returned the piece of paper to him and said, I don't need this, I have onyx. Advancing is not a problem. Since you drew the number, then it is yours. Hurry and go over, the umpire will be getting anxious. That's right, young Miss Onyx is more powerful than you and will surely advance easily. This guy, where is the Brotherhood? Come on, let's go back. When they returned to the rest area, the people from Vast City were excited to learn that Fang Yinghan had drawn the number 0. Good. Good. We will. Those few who had been promoted were confident. The umpire registered Fang Yinghan and nodded to the host. Host. The host then opened up the realm of emptiness and shouted, the first 100 into the realm of emptiness. Just like before, the first 100 competitors will enter the realm of emptiness once they have finished registration and gotten their talisman. Sima Yu was in the last batch, so she watched the competition with Fang Yinghan and the others in the rest area. Mingde has gone in. Was it him that severed Ping's vital passages? Well, quite a few people had severely injured us at that point, and then this arrangement is quite good indeed. Yes. Fang Yinghan thought so too. As his good friend, naturally he could see through Zhang Mingda's happy face. He never expected that this arrangement would happen, God's will. In the realm of emptiness, when Zhang Mingde saw his opponent, he was unable to suppress the anger in him. I didn't expect to meet you in the second round. God is looking out for me. If I can cripple your friend, I can cripple you. That depends on who will be crippling who today. His opponent had also condensed his spiritual energy and conjured up 7 spears which collided with the 7 black swords and made a sonorous sound, then they folded in half. As soon as Sima Yu saw the first round, she felt relief in her heart as she knew that Zhang Mingde would win this round. Though their cultivation levels were equal, however, Zhang Mingde had the slight upper hand which his opponent had underestimated. Even if they were both battling by using spiritual energy, Zhang Mingde would still be able to defeat the other party till death. Sure enough, the other party had been fighting with his spiritual energy, and when they had both almost consumed their spiritual energy, it was time to use pills to continue fighting. Both parties took out their pills and ate them, however, it was obvious that the effects of their pills were different. He changed his tactics and was not restrained like he was before. Puff. His opponent spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was filled with multiple injuries as he fell to the ground heavily. Puff, 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 puff. The man's wrists and ankles had been slit and blood sprayed out and soaked the surrounding ground. I'm returning this all to you. Zhang Mingde stood beside him holding his sword. The tip of the sword was only a millimeter away from him. You've lost. I will not admit defeat. Or die. I admit defeat. You don't even have the courage to die. People like you will only be weak forever. As for that man, because his vital channels had been severed, he couldn't crush his talisman even if he used his mind. He could only lie on the ground and wait for everyone to finish the game before they opened up the realm of emptiness and took him out. By the time he was being carried out of the realm of emptiness, he only had one last breath left. Good job. Murong Hui praised. It's all thanks to young Mississippi. Zhang Mingde glanced at Sima Yu gratefully. If it wasn't for young Miss Pill for replenishing spiritual energy, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. You didn't give either and that's how you were able to counterattack. Thank you young Mississippi. Young Miss Pills are amazing. The first round of the competition was over very quickly. In the beginning, the difference between elimination through strength was too great. In the later competitions, the strengths are more similar. I believe that our results this year will be much better than before. It wasn't that he had confidence in these people, but rather, he had confidence in Sima Yu's medicinal pills. He didn't know how she had managed to refine these medicinal pills. It was made from the same medicinal ingredients and used the same steps, so how was she able to refine different medicinal pills? In the following games, it was just as they had predicted. When the strengths of the opponents were similar, the people from Vast Region won. Before Sima Yu's turn, Vast Region had already advanced 5 times. This was much better than they had expected. The final 107 competitors entered, and Sima Yu found that her lucky opponent was the one who had hurt Gui Ziping and the others. Initially, she had thought of asking if her opponent was willing to admit defeat, however, now that she knew that her opponent was her enemy, she would skip this step. She called out Onyx and stood on its back, then flew into midair. N/O/Vels. Her opponent also called out his contract beast and flew into midair. Don't think that you're the only one with a flying contract beast. You're talking too much nonsense. Onyx didn't think much of its opponent at all and flung out its tail. However, it missed. Its opponent had managed to avoid his tail. The opponent saw the look of surprise on Sima Yu's face and said triumphantly, "My flying beast is known for its speed. How can your black dragon beat its speed? Don't be too cocky." It missed again. Onyx was a little dumbfounded. "I am going to tear you apart. Onyx, how many times do I have to tell you not to be so impatient? If you miss the first time, try a second time. If you miss it again, try a third time. Go, it will work this time." After Onyx was stopped by her, his anger diminished quite a bit. Therefore, it flung its tail out once again towards the beast and person in midair. The people on the outside had been observing Sima Yu from the moment she had entered the competition grounds because her contract beast was just too eye-catching. When they saw Onyx launch an attack for the third time, they all thought that it would be useless. However, they didn't expect this. Their opponent seemed to be frozen as they watched the tail come towards them. Boom! The person and his beast were slammed to the ground and they spat out mouthfuls of blood at once. "I'll let you hide. Don't you have great speed? Come on, fly again." Sima Yu touched her forehead. This guy just did something shameless again. "Alright, let's go out." The audience were surprised at first as they hadn't expected Onyx to beat their opponent to death. After 2 rounds, she hadn't even lifted a finger. "Did you see the end?" "I saw it." Yushi was also surprised. "I didn't expect her to have such good spatial skill." "Amazing." Lang Yu touched his chin. "In that case, she is also an array master. I wonder how much more about her we don't know." Not far away, Yuan Yen asked Emoji, "Is that a spatial lock? I don't know which level she has reached but I know she is above me." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comment. Yuan Yen knew of Emoji's accomplishments in arrays, and although he had heard that she was very powerful, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes and heard Emoji's words. However, not everyone understood as clearly as they did. In the eyes of those people, Sima Yu hadn't done anything and passed the 2 rounds easily. How did she do it? It missed the first 2 times, so how did it hit them the 3rd time? The eldest Prince Yulu turned his head and asked Yuchi, 7th Imperial Brother, "Do you know why?" Spatial lock. She used spatial lock and sealed her opponent and his contract beast in a small space, making them unable to move. In this way, the contract beast's speed cannot be brought into play. Yuchi explained to his brother, "It is truly surprising. I didn't expect her to be so accomplished in spatial skills. This Murongshi is indeed full of surprises." The little prince, Yu Fei, looked at Sima Yu with interest. "At first I thought that she was just lucky to have a black dragon for a contract beast. I never expected her to also be so capable. That means that the rumors that say she is a good-for-nothing are false." When Yu Yen heard this, the corners of his mouth raised and he remembered something she had said. "Rumors aren't to be believed lightly, aren't they? What are you thinking about, 2nd Imperial Brother?" "I was only thinking, if she was really so powerful, then how strong is her strength?" 7th Imperial Brother has made a good point. A person who can make a black dragon submit is definitely not good for nothing. Yu Fei said, "I didn't expect her to be able to ignore the rumors for so many years." Yuchi didn't answer. He was watching Sima Yu joking with the others and he said secretly, "This Murongshi actually kept her strength hidden so well. Was it really her who killed Double Fiend Black Shadow and Dream Realm Ancestor?" He turned his head and looked at Xiao Ruobai, who also had a look of shock on her face. She obviously hadn't expected Sima Yu to be so powerful. However, did she really not know? "Ruobai, did you not know that she hid her strength either?" Ruobai shook her head. Yuchi grabbed a strand of her hair and played with it. "I really hope that you didn't know about it. If you let me down, I really don't know what I will do." Xiao Ruobai pulled her hair away and said weakly, "I've already told you to let me leave. You are my future princess consort. Where do you want to go? Are you threatening me? Threatening you? I am merely concerned about your safety." Xiao Ruobai said with a hint of sarcasm, "7th Prince, I don't have what you want. Even if you force me to stay, the result will still be the same. If you had saved my grandfather back then, you might have already gotten what you wanted." "What did you say?" Yuchi asked innocently. Xiao Ruobai didn't pay any attention to him and turned back to the arena. When Sima Yu looked over, she just so happened to catch a glimpse of killing intent in her eyes. The competition ended very soon after. Including Fang Yinghan, who had been promoted directly, there were 608 people who would advance to the next round of the competition. It was still early when Sima Yu went back, and it wasn't until nightfall when she and Murong Hui went to the prince's courtyard. The Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen were already playing chess while waiting for them in the courtyard. "You're here. Wait for us to finish this game." Sima Yu looked at Yu Yen, who was studying the game intently, and wondered how the obvious love and doting for him could be concealed from others' eyes. "In the eyes of others, I am just a sick child who doesn't have a long lifespan. Even if father dotes on me more, others won't care." "Huh?" Sima Yu was stunned. How did he know what she had been thinking about? "Your thoughts are very obvious. Besides, if I told you I can read minds, would you believe me?" "I don't believe you." "You. If you can read minds, then you won't lose this round." Yu Yen raised his eyebrows. How was she so sure that he would lose? Sima Yu smiled and motioned for him to continue. Indeed, after a while, he lost. "How did you know?" Yu Yen asked. "I guessed." "Prince, let's get ready to start." "All right." The Prince of Great Yu stood up. "Are we still going to the hot springs?" "Yes." Sima Yu replied. They went over to the hot springs together. However, this time, she didn't ask Yu Yen to hold the silver needles because they had prepared a stone table in advance where she could place the box of silver needles on. After she had finished the acupuncture treatment, the Prince of Great Yu felt much better. "After your last acupuncture treatment, my body felt so much better. After your acupuncture treatment this time, my body feels even better. Will acupuncture treatment really not cure my injury? This is only temporary. Sima Yu said, right now I am just forcing the cold and the forbidden drugs in your body into a corner of your body. I won't be able to suppress it the more it accumulates, and the rebound effect will be even more powerful. If I don't have the items I need by then, I won't be able to do anything more. Why are those items so hard to find? 1 or 2 of the items are more difficult to get hold of. However, we have already obtained their whereabouts and have sent men to find them. We will have news in a couple of days. Then we will wait 2 more days. Sima Yu said, the prince's condition cannot be dragged on any longer, the sooner we can find them the better. If we drag on any further, even if we can cure his injury, it may affect his cultivation level. We understand. Once we have obtained the items, we will send someone to find you. Alright. In the end, it was Yu Yan who escorted her back again. The princess consort said today that she will be holding a small banquet and she is inviting the duke and his children. I think she is coming after you. She is going through great lengths. Sima Yu pursed her lips, she didn't think that the princess consort would be able to kill her this way. You killed her dream realm ancestor and double fiend Black Shadow consecutively. And you don't leave the inn at all either. Naturally, she will try to find a way to lure you in. Double fiend Black Shadow? Who is that? Sima Yu asked. Double fiend Black Shadow are 2 of her most powerful assassins. What, did you not kill them? No, I only encountered dream realm ancestor, I never met any double fiend Black Shadow. Could it be the duke or someone else? Yu Yan asked. Impossible, if they were killed by my father or my uncle Moj, they would tell me and advise me to be careful when I go out. But they've not mentioned it. Are you sure they both died after they came to kill me? Sima Yu asked. I'm sure of it. Yu Yan was certain of this. When he saw her expression, he asked, why, who do you think it is? Sima Yu had an idea of who it might be, however, she didn't plan on revealing her guess. Instead, she asked more questions about double fiend Black Shadow. The more Yu Yan told her, the more surer she was about who had killed him. Yu Yan said that double fiend Black Shadow was the princess consort's most trusted assassins. They were often sent to kill important people. The fact that they had been sent to kill Sima Yu was already a bit excessive in the eyes of others. Sima Yu figured that if both assassins had come to kill her at the same time, her strength wouldn't have been enough, she would have had to use either Little Purple or Mier. But such powerful assassins had disappeared when they came to kill her. Someone who could make them disappear without a trace would no doubt be someone even more powerful. Such powerful people were killed, no wonder she wants to kill me even more. Sima Yu shrugged. If there really is a banquet, will you go? Yu Yan asked her. No, besides, I don't have to maintain a relationship with her, so it doesn't matter whether I attend the banquet or not. Sima Yu said, besides, you said the 2 items for the prince's treatment will be here soon, it's better not to encounter anything unexpected. That's true. Yu Yan said. I'm here. Thank you, second prince. Sima Yu nodded towards Yu Yan and went up the stairs. She opened the door and went out. Upon returning to her own room, Sima Yu lay on her bed and thought about what Yu Yan had said. Double fiend Black Shadow, is this your doing? She murmured and rested her head on her hands. After she had fallen asleep, a faint figure appeared like a shadow. It took you long enough to realize, should I have shown up sooner? But you still haven't remembered me. Sima Yu's eyelids moved but she didn't wake up. 2 days later, the invitation cards from the palace were sent out to all the dukes and their family members to attend the banquet. Sima Yu only glanced at the invitation card and then continued to examine Gu Ziping. You've recovered quite well. Sima Yu said, after she had finished examining him, your mental health is quite good too. I am really happy that Mingda has crippled that person, it makes me really happy. Your vital channels have recovered very well, you will be able to move after a few more days. I am looking forward to those people's expressions when they see Ziping. I am also looking forward to it. Remember, don't say that I treated you. Young Miss likes to keep a low profile, as long as you know it. Will you be attending the banquet? No, I'm not going. If anyone asks, just say that I have reached a crucial point in my advancement and have gone into retreat. This is quite a good excuse, even the princess consort can't stop people from giving up their advancement. Alright, Ziping, rest well. I am going back first. You all shouldn't go out these few days too, we understand. 2 days later, the 3rd round of competition ended without any suspense. The situation for vast region wasn't good this time. Only Fang Yinghan, Zhang Mingda and Sima Yu had advanced. As for Sima Yu, she didn't make a move this time, her black dragon helped her advance all the way without any barriers. Therefore, those people who had wanted to see Sima Yu fight were disappointed. Murong Shi. Sima Yu's name was being called at the exit. Greetings to the eldest prince, second prince, 7th prince and little prince. Are you attending the banquet tomorrow? Of course I will go. Yu approached Sima Yu and sniffed at her hair, then he said softly, then we will see you tomorrow. Sima Yu stepped back gracefully and bowed, saying, see you tomorrow. As Yu left with satisfaction, Sima Yu was so nauseated she nearly vomited. Young miss, are you really going? Zhang Mingda and the others had clenched their fists earlier. Didn't we make a decision the other day? Everyone's mouths twitched, she had agreed so smoothly. The next day, Murong Hui attended the banquet by himself. The princess consort was speaking to Yu when she saw him walking along and asked, where is Shir? Princess consort, when my daughter returned yesterday, she said that after watching everyone's games during the day, she felt that she was going to advance soon. Hence, she is now in retreat and won't be able to attend the banquet. Is she really in retreat? Yu didn't believe it. Could it be that she doesn't want to attend the banquet that mother has held? Of course not, eldest prince. Shimmer is most interested in events like this and she feels regretful that she is unable to attend. Murong Hui replied quickly. What are you talking about? The Prince of Great Yu appeared with 2 guards and was followed closely by the sickly Yu Yen. We are talking about Murong Hui's daughter Murong Shi. She said that she would attend the banquet before, but now she says that she is going to advance suddenly and has gone into retreat. Yu Lu said unhappily. Advancement is a major event to use as cultivators. If she said she can't come, then she can't come. The Prince of Great Yu didn't seem bothered. The prince is right. The princess consort said. She then said to the maid next to her, now that everyone has arrived, we can start. Yes, princess consort. The maid stepped forward and announced the start of the banquet. A group of beautiful women walked in immediately carrying fine wine. Halfway through the banquet, the princess consort picked up her wine glass and said, Prince, I would like to offer you a toast. My beloved consort, you have worked tirelessly over the region competition this time. Prince, what's the matter? Are you not feeling well? The princess consort asked with concern. The Prince of Great Yu wanted to say that he was fine, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side. Prince, what's the matter? Has your old injury relapsed? Where is the doctor? Get the doctor here to take a look at him. The whole banquet was like a scene of an explosion. The Prince of Great Yu was surrounded by all the princes at once. The doctor is here, let him come through. Dr. Hao, take a look at the prince at once and find out what has happened. Dr. Hao has always been the Prince of Great Yu's dedicated physician and usually followed the prince to various places in order to prevent situations like this from happening today. After he had examined the prince, he said, the cold pressure in the prince's body has returned. We must go to the hot springs at once. The prince is so weak right now, how can we move him? Don't you have any other way? Princess consort, please calm down. The cold pressure in the prince's body is not ordinary and it has always been suppressed by using the hot spring. The side courtyard is so far away, will anything happen along the way? I will use pills to suppress the prince's condition. Alright, today's banquet will end here. All the dukes were concerned about the Prince of Great Yu's condition, but the princess consort and the other princes helped him up and left, leaving. When they arrived at the side courtyard, a few guards came out and stopped everyone. Princess consort, you can't go in. How can you stop me at such a time? Only the second prince may enter, this is the prince's order. That's in normal circumstances. Right now, the prince's life is in danger, how can you still tell me this? Imperial mother, these are Imperial father's death soldiers, even if you kill them, the result will be the same. The princess consort wanted to say that she wanted to go in as well, however, Yu Yen had already taken the prince into the side courtyard. After the guards had let them through, they stood back in a row and stopped the others from entering. Naturally, Dr. Hao also followed them inside. The princess consort clenched her fists unwilling. This was the only place she wasn't allowed to enter, and she always felt that there was something mysterious about the place. Imperial mother, what should we do? What else can we do? Of course we will go back. Send a few people to wait here, as soon as there is news about the prince, they are to report back to the palace at once. The few princes also followed her, leaving the 2 guards standing guard outside the door. In the side courtyard, the Prince of Great Yu opened his eyes. He stood up without the help of Dr. Hao. You may retreat. The Prince of Great Yu instructed. Prince, although you used medicine to make yourself vomit blood, however, the cold pressure in your body is still turbulent, it's better to go into the hot spring first. The Prince of Great Yu responded, then he turned around and entered the inner courtyard. After the Prince of Great Yu and Yu Yen entered the inner courtyard, they saw that Sima Yu was already waiting for them. Ready? Yes, I won't be appearing in front of anyone in the next few days. I have already checked these things. Prince, please take the medicine first. The Prince of Great Yu took the pill. Ate it. The blood flow within his body improved a lot. Sima Yu checked the items they had found once again. Those things were found on the first day of the 3rd round of competition, and after she had discussed it with the prince, they decided that he would feign a relapse in front of everyone and leave. She would then be able to use the next few days to heal him. Yu Yen looked at Sima Yu who was examining the medical items carefully and he thought back to 2 days ago when she methodologically explained the plan to them and said, isn't the prince wanting to use this opportunity to remove the princess consort's power? Only if you pretend to be weak will she take action. At that time, both his imperial father and himself were shocked that she was so well versed in power play. However, she was right. If something had happened to imperial father, the princess consort would most definitely not be able to resist taking action. This would be the perfect opportunity to depose them. She was just a girl, but everything seemed to be under her control. It appeared like she was the manipulator, and as long as she was willing, she could summon clouds and rain in an instant. Sima Yu felt him staring at her, so she raised her head and smiled at him, then she continued to sort the medicines out. Half a day later, she ordered for a wooden barrel to be brought over and she poured cold water into it. She then poured in the essence she had refined and the cold water boiled up instantly. Prince, please remove your clothes and get inside. The Prince of Great Yu looked at the greasy green water that was still bubbling away, it looked really disgusting. The prince frowned in disgust but finally, he removed his clothes and got inside the wooden barrel. Prince, don't be disgusted with it, this is a valuable treasure. Sima looked at his constipated face and said with a smile, how will you force all the forbidden drugs out of my body? It's actually very simple, but the process is a little painful. However, this potion can also replenish your strength, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to persevere. Do you need to use acupuncture treatment? No, it's enough just eating the pill. Sima Yu took out a pill and fed it to the prince. After he had swallowed the pill, he felt as if his body was burning up, and it felt even hotter than the boiling potion. There seemed to be something moving around his body and his vital channels felt like they were being crushed. Yu Yen saw his imperial father's discomfort, and though he was worried, he was unable to do anything. After a while, Sima Yu saw that small bumps had started to surface on a part of the prince's body. There was a smile on his taut face as she picked up a knife on the side and cut through the place where the bumps had appeared, exposing stone-like things inside it. These small bumps were the residual forbidden drugs that had remained in his body. They would absorb the effects of medicines and hence, prevent his injuries from healing. Sima Yu picked up the tweezers and pinched out the little bumps, then she placed them into the small bowl that had been prepared beforehand. She actually filled up the whole bowl. It's more than I thought. She tweezed out the final one and placed it into the bowl, then she put the tweezers aside. She took out a medicinal pill for treating external injuries and gave it to the prince. Is he fine now? Yu Yan asked. I have done everything I can. Once the prince has absorbed the potion in this barrel, he can come out. Sima Yu said, the water has to be completely clear before he can come out. So simple? Yu Yan was a little surprised, he thought that it would be very complicated. I did say that it is quite a simple process. It's just that it will be a bit painful. Sima Yu said, besides, it may appear simple, but the medicinal pill that the prince has taken and the process of making the potion for the barrel of water is not something that anyone can make. The medicinal pill that he had taken was very effective, and that was how the forbidden drugs were forced out of his body. The essence in the water would then nourish his body in the process so that he wouldn't relapse, and it would also repair the internal organs and vital channels that had been affected by the forbidden drugs. Although it looked simple, if a small mistake was made in the process, it would be useless. So he will be fine after he has absorbed the essence? I can only say that he will be fine today. Sima Yu said, he will also have to soak once a day over the next few days. I have to soak every day. The prince felt a little despair, can it not be changed into a pill or something? Your body has been worn down severely, and you have just taken such a strong pill, so you are actually very weak right now. How can you withstand the effects of more pills? Soaking in a bath is the gentlest way. Sima Yu explained, the last 2 days can be changed to pills, but I need to compete and I don't have the time to refine the pills. Therefore, you will still have to soak in the bath. The two of them were speechless, she was the only person who would dare to speak to the prince in this manner. After that, Sima Yu pulled a chair over and sat by the wooden barrel to observe his condition and examine him from time to time. 2 to 3 hours later, the water in the barrel became clear again. Alright, you may come out now, prince. With Sima Yu's permission, the prince got out of the wooden barrel. As he stepped out, his body shook and Yu Yan hurried over to support him. The prince is very weak right now, it is best to take him back to rest. Sima Yu said. Yu Yan picked up his imperial father and brought him to the room in the back and placed him on the bed inside. He then pulled the quilt over and covered his imperial father. Imperial father, how do you feel? Quite alright, just a bit embarrassed in front of a female junior. The prince said embarrassedly. Prince is a patient, I am your doctor, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Sima said as she walked over, I have treated many patients like yourself, there is nothing to see. Her words were very straightforward, which made the Prince of Great Yu blush. Upon seeing his imperial father's embarrassment, Yu Yan changed the subject and asked, when will my imperial father recover? Right now he is weak because his body used too much power earlier, although he has absorbed some essence, but the loss is too great. Sima Yu said, he should be fine after a day's rest. That's good. You will need to prepare the medicines he needs to use later. Sima Yu handed Yu Yan a note, these aren't scarce and should be easy enough to find with your influence. Yu Yan took the note and looked at it, well, these are available at the pharmacy in the side courtyard. Are these needed for tomorrow? No, I need to use them. Sima Yu said, she thought she seemed a bit too straightforward, so she explained, the medicinal ingredients that I asked you to find earlier have taken up too much of my energy to refine, so I need to replenish my power. Alright, I will get someone to prepare them right away. Yu Yan walked over to the door and gave the note to the people outside. For convenience sake, I will stay here over the next 2 days. After you have prepared the ingredients, send them to my room. Sima Yu said, I'm tired after a busy night. I'm going back to rest first. A maid outside brought her to her room that had been prepared for her. The Prince of Great Yu lay on his bed, and after she had left the room, he said, Yenner, what do you think of Morongxi? What do you mean? Yu Yan asked, don't you think that as a duke's daughter, she is ever more powerful than Moronghui? Which duke's children are even half as good as her? The Prince of Great Yu said, I had my doubts about this before too. What are your thoughts on this? The Prince of Great Yu raised his eyes and looked at him. Yu Yan hesitated only for a moment, then he uttered his conjecture. Imperial father, I think that she may not be Morongxi. Not Morongxi? Yes. Yu Yan sat down by the bedside and said, does Imperial father remember about 2 to 3 years ago, Great General D came to find you? Of course I remember. He came specially to ask me to pay more attention to the situation in vast province. The Prince of Great Yu said, we found it odd at that time and wondered why he cared so much about the situation over there. We thought that it was because Morongxi and the Dark Princess bore a very strong resemblance to each other. Even if they did look alike, he didn't need to take it to heart, right? Yu Yan said, but Great General D came here especially. That is really curious. Furthermore, no matter how biased the rumors were, they shouldn't be completely different either. If the change is so great, it can only mean that this person is not the one in the rumor at all. Yu Yan continued to analyze, amnesia won't change a person's character. Who do you think she is? Can't Imperial father guess? Yu Yan said, she resembles the Dark Princess so much, and she can gain the Great General D's attention. She is also so powerful, other than the daughter of the Dark Princess, Sima Yu. Who else can she be? It seems, you have guessed it a long time ago. The Prince of Great Yu said. Anyone who knew about her affairs in the human realm would recognize her when she used her silver needle technique. It really is too obvious. The Prince of Great Uside, I wonder how she became Murongshi. We can ask when we get the opportunity in the future. Right now, we will continue to treat her as Murongshi. After speaking, he got up and left so that his imperial father could rest. When Sima Yu arrived at her room to rest, she sent the maid away and set up a spirit barrier. She took out a medicinal ingredient and called out Blackie. She handed the medicinal ingredient to it and said, "Eat it," and Blackie sniffed it and turned its head from side to side. It was pulled back by Sima Yu who stuffed the medicinal ingredients into its mouth. Blackie screamed at being attacked and tried to spit out the medicinal ingredients. Though, when it met Sima Yu's eyes, it swallowed the medicine aggrievedly. After it had eaten the medicine, it lay at Sima Yu's feet aggrievedly and pretended to play dead with its 4 paws up in the air. Sima Yu glanced at it and said, "It's no use pretending to be dead. If you have to eat it in the future, you will still have to eat it." Woo woo. Blackie opened its eyes and looked at her. Why did it have to eat such unpalatable things? Sima Yu was also stunned. That's right, why did she have to give Blackie medicinal ingredients? From the first time she fed Blackie the medicine, it had always felt like it was normal, as if she had always done so in the past. You have a devil's blood by your side? TSK, it's a pity it was struck by lightning and its strength was sealed, its body is now left with a hidden illness. If you can give it lots of medicinal ingredients to eat, the damage may be repaired. How much? A lot. Sima Yu's body shook as this conversation played back in her mind. This voice is the same voice as the one who made a bet with me. She whispered softly, "Underworld." When Blackie saw her ignoring it and was in a daze, it called out twice and interrupted her thoughts. When Sima Yu came back to her senses, she was a little angry and she took out some medicinal ingredients and stuffed them into its mouth. Woo woo woo. Blackie was crying its heart out. I have some important matters to attend to now. If you interrupt me again I will make you take 10 medicinal ingredients. Sima Yu threatened. Blackie's neck shrunk back as an indication that it would be obedient. Sima Yu went over to the bed where she sat down cross-legged and appeared to be cultivating. However, she wasn't cultivating this time, she had entered her own sea of consciousness and found her memories that had been sealed. When she did, she began to attack the seal around the memories continuously. Huan was hiding in space when she had begun to attack the seal. He was very worried. Little ancestor, that seal was placed there personally by the king, you can't just break through it. You will get hurt. Huan was anxious and wondered if he should come out to stop her. However, when he saw that nothing had happened to her at that point, he held back. Regardless, he still paid close attention to her situation. As time passed, Sima Yu's face became paler and paler, and big beads of sweat fell from her forehead one by one, her eyebrows also knitted together tightly. All of a sudden, her whole body was in upheaval, her strength surged and her pale face suddenly flushed with blood. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood which stained her skirt and the edge of her bed. Young miss. Huan couldn't help himself when he saw her vomiting blood, and he came out of space. Sima Yu raised her head and the corners of her blood-stained lips curved into a smile as she looked at Huan. Huan, it's been a long time. Huan stopped when he was one step away from her. He looked at her in shock and said, have you recalled everything? Hello, I am Huan. Huan? Which Huan? The Huan, which means extreme cruelty. Sima Yu recalled the conversation between the two of them when they met back then to show that she really remembered him. A look of surprise flashed across Huan's eyes, but he calmly reprimanded, young miss, how are you? How can you try to break the king's seal? I didn't try to break the seal forcefully. Sima Yu took out a pill and ate it. I just felt that the seal was not as strong and I thought I would try to break it. I didn't expect to succeed. If the king finds out he will definitely be angry with you. Huan said. Isn't he in the underworld? Sima Yu said, if you don't say anything, how will he know? Humph. So it seems I won this bet. Sima Yu said, it's a pity that he's not here at this moment. No one has ever broken through the king's seal before, you are the first person. Huan admired her very much, and at this time, her uniqueness showed even more. I have never lost a bet before, especially when it comes to my own future. Sima Yu had recovered her sealed memories and was in a good mood. However, she was unable to ignore the burning pain in her body. You're too reckless. Though Huan wanted to criticize her, he swallowed his words when he saw the smile on her face. Well, this isn't the underworld, don't keep a poker face all the time. Sima Yu said with a smile. Let me take a look at your injury. Huan said. Sima Yu stretched out her hand and Huan held her wrist. An icy force flowed through her body as he did so. As soon as she came into contact with Huan's power, her surging blood calmed down and the burning pain in her body disappeared. By the time Huan's power had left her body, her injuries were 70 to 80% recovered. Thank you, Huan. Sima Yu said gratefully. The corners of Huan's lips pulled up into a faint smile. By the way, Huan, have you been by my side all these years? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Did you kill the Dong clan and double fiend Black Shadow? That's right. I did think that they couldn't have just died for no reason. Sima Yu said. Anyone who disrespects young miss deserves to die. Huan said with killing intent. If it weren't for the fact that killing the princess consort would bring Sima Yu a lot of unnecessary trouble, he would have killed the princess consort and the others. Sima Yu could sense that he was sincerely defensive of her, and she smiled. Don't be angry, there are too many of these kinds of people and you will never be able to kill them all. Let's not talk about this anymore. How is Hades? The king is very good, just a bit bored. He has found some things to do in recent years. Huan didn't tell her that the king was very happy to see Wu Lingyu being tortured. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. It's rare to see him interested in something. Yes, indeed. Huan agreed. At the same time, he murmured in his heart, the king was interested in anything that concerned you. He was a really unbalanced man, he was especially interested in torture. What about everyone else? They're all well, they miss you very much, and they're very jealous of me. Huan said jokingly and also quite seriously. If it weren't for the rules about having to be reborn, they would have come out to look for you. If they did come out, I fear that the world will be in chaos. It is good that Hades has set this rule. Sima Yu said. Everyone will be very sad that you've said this. Huan shrugged, feeling sympathetic to his friends. Come on, I saw you smiling. Really? Sima Yu refused to admit it. Since I have regained my memories, let's celebrate. Alright. Huan stepped forward and grabbed Sima Yu's body, then he opened a spatial channel and walked in with Sima Yu. Blackie, who was entertaining itself, was stunned when he saw Sima Yu had disappeared and it jumped into the spatial channel just before the entrance closed, leaving it behind. No way. In the outskirts, Sima Yu and Huan lay on a hill and held a bottle of wine each. This wine tastes much better than the ones in the underworld. Is this the wine you said you brewed by yourself? Sima Yu picked up the flask and shook it as she immersed herself in her newly recalled memories after lifting her seal. According to the ancestors' route, she had arrived directly outside Eternal Brilliant City, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a sea of hell flowers. Previous chapter. At that time, she didn't know that this flower was a hell flower, but she felt that it was very enchanting and mesmerizing. What kind of flower is this? It's so attractive. She looked at the sea of flowers in front of her, wondering how she would appear here. You can actually come here. A voice rang behind her, and she saw a faint figure as soon as she turned around. Who are you? She asked. The faint figure approached her, sniffed her body, and said, Chaos Chi, you have been to the Chaos World before, it's no wonder you can come here. Chaos World? Sima Yu remembered back then, she had gone to a place called the Chaos World, and was finally brought out by Mo Sha. She never went back in or touched that place again. She didn't expect that after so long, it would have an impact on her. Looking at the figure that stopped in front of her, she asked again, Who are you? Where is this place? The voice and figure circled around her twice, and said quietly, Welcome to the underworld, I am the king of the underworld, Hades. Hades? Underworld? Didn't I go to the ghost realm? How did I come here instead? She looked at Hades, an almost translucent white figure. You are Hades? Then do you know how to get to the ghost realm? Do you want to go to the ghost realm? Yes. She nodded. Can you tell me how to get there? All the ghost clans are trying to come to the underworld, but you only want to go to the ghost realm? Hades was amused by her request. Do you know where this is? Sima Yu felt that this person's brain was sick. Didn't you say that this is the underworld? Do you know where the underworld is? Hades asked again. I don't know. Sima Yu answered honestly. The skills that the ghost realm uses are called underworld skills, and the spirit beasts are called the underworld beasts. Tell me, what do you think is the underworld? Probably I know. Sima Yu nodded. However, I still want to go to the ghost realm. In the underworld, you can cultivate pure underworld energy, you can quickly condense your real body, and you can quickly become strong. Hades said, Don't you want to? Yes. But I still have to leave. Sima Yu said. Could it be that what you want to do is more important than your becoming stronger? Right. Let's listen. If I'm satisfied, maybe I will allow you to leave. Hades did not believe that there was anything more important than becoming stronger, and found her thoughts incomprehensible. I'm going to the ghost realm to save my mother. Sima Yu replied, My mother is suppressed in the abyss of hell, so I'm going to rescue her. With your current strength? Hades glanced at her up and down, bemused. It's almost suicidal. I will become stronger. Isn't it good to stay here and become stronger? Can I leave after staying? Once you start cultivating in the underworld, you will naturally be a person of the underworld. The underworld has rules and you are not allowed to leave without authorization. Then I can't. Sima Yu shrugged, I need to leave to save my mother, so I can't cultivate here. If you agree that I can leave after cultivating, I will stay here and cultivate. Hades shook his head, you can't stay and cultivate, if you do, you can't leave. So, why don't you just tell me how to get to the ghost realm? Sima Yu said. I allow you to stay here for a while, if you still want to leave, we'll speak then. Hades floated in the air, looking straight at her, the smile on the corner of his mouth showed that he was in a good mood at the moment. He had been lonely for so many years, and he had been looking at the same few guys all this time and he felt as if he was going to die of boredom. Now, finally, an outsider arrived. He was like a child who saw a new toy. How could he let her leave him like this? Although Sima Yu was anxious to leave, she didn't think Hades' temperament was as harmless as he looked. If she refused him too much, she won't know if he will suddenly turn irritable and who knows what will happen to her then. Besides, she could also take this opportunity to find out if this underworld was as good as he said. So she followed him. The two walked out of the sea of flowers, and Sima Yu saw several people guarding outside. He said. My king? Huan was surprised to see Hades walking alongside with a woman. How long has there been no one in the underworld? And still a woman. The way she looked at everyone, there was no excitement or fear. It was calm, unlike someone who had just arrived in the underworld. She suddenly appeared in the sea of flowers. Her soul has entered the chaos world before and was sucked in. Hades said and looked at Sima Yu. By the way, what is your name? Sima Yu. She replied, taking back her gaze. After entering the chaos world, she could actually leave? He looked at Sima Yu suspiciously. She won't be lying to you, right? Hades took the flower in his hand and hit it on Ju's head, and shouted, so stupid, you can't even tell this? It's what my king said before, that people from other realms can't get out of the chaos world. Yet, she said that she has been to the chaos world. Has she really been there? Ju muttered disgruntledly. The others looked at him with pity. Sure enough, he was beaten again. Hades took the flower stem and smacked him several times. While smacking him, he said, what was I thinking by bringing you to the underworld? I really regret the decision then. My king, I was not brought by you into the underworld. I was born and raised here. You brought them in. Ju pointed out to him very matter-of-factly. Huan placed his palm on his forehead helplessly. This guy started it again. Each and every time, he had to challenge the king's bottom line. Why bother? Hades got riled up, threw the flower in his hand to Huan, and then added some punches and punched his nose and face as well. When I speak, do you still dare to argue? Are you saying that I am old and can't remember things? Next time, I will sew your mouth. Sima Yu looked at Hades, whose temperament and mannerism had changed abruptly. As the corners of her mouth twitched, she looked at him sympathetically. Has this person been alone for a long time? That's why his personality has changed so much. Gee, it's terrible. Hades turned his head and saw her sympathetic eyes, and was stunned for a moment. Pity? Was this person pitying him? What a joke. Was he someone who needed such a weak thing? But why does her gaze make him angry? He really seems to have never been seen by anyone in such a manner before. It was a really strange emotion. Huan saw his contradiction, returned the flower in his hand, and asked, my king, will she stay in the underworld in the future? If she stays, she will be one of them in the future. She said she wanted to go to the ghost realm. I plan to let her stay here for a while, to get a good understanding of how good my underworld is and how wrong her decision is. Hades said. Sima Yu pouted her lips. No matter how good this place was, it wouldn't be able to shake her determined heart to leave. Suddenly, an enlarged face appeared in front of her. He had insight into her thoughts and said with interest, you can leave, as long as you make me happy, I will tell you how to leave here. Make him happy? What would make such an old monster happy? Sima Yu had a headache. My king, where do you want to arrange her? Huan asked. Such a cute little pet, just arrange her to live in my courtyard. Hades stretched out his hand to stroke Sima Yu's hair. Sima Yu tilted her head, avoiding his hand, and said, don't make yourself sound like an old pervert. Old pervert? Not only Hades, but the eyes of all the people present were wide open and almost popped out. No one has ever dared to say that to me. Not even your ancestors. Hades's cold face was still a bit scary. Sima Yu took a step back and stared into his eyes. I'm telling the truth. I told you not to turn yourself into an old pervert, and I didn't say that you were. If you don't do those behaviors, it won't be enough to be considered one. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you when I get angry? You have been alone here for so many years, and finally there is an outsider. You won't kill me so easily. Sima Yu said confidently. You are confident. Hades put away his anger and returned to his previous appearance, but Sima Yu could feel that his breath was much colder than before. It should be her words that made him unhappy. I will spare you this time. If I am angry again, no matter who you are or who your ancestors are, I will kill you. Do you know my ancestors? Sima Yu asked. The 9th Underworld clan, once second only to the Underworld, the former ruler of the Ghost Realm. Hades said, the black lotus on your back is about to bloom. Sima Yu touched her back with her hand, and the black lotus on her back seemed to be a little hot. It really is an old monster, I can't hide anything from him. She muttered in her heart. Don't slander me in your heart. Take her to her residence. Hades finished speaking, and disappeared from everyone's eyes. You, come with me. After Huan turned and left, Sima Yu hurriedly followed. What's your name? Huan. Which Huan? The Huan, which means extreme cruelty. That, really, special. Huan glanced at her, did not speak any more, and took her to the palace not far away. Although it was said to be a palace, not only did it not look like a palace, on the contrary, it was small and pitiful, but only a few courtyards. People of average family backgrounds could have such a yard. Your king lives in such a small courtyard? Sima Yu asked. My king doesn't like to live in too big a place. Huan said, that makes him more lonely. Sima Yu nodded in agreement. When alone, if the house is big, it will indeed make people feel more lonely. Huan took her to the most remote courtyard and stood at the door of the courtyard and said, you'll live here. Sima Yu took a look, and fortunately, although the courtyard was small, it was a palace after all, and the layout inside was good. Huan left after saying that, without saying anything further. Sima Yu entered the courtyard, picked a random room to live in, and began to think about today's affairs. Obviously, she was trapped here now, and Hades was interested in her because she did not want to stay here. It's like the discovery of a new toy. However, no matter how much she asks to leave now, he won't agree. So she could only stay now and think about other ways. Oh, how can I make an old monster happy? She was a little heartbroken. Generally, this kind of old monster who had lived for eons would have a weird temper. To make him happy, it was really difficult, so she had to think hard to find what makes him tick. In the next few days, everyone seemed to have forgotten her, and no one took care of her at all. It took her a long time to walk through Hades's palace, and then she started to have nothing to do. The spirit pagoda was injured and sealed, and the other beasts fell into a coma. Only Blackie and Mir were still awake. Mir was very interested in the underworld, so he secretly went outside to play, leaving her and Blackie in the palace. She teased Blackie for a while, and then she became bored again. She didn't know what Hades was thinking when he locked her up here. She looked around in the spirit pagoda and found that except for some ingredients, everything else was sealed, so she could only take out those ingredients to get something to eat. But when things were ready, she had a new worry. There was no flame. How would she cook this rice? It used to be directly used by the flames of her beasts, or flames formed by spirit power. Now that she had no spirit power, her beasts were unconscious, and there is no firewood in the spirit pagoda. After thinking about it, she went to the guards and asked them to find some firewood for herself. The guard hesitated for a while before he went over to inform Juan of her request. When Juan came over with the firewood, she had already set up the temporary stove, and was complaining to the ingredients. Wasn't he supposed to take me out to see how great the underworld is? As a result, I don't even see the shadow of a figure. What do you want firewood for? He asked. Sima Yu was taken aback by him, turned around and glared at him. Don't just talk behind other people. You'll scare them. She had no spirit power, her perception had also deteriorated, hence she didn't notice anyone coming in at all. Coupled with Juan's strength, even if she had her previous level of strength, she may not be able to sense him. Juan ignored her, looked at the stove she had built, and asked, "What did you do?" "What is it for?" "Temporary stove. It's for cooking." Sima Yu said, "It's been a long time since I used firewood to cook. I don't know if my skills are still there. Just put it here for me, thanks." Juan glanced at the two guards, they went up and put the firewood beside the stove, and then walked out. Sima Yu held a firewood, stretched it out in front of Juan, and said, "Make a fire." Juan glanced at her and saw her clear eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Seeing Sima Yu stretched out again, he glanced at the firewood, and the firewood ignited. "Awesome." Sima Yu sighed, took it to the stove and set it on fire, and then began to cook. Juan kept looking at her, watching her cooking with gusto and had a look of leisure, humming a little song, teasing Blackie with meat from time to time. After she finished, she had given most of it to Blackie. Seeing Juan who was still in the courtyard, she asked, "Do you want something? You used so much energy to eat these?" Juan stood still and didn't move. "Your king can't come out, and I can't go out. If I don't find something to do, I will be smothered to death. Are you complaining about me?" Hades suddenly appeared in the courtyard, saw her cooking, and said, "It seems that you are having a good time. It seems that this method of neglecting her was useless." Originally, he thought that this would allow her to start cultivating without any distractions, then she would not be able to leave. It seems that she had not taken the bait. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at him, raised the dish in her hand, and asked, "I don't dare to complain about you. Would you like to have some?" "What is this?" Hades asked. "Food that I cooked." Sima Yu said, "I guess you are not interested in anything. Blackie, after you finished your share, you can't come and snatch my share." Just as it was about to launch a sneak attack on her share of food, Blackie was caught, and the paw next to the plate retracted back. Hades turned his gaze to Blackie, raised his eyebrows, and said, "There is a devil's blood by your side?" TSK, it's a pity that he was struck by lightning, his strength was sealed, and his body was left with a dark illness. If it can be given a lot of medicinal materials, it may heal. How much is needed? A lot. Hades said with a smile, "You stay, I will provide you with endless medicinal materials, and promise to repair its dark illness. How about it? If you want it, I can leave it to you." Anyway, the contract was forced by helplessness. Sima Yu said. Hades. Blackie was sad, and bit her skirt in one bite, yelping in protest to her decision. Have some backbone. Mir came back from the outside and couldn't help rolling his eyes when he saw Blackie behaving like this. What is this thing? Hades looked at Mir, there are so many things generated by the heavens and the earth around you. TSK, you must be too lucky, that's why you died early. Sima Yu was surprised, he could actually see this? Follow this king and you can cross a few realms, how about it, is your heart not moved? Hades lured her with temptations. Sima Yu saw that he couldn't talk normally and would throw in temptations every now and then. She was too lazy to waste any more words with him as she simply sat at the table, picked up the chopsticks and was just about to eat. But before she lifted the chopsticks up to pick the dishes, the plate in front of her was gone. Let me try it too. Hades sat down opposite her, took out his chopsticks, and started to eat. So, after working hard for such a long time, she didn't even get to eat a bite. After someone finished eating, he took the towel that Juan handed over and wiped his mouth, and uttered, "Passable." She was so angry that she wanted to get up and beat him up there and then. But thinking about her situation, she still held back. "Since you are so bored here, I will take you to explore the underworld." As soon as he finished speaking, Sima Yu felt as if she had been caught by something, and disappeared from where she was. Over the next few years, Hades had been taking her around the underworld, originally trying to influence her to stay, but in the end, he was slowly influenced by her instead. Seeing that she was determined not to change her mind, he had to step back and agreed to let her leave. "How about we make a bet?" Hades asked. "What do you want to bet on?" "You once said that you will not give up anything you experienced. I will block your memory of the underworld. Within 10 years, if you can restore your memory, I will not interfere in your life or force you to stay in the underworld. If you can't remember us by then, you'll have to follow me back to the underworld. How is it?" "All right." You agreed so fast, don't you need to think about it? No, I have confidence in myself. Sima Yu looked at him and said in a serious tone, I will not forget you, nor the underworld. Just like how I will not forget what I have to do. Hades pursed his lips and smiled, but he was not happy and felt very disappointed. If that's the case, then go. He reached out and touched her head, a faint light seeped into her head, and while she was still awake, he opened a spatial tunnel and pushed her in. Outside Great Yu City, Sima Yu and Huan recalled things in the underworld. Failing to change your mind is something my king always regretted. But he is a good old monster and didn't force me to do anything against my wishes. Sima Yu's feelings towards Hades weren't shallow either. Although I didn't cultivate in the underworld, all that I experienced is still very important to me. I am very happy to have met all of you. She raised her wine cup towards Huan in a toast. Huan smiled and clinked his cup against hers. By the way, did you send the pocket universe box? Sima Yu asked. Yes. My king knows you will need it, n/o/vel/b/forward/forward. I didn't know before, but now that I remember everything, I know it's a divine spatial artifact. If I knew it earlier, I wouldn't need to go searching around like a headless fly. Sima Yu said, but if such a good thing is used for the spirit pagoda, will it be too extravagant? Is there a need for you to save things for my king? Huan asked. That's true. Sima Yu seemed to have figured it all out with a sudden enlightenment. In that case, I will merge it with little spirit when my strength improves. Good. Now I have recovered my memory, are you going back? Sima Yu asked. No, my king ordered me to stay and protect you. Huan said. Then you should come out, you don't have to be in the spatial pocket all the time. Sima Yu said. Alright. Huan didn't work as a hidden guard before, and of course he would be happy to follow her in an upright manner. In this way, others would also know that there was someone around her to protect her. The two talked until dark, and when they felt that someone was outside the barrier she arranged, only then did Huan take her back to the courtyard. Father, are you looking for me? When they returned to the courtyard, they happened to see Murong Hui knocking on the door. Aren't you inside? This is? Murong Hui saw Sima Yu appearing behind him, and Huan appearing beside her. He immediately looked at her with some worry. This is my friend, Huan. I went out with him just now. Sima Yu said, Father, what are you looking for me for? It's nothing. I heard from the guards of the palace that you haven't come out since you healed the prince, so I am a little worried about your situation. It's alright to see that you are fine. Murong Hui didn't look too much at Huan, but he still reminded her, you're now in the palace, if you want to bring friends in, you have to inform the prince as well. I see, I'll tell them later. Sima Yu nodded, Father, the princess consort didn't deal with you at the dinner yesterday, right? No, she was very disappointed to know that you didn't go. I think she had arranged something, but it was disturbed by the affairs of the prince. Murong Hui replied. Father, I have to tell you something. Sima Yu said about the killing of double fiend Black Shadow, and exhorted, so, the princess consort must be itching to kill me now. You must be extremely careful when you are out. It was also the first time that Murong Hui heard about the murder of the double fiend Black Shadow. After being surprised, he quickly calmed down and said, don't worry, the region competition is not over yet, she will not do anything too drastic. And she is afraid now, so she won't have the thought to deal with us either. Has she already decided? Yes, the prince has already received news. She is planning to take advantage of this incident to wipe out the prince's power in one fell swoop, so she is now deploying all her power. Isn't this your idea? Now she has taken the bait. The princess consort is easy to get rid of. What is difficult is the forces behind her. But this is something that can be left to the prince to worry about, we can just watch it from the side. Sima Yu said with a smile which even had a tinge of unscrupulousness in it. Hashtag. Sima Yu took Huan to meet Yu Yen. Second prince, this is my friend. When he heard I was in danger, he came to protect me. Rest assured, he won't reveal the secrets of the Great Yu Palace. Sima Yu said. Yu Yen sized him up, and was a little frightened. He was unable to determine the opponent's strength. He didn't know that Huan was someone without spiritual energy, so that left only one explanation, Huan's strength was much higher than his. That's good. The Duke may not have time to take care of you in the coming days. Now that you have someone to protect you, it will be safer when you go out too. I will have someone arrange a courtyard for him. There's no need to go to any trouble, he can stay next door to me. Sima Yu said. Yu Yen hesitated only for a few seconds before he agreed, then he instructed someone to tidy up the room next to Sima Yu. If it had been someone else, he would have looked into the matter. However, Sima Yu's identity was special, she was not just Yu Kaluo's daughter, she was also the Ghost King's granddaughter. Even if she was the only doctor who could heal his imperial father, he couldn't make things unpleasant with her. Second prince, is the bathtub ready? Can we proceed with today's medicinal bath? Sima Yu asked. It has already been prepared. Come this way please. Yu Yen walked ahead first and Sima Yu and Huan followed him inside. When Sima Yu saw the Prince of Great Yu sitting up on bed, she introduced Huan after saluting. The Prince of Great Yu didn't object to Huan following her and told Yu Yen to make sure he was well looked after. After Sima Yu put the prepared medicinal essence into the prepared bathtub, the water turned green once again. Prince, please. The Prince of Great Yu took a deep breath, then he took off his clothes after he made up his mind, then he stepped inside the bathtub. bathtub and sat down. In comparison to the peacefulness in the side courtyard, the Great Yu city was in a state of nervousness. When the story of the Prince of Great Yu vomiting blood and losing consciousness at the banquet had spread throughout the city that night, the people were all worried about the safety of the prince. However, as there had been no news at all, they were all getting anxious. As for some others, their mood was quite pleasant at this point in time. Many people had gone to see the princess consort and said that the time had come for them to take action. The princess consort was a little hesitant and wondered if the time had really come. Imperial Mother, I think that it's better to send someone to the side courtyard to investigate before making plans. Yu Qi said. What is there to investigate? Your Imperial Father has been using forbidden drugs for so long that his health has already deteriorated beyond repair. It's just that it has happened earlier than we expected. Seventh Imperial Brother, don't be so timid in everything you do. This is not the way a man should behave. Yu Lu's fat body shook as he waved his hand. Eldest Imperial Brother, if this is a strategy that Imperial Father has designed, then we also need to plan ahead or it will be detrimental to us. Yu Qi explained. Do you think that Imperial Father can plan a strategy in his current condition? If Imperial Father had wanted to do anything, we would have known about it a long time ago. Why would he wait until his health was so poor? Yu Lu sneered at his suggestion as he thought that he was overthinking things. Yu Qi, however, didn't think so. He felt that it was better to be more careful. Besides, it was pointless to talk to this fool. He turned his gaze to the princess consort and said, Imperial Mother, what do you think? The princess consort leaned back on her chaise lounge and propped her chin up with one hand as she thought about the possibility of this matter. Come here. She called out and someone came in immediately. Princess consort. Send someone to the side courtyard and see how the prince is doing. The princess consort ordered. Yes, princess consort. The person received his order and went out. Yu Lu had wanted to say that it was unnecessary, however, he didn't dare to refute the princess consort's decision. Yu Lu smiled. The more cautious the princess consort was, the more likely they were to succeed. Alright, you may all go back first. The princess consort waved her hand and drove them all out of her house. After a while, someone appeared in her house. When she saw who it was, she smiled charmingly. Why did it take you so long to come? I miss you so much. I was given a task from my superiors recently and have been too busy. If I hadn't taken the opportunity and taken on this mission, I wouldn't have been able to come. The man stepped forward and pressed her down. You've missed me, what part of me have you missed? Above or below? You're so bad. The princess consort squeezed herself against him shyly. Let's talk business first. This time the prince, well. We can talk about business later, an order has come for you from the superiors. Though that's no hurry, we can get down to business first. Irritating. No one outside knew what about the wonderful scene that was happening inside the house. After a while, the princess consort leaned against the man and said, What did the superior say? N/O/Vel/. You are to confirm the Prince of Great Yu's condition, and if it is true, then we can proceed with the plan. The man said. That's needless to say. I have already sent someone to investigate. As long as his condition is real, then we can get rid of all his forces under him. However, I think that it all seems a little too easy, and I'm not convinced. The princess consort said. What's too easy? You have been planning for this day for years. He will never be able to recover from using forbidden drugs. Our years of hard work will not be in vain. The man reassured her, Are you sure that he has taken the forbidden drugs? I am certain of this. I had personally obtained the drugs myself and saw him take it with my own eyes. Although he gradually stopped taking them later on, the amount that he had taken was enough. The princess consort said with certainty. Then there's no problem. He couldn't have been pretending to be sick all these years with the effects of the forbidden drugs. Although the onset of his illness this time was a bit earlier than expected, it is not impossible. Even if that's the case, it's better to be safe. The princess consort said, I have already sent someone to the side courtyard to investigate and confirm the situation. Well, you have always been very accountable in everything you do, that's why the superiors have entrusted such an important matter to you. Since we still have no news of the investigation yet, shall we do it again? Don't. The princess consort's protest turned into tender gasping and the house turned into a wonderful scene once again. In the side courtyard of the Great Yu Palace, Sima Yu was giving the Prince of Great Yu a medicated bath. Huan came to her side and whispered a few words into her ears, her face sank suddenly when she heard them. A moment later. Imperial Father, how are you? The Prince of Great Yu lay on the bed and was vomiting blood profusely. Yu Yan was by his bedside looking at him anxiously. Dr. Hao, take a look at my Imperial Father quickly. Why did he start vomiting blood again? Didn't you say that Imperial Father will not vomit blood again after he eats that pill? He vented his anger on Dr. Hao who was beside him. Second Imperial Prince, please calm down. The prince's body has been damaged severely by the use of forbidden drugs, his internal organs have been corroded. The prince had been using his spiritual energy to suppress the side effects previously, but now that he is in a coma, he has no control over his spiritual energy, so naturally. Upon hearing Dr. Hao's words, everyone's faces in the room sank. Forbidden drugs. I have said from the beginning that he shouldn't take them, but no one listened to me. Now, Imperial Father is going to die because of the forbidden drugs. Yu Yan roared. The doctors in the house lowered their heads. What do we do now? Imperial Father cannot keep vomiting blood like this. If this continues, I'm afraid that Imperial Father. Yu Yan's eyes were red and he suppressed the anger and sadness in his heart which caused his body to tremble uncontrollably. Second prince, the medicine that the prince took earlier can temporarily prevent the prince from vomiting blood, but there is no way to treat his injuries. I think we will have to inform the princess consort about his condition soon. Dr. Hao suggested. Is there really no other way? Yu Yan asked. Even if the Ghost King's doctor were to come right now, there is no way he will recover. Dr. Hao said .n/o/vel/b/4/4. When Yu Yan heard this, his whole body shook, and the young man next to him stepped forward immediately to support him. Second prince, how are you? Yu Yan waved his hand and indicated that he was fine. Second prince, should we inform the princess consort and the other princes about this matter? Dr. Hao asked. No. This news cannot get out. Yu Yan shouted, who dares to spread this news will not be let off lightly. Second prince. Everyone was shocked by his sudden outburst. Second prince, if the prince is unable to make it through, will it really be fine if we don't let anyone know? Someone asked. The princess consort has always had ill intentions. If she knew about Imperial Father's condition right now, she would take the opportunity to seize power. Yu Yan said, we must be prepared before we can release the news. Will the region competition in 2 days go ahead? It will go ahead as scheduled. This. Since he had made his decision, what else could they say? While they were discussing the matter, a black shadow flew out from the courtyard. Yu Yan walked over to the window and looked in the direction where the black shadow flew towards. Sima Yu and Huan came out of the other room. Yu Yan turned around and said gratefully, thank you so much for this. If you hadn't warned us in advance, we wouldn't have been able to proceed with our plan. It was Huan who discovered it. Sima Yu smiled at Huan. The person they sent this time must be the leader of the hidden guards. If we hadn't noticed it in advance, our guards wouldn't have spotted him. If the princess consort had discovered the truth, our previous efforts would have been wasted. Thank you, Huan. Huan nodded lightly. He had only wanted to help Sima Yu. It was never his intention to help the Prince of Great Yu. Don't rush to thank us yet. I have another piece of news to tell you. After you have heard it, you can thank me again. Yu Yan raised his eyebrows. There was more news? The princess consort's adulterer is here. Sima Yu said. What? Adulterer? Yu Yan was startled by her words and stared at her with widened eyes. That's right. Did you not know? I thought you did. Sima Yu said, he arrived not long ago, I'm not sure who he is. How did you know? I have my sources. Sima Yu said. Her scarlet bees had been in the Great Yu Manor the whole time monitoring the princess consort's every move closely. Therefore, when the princess consort and her lover were in the throes of love, they didn't even notice a bee was spying on them on the beam. Is there anything else? Yu Yan had calmed down. He was at odds with the princess consort, so he wasn't upset by the news, merely surprised. He seems to be in cahoots with the forces behind the princess consort. He said that if the news is true then they will take action. Sima Yu said, but he didn't say if he will send anyone to help. Well, are you ready? Just waiting for them to act. Yu Yan chuckled. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. When will they take action? I think it will probably be in the next 2 days. The region competition will be a good opportunity. Won't the region competition be ruined? No, be it Imperial Father or the princess consort, neither of them will want to interrupt the competition this time. Yu Yan said. Then I can concentrate on the competition. My Imperial Father needs 2 more medicinal baths in the next 2 days. Don't worry, by the end of tomorrow, his health will be much better. Over the next 2 days, she continued to give the Prince of Great Yu his medicinal bath, but she had a few more medicinal pills for him to take. After taking these pills, your condition will stabilize over the next 2 days. I understand. The Prince of Great Yu replied, I will try my best not to do anything myself. That's good. Sima Yu said, if you encounter any complications later on I will charge additional medical fees. Alright. By the time he had finished his medicinal bath, it was already dark. She had also given him an acupuncture treatment while he was sitting in the medicinal bath. The people of Vast Region were very curious about Huan who had appeared suddenly. Why had she brought a man back with her after a few days? Sheer, why did you bring a man back after disappearing for a few days? Can you not speak properly? I am talking properly. Lang Yu rubbed his chin and looked at Huan. Why do I feel that this friend of yours seems a bit mysterious? Sima Yu rubbed her eyebrows and said, Huan, if you can teach him a lesson I will approve of that. Just don't kill him. Huan nodded at her, and suddenly, he appeared behind Lang Yu and grabbed him. They disappeared before everyone's eyes, and the speed of which that happened was so fast that Yushi was unable to react. Sima Yu saw Yushi frown and said, don't worry, Huan knows what he's doing. Why are there so many strange people around you? Yushi said, even your mother was not as popular as you. Mother would have been proud of me. Sima Yu smiled. Are you ready for tomorrow's competition? I'm ready. There are only 600 competitors left now, they are basically all highly skilled people. Although you have Onyx, it isn't fully grown yet, and those people will have powerful beasts. I know. But I have promised Emoji that I will be in the top 10, so I will definitely make it. Up till now, no one has seen you make a move, other than your spatial lock. I am very curious about your strength. Sima Yu smiled mysteriously at him. You'll find out at the competition. Hashtag. Sima Yu returned to her room, and not long later, Huan returned. How was it? She asked. It's been settled. Huan nodded at her. He believed that when Lang Yu saw him in the future, he would behave very well. I have arranged a room for you. It's right next to me, is that alright? That's perfect. Huan was very satisfied with this arrangement. Then go and rest. We have to get to the competition early tomorrow morning. No, when I followed you, I had already figured my way around everywhere. That's good. Good night. Sima Yu returned to her room where she took a bath in the spirit pagoda and fell asleep comfortably afterwards. On the other side of the inn, Lang Yu grimaced. Where did this Huan come from? I couldn't even tell what he was good for and he beat me up like this. This guy is malicious. You should be thankful that he only used his hands. Yushi applied some ointment on him. If he used his spiritual energy, I'm afraid you would be in a worse state than you are right now. Can you tell where he's come from? SSS, be more gentle. Who told you to talk nonsense? Even if he didn't beat you up, would have taught you a lesson myself. Yushi said. Well, yes, I shouldn't have said that, but I wasn't joking. Besides, I wanted to see if I could find out any information about him. I didn't expect him to be so highly skilled. Lang Yu's mouth twitched. How long has Sima Yu been in the ghost realm? Why are there such powerful people protecting her? Also, this person's breath is a bit strange. Yushi said while he applied the ointment. I wonder how she met him. Since the other party has said that he is here to protect her, then at present, he isn't an enemy. Lang Yu said. Yushi stared at him without speaking. The silence gave him a headache. My sacrifice is also for us, so he isn't an enemy, right? As long as she is our middleman, he isn't. Yushi's words made him breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be enemies with such a powerful person. He had a feeling that Huan was so powerful that he would be able to eliminate him within minutes. Ouch, it hurts so much. You have to make it up to me. I didn't ask you to do this. You can't be so ungrateful? Early the next morning, Sima Yu took Fang Yinghan and the others to the arena. It wasn't just the case with their province, but also the case for the other regions too. Therefore, there were very few spectators at today's game. By the time the competition had started, none of the people from the Great Yu Palace had come. Competitors, come forward and draw your number. Because at this point, it was an elite competition, therefore, the number of people in each group that entered the realm of emptiness had dropped from 100 to 50, which made it more convenient for the spectators to watch from the outside. Out of the 304 groups, Sima Yu had picked the last group and had to wait till the end before she could go into the arena. Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingda were in the first group, their numbers were 25 and 40 respectively. Not bad. We still had to depend on young Miss to promote. By winning the competition this time round, they had been promoted to the top 300. Having reached this ranking, they would be vigorously cultivated by their kingdom, and however, in the face of so many highly skilled opponents, it was unlikely that they would be promoted in the next round. They were very satisfied with their current achievement. Go and rest and tend to your injuries. Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingda could tell that her emotions were a little erratic today. Yuan Yan and Mo Ji didn't come. Lang Yu hadn't come either as his face was still bruised and swollen from being beaten up. It will be fine. Are you trying to comfort me? Sima Yu was speechless. Although father's strength is not very strong, he is after all a core member of the prince's force. It will be fine. Huan also comforted her. None of the dukes came today. I think they have either followed the princess consort or the prince of Great Yu. It was the first time Yushi had seen Sima Yu's sad look, and he didn't like it. So he changed the topic and said, I wonder if you will meet a strong opponent today. I'm still waiting to see your strength. Do you have that much trust in me? What if I was only bragging? Yushi chuckled. Are you? Sima Yu pouted. His reaction was not funny. I hope I won't encounter a formidable opponent today. That'll depend on your luck. Time has shown that her luck was indeed very good. However, her opponent had a more powerful beast. Sure enough, there were no ordinary underworld beasts where she was concerned. When Sima Yu came down and saw Yushi's indescribable expression, she pursed her lips and smiled. I'm sorry I've not shown you my strength, uncle. Yushi raised an eyebrow. We shall see. It's getting late, those things should have been handled by now. Who do you think won? That's needless to say. I have great confidence in my father. You knew the result already? I've already said this, I have my sources. Sima Yu said, the affairs outside have ended, we can go back now. At this time, some guards from outside came running inside, and the competitors who were just about to leave were stopped. What's the matter? Some of them didn't know what had happened, however, Sima Yu and the others already knew what had happened. Therefore, they were not surprised to see the guards leaving the arena with some of the competitors. Looking at the people who were being taken away, they were sure that their guess was correct. The princess consort and her children have failed. After the guards had left, Fang Yinghan said to Sima Yu, let's go back. Alright. Sima Yu nodded. However, after taking a few steps, her face changed suddenly and she said to Yushi, Uncle, will you please take them back? What's wrong? I have something I need to do. Thank you, uncle. Having spoken, Sima Yu disappeared. Both Yushi and Fang Yinghan hadn't expected her to disappear immediately, and they were taken aback. Huan had also left with her immediately. Although Yushi was a little curious about what she had to do, he gave up the idea of chasing after her when he looked at Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingda. Her instructions couldn't be ignored after all. How did the young miss just disappear? Zhang Mingda took Fang Yinghan's hand and looked at the place where Sima Yu had only just been standing. I hadn't expected young miss to be so powerful. Let's go. I will take you back first. Huan had caught up with Sima Yu before she had arrived at her destination. The two of them didn't speak in space and she took him directly to the 7th prince's manor. It wasn't over here yet. The 7th Prince Yu Qi was still resisting stubbornly with his men. Yu Yan had brought a team of men with him and they had surrounded the prince's manor and forced them to retreat into the backyard. With nowhere to retreat to, they were trapped from both sides. 7th Imperial brother, there is no escape, you should just surrender obediently. Upon seeing Yu Yan who was back to normal, Yu Qi snorted coldly. I never expected that the person with the deepest secret was you. For so many years, you hid who you really were hidden so deeply. I was only forced by your hand. Yu Yan flicked his sleeves. If I didn't show weakness, I'm afraid I would have gone to accompany my imperial mother. Humph. You used your own body as a stake, how ruthless you are. Imperial father has known about this all along and kept your secret from everyone. Everyone always said that he dotes on little Imperial brother the most, but it seems that was just a cover for him. He has wanted to pass the throne to you for a long time. If you were loyal to Imperial father, he would never have given up on you. Ha ha ha. Of course my loyalty isn't with him. He isn't my Imperial father and he knows it. That's why deep down, he has never thought of letting me inherit the throne. It seems you've known this for a long time. Surrender? Second Imperial brother, do you think I'm dumb, or are you being too naive? Even if you continue to resist, you have nowhere to go. You want to kill me, you are not enough to do it. Escape? You? Ruabai, I have come to take you away. You're here to take me away. Of course I am here to take you away. Yuchi looked at her. Although it is a bit more difficult, we can still leave. But, I don't want to leave with you. Xiao Ruabai said, I never even wanted to be here. No, you have to leave with me. Ruabai, you have no choice. Xiao Ruabai looked back at him. We know what you want, but I won't leave with you. Yuchi drew his long sword and placed it against her neck and said, I am not a patient person. Ruabai, you know me, if you don't leave with me today, then I will send you off. Then do it. Xiao Ruabai was not afraid at all. The whole Xiao family has already perished. I have stolen these past 2 years of my life. If I can go and join them today, that is a good thing for me. Stolen your life? Yuchi smiled suddenly when he heard her say this. I spent so much effort to save you and you are actually saying this now. Till now, you still think so highly of yourself. But I guess, that's just the way you are. Xiao Ruabai lifted her chin. Do it if you want to. Seventh prince, we can't keep dragging on like this. Yuchi also knew that time was running out. He looked at Xiao Ruabai's emotionless face and finally put his sword down. Swish. A small stone knocked Yuchi's sword out of his hand, but he reacted quickly and pulled Xiao Ruabai and grabbed her by her neck. Everyone looked in the direction of where that power had come from. Sima Yu and Huan emerged slowly. It's you? Yuchi looked at her in surprise. He hadn't expected her to come here. Xiao Ruabai looked at her, her eyes flashed but she didn't say anything. Sheer, why are you here? I'm here to pick up Ruabai. Yuchi lowered his head and bit Xiao Ruabai's ear. Huh, it seems my enemy regards you as her friend and has come to save you. Xiao Ruabai looked at Sima Yu but said nothing. Second Imperial brother, do you know who Murong Hui and Murong Shi really are? Why don't we do an exchange? I will give you Xiao Ruabai and you will let me leave. How about that? Yu Yan glanced at Sima Yu, but this glance confirmed Yuchi's suspicions. It seemed that Murong Shi held a very high status in his heart. She also held Xiao Ruabai in high regard. Therefore, Xiao Ruabai was his bargaining chip today. Sima Yu saw through his thoughts and said, you want to use her as a bargaining chip? That's right. How about it, Murong Shi? If you want Xiao Ruabai to live, then you'll have to let me leave. I know that the person with you is very strong. As long as you agree, you can have her. Don't play any tricks or I will kill her in an instant. Do you think you have any right to negotiate with us? You want to kill Ruabai, just you? As soon as she had spoken, she appeared right in front of Yuchi and Xiao Ruabai and grabbed her hand without warning. Previous chapter. Yuchi didn't have time to react. He only felt a numbness on his wrist and the person had disappeared. Ugh. When he used his other hand to support his arm, he saw that there was an embroidery needle on his wrist. After he had pulled out the needle forcefully, he regained feeling in his wrist. By this time, Sima Yu was already in midair with Xiao Ruabai. How about that? I told you, you don't deserve to threaten me. Go. Yu Yan waved his hand and the people behind him attacked Yuchi and the others. Huan, I'll have to trouble you. When Yuchi and the others tried to tear through the space to escape, they found that the space couldn't be opened. In the end, when Yuchi refused to surrender, he was beheaded by Yu Yan, and all his followers were also hanged to death. Sheer, I have to report back to Imperial Father. I shall take my leave first. Be careful. After he had spoken, Yu Yan left with a few people while the others stayed behind in the seventh prince's manor to control the situation. I won't be grateful to you. Xiao Ruabai said. I never expected you to be grateful to me. Sima Yu said, however, I am grateful to you for not telling Yuchi my identity earlier. Xiao Ruabai looked into the distance and said, I was merely keeping my promise to myself, it wasn't for you. The result is still the same. The Murong family destroyed my Xiao family. You saved my life, from now on, we owe each other nothing. Don't come to look for me, and I won't look for you either. Goodbye. Xiao Ruabai turned and left after she had spoken. Sima Yu walked her walking further and further away, but she didn't walk to catch up with her. Are you not going after her? He had been by Sima Yu's side all this time, so naturally he knew about what had happened between her and Xiao Ruabai, and he knew how she felt about her. No. Sima Yu shook her head slightly. It's not appropriate for me to chase after her right now. It would just make her uncomfortable. Aren't you worried about her? I have already informed Gongzi Yuan and he will take care of her. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Let's go back. She stared at the ruins as a result of the battle earlier in the seventh prince's manor, and her body slowly disappeared into space. Huan followed her and left. Back at the inn, Murong Hui and the others hadn't returned yet, so the whole courtyard was deserted. When Yushi saw her, he wanted to ask her what had happened when she disappeared. However, when he saw her poor spirits, he didn't bother her. When Sima Yu saw him, she nodded at him before she entered the house. Lang Yu blinked and asked when he saw her listlessness, what's wrong with her? Why does she look like she's been bullied? Something's on her mind. Think about it. At the start, the princess consort and the others thought that victory was theirs. However, when the prince appeared, the situation was completely reversed. He wasn't like the rumors, at his last breath, but he was instead full of spirits and in good health. I was thinking, when we first met him, was he feigning his illness? Lang Yu was skeptical. Didn't you examine him? Can he really hide it from you? When I examined him back then, his health was very poor, that is not something that can be faked. Lang Yu said. In other words, he was cured during this period of time. Yushi said with affirmation. At that point, his body was beyond repair. Who could be so powerful to heal him so quickly? Yushi didn't speak, but that was also his conjecture. My dear, if this is really true, then her medical skills are far better than we thought before. Lang Yu licked his lips. This girl has more secrets than we thought. Definitely. Yushi said, I am really looking forward to her meeting a strong opponent in the competition so that she is forced to use her spiritual energy. I am also looking forward to it too, but it is unlikely. What's wrong? When we received the news during the day, the king gave us a task. We have to do it in the next 2 days, we won't even be able to see the next advancement. Lang Yu said, how long did we actually get to rest for? We've actually been assigned another task. We won't even be able to get any rest now. This task is really... Yushi was speechless. If this was in the past, the both of them wouldn't have reacted like this. But right now, they were interested in something and they had to leave, that's why they felt unhappy. Forget it. Sooner or later, we have to leave anyway. The things here are almost done, so we might as well leave now. After speaking, Yushi went to Sima Yu and told her that they were leaving. When Sima Yu heard that they were leaving, she was slightly surprised, and responded, since the Ghost King has given you a task, then naturally you have to go and deal with it. Sheer, aren't you going to miss us? Lang Yu was unable to hold back, he was definitely going to miss her. Sima Yu's mouth twitched and she said, of course I can't bear for you to leave. But don't you have important matters to attend to? Anyway, it's not like we won't get a chance to meet again in the future. Who knows, we might meet in the imperial capital soon. Then we will wait for you in the imperial capital, come soon. They wondered what sort of chaos she would cause if she came to the imperial capital. Yushi was more straightforward. After he had told her that if she met with any danger, she could use his name, he left with Lang Yu. With 2 less people around, especially Lang Yu who was always chattering in her ears, she felt a lot more peaceful at once. If Lang Yu knew how she felt he would surely be heartbroken. That night, neither Murong Hui nor the people from Vast Region returned. Early the next morning, when the people from Vast Region had returned, Murong Hui still hadn't come back. Sima Yu saw that nearly a third of the team was missing, and said, thank you for your hard work. Go back and take a good rest and heal your injuries. There shouldn't be much more to do later on. Yes, young Mississippi, N/O, everyone was really tired, in addition to having lost 1/3 of their companions. Therefore, no one was in a good mood, and they all went back to rest. Young Miss, why is the Duke not back yet? Zhang Mingda asked. The Duke has stayed behind to settle some matters. Don't worry. Father is fine, he will be back in 2 days. Sima Yu comforted both of them. 2 days later, Murong Hui still hadn't returned, but the guards from the Great Yu Palace came to escort her to the manor. Sima Yu looked at the people in the inn and nodded, then she left with the guards. After a while, some more guards came to the inn and said that they were there to escort her to the Great Yu Palace. The atmosphere in the inn suddenly dropped to freezing point. Previous chapter. You said that you are here to escort her to the Great Yu Palace? Fang Yinghan asked. One of the guards took his Great Yu Palace token out from his waistband to prove his identity. Fang Yinghan and the others took the token and examined it. It was indeed the Great Yu Palace token. Where is young Miss Murongshi? Another guard asked. 2 people wearing the same uniform as the both of you came earlier and said they were here to escort her to the Great Yu Palace. She went with them. Zhang Mingda said. What? The Duke only sent the 2 of us, no one else. The guard shouted, were those people really guards from the Great Yu Palace? Oh no. Those men aren't from the Great Yu Palace. Zhang Mingda shouted, young Miss left with them, will she be in danger? Let's go and find young Miss. The people of Vast Region stood up. Don't panic, I think that young Miss knew that before she left with them. Fang Yinghan was the calmest out of everyone. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Young Miss knew? Yes, at first I didn't realize it. But just before she left, young Miss took a look at us. I think at that point, she already knew that those people weren't from the Great Yu Palace. Fang Yinghan recalled the expression in Sima Yu's eyes. Now that he thought about it, the expression in her eyes was a little strange. So if young Miss knew that those 2 people were imposters, why did she leave with them? Why? Young Miss should have exposed them. Zhang Mingda said. Could it be that those 2 people's strength was too strong? If she had exposed them, it may have brought danger upon us. The guard from Great Yu Palace guessed. So young Miss did it for our safety and she put herself in harm's way? The people of Vast Region were touched by her actions, that their young Miss was so kind to them. If something were to happen to young Miss, we would all be sinners. Young Miss. Let's go and find young Miss. Don't panic, I think young Miss must have a plan. Fang Yinghan said, but we still have to find young Miss as soon as possible. We will go back and report to the Prince of Great Yu. The 2 guards left hurriedly, having spoken, to deliver the news to the Prince of Great Yu. Just as the people of Vast Region were about to go out, a scarlet bee flew back and stopped in front of Fang Yinghan. This is young Miss B. Zhang Mingda recognized the scarlet bee, could it be that young Miss has asked you to deliver a message to us? At this time. The scarlet bee nodded, as if it agreed with him. Really? So where is young Miss now? Can you take us to her? Fang Yinghan asked. The Scarlet Bee shook its head. You can't take us there? Fang Yinghan asked. The Scarlet Bee nodded. Young Miss doesn't want us to find her? The Scarlet Bee nodded. Everyone looked at each other. She wouldn't let them look for her. I think young Miss guessed that we would go and look for her, so she sent the Scarlet Bee to stop us. Zhang Mingde said, Little Bee, you don't have to take us to her, but you have to tell us if young Miss is in any danger. The Scarlet Bee shook its head. Since young Miss has sent the bee to let us know that she is safe, then there shouldn't be any problem. Young Miss is so capable, she must have her own reasons for doing this. Let's not go and disrupt young Miss' plans. Fang Yinghan said. The Scarlet Bee nodded again. Then let's go and tell the Duke not to worry about young Mississippi. Zhang Mingde said. The Scarlet Bee nodded once again, then it flew away. It looks like this is what young Miss wanted, for us not to go looking for her, and tell the Duke about this matter. Fang Yinghan said. Then let's go now. Zhang Mingde suggested, I wonder where young Miss is, we only know that she's been captured. After Sima Yu left with the two men, they didn't take her in the direction of the Great Yu Palace, but were taking her out of the city instead. Aren't we going to see the Prince of Great Yu? Why are we leaving the city? Sima Yu asked the two men. Young Miss, the Prince of Great Yu and the Duke are outside the city. The guard replied. Do you take me for a fool? Why would the Prince of Great Yu and my father be outside the city right now? Who do you work for? Sima Yu stopped and refused to go any further. So you've realized. But you have no choice now anyway. One of the guards said, Are you going to come with us obediently or do we have to tie you up? Sima Yu looked at the two men and placed both her hands behind her back. Don't even think about resisting. We know that you have a black dragon, but since we dare to come for you, it means that we have come prepared and have our way of dealing with it. Resistance won't do you any good. The other guard threatened. If you resist, the people who are standing guard outside the inn will slaughter everyone from vast region. Just think, you want any harm to come to them, do you? Sima Yu looked at the two men angrily. In light of her current situation, she had no choice but to suppress her anger once again and said tolerantly, Fine, I will come with you. That's the right decision. Come on, my master wants to see you. Sima Yu continued to walk out of the city with them. She shook her finger behind her back and indicated to Huan not to act rashly. At the same time, she ordered the Scarlet Bee to let everyone at the inn know that she was safe. She wanted to know who would waste their time and energy on her at this point in time. It couldn't be the princess consort as she had been arrested. It was also impossible that the princes would be doing this. If they had such powerful people backing them, they would have been rescued a long time ago. As for Moji and Yushi, it was also impossible for them to do such a pointless thing. But other than them, who else would pay so much attention to her? The two fake guards took her out of the city to an inconspicuous yard on the outskirts of the city. The two guards took her inside. Once she had entered the courtyard, she realized that there were many skilled people in there. Many people had turned their attention to her when she walked in. It appeared that the people who were waiting here had extraordinary backgrounds. A maid walked over, and when she saw Sima Yu, she said coldly, Go in, my master is waiting for you. Sima Yu followed her into an exquisite small courtyard at the back. She saw a figure sitting on a wheelchair from the back. It was such a familiar back view, and such a familiar feel of quietness. At that moment, she thought that she saw Xian Xiuhe. However, the other party broke her illusion very quickly. When he turned around to face Sima Yu, his indifferent face didn't have the gentleness that Xian Xiuhe had. Hello young Miss Murong. I apologize for inviting you over so presumptuously. I hope that it didn't scare you. The man said. To be honest, it really scared me. Sima Yu said, but I don't think you care about my feelings at this moment. The man smiled lightly, indeed he didn't care. Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Sima Yu asked. I heard that young Miss is very intelligent. Why don't you guess the reason I invited you here? The man waved his hand. The interspatial ring on his finger was very simple. Sima Yu shrugged, I don't like to stand and talk to people like this. Previous chapter. Next. The man moved his fingers and someone brought a chair for Sima Yu immediately. Sima Yu sat down and faced the man. She adjusted her skirt before she looked at him, and said quietly, I come from a small place, how am I supposed to guess where your excellency is from? Why don't you tell me what your name is and why you have brought me here? If it is to threaten the Prince of Great Yu and the others, then I'm afraid you have the wrong person. I am just a nobody and am of little use. Huh. The man chuckled, do you believe that you are just a nobody? Of course I believe it. Sima Yu nodded earnestly. There was a saying, if you wanted others to believe it, you had to believe it yourself first. If you are just a nobody, how can you exterminate the Shao family patriarch so easily? If you are just a nobody, how can you heal the Prince of Great Yu's injuries that he has suffered with for over a decade? If you are just a nobody, why would the Black Dragon submit to you? Tell me, are you really a nobody? The man asked. Although there was a smile on Sima Yu's face, her heart was brewing a storm, this person knew everything. Since he was so certain, she didn't act dumb about it either. She shrugged her shoulders, it seems that you have been investigating me. You know everything about me, but I don't know anything about you. Don't you think that's a little unfair? I have spent a lot of effort investigating you. The man said, if you want to know who I am, don't you think you should exchange something for the information? I don't have anything to exchange with you. Tell me if you want, don't tell me if you don't want to. Sima Yu leaned back against the chair. How boring, I thought that you would at least try to guess. The man said. The world is so big, and there are so many capable people, how will I know everyone? Sima Yu said. No, but with your intelligence, I'm sure you will be able to guess it. It's just that you're not interested in guessing. The man said, perhaps I should do something to pique your interest. Look who that is. Sima Yu looked in the direction he was pointing at and saw the guards bring out two men. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What's the meaning of this? She asked. I heard that they are your good friends, I invited them over first because I wanted to invite you to come. The man said. Sheer, have you been captured by them too? Gongzi Yuan looked at Sima Yu and called out. Are you alright? Sima Yu asked. We're fine. It's just that our spiritual energy has been sealed. Gongzi Yuan replied. Sima Yu nodded at the two of them, then she looked at the man and said, tell me, why have you brought me here? You don't have to treat me like your enemy, I just wanted to befriend you. The man said. n/o/vel/b/jn.c/om. Your method of befriending someone is really special. Sima Yu snorted coldly, let Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai go. I have never intended to make things difficult for the two of them to begin with, it's just that with them around, you will talk to me with more sincerity. The man said, when things are settled, I will naturally let them go. But if you are unwilling to talk, I can't guarantee their safety. I will agree to any terms you have. Sima Yu said. Perfect. Straightforward. The man clapped his hands together, I heard that these two people had a good relationship with you in Eternal Brilliant City. Now that they are being treated so well by you, their undying loyalty to you in Eternal Brilliant City was not in vain. Since you want to negotiate terms with me, shouldn't you show me slime sincerity? Sima Yu said, since you have sealed their spiritual energy, they won't be any threat even if they are with me. The man thought about it for a while, then he waved his hand, and the guards released Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai immediately. Once Gongzi Yuan was free, he took Xiao Ruobai and walked to Sima Yu's side. Sheer, why did you come here? They have many highly skilled opponents here. Gongzi Yuan said. I know. Sima Yu said, are the two of you injured? Take this healing pill first. She took out 2 pills and gave them to the two of them. Perhaps the man was too confident of his own strength, as he didn't stop them. Gongzi Yuan took the pill and ate it, while Xiao Ruobai stared at the pill in her hand for a long time. Ruobai. Gongzi Yuan urged her. Xiao Ruobai raised her head and looked at Sima Yu. After she said thank you, she swallowed the pill. As soon as she had swallowed the pill, she knew that this wasn't just a simple healing pill. Alright, we can speak now. Speak now. What do you want? Sima Yu stood in front of the two of them and asked the man. Very simple, I want you to leave with me. The man said. I don't even know who you are. Besides, you want me to leave with you, but aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Sima Yu asked. That's easily solved, don't you think? My name is D.C. Kong, you may have heard of my family clan. D.C. Kong said. D.C. Kong? Sima Yu was startled. She remembered Di Wu Yi in the Spirit Pagoda. I'm sorry, I've never heard of the DC1 family clan, I only know the Di Wu family clan. You know Di Wu family clan? DC Kong laughed, DC is obviously more powerful than Di Wu, why do you know of them but not us? It's all the same anyway, DC and Di Wu families all support the ghost concubine. Ghost concubine? Don't you know that the ghost concubine had sent someone to kill me and my father before? If she has sent you to look for me, I wonder if she has suspicions about your DC family? The ghost concubine knows all about your abilities, naturally she will accept you. Our DC family can still keep you alive. DC Kong said. But I don't want to work for her. Sima Yu said, so, I apologize, I cannot accept your terms. Are you sure? I thought that you wanted me to heal your legs. I didn't expect you to ask for this. I am someone who will seek revenge. Since the ghost concubine has sent someone to kill me in the past, she is lucky that I haven't looked for her for revenge. Now she wants me to work for her, do you think that is possible? Sima Yu snorted coldly. You will follow me, you won't have to meet her. DC Kong explained. Isn't it the same thing? Change your terms, I can still consider it. Sima Yu said. Do you think that you have any choice now that you are here? DC Kong stopped smiling. His breath became dark, you either agree or you will die. There is no other choice. What if I insist on choosing a third option? Sima Yu asked. Then you will pay the price for your choice. You can choose the one called Gongzi Yuan, or this beauty. DC Kong threatened. It's a pity, but I can't choose. Sima Yu said. Then I will choose for you. Aren't you enemies with this beauty, then she will be perfect. As soon as DC Kong finished speaking, the spiritual energy belonging to that of an underworld paragon swept toward Xiao Ruobai. Previous chapter. Next chapter. No matter how talented Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai were, they were quite young after all, and they hadn't even reached the level of underworld saint. Therefore, they had no way to avoid an attack like that. Xiao Ruobai found that she had been frozen in place and she was unable to move at all. She watched the spiritual energy getting closer and felt the pace of death drawing closer to her. She should close her eyes so that she wouldn't be so scared. However, she controlled her emotions and continued to watch it draw closer. The breath of death, desperation, unwillingness. Just as she thought she was about to step into death, a hand grabbed her hand. That hand was full of strength, trust, care and hope. Sima Yuyu's familiar back stood in front of her and blocked the approach of death. Next, she saw her condensing her spiritual energy and dispersed the attack. Sheer. Everyone present was stunned. How was she able to block the attack from an underworld paragon so easily? Sima Yuyu turned her head and smiled at Xiao Ruobai, and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you." The tears in Xiao Ruobai's eyes fell uncontrollably. Sima Yuyu reached out and wiped her tears from her face. She held her hand and faced DC Kong. DC Kong recovered from his shock quickly and said, "I didn't expect you to have already reached the level of underworld paragon. This has really surprised me. No wonder you dared to come alone." A black dragon, a mutated dog, along with her own strength, was indeed enough to make her confident enough. "It's not that I wanted to come alone. It's that you never gave me the opportunity to bring anyone with me," Sima Yuyu said. "Do you think that you can take them away like this? I don't think you are that naive, are you?" DC Kong said. "It's best if we can work this out peacefully and come to an agreement, don't you think?" Sima Yuyu asked, "But if you hurt my friends, there will be nothing left to talk about. Do you think you can go out like this?" DC Kong said, "A smart person will know how to change tides with the times. How wasted it would be if you were to die here. 15 people in the southwest, 10 people in the southeast, 10 in the north, and 12 in the west. The lowest strength is Underworld Saint, am I right?" Sima Yuyu said, as she listed all the hidden people in the courtyard. The expression on DC Kong's face grew darker with her words. She knew so clearly how many people were in the courtyard. How did she know? Sima Yuyu looked at him and continued speaking. "In addition to this, there are more than 100 people standing guard outside, am I right? I hadn't expected your induction to be so powerful. But even if you have discovered them, it doesn't mean you can leave here." DC Kong said, "Since you know who is here, then you should understand that your strength would be overwhelmingly against the odds here. It's better not to fight needlessly, and we can save us all the trouble." Xiao Ruobai and Gongzi Yuan became nervous when they heard their conversation. How would they be able to leave in such a situation? Sima Yuyu gave the two of them a comforting expression and said to DC Kong, "What if I insist on leaving? What can you do without backup?" DC Kong said, "If I cannot get what I want, then it will be forbidden to exist in this world. So that means war." Sima Yuyu sighed, "However, you are mistaken about one thing." "What?" "I didn't come alone. Sima Yu, my friends can't wait to come out." Having spoken, she called all the beasts out, Little Seven, Little Dream, Floey, Little Golden, Little Rock, Halcyon, Yaguang, Blackie, Onyx, Me Air, Little Purple. All 11 beasts appeared around her and shocked everyone. "Wow, Sheer, you have so many contract beasts." Gongzi Yuan nearly jumped up in surprise. Xiao Ruobai wasn't calm either. She never knew that Sima Yuyu had so many contract beasts. DC Kong didn't appear surprised when he looked at all the beasts. Instead, he smiled. "You are not Murong Shi. Some of these contract beasts are from the human realm. If I'm not wrong, you are the daughter of the Dark Princess, Sima Yuyu, am I right? Haven't you been waiting for me to confirm your conjecture all along?" Sima Yuyu said, "Now I have proven your conjecture is right." He, since you knew that, why did you call out all your contract beasts and confirm your identity?" DC Kong said. "That's because I didn't plan to let you spread the news." Sima Yuyu looked at them. "As long as you can't get out, then this news will not spread." "Ha ha ha. I used to think that I was a confident person. I never expected to meet someone more confident than me. Do you think that you can escape my siege with your contract beasts? Then it depends on who has besieged whom." Sima Yuyu smiled at him. That smile gave him a bad feeling. "Master, our space has been locked." A guard emerged from the space and knelt beside DC Kong. "What did you do?" DSI Kong looked at Sima Yuyu. "One of my favorite things to do is beat the dogs behind closed doors." Sima Yuyu said, "Since you know so many things about me, didn't you know this?" "Huan, thank you." Huan appeared in the air and folded his arms across his chest as he stared at the situation below. "Humph. You think you can resist us with your strength?" The maid who had brought her in cried. DC Kong, however, wasn't as confident. He wondered about Huan's strength as he looked at him. In order to be able to isolate the entire space of the courtyard from the outside, this was not something an ordinary person could do. This Huan must be someone quite formidable. You don't have to look at him like that. He is only responsible for closing the door, not beating the dogs. Sima Yuyu said, "It's just perfect. The beasts haven't had a good time since we have arrived in the ghost realm. The beasts can get some exercise and have some fun. You can enjoy yourselves now, beasts." "Oh my god, we can finally have some fun." Little Seven squeezed its fists. "My fists were about to get rusty." Just like before. Floey waved its cane and the blossoms of man-eating flowers opened up. Its sharp teeth glowed in the cold light. "Good." Little Dream agreed. "You are all talking too much nonsense. I'll make a move first." Onyx spread its wings and attacked the people that were hiding in the southwest corner. When Onyx made its move, the other beasts also did so. Only Little Purple lay dreamily in Sima Yuyu's arms yawning. Sima Yu cast a protection shield around the three of them in order to avoid the aftermath of the battle. You damn woman. The maid left DC Kong's wheelchair and flew towards Sima Yu with a sword in her hand. Just because I haven't shown my power, you think I am a crippled cat? Little Purple looked at that woman and snorted coldly, then waved its paw.n/o/vel/b/in.c//c/om. Previous chapter. Nobody had thought much of Little Purple. But when Little Purple waved its little paw, a flash of lightning smashed directly into the maid and turned her into a piece of black coal. The others were stunned. Where did the thunder and lightning come from? Humph. I can't stand it when people look down on me. Little Purple blew at its paws, then squatted back into Sima Yu's arms. Alright, I knew this kind of thing will happen when Little Purple makes a move. Little Seven rolled her eyes and vented her annoyance at having her thunder being stolen at those people. It's fine as long as we don't get struck. Onyx felt helpless towards Little Purple as it was afraid of lightning. If you have time to daydream, you might as well deal with those two people. Little Dream didn't have any feelings about this, there wasn't any need to fight to be in the limelight, so there wasn't anything to argue about. We really can't match its advantage in the ghost realm. Little Rock thought that he was also quite a romantic in the human realm. However, no one paid any attention to it anymore. Halcyon smiled helplessly, those guys. The beasts continued to fight. However, Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai were unable to hold back any longer. Though they were from the Ghost Clan, they could still feel the burning pain of the thunderbolt coursing through their bodies. Little Purple and the others had seen it in Eternal Brilliant City. They hadn't expected such a powerful beast would be able to cause such destruction with thunder and lightning with just a wave of its paw. DC Kong stared at Little Purple in shock. He knew that there was a little purple kitten next to Sima Yu, however, he hadn't expected it to use lightning. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What kind of underworld beast is that you have there? It's so. The word, powerful, was caught in his throat. He was unable to say it, this was not a good situation for him. Since I dare to come here alone, of course I need to have some strength to back me up and give me courage. Sima Yu stroked Little Purple, I gave you the opportunity to let us leave, but you forced me to choose this method. DC Kong's expression was unsightly, how could he have guessed that there would be such an abnormal person in the world? He had noticed Sima Yu from the first time she visited the underworld artifact store. At that time, the feeling he got was that Murongxi was no ordinary person, therefore, he had ordered men to investigate her background. As one of the highest-ranking forces in the ghost realm, the information he was able to obtain was more detailed than others. There were too many discrepancies and she didn't seem like a person at all, hence, he was able to guess it. He was more perceptive than others, and he was able to guess the beginning, but not the end. Who knew that she actually had so many beasts, and that she was so powerful? You alone think you can harm my Yu. Onyx swept its tail and D-So Kong flew into midair with his wheelchair, then landed not too far away. At the same time, a few guards flew to his side to protect him while several guards attacked Onyx together. The other beasts had their own opponents, but as Onyx was surrounded by so many powerful people at the same time, it was at a disadvantage, and its tail was slashed several times. Stay in here and don't go out. Sima Yu said to the two of them, then she placed Little Purple on her shoulders and stepped out of the protection shield. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai wanted to say that it was too dangerous outside, but she had already left and they were unable to follow her. Only if they stayed inside the protection shield would they not be a hindrance to her. Sima Yu flew over. When those people saw Little Purple on her shoulder, they all backed away. Yu, they burnt my backside with fire. Onyx cried to Sima Yu like a baby. Burnt your backside with fire? Are they bullying us because we have no fire? Sima Yu snorted coldly, and when her right hand spread out, a beam of flame suddenly burst out of her hand. As soon as Little Birdie came out, it was so excited that it flew out and flew around continuously in the air without waiting for Sima Yu to speak. Having been in slumber for so long, it was finally able to fly everywhere again. What kind of flame is this? Why is the temperature so high? The people from the Ghost Clan shouted. This is Nirvana fire, of course the temperature is high. Onyx snorted, didn't you like using fire to burn my backside? Hee, now you can have a taste of being burned. Little Birdie, go and burn their backsides. Little Birdie flew around in a circle happily twice, and then it flew over to those people who had besieged the little black dragon. Those people didn't even have time to scream and they were turned into ashes. This shocked everyone present, such a powerful flame actually existed. Is this the flame of a divine vermilion bird? DC Kong looked at Sima Yu and regretted having provoked her. It seems that you don't know much about me after all. Sima Yu said, if you knew me better, you would know my life contract beast is a divine vermilion bird. What? Maybe my current strength is not enough to compete with DC Family Clan or the Concubine Ghost, but it is more than enough to deal with you. Sima Yu said, DC Kong, you are very competent to be able to guess my identity, but at the same time, you are too arrogant. You were too confident in yourself in thinking that you could capture me easily. It seems like I have made a huge mistake. DC Kong said, but you have also made a mistake. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Though you are very powerful, those beasts are your contract beasts. As long as you are dead, the contract beasts will naturally disappear. After he had finished speaking, DC Kong gathered his spiritual energy quickly and attacked Sima Yu. Do you think you are the only one who knows how to use underworld skills? Sima Yu clasped her hands together and turned her spiritual energy into a large net to trap DC Kong's spiritual energy and dissipated it. Net of heaven and earth. This is Lord Mo's underworld skill, how do you know it? DC Kong shouted. Naturally, it's because he taught it to me. Didn't you know that I have a very good relationship with him? As soon as Sima Yu had finished speaking, she cast another net towards DC Kong. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai watched as they saw Sima Yu throw out one spiritual skill after another, her spiritual energy seeming endless. When I first met her, she was just a young girl with no spiritual energy. Now it seems she has far surpassed us. Gongzi Yuan sighed. Indeed, she is far beyond comparison, be it her strength or her identity. Xiao Ruobai murmured. Gongzi Yuan looked sideways at Xiao Ruobai and patted her shoulder. What's happened between you and Shir? It's already bygones. You know very well that it's not all her fault. Besides, she has done so much for you and me, why don't you just let the matter go? Let it go? The Xiao family will never return, how can we go back to how we were? Xiao Ruobai looked at Sima Yu. I can't let it go, Yuan, things between us can never go back to the way it was before. Previous chapter. With the addition of Little Birdie, the other beasts were able to fight more easily, and soon, all the people in the courtyard were dealt with by them. When the last person was killed, Sima Yu returned to the protection shield she had put up and removed it. Are you alright? Naturally, we are alright. Gongzi Yuan replied, how about you? DC Kong's strength can't hurt me. Sima Yu smiled, Duke Gongzi has already brought men over. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Shir. Gongzi Yuan tried to stop her. He wanted to talk to her about Xiao Ruobai, but he didn't know where to start. Sima Yu looked at Xiao Ruobai and said to Gongzi Yuan, I don't think Ruobai has anywhere to go, please take good care of her. If you wish to stay in Great Yu, the second prince is a dependable person. You can seek him out directly. Ruobai opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing in the end. At this time, footsteps and voices drifted in from outside of the courtyard. Sima Yu nodded at the two of them, and after she had gathered her beasts together, she joined Huan in midair. The two of them looked back at them and disappeared into thin air. By the time the others had rushed into the courtyard, all they saw was the devastation of the battle before and the two people who were still in a daze. Young master, are you alright? Gongzi Yuan's attendant rushed over when he saw his young master standing in a daze in the courtyard. He hugged him and howled, young master. I've been so worried the past 2 days that you've been missing. You've scared me to death. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Gongzi Yuan pushed him away with great effort and said helplessly, how can I talk when you're hugging me so tight? Oh, young master. The attendant stepped back and looked at him nervously. Young master. One of the guards came over, are you alright? We are fine. Where is this? The guard glanced around, no doubt a great battle had gone on here. My friend rescued us earlier. I will report the other details to my father and the prince later. Gongzi Yuan said. Yes. When the prince learnt that you were missing, he sent guards all over the place to search for you. The guard said, when we received news that you are here, we rushed over at once. Gongzi Yuan guessed that once Sima Yu knew they were here, she must have instructed her bees to inform his people of their location. Let's go. Since the prince and the others have sent men to search for us during such a busy time, we should go back and let them know we are safe. He looked at Xiao Ruobai after he had spoken. I didn't even get a chance to tell you what I mean before we were captured. What she said before she left was also my intention. Leave with me, whether you stay with me or the second prince in the future, at present, you shouldn't be alone. She doesn't want anything to happen to you. Xiao Ruobai was a little hesitant at first, but upon hearing his last words, she nodded, all right. After Sima Yu left, she appeared at the city gate and walked back alone. As soon as she had walked through the city gate, she saw Murong Hui and the others rushing out. She called out hurriedly and stopped them. Father. Shir. When Murong Hui saw her, he stopped his underworld beast. He jumped down and said, Shir, are you all right? Father, I'm fine. Sima Yu shook her head, didn't I send someone to inform you that I am fine and that you don't have to look for me? When the two guards from Great Yu Palace returned and said that you had left with someone else, how could I do nothing? The prince told me to go back and I met Mingda and the others on the way. How could I not come out to look for you when you are missing? Murong Hui said, fortunately, you are all right. Would I go with someone so easily? Naturally, I would only go if I was confident. Besides, I have Huan by my side. I will be fine with him by my side. Sima Yu said. Well, do you know who captured you? Murong Hui asked. Well, let's talk about that when we see the prince. Sima Yu replied. Murong Hui knew that the person who had captured her must have had something to do with the situation at present, so he nodded and said to her, then let's go. When they arrived at the Great Yu Palace, Gongzi Yuan and the others hadn't returned yet. The guards led them directly to the prince's study. The prince of Great Yu was discussing matters with Yu Yan and several others inside. When the prince knew that she had returned, he instructed the guards to bring them in directly. Shir, are you injured? Yu Yan asked. Sima Yu shook her head and bowed to the prince of Great Yu. Prince, I think I have something to report to you. The prince of Great Yu had great trust in her now, so when he heard her saying this, he said to the others in the study, you may all leave first, we will discuss the rest of the matter later. Those people were a little surprised that the Prince of Great Yu held such high regard for Sima Yu, even more so than Murong Hui. They didn't dare to say anything to the prince's orders, hence, they all stood up and left. After they had left, Yu Yan asked, Sheer, who captured you? D.C. Kong. Sima Yu said, from the looks of things, D.C. family clan are also involved in this matter. D.C. family clan? That's right. Sima Yu said, although D.C. Kong isn't the young master of the D.C. family clan, he is also a leader among the younger generation. It is absolutely no coincidence that he has made an appearance now. But we didn't discover anyone from the D.C. family clan this time. Yu Yan said. N/O/vel/b/c/.c/om. Perhaps since the situation has come to an end, they decided not to waste any more strength by sending men in. Sima Yu said, this is just my conjecture, I don't believe in so many coincidences. Especially as they have brought so many people. Your instincts have always been very accurate. Since this is how you feel, then we should pay more attention to this matter. The Prince of Great Yu said. The D.C. family clan has always been the ghost concubine's right-hand men. Therefore, this time, there is no doubt that the ghost concubine and her people had planned this, and the D.C. family clan had a part to play. Yu Yan believed her. Previously, their plans were relatively secretive. However, now that the princess consort's backing has been eliminated by us, they will not be able to cause any more trouble. Once we have dealt with this matter, we don't need to be afraid of anyone, not even the D.C. family clan. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Sima Yu said. Oh. The men that D.C. Kong brought with him have all been killed. All killed? Yes, that's why the D.C. family clan will not be able to reach her for the time being. Sima Yu said, but as to whether we will have good days ahead, is dependent on the status of D.C. Kong within the D.C. family clan. We don't know the internal affairs of the D.C. family clan very well. The Prince of Great Yu said. You should be able to find out quite easily. Sima Yu said, as long as you keep an eye out on them in the future, you should be able to find out any information quite easily. Sima Yu thought of Di Wu Yi in the Spirit Pagoda and asked him if he knew anything about him. Previous chapter. After a while, Gongzi Yuan and the others returned, and the prince instructed them to be brought to him at once. When Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai entered the study, they were taken aback to see Sima Yu. After they had Sheer has already told me what happened to you, I'm glad you're safe. The Prince of Great Yu said. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai didn't know what Sima Yu had said, so they didn't say much, and only said vaguely, we heard from the people from the region that Prince sent men to search for us even though you are so busy. Yuan and Ruobai thanked Prince for his concern. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. You must have been frightened by your ordeal this time, go back and have a good rest. The Prince of Great Yu said, dismissing them. Gongzi Yuan and Xiao Ruobai bowed and left the study. Sima Yu watched them leave and stood up. She said to Yu Yan, Second Prince, I'm sure you have heard about what's happened between Ruobai and myself. If it's not too much trouble, I hope that you can take care of her for me. If she comes to look for me, I will. Yu Yan replied. Thank you, Second Prince. Sima Yu said gratefully. You healed my imperial father, and it was also thanks to your idea that we were able to gain the upper hand in this matter. It is only right to help you look after one person. Yu Yan said. After their mutual polite remarks to each other, the prince ordered someone to escort her home while Murong Hui stayed behind and continued to deal with the matters at hand. Sima Yu guessed that after the matters had been resolved, he wouldn't return to Vast Region. The prince would no doubt think of a way to make him stay. It wasn't a problem if he stayed, everyone had to look forward to their future anyway. Upon her return to the inn, the people from Vast Region surrounded her. When they saw that Sima Yu was fine, they were relieved. I told you young miss will be fine. Zhang Mingda said with a smile. I wonder who it was panicking earlier, he was so nervous that he couldn't sleep and wanted to go out to search for her. Fang Yinghan said. Weren't you all the same? Zhang Mingda murmured, young miss, who took you away, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. A member of the D.C. family clan? They were most likely targeting the prince and my father. But it's alright, nothing happened. I'm a bit tired, so I will go back to my room to rest. You should all rest too. After Sima Yu had finished speaking, she went back to her room. After she entered her room, she put up a spirit barrier and stepped into the spirit pagoda. Little spirit, bring out Di Wu Yi. Sima Yu said. Little spirit brought Di Wu Yi out. He was still the same as before, there was no change. If she hadn't encountered a member of the D.C. family clan this time, she would have forgotten that she had locked up Di Wu Yi for such a long time. Although she didn't remember, it didn't mean that it had been forgotten by others. During his period of imprisonment, he had become chess friends with her father Sima Lu Xian. Young Mississippi. Di Wu Yi looked at her and bowed respectfully. Di Wu Yi, do you know where you are right now? Do you know who I met today? Sima Yu asked. Di Wu Yi was a little surprised, how was he supposed to know where he was? Sima Yu hadn't expected him to speak out, so she continued speaking, we are in Great Yu City now, and I met D.C. Kong today. What? Di Wu Yi's eyes widened in surprise, are we in the ghost realm already? Yes. Sima Yu nodded. D.C. Kong is extremely ruthless, did he do anything to you? Di Wu Yi asked worriedly. I'm fine, he's not. He wanted to capture me but lost his life instead. Sima Yu said. He's dead? Didn't he always bring a lot of men with him whenever he went out? He was actually killed. Well, he was burned to death by little birdie. Sima Yu said, I called you out today to ask you about the DC family clan and Diwu family clan. Diwu collected his composure and recounted what he knew about the two families. He had wanted to plead for mercy on behalf of the Diwu family clan, however, he knew where she stood. It was either life or death with the ghost concubine. It was impossible for any family clan to not follow the ghost concubine. Sima Yu looked at him, as if she knew his thoughts. If your family clan hadn't tried to stop me from doing things in the end, I wouldn't have killed them all. She had done him a great favor, all things considered. Diwu was very grateful. He bowed and said, thank you, young Mississippi. You've been inside for so long, have you thought about coming out? Sima Yu asked. Come out? A flash of eagerness flashed across Diwu's eyes, then it disappeared again. He shook his head and said, I can't go out. If I go out, they will recognize me and they will know your identity. I am fine staying here. I am very grateful that young Miss didn't kill me. Sima Yu was a little surprised at his thoughts, as she had never expected him to think this way. You stay inside first, and if there is a chance later, I will let you out. Having spoken, she instructed Little Spirit to take him away. At this time, Sima Lu Xian walked over. When he saw her frowning, he asked, what are you worrying about? Father, I am thinking about the forces supporting the ghost concubine. She already had many forces supporting her before she became a ghost, and this power has increased over the years. I'm afraid that it won't be that easy to bring her down. Sima Yu expressed her worries. What did he tell you? Sima Lu Xian asked. While we are talking about the forces supporting the ghost concubine, because she followed you, she learned a lot of things that others don't know about. Sima Yu said, it seems, the ghost concubine is far more powerful than we thought. You killed her son so naturally, she wants to kill you. This hatred cannot be resolved so easily. Though she is very powerful, you are not bad either. Sima Lu Xian rubbed her head affectionately, you have so much spiritual energy the ancestor gave you, you are also a member of the 9th Underworld clan and you have such a good relationship with the people in the underworld. It's just as your cousin has said, the Ghost King is not as bad as you think. Father, are you suggesting that I go and look for the Ghost King? Sima Yu asked. You've never even met him before, how would you know whether he is good or not? Sima Lu Xian said with a smile, you always have a preconceived impression of people, so you tend to resist accepting people easily. Sima Yu pursed her lips, well, she supposed she did tend to resist a little. She had never intended to accept the Sima family to begin with, and right now, she didn't have any intention of accepting her grandfather the Ghost King. I will decide later. If he is really good to mother, I will accept him. If he is not what we think he is, then the ghost realm doesn't belong to him alone. As long as you are happy. Sima Lu Xian had never intended to force her to do anything against her will. Thank you, father. Sima Yu held his arm, I'm afraid that once the region competition is over, the quiet days may also be over. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Nothing much happened in the days that followed. She thought that the region competition would be delayed with what had happened with the princess consort, however, to Sima Yu's surprise, not only was it not postponed, the people who were arrested at the region competition last time had turned up. Father, they are? Murong Hui saw the people she was referring to and understood what she meant. He said, they are resources. The prince made them choose between death and allegiance, and they made a wise choice. Sima Yu understood, they had to swear their allegiance to the kingdom so that they could survive. In the last round of promotion, there were 152 people. Although the numbers were much smaller, the competition was even more exciting. Before the game started, the Prince of Great Yu and the second prince walked in. Although everyone didn't know about the turmoil at the time, the news of it still spread later on. Therefore, no one was surprised at the prince and second prince's good health. They were just curious about who had healed them. The prince stood on the podium and spoke to the competitors below, everyone here is an elite who has been selected by thousands of people. The loss of one person is a huge loss. Therefore, from today onwards, the rules of the game will be changed, you will stop and not take each other's lives. Everyone understood that the previous rules were changed by the princess consort. Now that the matters regarding the princess consort had been resolved, naturally, the rules would be changed back. It was just a pity for those who had died. Sima Yu and Fang Yinghan went to draw their numbers together and then they went to register their numbers with the umpires. Murong Shi. A man dressed in black stood beside her. When he saw her number, he said, I look forward to our competition. Sima Yu raised her head and looked at him, Yu Tianran, are we in the same group? Yes. Yu Tianran took out his number which was the same as Sima Yu's number, 70. I look forward to getting advice from you. Sima Yu smiled at him, then she left with Zhang Mingda and the others. I didn't expect young Miss opponent to be Yu Tianran. Zhang Mingda said and looked back at him, then he whispered to Sima Yu, young Miss, I heard that Yu Tianran is very powerful. Yes, he is at the middle stage of the underworld saint. Sima Yu said, there are 7 mid-level underworld saint people. I didn't expect to be so lucky to run into him so soon. Young Miss, he's staring at you, he seems to be very interested in you. Fang Yinghan said. That's normal. Zhang Mingda said, who isn't curious about young Miss now? They all probably want to see young Miss' strength. Yes, not only them, we are also curious. That's right, young Mississippi. Why don't you tell us where you get your strength from? Zhang Mingde asked cheerfully. What's there to tell, you can see for yourselves when the time comes. Sima Yu hadn't planned on explaining to them anyway. If she told them now, there would be no mystery left. Besides, what if she scared them and they did badly in their competition as a result? Zhang Mingde looked at Sima Yu and his lips curled up. He complained in a low voice, young miss is not fun. Sima Yu smiled at him, even if she refused to tell them, what could they do to her, beat her? Zhang Mingde was heartbroken, could he? Of course not. Therefore, he felt even more heartbroken. Very soon, the first batch of competitors entered the realm. There were only 60 competitors in each round now, and there were 30 rounds. Sima Yu watched the first group of people compete, and without the princess consort's monopoly, the game was much milder. However, it was also more exciting. It seemed that the region competition had only just started properly now. Sima Yu watched each group of competitors carefully as some of them might be her opponents next time. Although she was confident in her own abilities, she preferred to know her enemy well. An hour later, the first 30 groups had finished competing, and the next 30 groups were next. Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingde were in this group. Regrettably, neither of them were promoted to the next round. NOVLB/JNN. Now, all of vast region's hopes were pinned on Sima Yu alone. When Fang Yinghan and Zhang Mingde came back, they both acted a little strangely. If it had been Ping, he would have been promoted to the next round. But he didn't get the chance. Zhang Mingde said reproachfully. It doesn't matter, you have already tried your best. Murong Hui said, this result is much better than the previous years. You encountered underworld saints as opponents, you just have to work harder in the future. Sima Yu comforted them. Although we have been eliminated, this is much better than what we expected before we came here. Zhang Mingde said, we will be able to see young Miss compete in a while. I am really looking forward to it. Sima Yu glanced at him, this guy's mood changed so quickly. About an hour later, the second round of games was over. The remaining 16 groups entered the realm of emptiness after they had received their talisman. Because the number of competitors was half of what it had been before, everyone had a better view of the games. After Yu Tianran entered the realm of emptiness, he flew into midair and waited for Sima Yu. When he saw Sima Yu walk in, he waved his hand and said, I know you can fly. Sima Yu smiled and lifted herself up on her toes, then she flew into the air to face Yu Tianran. I guessed right. Yu Tianran said, young Miss Murong, please. When Sima Yu saw that he hadn't called his contract beast out, she didn't call Onyx out either. The two of them confronted each other with their underworld skills. The spectators were surprised that she hadn't called out Onyx, they thought that she was going to use Onyx right till the end. Look at the speed of her underworld skills. Her underworld skills seemed to follow one after another. This was the first time everyone had seen her use underworld skills and they were amazed by her speed. Look at her underworld skills, they are not of an ordinary grade. Yu Tianran is a middle stage of underworld saint and she hasn't even conceded a move yet. It seems that she really has strength and she doesn't only rely on her contract beasts. When Sima Yu was in the realm of emptiness, she was unable to hear the discussion that was going on outside. However, she could guess what their expressions would be when they saw her using her underworld skills. Yu Tianran's strength was indeed not low, his underworld skills were faster than that of ordinary people too. She was able to match his strength without exposing more strength, and the gap between their strength was not much. Later on, when there was a gap between their exchange of blows, she teleported and appeared directly behind Yu Tianran. She ended the game when she placed her long sword on his shoulder. Yu Tianran hadn't used up all of his underworld skills and he felt a little unwilling to give up as he felt the cold temperature of the long sword. However, he dissipated his spiritual energy and said, I've lost. Sima Yu withdrew her long sword and said, you let me win. Yu Tianran turned around and saluted to Sima Yu, your talents are truly hidden. To be honest, your strength is far more than that, isn't it? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Yu Tianran could feel that Sima Yu held back when they were competing. Sima Yu smiled at him and said, this is a secret. Having said that, she took out her talisman and crushed it, leaving the realm. Yu Tianran was mesmerized by her smile. He took out his talisman and went out after she left. The two of them went to register with the umpire and went back separately. Young Miss Murong. Yu Tianran called to her. Sima Yu looked back at him and said, is there anything else? There are two people, Jiang Yuan and Lu Liangchen. I'm afraid that they are also hiding their strength. Be careful if you encounter them. Yu Tianran said. I see, thank you. Sima Yu was grateful for his kindness, and thanked him before she left. She had noticed those two people that he had mentioned before, and at that time, she also felt that they were hiding their strength. But so what? In terms of hiding their strength, who could beat her? In the last batch, Gongzi Yuan won narrowly and advanced to the next round. In the next two rounds, the competitors dwindles from 76 to 38, then 38 to 19. Sima Yu advanced both rounds with no problem. In the last round, as there was an odd number, one player out of the 19 competitors advanced directly. Just before she went to draw her number, Sima Yu said to Moj who was sitting next to her, if I pick an empty number this time, that means I will be in the top 10 and our agreement will be reached. What if you can't get it? Moj asked. Then I will fight my way into the top 10. The ending will be the same anyway. Sima Yu said. Then we shall wait and see. Moj smiled. He was actually really looking forward to watching her. Afterwards, Sima Yu went to draw her number. When she saw the number she drew, she was not disappointed. Sure enough, the empty number was not easy to draw. The first group to enter the realm of emptiness. The umpire called. Sima Yu was not the first on the list, so she was resting in the resting area. While she was watching the game, she saw a person rushing in from outside. Anyone who was able to enter the venue after it had been closed was not an ordinary person. She thought that this person would have gone to look for the prince. She hadn't expected the person to go directly to where the people from vast region were sitting. He came to Moj's side and said something in his ears after he saluted. After hearing the words of the person, Moj's face changed slightly, then he nodded and sent him away after saying, I know, to him. N/O/vel/b/in.c/. Sima Yu wondered what it was that made him care so much. However, before she could figure it out, she heard the umpire call the second group of competitors to enter the realm of emptiness. Sima Yu took her talisman and went in. Her opponent was Jiang Yuan, whom Yu Tianran had cautioned her against before. Jiang Yuan looked at Sima Yu and said, I didn't expect to meet you, it seems my luck is really bad. Sima Yu smiled. You also hide your strength, don't you? I don't know if my strength is good enough for you. Anyway, we will just have to give it a try, won't we? Jiang Yuan had noticed Sima Yu's strength a long time ago and it definitely wasn't like this. He hadn't expected his luck would be so bad and encountered Sima Yu as his opponent. However, it was not his style to give up without even trying, he still intended to try his best. Please. Sima Yu waved her hand. As her opponent hadn't called on his contract beast, she didn't call Onyx either. Like the last two rounds, they used their own spiritual energy. Jiang Yuan's strength was much stronger than Yu Tianran. Although their strength seemed similar before, his combat effectiveness was 2 levels higher. Though this didn't make any difference to Sima Yu as she was able to cope easily without having to reveal her strength as an underworld paragon. Jiang Yuan became more frightened the longer he fought, he had overestimated her strength. He hadn't expected that when they were in actual combat, her strength was much higher than he thought. If it weren't for the fact that he paid attention to combatability usually, he would have been beaten to the ground by her a long time ago. Sima Yu glanced outside and saw that Moj looked a little anxious. She decided to end the game quickly, therefore, she changed her underworld skills and used her net of heaven and earth that she had used before. The huge net of heaven and earth trapped Jiang Yuan and shrank slowly under Sima Yu's control. It destroyed the defensive layer that he had formed before it stopped shrinking. Jiang Yuan felt the power contained in the net. If it had continued to shrink, he would be severely injured. He tried to teleport out of the net, but he found that his space had been frozen by her and he was unable to leave. Finally, he had to admit defeat. Sima Yu dissipated the net of heaven and earth and after she said, sorry to offend you, she crushed her talisman and left the realm of emptiness. When Moj saw Sima Yu use the net of heaven and earth, he knew at once that she had inherited the ancestor's underworld skills. The ancestor taught her but not him. Therefore, after Sima Yu had finished registering and returned, she was met with Moj's somewhat sad eyes. What's wrong with you? Sima Yu asked. Ancestor imparted his underworld skills to you. Moj said. Yes, when I was in the human realm, he said that because I taught him how to make tea, he would teach me something in return. Therefore, he taught me a lot of underworld skills. Sima Yu said. A lot? Moj was not calm. Ahem, well, what did that person say to you earlier? Sima Yu changed the subject. She realized that he must not have taught Moj much in the past. She felt like she was stealing a child's candy. Well, I don't think I can wait till your competition is over. Moj's expression became serious when he spoke about the matter. There is a situation over at Nirvana River, I must rush over immediately. There were still several rounds before her competition ended. I'll go with you. Sima Yu blurted out without thinking. But what about your competition? I will discuss it with my father, I won't take part in the next round of competition. Sima Yu said, now that I have entered the top 10, it is already a big achievement for vast region. As for the final ranking, it doesn't make much difference. She couldn't explain it, but she felt that she would regret it if she didn't go to Nirvana River this time. Moj actually felt that this kind of competition was quite meaningless anyway, so he agreed, then you discuss it with the prince and see what he says. Sima Yu went to Murong Hui's side and told him about this matter and her plan. Murong Hui only hesitated for a moment before he agreed. He would never stop her from doing what she wanted. He brought her to look for the Prince of Great Yu and told him about her leaving. You're really leaving? The Prince of Great Yu asked. Sima Yu nodded, she had already made up her mind. You know, after the competition ends, we will send the top-ranking competitors to go to the imperial capital to participate in the interkingdom competition. If you can rush back in time, I hope you will be able to participate. The Prince of Great Yu said, I will reserve a place for you. Although Sima Yu had wanted to say no, the prince's last words made her change her mind. If you are going to the imperial capital, it is better if you have an identity. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right. Sima Yu accepted the prince's kindness and said that if she could return in time, she would go. However, if she was unable to return in time, then he didn't need to reserve a place for her. Shortly after, she bid goodbye to Murong Hui and left the arena with Moj. When the people of Vast Province learnt that she was leaving, they were at a loss for words and were unable to accept the news for a long time. How can she just leave? Young miss is not like us, she won't stay in one place forever. Oh, young miss, I will miss her. Murong Hui felt a little sad when he heard their words. He had taken her under his wing from the moment she had arrived in the ghost realm, and now she had flown the nest. After the competition was over, the Prince of Great Yu announced this news to everyone. The list for the top 10 in the region has come out. Congratulations to those who have been promoted. I also have another news to announce. Murong Shi has left the competition due to some matters. Therefore, in the next round, there will only be 9 competitors competing for the top 9 places. This news shook the whole arena. She just left like this? She wasn't going to continue with the competition? Surely with her strength she was more than capable to attain higher than top 10. They were very curious about what it was that made her willing to give up the competition. Xiao Ruobai and Gongzi Yuan, who were sitting in with the other spectators, were also shocked by the news. She just left like this. Xiao Ruobai felt a little disappointed deep down. With her departure today, would they ever encounter each other again? Sheer didn't even tell us she was leaving. Gongzi Yuan complained in a low voice to conceal his sadness. She had left after all, though as it was so sudden, they were all a little unprepared. This news was too unexpected and they needed time to digest this. At the same time, Sima Yu had already left Geet Yu City with Moj. They flew towards the Nirvana River on Moj's flying beast. Moj, why don't we use the teleportation array? Sima Yu asked. I don't like to use the teleportation array with so many people. Moj replied. Sima Yu's mouth twitched. Was it a compulsive disorder? Obsessive compulsive disorder? Then why don't you build the teleportation array yourself? I heard from Yuan Yen that your arrays are quite powerful. The array stones for long-distance arrays have been used up, I am waiting for them to send me more. Sima Yu. Was he serious? She used to think that as the young master of the Mo clan, he was quite good. But now they just seem like a bunch of quirks. How long will it take for us to fly there? Sima Yu asked. A few years, it will be quicker when they send me the things. Moj replied. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, what a waste of time. Why don't I help you? Let's set up the teleportation array together. I have plenty of array stones. Moj considered it for a second, and then he agreed. It really was a waste of time. When they came to an open space, Sima Yu took out a pile of stones and Moj helped her to set up the array. Sima Yu looked at the array and smiled. Aren't you afraid that I will learn your methods? Moj glanced at her sadly and said, the ancestor has imparted his underworld skills to you, why would I be afraid that you would learn such skills from me? Sima Yu touched her nose, why did she have to touch on this sore subject? I say. Moj stopped what he was doing and looked at her, what did you do for the ancestor? What? Sima Yu didn't understand what he meant. Let me protect you, and personally teach you underworld skills. Did he do anything else for you? Maybe let you become a member of the Mo clan, or something else? Moj asked sadly. No. Sima Yu understood his sadness, the time we spent together wasn't long, so he didn't actually teach me that much. Wasn't protecting me something that you both discussed? If you weren't willing, he wouldn't have forced you. He won't force me, but he will tell others about it. Having said that, he sighed, the ancestor is too easily bought over, why didn't those people understand it before? What do you mean by easy? Did you know that your ancestor wanted to kill me when he first met me? Sima Yu complained. Really? Of course. He said that he was going to kill me for the ghost concubine. Your ancestor's strength is not something I can withstand. It was lucky that I knew how to brew tea, and I had quite a lot of tea with me, that's how I managed to keep alive. Sima Yu said pitifully, which made Moj feel much better at last. Although it was not great in the beginning, fortunately, in the end it was fine. Moj said, you have the underworld skills ancestor imparted to you so you can be regarded as his disciple. Even in the Mo clan, your status is considered very high. I'm still his master. Sima Yu said. Mi Ji. It was considered an honor to be the disciple of the ancestor of the Mo clan, you want to be his master? However, his ancestor may actually admit that. Alas. He shook his head and continued to arrange the array. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. By the way, what happened at Nirvana River? Though Sima Yu had followed him out, she hadn't asked him what had happened, could it be that my treasure has come early? Moj glanced at her, what treasure? Something has happened to the clansmen I left there. Moj said, however, I have also had news that there has been quite a lot of movement over at Nirvana River recently. Oh, is the treasure appearing? I don't know. Then what's wrong with your clansmen? Sima Yu asked. Apparently one goes missing every few days, and not even their bones are left. No matter how careful they are, it's still happening. Moj frowned slightly when he said this, he felt that this was not something ordinary people could do. Could they have been taken by the river deity? Sima Yu asked. There's no river deity at Nirvana River. Moj denied this, we'll know more when we get there. Yes, then we better speed up. Sima Yu quickened her pace and the two of them worked together to arrange the array quickly. Huan, come here. She beckoned towards Huan. Huan, who had been standing silently at the side, walked over. The three of them stood in the teleportation array and disappeared. Because the distance was too far, they had to change several teleportation arrays. Finally, after a month of traveling, they arrived on the other side of the river. The space near Nirvana River is unstable, we can't use teleportation arrays for the remainder of the journey. Moj said. Well, we will sit on the flying beast then. Sima Yu looked into the horizon. She didn't know why, but when she arrived at this place, the throbbing in her heart became more obvious. Could it really be that some treasure is calling out to me? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comment. After a few days' journey on the flying beast, they arrived at the Nirvana River. Other than its wide surface, Nirvana River looked no different from other rivers. Is the Nirvana River really connected to the River of Oblivion? I don't see the difference. Sima Yu asked Moj. It doesn't look any different now, but the water is much lighter than normal river water. The closer you get to that area, the water is so light that even feathers can't float. Moj said. Are we going to that area? We are going near that area. Moj said, it's not far from here. Along the way, Sima Yu saw many campsites set up, and every time they passed a campsite, the people there would look at them vigilantly. However, upon recognizing Moj's flying beast, they retreated respectfully. The Mo clan holds a very high status in the ghost realm. Sima Yu sighed. The Mo clan is the head of the 8 noble clans in the ghost realm, so naturally our status is very high. Moj said proudly. There are 8 noble clans in the ghost realm? Sima Yu asked. There are 4, 3 of them are from the Soul region, and another one is in the abyss of hell. Moj said. There are also family clans in the Soul region? Sima Yu was curious. Weren't those soul entities? Could these kinds of people marry and have babies? What are you thinking about? Moj saw the light flashing under her eyes. Sima Yu smiled at him, don't you want to know? Moj rolled his eyes, the people of the Soul clan cannot bear children and carry on the generations, but they can form a family clan. It's just like forming a force, just that the name is different. Then why don't you just call it a force, but a family clan? Sima Yu was puzzled, wasn't it all the same? Maybe it's to do with a sense of belonging. Moj said, when the Soul clan arrives in the Soul region, they will cease to have memories of their previous life. It is easier to instill thoughts of family belonging to them this way. Yes, most of them won't have memories. Sima Yu said, the head of the 8 noble clans, Mo clan is really amazing. Even so, isn't it under the rule of the king? Moj was not complacent of his family's status, moreover, there are many hidden forces in the ghost region, those are the truly powerful ones. Do you idolize them very much? Not quite idolize, but something I yearn to achieve for myself. Moj said, the 9th underworld clan that you mentioned last time, they are the real kings of the underworld. The 9th underworld clan used to be very powerful, but haven't they declined now? They haven't come into the world for so many years, maybe they don't exist anymore. Sima Yu said. Even if they don't exist anymore, people still aspire to be like they were. It is a kind of deep idolization from the heart. Moj sighed after speaking, seeming to lament the decline of the 9th underworld clan. Sima Yu wanted to know more about the 9th underworld clan, but as she wasn't able to speak to him much at that moment, she asked, can we go to take a look at that place? Where? Moj shook his head, that place is too dangerous, it's better not to get too close. If we fall into the water accidentally, we won't be able to get back out. Oh. Sima Yu's original body was a soul body, even if she really did fall into the water, she was not afraid. However, she didn't want him to worry so she didn't say anything. After flying for a few days, they had finally reached the place where Moj's clansmen had set up their campsite. Young master, you are finally here. This is Mojan, the steward of the Mo clan, this is Ancestor's disciple Sima Yu, and her friend Huan. Moj introduced the two of them and asked, how is the situation now? Mojan was surprised when Moj had introduced Sima Yu as the Ancestor's disciple. Why had he never heard of the Ancestor accepting a disciple before? Upon hearing Moj's question, Mojan calmed his mind quickly and replied, previously, on average one person went missing every 7 to 8 days. Now, one person goes missing every 5 days. It's been 3 days since the last person has gone missing. In other words, another person will go missing in 2 days' time. Moj said, did you not notice anything out of the ordinary before? I'm ashamed, no, I didn't. Mojan said. Since there are only 2 more days, let's wait here. Sima Yu said, maybe we will find something by then. She was very confident in Huan's strength, and if there was anything, he would definitely be able to find out. N/O/vel. Moj understood what she meant. When he saw that Huan hadn't said anything, he agreed. Then let's wait 2 days and see what happens. Yes. Mojan replied. By the way, did this happen only at our campsite? What about the other forces? Sima Yu asked. Almost every force has lost someone. It's just that the interval between the missing persons is different. Different. Mojan replied. I saw many people on our way here, have they not thought about leaving? There has been a lot of movement recently in Nirvana River. There has been a rumor amongst everyone that a strange treasure is about to be born. How can this rival against the enthusiasm of strange treasures? Mo Jean replied, the most indispensable thing in the ghost realm is people. Sima Yu understood, the death of a few people compared to the acquisition of strange treasures was incomparable to the hearts of living people. Yu, we have been on the road for so long, you must be tired. Have a good rest today, and we will take a walk around tomorrow. Mo Ji said. Sima Yu was indeed a little tired. Although she was keen to go to the riverside to take a look, and upon seeing that Mo Ji had matters to discuss with Mo Jean and the others, she realized that they probably wouldn't agree to her going out by herself. Therefore, Huan and her found an empty spot next to the campsite and set up her tent. When the Mo clan people saw this, they all went to help her, hence, she had nothing to do. Mo Jean looked in the direction of Sima Yu and asked, young master, where did Sima Yu come from? How did she become the ancestor's disciple? She is a child born of the Dark Princess and a human in the human realm. It is not accurate to say that she is the ancestor's disciple, they are friends and teachers to each other. She is the ancestor's master in the art of tea, and the ancestor repaid her favor by teaching her a lot of underworld skills. Mo Jean was surprised, it was rumored in the clan that the ancestor had asked you to protect someone, is that her? That's right. Later on, send an order down and make sure that everyone pays attention to her safety. If anything happens to her, the ancestor will skin us alive. I understand, I will give the order later. Now, tell me what has happened during this time. Yes. Not long after Sima Yu's tent had been set up, there was movement coming from the Nirvana River. Apparently, the river water was moving more rigorously than before. When Sima Yu came out of the tent, she went over to Mo's side and asked excitedly, is there any strange treasure coming out? No, I didn't sense the breath of a treasure. Mo dampened her enthusiasm. Then what's wrong? Sima Yu asked. My guess is that something has happened at the bottom of Nirvana River and it's caused a commotion. Mo said. When Sima Yu heard that there was no treasure, her interest decreased by half, and she said, could it be that someone was fighting at the bottom of the river earlier? If that was really the case, then she had come all this way for nothing. No. Mo said affirmatively, I definitely sensed other breaths. Alright then. Sima Yu looked at the surging river in the distance and she felt a little agitated. She wanted to go down there to take a look for herself. She looked back at Huan behind her but saw Huan daydreaming, his attention was elsewhere. Huan, what are you thinking of? Sima Yu asked. Huan severed the connection with Black Shadow and said, I was thinking, what kind of underworld beast would dare to fight at the bottom of the Nirvana River? Can it not? Sima Yu asked. N/O/vel/b/jn. The Nirvana River is connected to the River of Oblivion. Once the water on the side of the Nirvana River is out of control, the water from the River of Oblivion will overflow. At that point, the underworld beasts in the Nirvana River will drown. Huan explained. Drown? Sima Yu was a little amused by this. Underworld beasts in the water can drown? This kind of drowning is different from ordinary drowning. Huan said, the water from the River of Oblivion is soft, and the underworld beasts in the Nirvana River cannot survive in it. Alright, then what if the water from the Nirvana River flows into the River of Oblivion? Sima Yu asked. This doesn't have much impact on the underworld beasts in the River of Oblivion, they just won't be able to sink to the bottom of the river to live. Huan said, therefore, it is important to maintain the stability of the two rivers. Is there anyone in charge of this? Not in the past. However, the beasts living in this area understand this, therefore, none of them will fight at the bottom of the river at will. Huan said. Mo looked at Huan in surprise, who was he and how did he know so much? Now that there are underworld beasts fighting at the bottom of the river regardless of the danger, it seems, they must be feeling pressured and anxious. Mo said. However, Sima Yu's attention was caught by another point. Huan, didn't you say that there never used to be anyone in charge in the past? Does that mean that someone is in charge now? There seems to be a problem at the River of Oblivion. Huan was ambiguous, he muttered in his heart that the king was not right by not telling her about the situation now. When she found out that Wu Lingyu was on the other side of the River of Oblivion, and knew that he had become like this, she would definitely get very angry. Should he go ahead first and get someone else to follow her? Forget it. If she were to get angry, he would just tell her that it was the king's order and place all the responsibility onto the king. Besides, she wouldn't do anything to the king anyway. Sima Yu called out some scarlet bees and instructed them to go inside and find out some news. Some of them flew around their surroundings and some of them flew into the mysterious area. However, the scarlet bees lost contact as soon as they flew into that area, which made Sima Yu frown. What's wrong? Mo asked with concern. My scarlet bees have lost contact. Sima Yu said, I'm going to take a look by the river. It's too turbulent today, let's come back tomorrow. Mo said, and he promised, don't worry, a strange treasure definitely won't be born today. Although Sima Yu had wanted to go and take a look at the situation, at Mo's insistence that they waited, she had no choice but to wait. At the same time, at the bottom of the River of Oblivion and the Nirvana River, Wu Lingyu was fighting with a huge water snake. After a few rounds, the water snake was severely injured, and knowing that it had been defeated by Wu Lingyu, it turned and fled towards Nirvana River. Wu Lingyu stared after the figure of the water snake fleeing and the corners of his mouth arched faintly. Want to run? If I don't give up your snake gall today, don't even think of leaving. Having spoken, he raised his right hand and waved it a few times in the water. The water formed a whirlpool and sucked the water snake back to him. How can you control the water from the Nirvana River? The water snake looked horrified, as if it had realized something unbelievable. The Nirvana River and the River of Oblivion were originally one body of water. Since I can control the water of the River of Oblivion, then what's so surprising that I can control the water from the Nirvana River? Wu Lingyu said contemptuously, little water snake, spit out your snake gall yourself. Or shall I do it myself? I'll do it myself. The water snake finally gave in and vomited its own gallbladder. It had 2 snake gallbladders, both of which were the source of its strength. At least if it surrendered one willingly and kept the other one, at least it would still be able to survive. At the very most, it could cultivate a new gallbladder in the future. However, if it didn't surrender it now, it would definitely be ripped apart, and it would definitely die. An emerald-colored snake gallbladder came out of its mouth, and Wu Lingyu waved his hand and sucked the gallbladder over to him. The water snake thought that it would take its gallbladder and was surprised when it saw him place the gallbladder in a jade box. My lord, are you not taking it? The water snake couldn't help but ask curiously. Who said that I took your gallbladder for myself to eat? Wu Lingyu put the box away and glanced at it lightly. I am using this as a present. Having said that, Wu Lingyu turned back towards the River of Oblivion. I've collected another good thing for you. Come and get it. When the water snake heard this, it was petrified. He had snatched its gallbladder for someone who still hadn't arrived at the River of Oblivion? Who had such good luck to gain the love of the big devil? Having lost a gallbladder was not only distressing, but it also greatly reduced its strength. It had to go into retreat so that it could restore its strength as soon as possible. As it thought of this, it fled back to its snake den quickly. What, you were also caught by the big devil? The water snake's neighbor, a little fish, swam over. That's right. I should have listened to you and not gone out at this time. The water snake said regretfully. Since the big devil arrived at the River of Oblivion, we have suffered badly at the Nirvana River. His strength is so strong. Oh, why doesn't someone come to take him away? The little fish loved its own strength dearly. Against Wu Lingyu, it was powerless. He can not only control the water of the River of Oblivion, he can also control the water of the Nirvana River. Who can beat him now? The water snake thought of Wu Lingyu's strength and his heart shook. Oh, our days to come are so pitiful. Oh. A little fish and a water snake cried together. How odd this scene looked. Wu Lingyu returned to an underwater palace where he usually stayed and looked at the boxes piled high next to him. He sighed for a long time. He wanted to spill out all of his yearning. Unfortunately, it was useless. When will you come to the River of Oblivion? Previous chapter. Sima Yu had waited a day before Moj finally agreed to take her to the riverside. There are many underworld beasts in the water, so you mustn't get too close. Moj said. I know. Sima Yu nodded solemnly. She muttered in her heart that he already had the potential of a nagging ant. The 3 of them went to the riverside, but before they had stepped into the water, they heard a commotion from the campsite in the distance. What's the matter? It looks like something has happened. Sima Yu contacted her scarlet bees, and upon hearing the news the scarlet bees had delivered, she said solemnly, it seems we will not be able to leave the campsite today. Let's go over and see what's happened. No need to go. Sima Yu held him back. They've just found another person missing. One more person. Maybe we didn't notice it. I didn't expect that thing to capture someone today. Sima Yu said, we are not far from those people. I think the Mo clan might be next. Let's go back and take a look. Yes. Sima Yu knew that they wouldn't be able to leave when she received the news, and followed them back obediently. When Mo Zhan saw that Moj and the others had returned, he hurried forward. Young master, things are even more serious now. Now. There are 3 people missing this time. Did no one realize that 3 people were missing? Mo Zhan shook his head. The other party was too stealthy. Mo Zhan, go and do a head count and see if anyone is missing. Moj ordered. Sima Yu stood behind him and noticed that something was not quite right behind the Mo clan. Be careful. She condensed her spiritual energy and struck the person behind the crowd of people. The man was stunned at first, but he still avoided the attack subconsciously. However, her spiritual energy didn't dissipate, but disappeared bizarrely. What's the matter? Moj and the others hadn't noticed any unusual movement, but when they saw Sima Yu's move disappear like that, they knew it was not normal. I saw a faint shadow behind them. Sima Yu pointed in the direction she had launched her attack at. But we didn't see any shadows. The others looked at the place suspiciously and didn't see anything out of the ordinary. The shadow was transparent, so you can't see it. Sima Yu said. Then how did you notice it? Mo Zhan asked. I saw it. Sima Yu said, although it was very faint, I could still see it. You saw it? Everyone looked at her suspiciously. If we can't see it, how can you see it? I just saw it. Sima Yu didn't know why. Maybe my eyes are different from others. Eyes are different? Everyone stared at her. They couldn't see any difference. Moj also stared at her, but he retracted his gaze quickly and turned to look at the place she had pointed at. Then where is the shadow now? It ran into the river. Sima Yu said. Something from the river? Probably. Sima Yu said, I'm not sure what it is. I just saw it drifting over there some distance away above the surface of the water. Did you see what it was? Sima Yu shook her head. It was just a fuzzy shadow. It seems that all the missing people were captured by that shadow. Mo Zhan said. They weren't captured, they were eaten. Sima Yu said, the shadow I saw looked like it wanted to swallow him whole. Eaten? Yes, I think the shadow I saw was eating people. Sima Yu said, those people who have disappeared would no doubt have been eaten. The people of the Mo clan were unable to digest this news. Most clansmen didn't carry their life jade on them, so when these people had disappeared, they wouldn't have known that they had died. I don't know if that thing will come back later after being knocked by you. The Mo clan people felt a little frustrated at the thought of an invisible thing spying on them. The atmosphere fell silent suddenly. Since that thing has been chased away, it shouldn't come back anytime soon. We will find out what it is. During this time, everyone should remain careful and try not to act alone. Sima Yu and Huan followed him and left the campsite. Yu, how were you able to see that shadow? Moj asked, don't tell me that your eyes are special, you don't even believe that. Didn't your ancestor tell you? Sima Yu smiled, I think I can see it because of my soul body. You are a soul body? Moj was shocked by the news and said in disbelief, you are really a soul body? Then in the human realm. I was originally dead. Sima Yu said, but it seems that someone in the human realm saved my body and held on to my life, that's why I didn't lose my memory. This, you. Moj looked at her, are you really a soul body? Sima Yu nodded. Then how did you? Condensing? This was condensed for me by someone else. Since you saw it with your soul body, then could that thing also be an underworld beast with a soul body? From the River of Oblivion? Moj guessed, I don't know. Sima Yu said, I don't have much knowledge about underworld beasts in the river. This was a vapor beast living at the juncture where the River of Oblivion and the Nirvana River met. Oh. Huan, how do you know so much about this kind of underworld beast? I just know a little. Black Shadow had lived here for many years, so he knew everything about the situation here. So that means the next 3 to 5 days will be safe. Previous chapter. You want to kill the vapor beast? That'll depend. Huan, didn't you say that the vapor beast bears grudges? After I heard it today, it will surely come looking for me for revenge. Sima Yu said, rather than wait for it to look for me, it's better that I look for it first. As the saying goes, take its life when it's hurt, isn't that right? That's right. Huan agreed, rather than waiting for it to recover from its injuries and come to look for you to seek revenge, it is better to look for it now. However, we are not familiar with the situation at the bottom of the river. If we go down like this, we might encounter danger. Moj was a little worried, why don't I instruct Mojan to take some men down and investigate the situation first? They can't see the vapor beast. Besides, all of them together can't compare to one Huan, why let them take the risk? Sima Yu said. That's right. Moj agreed. She didn't have to be so direct though. Then it's settled. Huan and I will go down. Sima Yu looked at Huan after speaking and said with a smile, do you have any objections with that Huan? NOVLB //JNN. I have no objections, but I need to wait for someone. We will go down once he arrives. Huan had no objection to her arrangements as long as he was able to follow her to protect her. Who are we waiting for? Black Shadow. Black Shadow is coming too? He has been here lately. Huan said, I think that he will be quite familiar with this place, and we will also have a guide when we go down. And another fighter? Sima Yu smiled, in the past when you all didn't want to do it, you would always send him, under the pretense that you were training him. He likes this kind of exercise. Huan replied shamelessly. After he had contacted Black Shadow, it didn't take long before he showed up. As soon as Black Shadow saw Sima Yu, he ran over excitedly and hugged her. He wailed, young miss. Oh, Black Shadow can finally see you again. Huan pulled him off Sima Yu and said in disgust, shameless. What do you mean by that? Black Shadow waited for him, if you hadn't been following young miss, you would feel exactly the same way as I do now. No, you would be even more excited. I won't be as shameless as you. Huan said. Humph, if you hadn't seized this opportunity, I would be the one guarding young miss. Black Shadow was very upset about this, if you hadn't cheated back then, I wouldn't have lost. That's called being witty. Huan glanced at him with an obvious look, why blame me for yourself being stupid? Sima Yu looked at Huan who was getting Black Shadow extremely agitated and quickly grabbed him back. She said, all right, the two of you are always fighting. He was always being bullied by Huan as well. Since young miss has ordered us to stop, then I will stop. Black Shadow obeyed Sima Yu and kept quiet. Black Shadow, why did you come to the River of Oblivion? Sima Yu asked. Well. Black Shadow looked at Huan and when he saw him shaking his head, he said, well, the king gave me a mission, that's why I'm here. The Underworld King sent you to the River of Oblivion? What are you doing here? Sima Yu was curious, hadn't the Underworld King claimed that he hadn't participated in the matters of the Ghost Realm for a long time? Well. You'll find out later. I can't tell you yet. Black Shadow looked at Sima Yu pleadingly and hoped that she would stop questioning him. If she were to continue asking him questions, he would no doubt not be able to help himself and tell her everything. This would go against the Underworld King's wishes for them to meet by themselves, and they would no doubt be punished. When Sima Yu saw how torn he was, she was even more curious. Was it something shameful he was hiding? Would the Underworld King do such things? At this moment in time, she had no idea that she was related to the matter. Black Shadow and Huan looked at her curious eyes and their mouths twitched. They didn't realize that she enjoyed gossip so much now. When she found out that this matter was related to her, would she be so angry with the king that she had cramps? Luckily, she empathized with them and didn't continue asking. Black Shadow, how much do you know about the situation at the bottom of the river? Very well, both the Nirvana River and the River of Oblivion. Young miss, where do you want to go? Black Shadow asked with a sigh of relief and smiled. Do you know where the Vapor Beast is? Vapor Beast? Yes, I do. Although the beast's strength is not strong, it is very cunning and hard to catch. What did that beast do to provoke young miss? Something happened. Sima Yu recounted the situation where the Vapor Beast was eating people and had been injured by her. That beast wouldn't dare to provoke young miss even if it had 10 guts, otherwise I would take it out. Black Shadow was quite familiar with the Vapor Beast. If the beast really had provoked her, he wouldn't let it off. Sima Yu stared at him. How do you know so much about these underworld beasts? Ahem, I've been here for such a long time, naturally I have gained some understanding about them. Since you know everything, then let's go to the bottom of the river and resolve this problem. Then we will go and seek another strange treasure. Strange treasure? What strange treasure? The strange treasure at the bottom of the river, of course. Haven't you noticed more people have arrived here recently? Black Shadow's mouth twitched. There was no strange treasure being born. When Huan saw his expression, he guessed what was going on. He stepped forward and said, Young miss, let's resolve the matter of the Vapor Beast first. We can talk about the strange treasure later. Alright, let me tell Emoji. Sima Yu said. While waiting for Black Shadow, Emoji had been called away by Emojan. Now that she was going to get ready to go down into the water, naturally, she had to inform him. When Emoji heard that she wanted to go down, he wanted to tell her that he would go with her. However, when he thought of what she said, he didn't say it. If there is any danger. Danger, you must tell me. He instructed. I will. Sima Yu replied casually. Even if she did encounter any danger, he wouldn't make it in time. They came to the riverside and watched the billowing river water. Water. Huan and Black Shadow formed a protective barrier. As Sima Yu was a soul body, she didn't need to breathe, hence she didn't require one. After they had prepared everything, they jumped down together. The surface of the water splashed with low waves, then calmed down again. The water in the Nirvana River was clear and bright. Even at the bottom of the river, they were able to see the surrounding situation clearly through the light. However, as Sima Yu's body was a soul body, it was relatively light. Therefore, she had to hang something on herself to weigh her body down to get to the bottom of the river. Black Shadow, is the Vapor Beast around? Sima Yu asked. The Vapor Beast is at the juncture where the two rivers meet. But it is more cunning and has several habitats, so I don't know where it is now. Black Shadow replied. Do you know those few places? Huan asked. I don't know them very well, I only know 3. Black Shadow was a little embarrassed. He had boasted that he knew the situation very well at the bottom of the river, however, now he didn't know much. Didn't you say you knew everything at the bottom of the river earlier? Huan said. I know other things. But I don't know much about the Vapor Beast. Black Shadow muttered. Then he said to Huan, it's that guy's fault for looking down on the Vapor Beast and hasn't bothered to provoke it. That's why I haven't had much contact with it. Naturally, Huan knew who that guy was. Although he wasn't to blame, he still rolled his eyes at him. It's fine. We can avoid a lot of trouble if you know other things. Sima Yu comforted him, let's try those 3 places first. Alright. Black Shadow took them to the Vapor Beast's lair. Along the way, they encountered many Vapor Beasts. Although they looked fierce from afar, when they got closer, they all curled up and none of them had stepped forward to attack them. Sima Yu was very puzzled and she asked, are the underworld beasts in the Nirvana River all so friendly? Most underworld beasts were more irritable and they would attack those that passed through their own territory. Why didn't the underworld beasts at the bottom of the river come out when they saw them and avoided them? Both Black Shadow and Huan knew what was going on but they couldn't tell her. They only vaguely said, perhaps. Well, this is also better anyway. It will save us a lot of trouble. Sima Yu said. That's right, this is good. Black Shadow smiled. When he saw an underworld beast staring at him in horror, he stared back at it. That underworld beast instinctively turned and fled. He smiled and touched his chin, it seemed that he was still quite powerful. Sima Yu hadn't seen Black Shadow staring at the underworld beast, she only saw the underworld beast running away and exclaimed, your underworld aura is so strong that you can scare the underworld beast away. Hee hee. Black Shadow smiled without saying a word. This had nothing to do with the underworld. None of their breaths had been released yet and those underworld beasts didn't know their identities. They were afraid because he was the person behind Wu Lingyu. When they saw him, it was like seeing Wu Lingyu, and naturally, they were afraid. Because of this, along the way, all the underworld beasts gave way to them. Very soon, they came to the lairs of the Vapor Beast. As they had expected, all 3 lairs were empty, and there was no Vapor Beast in sight. It's not in all 3 lairs, we need to find someone to ask about its other lairs. Sima Yu said. Let me go and ask, you and Huan wait here. Black Shadow said. Let's go together. Sima Yu suggested as she was a little worried about his safety if he went alone. Let him go alone. Huan said, we will wait here for him. Alright, if there is any danger, contact us immediately. Sima Yu said. Sure. Black Shadow responded and left. When he came to a place farther away and could no longer see them, he found a fish randomly. My lord, what is your order? The little fish swam over trembling and asked cautiously. You seem quite close to the Vapor Beast, do you know where his other lairs are? Black Shadow asked. Vapor Beast? I've only heard that it has a nest near the River of Oblivion, but I don't know where it is exactly. The little fish replied. It's a little tricky to go over to the River of Oblivion. Black Shadow said and touched his chin. Wu Lingyu had now integrated with the River of Oblivion. Once Sima Yu went to the River of Oblivion, he would be able to sense her presence immediately. Then he would know. Other than over there, is there anywhere else? Black Shadow asked. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. There are two more, they are in the direction you came from, so I think you have already been there. The little fish said. Realizing that there was no more news he could obtain, Black Shadow waved his hand and let the little fish go. Afterwards, he stopped two underworld beasts and questioned them, and the result was similar. Therefore, he returned and told Sima Yu what he had found out. Sima Yu wasn't disappointed. The Vapor Beast was naturally cunning anyway, therefore, after it had been injured, it would have no doubt returned to a place that it felt safest. How would it be so easy for anyone to find this place if that was the case? However, if they had an idea of the general direction, it wouldn't be difficult to find. They approached the River of Oblivion, and the closer they got, the stranger the underworld beasts were. Their reactions were more intense when they saw Black Shadow. Sima Yu became suspicious and she glanced at him several times. Black Shadow pretended to be oblivious but rolled his eyes in secret. It wasn't his fault, it was someone who had been too ruthless to the underworld beasts at the border recently. It had nothing to do with him, but yet he had been implicated. There is movement ahead. Huan pointed to the front. Sima Yu looked in the direction Huan had pointed to and saw two underworld beasts fighting with each other. There was nothing special about that. However, behind them, she saw it, and she cried out, "The Vapor Beast is there." Saying that, she flew over. Huan and Black Shadow didn't see the Vapor Beast, but they followed her. However, when the underworld beasts that were fighting saw Black Shadow, they ran away. The Vapor Beast was hiding behind the two underworld beasts and it watched them fight greedily. As long as they were injured, it would be able to go over and eat them. Its injuries would recover very quickly and it would be able to avenge its ghost clan. As it was watching with enthusiasm, the two underworld beasts ran away suddenly and left it dumbfounded. Before it was able to figure out what was wrong, it saw three people racing towards it. Wasn't that the woman who had injured it? Her eyes were fixed on it, which meant that she could see it. Damn it! What's wrong with this woman? It turned and fled, cursing in its heart. Why was it that no one else could see it but she was able to see it? She was chasing it at this moment, no doubt she was here to kill it. They were nowhere near the shore. When they reached its territory, it would have its chance for revenge. When Sima Yu saw it racing away, she pointed to its location and shouted, "It's there." Black Shadow and Huan worked together but it was still able to escape. Very soon, they came to the River of Oblivion. At that point, a school of fish swam over from both sides and blocked Black Shadow and Huan behind. Sima Yu felt something entangled in her waist and she was pulled into the River of Oblivion the next second. Previous chapter. At the moment when she entered the River of Oblivion, something seemed to have awakened, a familiar feeling, a gentle touch. In the underwater palace, Wu Lingyu's eyes snapped open suddenly, and the light in his eyes was bright. "Yu, you're finally here," he murmured, and disappeared directly from the throne. Sima Yu felt her body pressed firmly to the bottom of the River of Oblivion. She quickly removed the things she had placed on her body to weigh her down, and she felt a little more comfortable at once. "Humph, how dare you provoke me?" A voice sounded from behind her. When she turned around slowly, she saw the Vapor Beast appearing in the water. The Vapor Beast looked like a big bubble, its semicircular head swelled above the bubble with two lantern-like eyes on it. It was staring at Sima Yu fiercely. "How did you see me?" the Vapor Beast asked. "I just saw you." Sima Yu's body was entangled with something silk-like and she was unable to break free. She looked to the Nirvana River wanting to see what the situation was like for Black Shadow and Huan. "You don't have to look, they don't have the energy to come and save you right now," the Vapor Beast said triumphantly. Sima Yu remembered the fish's lackluster eyes and suddenly said, "You controlled the minds of those fishes." "That's right." The Vapor Beast grabbed the other side of the silk and tugged it so that Sima Yu was tied even tighter. "You Ghost Clan, I haven't gone to seek revenge and you've shown up here instead." Sima Yu's arms hurt from the silk thing that was tied around her. She struggled for a while, but that only made it tighter. "This is a divine artifact, the more you struggle, the tighter it becomes." The Vapor Beast approached slowly. "Humph, you dare to injure me, I will eat you today and use all your spiritual energy to heal my injuries." Just as it had finished speaking, it opened its mouth. That semicircular mouth could actually be pulled down to under its belly, it was almost as long as Sima Yu's height. Sima Yu could see the sharp teeth inside its mouth and smell the stench coming from inside its mouth. She was about to call me air out when she felt her shoulders being held by someone and she was pulled back. At the same time, a great spiritual energy hit the Vapor Beast and blasted the lower half of its mouth. It's you." the Vapor Beast shouted when it saw Wu Lingyu. Though he had never provoked it, it knew of his reputation. When it saw it coming, it fled to the Nirvana River. "You want to escape?" Black Shadow and Huan, who had crossed over from there, saw from a distance that it was going to eat Sima Yu. They were just about to go over to catch him. Sima Yu ignored the Vapor Beast that had fled. She couldn't help but cry when she felt the familiar breath. The corners of her mouth curved into a smile as she looked at Wu Lingyu. She didn't even dare to blink for fear that it was just an illusion. When her tears fell from her eye sockets, they became one with the river water and they were felt by Wu Lingyu. Don't cry. His anger dissipated in an instant and he reached out to stroke her face and eyes. Lingyu, I'm not dreaming, am I? She looked at him and thought that this was too unreal and incredible. Wu Lingyu hugged her and wished that her body would melt into his own. Yu, you're finally here. He buried his head into her neck and his voice trembled. Although Sima Yu's arms were bound, she was still able to move her forearm. She hugged his waist and buried her head in his chest. At that moment, she didn't think of anything else, she let herself go completely and there was only him in her eyes. There were only the two of them between heaven and earth. Huan and Black Shadow captured the vapor beast and brought it back. When they saw the two of them embracing, or more precisely, Wu Lingyu holding Sima Yu, their hearts melted. During this kind of situation, they shouldn't be disturbing them, but this scene made them unhappy, therefore, they couldn't allow that someone to be happy. I say, shouldn't we help young Miss first? Black Shadow called out and interrupted their reunion. Young Miss' arm is about to bleed. Huan added. Wu Lingyu happened to be facing them, and he glared at them as he let go of Sima Yu. When he saw the faint trace of blood on her arms caused by the divine artifact, his eyes darkened. I'm fine. Sima Yu touched her arm and said soothingly. I'll loosen it for you. He pulled at the underworld artifact and wanted to destroy it completely. Wait, don't destroy it. Sima Yu knew what he was thinking and stopped him hurriedly. Why? Do you want it? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yu nodded. This underworld artifact is quite interesting. She already had it planned out beforehand, once she killed the vapor beast and then this underworld artifact would become masterless, and she would be able to keep it. Since you want it, then you can have it. Wu Lingyu put down the underworld artifact and turned his attention to the vapor beast. As soon as the vapor beast met his eyes, it knelt down immediately in shock and kept yelling, my lord, please spare my life. Spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life, my lord. Wu Lingyu stopped Sima Yu and said coldly, if your crime was ordinary, I could have spared your life. But you intended to kill Yu, and you dared to hurt her. Do you want to end your own life or do you want me to do it? Despair rose in the vapor beast's heart, it had never expected to end up in this kind of situation today. It was bad enough that the guy had suddenly appeared at the bottom of the river, now he wanted to take its life today. Since either way it would die, then why not? Puff. Before the vapor beast's body could get up, its body was pierced by a water arrow and it fell back. The underworld artifact that was tied around Sima Yu lost its control because its master died, and loosened. Wu Lingyu removed it for her and put it in her hand. Sima Yu rubbed her numb arms and put the underworld artifact away. She said with a smile, when I get to shore I will get this thing to acknowledge me as its master. Let me look at your injuries. Wu Lingyu said. I'm fine, Lingyu. Let me introduce you to them, they are. Before she was able to finish speaking, she was dragged away by Wu Lingyu. I don't know the guy who came with you, but I know Black Shadow. Don't worry about them, let's find a place to talk. Wu Lingyu's voice floated gently, the two of you don't have to follow us. Of course Black Shadow and Huan wouldn't listen to him, however, when they tried to move, they realized that they had been trapped by the water. Therefore, they could only watch him take Sima Yu away. TCH, this guy must be giving us payback for interrupting them earlier. Black Shadow shouted. Although the water of the River of Oblivion wouldn't be able to hurt them, it was still possible to trap them temporarily. Huan gave him a look that said, study the surrounding water, I hadn't expected him to become so powerful, he has already merged with the water of the River of Oblivion so well. If the king knew about this, even he would exclaim. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu went to the underwater palace and didn't take any notice of Black Shadow and Huan. She didn't know what had happened, but since Wu Lingyu knew Black Shadow, that meant that Black Shadow and Huan were hiding something from her. They hadn't told her the huge news that Wu Lingyu had arrived in the ghost realm. Naturally, she wanted to punish them as a show of protest. When she and Wu Lingyu arrived at the underworld palace, she had so many questions upon seeing the magnificent palace. As Wu Lingyu hugged her and sat down on the throne, she stretched out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Lingyu. Shoo, don't speak. Wu Lingyu kissed her red lips. He wrapped one arm around her waist and the other arm under his armpit and pressed her lightly towards himself. Sima Yu felt his enthusiasm, his lingering and endless thoughts, which mirrored how much she missed him. How often she had thought of him and was unable to concentrate on cultivating. How often had she recited his name and felt lovesick, but had to continue to face the future by herself. She thought that she would have to successfully cultivate and return to the human realm before she could see him again. She was also worried that she would take too long and he would no longer wait for her. She had never expected to meet him in the ghost realm. His appearance made her think that this was all an illusion because she missed him too much. Wu Lingyu released her lips and held her face in his hands. He leaned his forehead against hers and rubbed the tip of her nose lightly. Yu. 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 N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. This time, Yu didn't respond to him this time, instead, she held his face and offered her lips. After Black Shadow and Huan broke free from the water shackles of the river, they went to the palace. They were able to enter all the other parts of the palace, except the main hall where they were in. This guy's spirit barrier is so powerful. Huan had always thought that Sima Yu's spirit barriers were pretty good, but he hadn't expected Wu Lingyu's to be so much better than hers. Oh no, young miss is going to be very angry this time. Black Shadow grabbed his neck with both his hands. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Young miss will be fine after a while. I'm worried about that guy now. Huan said solemnly. Although he wasn't by Wu Lingyu's side, he knew a lot about his affairs and also understood a little about his temper. Now that he knew that they had brought Sima Yu here but didn't let them meet, he feared that this matter wouldn't blow over so easily. Black Shadow on the other hand was relieved and he laughed. As long as young miss isn't angry, that's all that matters. Wu Lingyu loved young miss wholeheartedly and doted on her very much. As long as young miss said something on their behalf, he wouldn't pursue this matter again. Then we'd better be sensible and not disturb them right now, otherwise Sima Yu would be angry too. Then let me show you around the palace. This underwater palace is quite nice, much better than the king's little hut. Are you not afraid that the king will beat you up if he hears you? The king is not here right now. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu held each other for a while before they let go of each other. Wu Lingyu touched her blushing cheeks and whispered softly, Yu, I've missed you. I've missed you too. Sima Yu rubbed his palm and wrapped her arms around his waist, then rested her head on his shoulders. Lingyu, I'm not dreaming, am I? Have you really come to the ghost realm? Are you really not my imagination? Wu Lingyu felt her dependence on him and he felt both happy and his heart also ached. He moved his head across and kissed her on the cheek, and said, I'm here Yu, I've come to be with you. Sima Yu's arms held him even tighter, as if holding him tighter could alleviate the longing in her heart. Suddenly, she sat up. She looked at him in horror and exclaimed, This is the river of oblivion, only souls can come here. Are you already dead? Who was it? Who killed you? Don't be nervous Yu, I'm fine. Wu Lingyu grabbed her hand and calmed her down. That's impossible. Sima Yu didn't believe him, you are also a soul body, how could you? I came by myself. Wu Lingyu said, I'm not dead. My body is being nourished in the devil realm. Why are you? Sima Yu was puzzled, why didn't you come here directly? It was not a difficult task for him to travel through the three realms. Lin said that I would only be able to see you if I waited for you here. We will meet again on the riverbank of the River of Oblivion. That's why I came here to wait for you. Wu Lingyu explained. How is Lin? When Sima Yu heard his name, she thought of her former friends. Lin died shortly after you left. Lin. Sima Yu was a little sad when she heard the news, and sighed, when I first met him, his health wasn't so good, I just didn't expect it to be so soon, how about the Little Helper? Little Helper took over as master of the Divinator sect, the people in the sect had no objection. Before I came to the Ghost Realm, I heard that his foresight ability has improved very quickly and he has been able to gain everyone's recognition with his own strength. Wu Lingyu said. Little Helper was very attached to Lin, he must have had a hard time after Lin passed away. Sima Yu felt sorry for Little Helper, but she was helpless. I am also very attached to you, you should feel sorry for me when I saw your body blown up in pieces. Wu Lingyu said. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen. It happened to me after I used the power of faith. You really didn't know? Wu Lingyu asked her. Sima Yu pouted and pinched his earlobe, she said coquettishly, I couldn't help it at that time either. The old guy's protective shield could only be broken by my power of faith. If I hadn't done that, the Supreme Fifth Spirit Senior, the Vice President and the others would have all died. Humph. Wu Lingyu snorted coldly. Lingyu, don't be angry. Sima Yu squeezed his earlobe and said with heavy emotion, It is so good to be able to touch you again, this meaty feeling is really good. Wu Lingyu's anger was driven away by her words and all that remained was helplessness and heartache. He knew that she had done it deliberately, but he was still taken by her tricks. He squeezed her face and said, Do you know how I felt when I rushed over to see you and you had already? I felt that the sky was falling down on me. There didn't seem much point in living in this world anymore. Sima Yu hugged him, I'm sorry Lingyu, I'm sorry. Wu Lingyu hugged her back and bit her lips as a punishment. He murmured, Don't do this again in the future, Yu, I can't lose you a second time. Sima Yu's heart hurt like it was being pricked by needles. She leaned against his body and shook her head and said, I won't do anything like this in the future to make you feel upset again. If you break your promise, I will. Wu Lingyu didn't know what to say. What will you do? Sima Yu looked up at him, will you ignore me, not want me anymore? Do you think I can bear to? Wu Lingyu rubbed her head, ignore you, not want you, I can't bear to do either. I just hate myself, if I had been by your side back then, you wouldn't have, I knew your body was in danger, but I still left you in the human realm, I can't forgive myself. You're not to blame. Sima Yu refused to let him blame himself, you know my strength, as long as I didn't use my power of faith, I would still be able to control it. You didn't know that I would use my power of faith. Speaking of it, when my divine sense plunged into darkness, I thought I saw my body as it exploded into pieces. But the ancestor told me that my body was saved by someone, that's how I was able to retain my memories. What happened when I lost consciousness? Wu Lingyu didn't want to think of what had happened back then again, every time he relived the memory, it was like his heart died. But since she had asked now, he had to tell her. By the time I got there that day, all that remained of you were indeed just broken limbs. I used time reversal and returned to the moment before you exploded and reshaped your body. But your soul had already left your body, so even though your body was restored, it was still a lifeless corpse. As Wu Lingyu told her this, his body shook uncontrollably. Sima Yu embraced him and kissed him on the cheek. She said soothingly, Lingyu, I'm here, that's in the past. If you don't want to, then don't think about it again. Wu Lingyu stroked her hand and said, what happened really scared me. He paused, and then continued, later, Lin brought Master Feng, and she used her most valuable treasure to exchange your life back. Aunt Feng, I owe Aunt Feng once again. Sima Yu murmured, do my grandfather and the others know about me? They do. Because we brought your body back to the Sima family back then. Did they get a shock? They really did. But Lin told them to nourish your body and that you will return to it again, so they felt better. As for the medicinal ingredients needed to nourish your body, they were sent to the Sima family by various people. The Sima family has stolen the limelight and surpassed even the first-class forces. Do Fenger and the others know? They do. If the people in Paramount Valley weren't held back by the Valley Master, I'm afraid that they would have most probably gone to the Sima family to guard your body. Fenger and the others were very sad, but they're all right. Lear is the one who's changed the most, because this incident was caused by her being arrested. She blamed herself and said that if she was stronger, these things wouldn't have happened. The last news I received of her was that she had left Paramount Valley and gone outside to experience. Wu Lingyu said slowly as he recounted the matters of the human realm. Sima Yu imagined the reactions of the people, and after hearing of what happened to Shimonli, she sighed and said, Lear has always been sensitive and attentive as a child, I'm afraid that this has been a big blow to her. It was a big blow to everyone. Wu Lingyu said emotionally. What about you? Sima Yu looked up at him, how did you come to the ghost realm? Don't try to fool me, you know me. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingyu was unable to say everything he had prepared to say. He smiled helplessly and said, it's nothing much really, I just used a secret method to pull my soul out of my body. It's almost the same as you, just that I didn't suffer like you did. The rims of Sima Yu's eyes reddened, although she didn't know what secret method he had used, but she knew that it must have physically hurt his body and the process must have been very painful. She didn't know if it would affect him in the future either. Yet he still came here for her, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wu Lingyu felt distressed when he saw her expression and comforted her quickly, it was nothing really, it will be over in a while. Sima Yu's eyes were still red as she continued shaking her head. She didn't believe what he said, he must have suffered a lot. Lingyu, thank you for doing so much for me. Silly, there's no need to say thank you between you and I. If you really want to thank me, then don't think about the past anymore and be happy. My heart breaks seeing you like this. After he had spoken, he pretended to clutch at his chest with both hands. PFFTT. You're not, she sure, one. Why are you clasping at your heart for? Sima Yu was amused, and her self-blame eased. Wu Lingyu moved his lips closer, Yu, I much prefer seeing you smile. Having said that, he kissed her delicate lips. Huan and Black Shadow had walked around the underwater palace more than a dozen times. By the time they had returned to the main hall, it was still surrounded by spirit barriers. Young miss is so bad, we have already walked around the underwater palace more than a dozen times, I don't even know how many ants we have stepped on and killed by now, and she's still not come out. Black Shadow poked at the spirit barrier and complained. Are there ants in the underwater palace? I'm just using a metaphor. Black Shadow glanced at Huan in dissatisfaction. This guy was always a wet blanket. Should we keep waiting outside? Don't worry, they will come out soon. Huan said affirmatively. How do you know? Because the king is coming. The king is coming? How did you know? The king has been paying attention to young miss affairs all this time, and now that she's been abducted, naturally he will come. Huan explained. You mean to say that the king has been paying attention to the things happening here? Black Shadow was dumbfounded. That's right, so he probably knew when you said that the king's palace was like a little hut. Huan said, and gave him a sympathetic look. He dared to say the king's palace was like a little hut, just wait till he had to go back to guard those two small huts. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Black Shadow looked like he was about to cry as he looked at him reproachfully. You didn't ask me. Huan's faint expression made Black Shadow want to punch him twice. However, having experienced countless beatings, those thoughts could only remain as thoughts. When he thought of his possible fate, his heart wailed in doom, please don't let the king know. He didn't want to go back to guard those two little huts. After a while, just as Huan had said, the spirit barriers that surrounded the main hall were removed. That meant that the people inside had given them permission to enter. However, after they saw Sima Yu and before they could speak, there was an abnormal movement in space. A door opened, and Hades walked out of it. However, the pressure on his body was so low that the water in the river nearly froze. Previous chapter. Hades stared at Sima Yu's arm around Wu Lingyu's waist. His low whirling breath indicated that he was unhappy, very unhappy. Sima Yu ignored his obvious displeasure. He knew that Wu Lingyu was here but he didn't tell her, she was still angry with him. So, she leaned her head against Wu Lingyu's shoulder and stared at Hades without speaking. Hades nearly vomited blood, I did this for your own good. You dare to be angry with me? Don't give me that, don't think that I don't know that you only did it for your own evil desires. Sima Yu had pierced through his cautious thoughts. Wu Lingyu didn't speak. He hadn't had any direct contact with Hades before now, hence, it was better that he didn't speak now. I did it for your own good. You didn't think of the underworld in the beginning, did you? How could I tell you? How can the man that you have been longing for protect you if he didn't have the strength? I did this to help him improve his strength. As a man, he shouldn't complain to his woman when he encounters any problem. Hades snorted coldly, his heart burst with fury at her insensitivity. Sima Yu stood up quickly, her face was gloomy when she spoke. What did you do to Ling Yu? Huh? Hades stared at Wu Ling Yu. This guy didn't say anything. Tell me now, what did you do to Ling Yu? Sima Yu couldn't imagine what he would have done to Wu Ling Yu when he got bored. Actually, it's nothing. Wu Ling Yu pulled Sima Yu back to sit down. He just gave me some experience, that's all. Experience? Sima Yu glanced at Hades suspiciously. I bet there is more. It really was just an experience. I am fine now, aren't I? Wei Ling Yu patted her hand soothingly. That's right, and he also gained a lot of benefits out of it. Just look, the water in the river of oblivion has become one with his body. Hades snorted coldly. He glanced at Wu Ling Yu, his anger had subsided a little, at least he hadn't complained to Sima Yu. Become one? Sima Yu frowned slightly, she didn't seem as happy as they thought she would be. What's wrong? Wu Ling Yu asked when he saw her worried look. If you and the river have become one, does that mean you will have to stay here in the future and you can never leave? Will you be able to return to the devil realm? Sima Yu grabbed his clothes and asked worriedly. Wu Ling Yu wanted to tell her that he was fine, but when he thought about him not being able to leave the river of oblivion, he realized that his lie was about to be exposed soon. He hesitated for a moment, and Sima Yu understood. What the hell is going on? And what's going on with these two? You better tell me everything before I really get angry. All the men in the room were stunned at Sima Yu's anger. Hades felt wronged. He was the one who was supposed to be angry, how had he become subservient and be the one to apologize to her? As if that wasn't enough, she was so angry that she had given him attitude for the next 2 days. On the contrary, she had only scolded Black Shadow and Huan who had executed his order and that was it for them. Of course, this was what happened afterwards. I don't believe a thing any of you say, get out. I have to speak to Ling Yu alone. Sima Yu had waited till Black Shadow and the others had finished speaking before she drove the 3 of them out of the main hall and set up a spirit barrier. Wu Ling Yu noticed that she hadn't used much effort in the spirit barrier that she had put up, it could be pierced easily with a little bit of spiritual energy. Sima Yu walked over and took his hands without speaking, her eyes were red. Don't cry, I am really fine. Wu Ling Yu's heart melted when he saw her this way. She used to be so powerful and commanding, and she had also prospered in the human realm, her strength was so strong that it wasn't like any girl's. But today, she cried at every turn. Sima Yu nodded and said, I won't ask you how it happened because I know you won't tell me the truth anyway. But you have to tell me honestly what the consequences are. I don't care what happened in the past, but the future concerns the two of us. Wu Ling Yu was very pleased when he heard her words. The corners of his mouth curved and coupled with his enchanting face, Sima Yu was momentarily dazed as she looked at him. Her reaction made him even happier, and he couldn't help but kiss her again before he let her go. My situation isn't very good at the moment. Sima Yu's heart caught at the next beat when she heard this. He patted her stiff body quickly and said, I just meant that it doesn't bode well for our future together. But if it was someone else, it would be quite good. What do you mean? Sima Yu was puzzled, if it was quite good, why was it bad for him? Wu Ling Yu gave her a, don't worry and listen to me first, look, then he explained, since I came to the ghost realm for you, then naturally I will be here accompanying you. But right now, the river of oblivion and I have become integrated. Integrating with the river of oblivion, what effect will it have? Sima Yu looked at him nervously. I can control the river at will, and I can also get power from the river of oblivion. But... Wu Ling Yu looked at her bright eyes and sighed, then he told her the truth, I cannot be more than 1,000 miles away from it, otherwise, I will not be able to use its power. Once the power in my body has been exhausted, I will turn to dust. So, you cannot leave with me. Sima Yu finally understood what he meant when he said that it didn't bode well for them. I am looking for a solution. Wu Ling Yu said. How did you merge with the river? Sima Yu was unhappy, this was nonsense. Wu Ling Yu was silent for a while. Then he smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just that once, when I was experiencing in the river and I was injured badly, my soul was very unstable, so I found something to lodge with. Unexpectedly, I merged with that thing in the end. Don't tell me you merged with the eye of the dragon. Sima Yu looked at him in shock. When he nodded, the corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She had heard of the eye of the dragon when she was in the underworld. At that time, Hades had taken her for an experience in the river of oblivion. He had told her that the water in the river of oblivion wasn't water that had fallen from the sky, but it had come from the eye of the dragon. The eye of the dragon was a product that had been created at the beginning of the chaos of heaven and earth. It was very mysterious. As long as the eye of the dragon was around, the water in the river of oblivion would not dry up. His body had merged with the eye of the dragon, no wonder his body had become one body with the river of oblivion. Then can't you just pick up the eye of the dragon and put it on you? Wu Ling Yu blinked, I have tried this method many times, but I can't take the eye of the dragon out. So recently, I have been thinking of ways that will allow me to pick up the eye of the dragon. Sima Yu became more curious about this eye of the dragon now, you have merged with it, so why can't you even hold it? I don't know this either. Wu Ling Yu didn't know the matters of the ghost realm so well either. Before, he didn't know of the river of oblivion and the eye of the dragon. That old fellow, Hades, must know. Sima Yu snorted, I'll ask him. As soon as she was about to get up, she was held by Wu Lingyu, and fell back on his lap. Before you go to find him, tell me first, how do you know him? And it sounds like your relationship is still so good? Wu Lingyu hugged her, not allowing her to move. A sour smell of jealousy wafted in the air. Actually, it could not blame Wu Lingyu for being unhappy. It has been a few years since Yu came to the underworld, how could she have such a good relationship with Hades? And looking at things, it does not look like a normal relationship at all. Otherwise, how could Hades listen to her accusations and complaints and confess his own misgivings to her, not to mention, everyone called her young miss. In fact, it's nothing. I was supposed to arrive in the ghost realm, but because my soul had been to the chaos world before, I arrived at the underworld instead. Hades was bored and thought I was interesting, so he wanted to keep me in the underworld. I stayed there for a few years and I became acquainted with them. Later, he declared that I was the young miss of the underworld. Sima Yu explained. Instead of addressing you as the princess of the underworld, but addressing you as young miss, what thoughts does he have hidden? Wu Lingyu curled his lips, however, such a childish action did not seem out of place on that handsome face of his. Sima Yu squeezed his face with a smile, and said, I am not the daughter he recognized nor the sister he recognized, so how can I be addressed as a princess? She just has a special identity in the underworld. Because of this, I feel that his mind is not right. Wu Lingyu snorted coldly, say, if this is not the case, why would he make them address you as young Mississippi? How would an old monster like him recognize me as a sister or daughter? Isn't it normal for people to call me young miss? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. This could even be taken up as such a serious topic by him. She really had nothing to say. The moment Wu Lingyu heard her call Hades an old monster, and all the sourness he felt before had all disappeared immediately. He pecked her on her cheek and smiled brightly at her, Yu is right, whatever you say is right. Sima Yu scrunched her nose, made a face at him, got off his body, withdrew the barrier, and said, let's go to Hades and ask about Eye of the Dragon first and / However, after they went out, they did not see Hades, only Black Shadow and Huan. He really had nothing better to do. Sima Yu rolled her eyes naturally at them in reaction to their surprise. Where is Hades? Sima Yu asked Huan, at least he was more stable. My king said he came all the way, just because he was afraid that you would suffer, but he had been shut out by you and since he felt frustrated, he went outside to relax. Huan said with a smile. Sima Yu knew what was going on when he saw Huan's smiling eyes, and whispered, how old is he? Still behaving so childishly? Hey, I'm still angry. If he wants to go out, then just go out. Everyone. Sima Yu took Wu Lingyu's hand and said, Lingyu, you haven't eaten what I made for a long time? Or let's go ashore and I will make you something to eat. Wu Lingyu knew what she was thinking by looking at her smiling eyes, and nodded and said, all right. I haven't eaten your food for decades, and I just want to eat it. Then let's go ashore. Sima Yu took his hand and went upstream. Oh, young miss, I'm going to help you. After Black Shadow finished speaking, he followed along and swam up. As for Huan, needless to say, he had already reached the front of Black Shadow. The place they went up was a mysterious place, and no one dared to come in here. But for the likes of Sima Yu and company, this place was no different from other places. While Sima Yu was cooking, Wu Lingyu still watched by the side as before. The two of them said something and laughed from time to time, and the smile from the bottom of their hearts made Huan and Black Shadow sigh with emotion. It turns out that when young miss smiles from her heart, it looks like this. Black Shadow looked at Sima Yu and sighed, speaking of which, the young miss has been unhappy all these years. Huan glanced at him faintly, but he didn't expect that this guy would still be able to figure this out now. Well, young miss has naturally been unhappy over the past few years. Her mother has not been rescued, and she has worked hard in the ghost realm by herself. She has no relatives and few friends around her. Finally, one or two can have finally been made, but those things have happened. Only by staying with the young miss for these years can I really realize how miserable the young miss has been. Huan felt very sorry for Sima Yu in his heart, but he could not help much except to protect her safety. Busy, there is no way to make her truly happy from the heart. Thinking of this, he looked at Wu Lingyu more pleasingly, at least his presence can make her feel happy in her heart. Hey, this is the one who was put on the cusp of my heart by the young Mississippi. Black Shadow looked at Wu Lingyu enviously, feeling a little disappointed. Alright, we are different from him, don't think so much. Huan patted him on the shoulder. I'm sorry for young Mississippi. Black Shadow said, why didn't you say that my king didn't help young miss rescue her mother? Have you forgotten the rules of the underworld? The underworld can't intervene in the ghost realm. Huan scolded. Then you still wiped out the Dong family? Black Shadow protested in a low voice. Is that the same? That's bullying to our young miss. I'm defending the majesty of the underworld. Huan was arrogant. Then this thing is the same. Black Shadow didn't feel any difference. My king went to check that the suppression of young miss mother involved many things in the ghost realm. If we come forward from the beginning, it will cause a lot of trouble. Huan said. So, does my king plan to wait for the young miss to save her mother and then take action? Black Shadow, who had always been slower, had actually caught the key point this time, attracting a look of admiration from Huan. It's hard for you to actually think of this. Huan said, the first move is that we interfere in the ghost realm. If they dare to bully the young miss, then they are hitting the face of the underworld. This way we naturally want to protect our young miss. Hahaha, this is good. Black Shadow suddenly laughed, and Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu both looked over. He quickly converged. Besides, my king has always been bored and has nothing to do. By letting him watch young Miss grow up, it can be regarded as finding something for him to do. Directly rescuing young Miss Mother, my king will probably be bored again. Huan added. The corners of Black Shadow's mouth twitched. Why did he feel that this was the real reason? When Hades came over, it happened that Sima Yu had cooked everything and everyone was about to start eating. When Huan and Black Shadow saw him, they immediately stood up and saluted. On the contrary, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu continued sitting on the ground with no intention of moving. When Hades saw her with such an attitude, he was infuriated, but the moment he saw her glare at him, he immediately felt the guilt welled up in him stirring. This matter. Although he did do something wrong, there was no need for her to still be glaring at him even now. Sima Yu didn't speak, and Hades just stood there and didn't go over. So Black Shadow and Huan naturally didn't dare to sit and eat. Everyone was so stiff. Wu Lingyu sighed, and said, Yu just finished whipping up a feast. Will Hades like to enjoy this meal together? Yu prepared a spread, there's even fine wine, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. When Hades saw that Sima Yu didn't say anything, he nodded along the way, and sat opposite Sima Yu, and Black Shadow immediately came up to pour him wine. My king, this is the kind of wine that the young miss said before, it tastes really good, try it. Black Shadow said eagerly. You know that it tastes good? So that means that you have already drunk it? Hades glanced at him, and his body froze immediately. The corners of his mouth twitched and he put on an expression of envy, of course I would love to taste it. But I didn't follow young miss. If you're saying who had tasted it, then Huan would be the one. I just smelled it when I opened the wine jar. I thought you wanted to go back to guard the hut. Hades snorted coldly. Black Shadow's body stiffened for an instant, and my king really knew this. Oh no, it's over. Looking at my king's appearance, it seems like he was due to settle scores later. After Hades finished speaking, he ignored him, picked up the wine cup and tasted it. It was indeed good as she said. Sima Yu didn't care about him, and ate with Wu Lingyu. When Black Shadow and Huan saw that both sides had started on the food, only then did they begin to feast on the food in front of them. Hades, who ate this meal, was very depressed. He stared bitterly at someone who was picking food for Wu Lingyu with a smile. The shrimp that he liked most in the past was no longer tasty. This woman just kept eating. Humph. Was she afraid that he was really angry and no one in this world could protect her? But she was not afraid. She knew he wouldn't do anything to her. But he really won't punish her. She couldn't even see her being wronged a little bit. Regarding Wu Lingyu, even though he had some reasons for not wanting her to see him, that's why he was made a stumbling block. But in fact, the most real reason is to improve his strength so that he could have the power to protect her. With such a kind heart, she was still angry with him. He felt so wronged, she was so unreasonable, and he was heartbroken. But, why? Why could he not bear to punish her? He thought about this question more than once, but he couldn't think of the answer. He once thought that he himself fell in love with her, but he repeatedly confirmed that it was not the feeling of love. He also thought that his affection towards her was as a relative, but he had never had a relative, so nowhere would he feel this way, so he didn't. He seems to be very fond of her, he likes to see her do all kinds of things, even if it doesn't matter to her. It seemed that he was happy to follow her in this way. It seems that, a long time ago, he had felt this way about something, but after too long, he had forgotten what it was. But something wasn't right. He even remembered the color of the pants he wore when he was a child, how could he not remember what they were? He didn't even have any impression of whether it was a person, thing, or a beast. What exactly was it? Why doesn't he remember? Sima Yu looked at him in a daze at the food, seemingly lost in thought. She sighed in her heart, and then said, by the way, Huan, Black Shadow, you've all been in the underworld for so long. You should have a better understanding of this river of oblivion, right? Huan and Black Shadow both noticed that their king was lost in contemplation, and just as they were thinking about what to do to relieve this awkward atmosphere, they heard Sima Yu's question. River of Oblivion, yes we do know. Why are you asking this? Black Shadow replied. Do you know Eye of the Dragon? Sima Yu asked again. Although she was asking Black Shadow, however, her attention was focused on Hades, so when she saw him looking over, she immediately pretended to look to one side indifferently, and the corners of her mouth rose. Black Shadow and Huan were both stunned by her question. They were clear about the fusion of Wu Lingyu and the River of Oblivion, and they naturally knew the purpose of her asking this, but how could they understand something in which they weren't familiar with nor had they been in contact with? Otherwise, why would Black Shadow only watch Wu Lingyu and Eye of the Dragon merge into one, and feel helpless about it? That Eye of the Dragon, young miss, we really don't know anything about it. You have to ask my king about this. Huan could also find another way for Hades to interact with her. When Hades heard Huan say that, his heart muttered that this guy was still reliable and Black Shadow should still be sent back to guard his little hut. He stared at Sima Yu, he would not speak unless she spoke first. Although Sima Yu and Hades spent only a few years together, she still understands his temperament. After a cold scoff, she said, Hades, you are the king of the underworld, and you should know everything. What is the origin of this Eye of the Dragon? Lingyu can't even leave the range of 10,000 li. When Hades saw her speak first, his face was no longer gloomy and followed her, giving a cold scoff before he said, you have been in the underworld for so many years, and you don't know anything about the underworld. In the end, I took you to so many places for nothing. Sima Yu wanted to say that he didn't bring her to the bank of River of Oblivion at all, how the hell would she know what this Eye of the Dragon was? But thinking that only he knew the matters of the Eye of the Dragon, so she swallowed back all the words that were at the tip of her tongue. This Eye of the Dragon is something produced from the very beginning when heaven and earth was formed from the chaos. It stands there after being separated from heaven and earth. It is the foundation of River of Oblivion's existence. Since it has merged with his soul, naturally it cannot be left too far. Hades said. There was no lack of gloating in the words. Humph, who asked you to be angry with me, who asked you to throw a tantrum at me all for a man? Now you should be worried. Sima Yu knew what he was thinking as soon as she heard what he said, and rolled her eyes helplessly. Well then, Lingyu, since you can't leave the Eye of the Dragon, then let's take the Eye of the Dragon away. Then you won't be too far from it. Sima Yu thought this was a good way, and planned to take a look at the Eye of the Dragon later. Wu Lingyu wanted to remind her that he had told her before that Eye of the Dragon could not be picked up. But according to her usual self, she should not forget it, so saying that should be for another purpose. Wu Lingyu should have tried it. This Eye of the Dragon can't be picked up at all, what's the use for you to go? Hades stared at her, trying to see her disappointed eyes, but saw her eyes staring at him with piercing eyes. Sima Yu looked at Hades, and finally showed a smile. Hades, you should have a way. I don't have a way. Hades said, seeing that everyone didn't believe it, he said seriously, what I said is true, that Eye of the Dragon is very strange, even I can't help him. Then you let Lingyu. Sima Yu was really angry this time, knowing that there was no way yet he let him merge with Eye of the Dragon. Young miss, I'm all to blame for this matter. If it weren't for me being held back and going late, he wouldn't be forced into the position of merging into the Eye of the Dragon. Black Shadow said reproachfully, please punish me, this matter has nothing to do with my king. He left orders for me to protect Lingyu with all I've got. Sima Yu's eyes were red and wanted to cry, but she didn't have any tears, only that her eyes were astringent. She hasn't thought about Wu Lingyu's fusion, but now it was mentioned again, her heart hurt like a needle piercing it. His fighting power was forced to the point where his body and spirit dissipated. The situation at that time must have been so grim. What kind of a serious injury did he suffer? Alright, didn't you say that you can't think about the things from the past? Wu Lingyu wanted to hold her and give her a heavy kiss, so that she didn't have any thoughts. But now that someone was here, he could only coax her softly. The other three people were also frightened by her sudden change. They had never seen her like this before. She was not angry, but there was a kind of sadness emanating from the depths of her heart. For both lifetimes, you have been accustomed to being free. Staying in the rock for hundreds of thousands of years has already made you, now that you are trapped in this place, no, I will definitely think of a way to let you have your freedom restored. Thinking that Wu Lingyu would be trapped here for the rest of his life, she couldn't control her body and trembled. Wu Lingyu held her hand and said, let's find a way together. He didn't plan to be stuck here forever, Hades and the others have no way. Well, he has to find a way then. If he admits his fate, she will be more uncomfortable. Besides, neither of them would resign themselves to such a fate. Sima Yu clasped his hand tightly and nodded heavily. Do the two of you want to think of a way? What can the two of you think of? That stubborn guy. There's no way it will work. Hades let out a cold snort and poured cold water on the two of them. You don't have a way, but it doesn't mean that others won't be able to think of one. Sima Yu was really angered by him, instead of teasing him like before. Young miss, my king had gone to find Eye of the Dragon before. Black Shadow argued for Hades. Although it was true that they had not done a good job of this matter, young miss should also calm down and not wrong their king. Sima Yu didn't expect Hades to solve it personally. Hearing what Black Shadow said, the fire in her heart disappeared. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Hades, is there really no way to do it? Sima Yu asked, even if it's a hearsay or any unorthodox methods. I don't have a way, but since you said that, I just thought of a legend that I have heard before. Thinking of the legend, he frowned slightly. What's the matter? What is the legend? Sima Yu had never seen him furrow his brows before. The Eye of the Dragon is rumored to be something produced from the very beginning when heaven and earth was formed from the chaos. So to say, to solve this, most of it has to do with matters related to the chaos. Hades said, but matters related to the chaos aren't easy to handle. Why is it not easy to handle? The chaos world, although it is called a world, but in fact it seems that there is nothing, it's like a void. Hades said, even me, I haven't been to the chaos world. You've never been to chaos world before? Sima Yu was surprised, didn't you say that I have the aura of chaos world when you first saw me? How would you know if you haven't been there, n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. I wanted to go before, but I was blocked and held back by someone at that time. I tried secretly a few times, but I couldn't get past the chaos barrier. Hades said, I didn't go anymore because of the burden on my body. There is actually someone who can hold you back. That's surprising. Moreover, I don't think you are the kind of person who will give up curiosity because of burdens. Is there anything else? Sima Yu knew him well. Hades knew that he could not escape her eyes, and hummed, when I was crowned king of HTE Underworld, I was forced to swear that I could not go there. Is there anyone living there, just like the Underworld? No, it's not suitable for living creatures over there. But people who usually go there can't get out. So no one knows what it looks like over there. Hades said, I didn't expect you to come out. I couldn't get out at the time, it was Mo Sha that went in and brought me out. Sima Yu said, later, Mo Sha and Lingyu's souls merged. I guess it is because of this that I am the only one who came directly to the underworld and Lingyu in the ghost realm. The gaze in which the three of them looked at Wu Lingyu improved again. He was actually willing to enter and bring her out of the chaos world. This character, strength, and his attitude were all considered qualified. You said that the Eye of the Dragon solution has something to do with the chaos world. What kind of legend is that? Can you tell us more? Sima Yu asked. According to the text, only the aura of chaos can make the Eye of the Dragon move. Hades said, I think he can blend with the Eye of the Dragon, probably because your soul power carries the aura of the chaos world. Otherwise, there are many who have set their sights on it, so how is he the one who can merge with it? It's very possible. Sima Yu nodded, hurry up and eat it. When we're done, we will go have a look at that Eye of the Dragon. Amen. That's right, Sima Yu asked Wu Lingyu, remembering her original purpose of coming here, since you are so familiar with this place, do you know about the strange treasure? Strange treasure? Wu Lingyu was stunned, what strange treasure? Why didn't I hear the news? Having said that, he also raised his eyes to look at Black Shadow. Ahem, you don't care about the news on the shore, so naturally you don't know about this. Black Shadow said, actually, this is also because of you. You went to the river bottom to find trouble with the beasts from time to time, and then you leaked some breath from time to time. Then those people thought that a treasure was about to be born. Sima Yu blinked, so he was actually the perpetrator who made all these? It's such a big misunderstanding. My treasure, it just melted into nothing. She was heartbroken, and she was looking forward to it in vain. She also understood now why she kept thinking of coming here, and always felt that she would regret it all her life if she didn't come. With him here, if you don't come, don't you have to regret it? At this moment, the child mother stone in her interspatial ring reacted, seeing that Moj was contacting her, and remembering that she had not given him any news for so long, he must be worried. Since there was no treasure, she decided to go back before looking for Eye of the Dragon. Previous chapter. Sima Yu took Hades and Wu Lingyu back to the camp. Moj was a little surprised when he saw two more people. When he saw Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu holding hands, his eyes almost popped out. Moj, let me introduce you, this is Lingyu. Lingyu, this is Moj whom I've mentioned to you before. Sima Yu introduced the two of them. Wu Lingyu knew about Moj, but Moj heard of him for the first time. He arched his hand toward Moj, and said, I heard you say that she was fortunate to have you take care of her all these while in the ghost realm. Lingyu is very grateful. Moj first heard the smell of sovereignty in his words. Looking at the smile that had never appeared on Yu's face, and the coquettish demeanor, he immediately understood Wu Lingyu's identity. It's just that he was a little curious, this girl took a trip down the river, why did she bring another person back? As for him, it's my friend who happened to pass by. Sima Yu vaguely introduced Hades. Seeing Hades standing aloof there without the intention of establishing a friendship, Moj arched his hands casually. Then he turned his head to look at Sima Yu and said, we haven't heard from you for so long. If I can't contact you again, I will take someone down. I met Lingyu and the others after I went down, so it was delayed for 2 days. Sima Yu explained. Did you find the vapor beast? Moj asked. It has been killed, you can rest assured in the future. Sima Yu said. That's good. Because the vapor beast can turn invisible, they have been a little worried lately, afraid that it would appear again. Now that he heard her say this, he was relieved. By the way, Moj, I checked by the way when I went underwater. There is no strange treasure to be born in the river. Those unusual auras are actually transmitted by someone fighting at the bottom of the river. So, the Mo clan can leave already. Sima Yu said. Moj was taken aback, looked down and contemplated for a while before he nodded in response, alright, I got it. I will inform them and let them prepare to head back. They had been delayed here for a long time, so it's time to go back. In his opinion, either what she said was true and there was really no strange treasure below, or she had already obtained the strange treasure. Even if it was the second case, he wouldn't take the treasure from her, so he could let the Mo clansmen go back. That's good. Be careful when you go back. I have something to do next, so I can't leave with you, so I'll bid my farewell here. Sima Yu was a little worried about the safety of Moj and the others. The guy said that the ghost realm has been very uneasy recently. Aren't you going back with us? Where are you going? After Moj asked, he felt that it was a little bit abrupt. Sima Yu said that she was going to do errands at this time. It is estimated that she would also go with these people. He asked some questions in person which may be deemed to be inappropriate. But he was still a little worried about her. Although someone followed, he was not relieved. So he explained, my ancestor asked me to protect you, wherever you go, I naturally want to go. Where I am going, most people can't go. Don't worry, they will protect me. Don't worry, I will tell your ancestor that he will not punish you. Sima Yu tactfully rejected him. Hearing her say so, he no longer harped on it and said, well, if you have any needs, remember to contact me. I know. Sima Yu nodded at him, indicating that she had listened to it. If something really happened, she would definitely look for him. Moj talked to her for a while, then went to tell Mojan to pack up and leave. Although Mojan was surprised, he obediently asked the Mo clansmen to pack up and leave. Moreover, many people saw them when they left. At first they were very curious. Later, when the relationship was better, people went up and asked them, only to know that they went back because there was no treasure at all. No treasure? They had actually wasted so much time. However, the Mo clansmen have always been blessed with treasure hunting, and their intuition for strange treasures was much more sensitive than ordinary people. In many cases, they were used as treasure detectors by people in the ghost realm. Therefore, most people believe the news that they give. After staying for a while, they found that there was indeed no movement from the treasure, so they all chose to leave. But there are also a small number of people who did not believe their words and choose to stay here. However, after staying for a long time, they couldn't find anything. On the contrary, the previous abnormality did not appear again, and the entire Nirvana River seemed to be silent. Only then did they believe that there really was no treasure here. It was 1 or 2 years after Moj and the others left. Sima Yu didn't care about other people's choices at all. After saying goodbye to Moj, she wanted to look for Eye of the Dragon directly, but Wu Lingyu took her back to the Water Palace. When Wu Lingyu gave her a pile of boxes, Sima Yu couldn't recover from what he said. You snatched a part of the original power of the river beast? She twitched the corner of her mouth. Could this be the breath of the treasure that people outside felt? He merged with the Eye of the Dragon. As long as he did it, there would indeed be an unusual aura, no wonder people outside would misunderstand it. Wu Lingyu was dissatisfied with her description, and corrected, this is not to snatch, but to honor me. These things are very useful for your current cultivation. After arriving here, he had been thinking about what kind of gift he would prepare for her, thinking that in the end he thought it would be the best, and by the way he could train his combat effectiveness, so he acted. Thinking about it now, it seems a bit naive indeed. Actually, you don't need to get these for me. I have the power of my ancestor in my body. As long as my body can keep up, the seal can be lifted. So I still cultivate quickly. Sima Yu said. Wu Lingyu's heart was lost for a moment. After he came to the ghost realm, his power was weakened a lot, and he didn't contact the people here. Now, he can't give a gift anymore. Just then, there was a soft touch on her face, and her soft voice, even so, I still like it, and I like the gift you prepared for me. He turned his eyes slightly and saw her contented smile. What she cares about is not how many good things he can give her, but how much he cares for himself. NOVLB //JNN. When he was here alone waiting for himself, he would also spend his time preparing gifts for himself, no matter whether these things were of any use to her, his heart made her feel very warm. She put her hands on his shoulders, and the two of them looked at each other, and there was inevitable tenderness in each other's eyes. Lingyu, it's nice to have you in the ghost realm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D key. The Eye of the Dragon was in the River of Oblivion and it was not very obvious. Many river beasts swim around it, and they do not behave very differently because of it. The Eye of the Dragon was buried in the sand. If it wasn't for a coincidence, Wu Lingyu would not have found it and survived by merging with it. Sima Yu put all the boxes away, and then followed Wu Lingyu to the place where the Eye of the Dragon was. Hades and the others have arrived early and have cleaned up the surrounding river beasts. A milky white bead which was about 1 foot in diameter was mixed in a pile of corals, covered with moss. Very inconspicuous indeed, and one would not notice it at all. This is the Eye of the Dragon? The root of the existence of the River of Oblivion? Sima Yu squatted in front of the Eye of the Dragon and looked at the huge bead. Maybe because Wu Lingyu's soul was fused in it, so she felt a familiar breath on the bead. There was a sense of affinity with it. But if she delved further into it, she would discover that the familiar feeling was not just Wu Lingyu's breath. She stretched out her hand to try to push the Eye of the Dragon. The Eye of the Dragon seemed to be placed here randomly. However, even after she used half of her strength, she couldn't make it move at all. You don't need to try it, even I can't push it. Hades said from the side. Young miss, let's try it together. The strength of the people present were not low, and if they joined forces, it would be strong. All right. She glanced at Hades, who came over reluctantly, and muttered, I really owe you to do such a cheap thing with you. Sima Yu smiled and did not refute. The 5 of them worked hard together, but the Eye of the Dragon still didn't budge. This Eye of the Dragon is really strange. Sima Yu touched her chin, thoughtfully. I told you all about it. Brute force is useless to it. Hades said, you might as well try with the Chaos Chi on your body. Chaos Chi? Sima Yu was surprised. Coming back from the Chaos world, your soul is naturally stained with the Chaos Chi, which is the aura of your current body converging. Hades explained patiently. Sima Yu blinked and released her breath obediently. And the Eye of the Dragon that hadn't reacted before started to emit a faint light. Seeing this, she put her hand on the Eye of the Dragon and pushed hard, and the Eye of the Dragon finally nudged ever so slightly. If not for the people present who are all powerful, maybe they wouldn't discover this. However, she soon discovered that she was not strong enough, her body felt a bit weak, and she trembled. Wu Lingyu found that her condition was not right, so he quickly supported her and pulled her hand away from the Eye of the Dragon. Sima Yu felt that the loss of strength in her body disappeared. It was only a few seconds from when she met Eye of the Dragon when Wu Lingyu pulled her away. If it weren't for Wu Lingyu's quick response, all of her power would have been absorbed by it. Young miss, how are you? Black Shadow asked with concern. They didn't expect that Eye of the Dragon would react so much after encountering Chaos Chi. If it wasn't for the connection between Wu Lingyu and Eye of the Dragon, and saved her in time, she may have been severely injured. Hades saw Yu Yu's Yu's pale little face, and for the first time in his heart, he was annoyed by what he said. If it weren't for him to let her try using chaos chi, how could such a thing happen? Wu Lingyu embraced Sima Yu, blaming himself. When Sima Yu saw them looking at her nervously, she smiled at them, and said, I'm fine. Is there any discomfort? If you have any, please tell me. Wu Lingyu said softly. N/O/vel/b//in.c/. I'm fine, but I feel a little dizzy in my head, a little soft on my body, and a little flustered in my heart. I don't want to stay here anymore. Sima Yu spoke of her discomfort. Then let's go out first. Wu Lingyu hugged her, disappeared from the river bottom, and appeared on the river bank shortly afterwards. Then, Hades also came out with Huan and Black Shadow. Hades went up, grabbed her hand and checked it, and said with a sigh of relief, it's alright, it's just that the strength is exhausted all of a sudden, just rest for a while. Sima Yu nodded. She knew that the power Hades said was not the spirit power in the body, but the power of her former soul and current body. How long do I have to rest for? She wanted to settle Wu Lingyu's matter sooner, and then went to the imperial capital to ask the truth about what happened to the Ghost King. If he could tell her exactly what happened to her mother, she would also consider whether to accept him or not. If he was unwilling, then she would no longer think of him as her grandfather, and would find another way to find her mother. It was such a big thing then that even Mou was present. Even if he doesn't know where her mother was suppressed, can she not find it? It will take a while. You will need 3 to 5 months to recuperate. Hades said. It takes so long? Of course. What do you think your situation is? You almost drained your entire energy, don't you know? Hades suddenly stopped reprimanding. To be honest, she was currently in this state because of what he said. Thinking of this, he lowered his voice and said, you have to take a good rest, and I will go back and find a way for you. All right. Sima Yu nodded. Everyone had seen the reaction of Eye of the Dragon just now. Maybe if they followed along this track, they could think of a way. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her do anything stupid until her body recovers. Hades said to Wu Lingyu before he opened the space and left. He didn't say to bring Black Shadow and Huan, and the two were too happy. They knew their job was to stay and protect Yu. I really didn't expect that Eye of the Dragon was so powerful. Just after being exposed for a while, the young miss was so badly hurt. Black Shadow looked at Sima Yu and asked, is there any pill to help you recover? Sima Yu shook her head slightly, her body energy was sucked away, it was not an ordinary injury. The ordinary pill was useless, and there wasn't any rare pill that was not prepared. Then now, does young miss have anything beneficial for you to recover? If so, I will find it with Black Shadow. Huan said. After his reminder, Sima Yu's eyes lit up and she smiled weakly, no, I have found it. After saying that, with a move of her mind, she brought everyone into the Spirit Pagoda. Little Spirit already knew what she meant, and took them to the Tree of Souls. Elder White, I'll have to bother you. Sima Yu saluted the old man. Why are you hurt so badly? Come under me. Elder White trembled and the leaves rustled, and the scent permeated made Huan and Black Shadow who followed her feel comfortable all over. Wu Lingyu hugged Sima Yu and put her under the tree, letting her rest against the trunk. Elder White noticed him and said in surprise, This soul is so strange. Previous chapter. Sima Yu's eyes that were about to be closed opened again. Strange? Elder White, you said that Lingyu's soul is strange? Why is it strange? With the power released by Elder White, she felt that her body was much better, and the former sense of heaviness no longer remained as she felt a lot more refreshed. His soul was refused, right? Elder White said, it shouldn't be very good when it first merged. But later it was repaired with divine medicine, but... When Sima Yu heard him say this, she felt energized, of course, she was also shocked. Elder White, what's wrong with his soul? Elder White was called the Tree of Souls, and his sensitivity to souls was very keen. With his words, it caused her curious heart to be anxious as well. There is indeed a problem, but it is not too big. And it has been repaired by quite a bit as well. Elder White said. Please tell me more, Elder White. She sat upright, looking at Elder White imploringly. The soul was very important to a person. Anything wrong with the soul will affect a person's cultivation level, not to mention a person like him who has merged the soul and has the soul separated. His soul is fused with something, but you don't need to worry, that thing is repairing his soul bit by bit. Elder White was so worried when he saw her furrowed brows, and comforted her at once. That thing is repairing his soul? Sima Yu was a little surprised, that thing has confined his soul and prevented him from leaving here. I actually wanted to find a way to separate him from that thing. Elder White, you are so keen on the soul, can you advise me? No, you can't. Elder White rejected her thoughts, although his soul is very strong, but it is actually very fragile. If he is separated from that thing, he may end up in with his soul dissipating instead. Sima Yu was startled by Elder White's words, secretly thinking that she hadn't done this yet, or it would be too late to regret it. But, he will always return to his body in the future, what about the Eye of the Dragon? Elder White didn't know her thoughts, and continued, not only can't you separate them, you have to find a way to nourish that thing as well. As long as it is good, his soul will be good. In that case, if he wants to return to the body, will he be affected? This question made Elder White a little surprised and did not answer her immediately. Only after a while did he say, that thing which he merged with won't affect him and his body. But if he left his body using a secret method, then it means that he can also use the same secret method to return to his body. If not, you'll have to look for something that can stabilize the soul. However, the use of secret methods is very harmful to the soul. Even if it is safe to go back, I am afraid that it will take hundreds of years to recuperate. Sima Yu knew from the time that he had come to the ghost realm using a secret method that he would suffer. Any use of secret methods, one would have to bear the price. Thinking of what he did for her, she felt both happy and distressed. Seeing that she was a little lost, Elder White said to her, "Don't worry too much. If it's someone else, it's natural. But he was lucky and met me, and I want to repay you by giving him some essence." It's so simple. Sima Yu felt a little surprised. Doesn't it sound serious? Is my essence so easy to get? If it wasn't for a coincidence to come to you, you would not be able to take this path for a lifetime. Still saying that it's easy? Elder White was almost rendered speechless by her words. A branch reached out and poked her head like a person admonishing a young child. Elder White had been in this spirit pagoda for so long and he has recovered pretty well. Sima Yu reached out and touched the leaves, and said flatteringly, "If I hadn't taken the essence of Elder White in advance that time, my soul might have been wiped out in the explosion. How can I wait for the ancestor to condense the soul? So I must say that meeting Elder White is really the luckiest thing in my life. As long as you know it. Thank you for helping Ling Yu, Elder White." Elder White. He felt that he was pitied by this little girl. Compared with Qing Yi, Elder White has a greater role for the people of the three realms. Because the essence of Qing Yi is more useful to the human race and the Mo clan, for the ghost clan, it happens to be their nemesis. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Silly lass, just be good and stay here to let your soul recuperate, and let your soul recover well. You will then be stronger when you return to your body. Elder White had been tricked by her and he was silent for a while. When he was silent, he looked no different from an ordinary tree. The three people who had been silent at this time focused their attention on Sima Yu, but seeing her pale complexion, they felt embarrassed to ask her. However, judging from their conversation, this tree seems to be very awesome. Where did it come from? Sima Yu looked at their scorching eyes, smiled, and said, "Elder White is the sacred tree known as the Tree of Souls. The breath it releases is very effective for the soul. I am staying here to recuperate my body, which is twice the result of doing it outside. This is the Tree of Souls? I thought it was just a legend." Black Shadow looked at Elder White excitedly. "Young miss, can I stay here a little longer? If you are rude, Elder White will throw you out." After she said that, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate. She agreed with this, and Black Shadow was ecstatic and wandered around Elder White. Wu Lingyu went to the alchemy room and asked Little Spirit to get some herbs. He stayed in there for 3 days and 3 nights. After he came out, he went to Sima Yu and gave her the pill he refined. Little Seven and the others came out of the alchemy room, looked at Wu Lingyu's back, and muttered, "My dear, now he is even more powerful." Yes, he used to have only spirit power and devil power, but now he also has power of the underworld. Among the three realms, I am afraid that he is the only one who is so powerful. Ye Guang said in admiration. What a perverse genius. Humph. Yu is still the best. No matter how good he is, he still fell under Yu's pomegranate skirt. Little Seven hummed. Yes, Yu is the best. Haha. Sima Yu's body recovered quickly under the nourishment of Elder White. In the 6 months that was originally said, she recovered in about a month. On this day, she took Wu Lingyu for a walk by the river, remembering the rope, and took it out to bind it with blood. Seeing Wu Lingyu being bound by the rope that was under her control, she laughed. "How does this feel? Can you break away? You'll know if you try it." Wu Lingyu raised an eyebrow at her. "I'm not so stupid to tie myself up." Sima Yu lifted her chin, and then walked towards him, not paying attention to the stone under her feet. She rushed towards him, and the two fell together. With no intention to fall on the hard ground, in a split second, a soft mat appeared below, catching the two of them steadily. Wu Lingyu was below and Sima Yu lay on him. When she saw the shining and smiling eyes, she immediately knew what he meant and blushed all of a sudden. So Yu has such a heavy taste. The corner of his mouth raised, and his eyes glanced at her mischievously. Sima Yu's face turned even redder. Wu Lingyu could not move and was bound up by her. Now, she was even lying on top of him. At first glance, it looked like something really happened. However, seeing his teasing eyes, she calmed down and slowly got up. She then placed her hands on his chest, and stared at him with a sly smile. Wu Lingyu's body was mesmerized by her charming gaze, especially when he saw her slowly approaching him. As her face was getting closer and her attractive red lips slowly approached him, ba-dump, ba-dump. At this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his own heartbeat, and he became nervous. Closer. Closer. The soft touch flicked past like feathers, and Wu Lingyu felt that his heart was lifted up. Sima Yu saw the faint disappointment in his eyes, and smiled without speaking, and just stared at him. Wu Lingyu's heart was in a complete mess after he was locked under her gaze. He wanted to reach out and embrace her, but his hands were tied. Yu. The low voice was full of temptation and desire. Didn't you just laugh at me? Sima Yu twirled her fingers round her hair and a slight provocation was reflected on her face. He had already endured it for hundreds of years, and even the unconscious provocation before, now this blatant provocation was almost killing him. A look in her eyes, a word, and a gesture made him unable to breathe. I was wrong, Yu, don't punish me. He sincerely apologized, but it sounded like a flame that was burning with desire and hope. Sima Yu was also shaken by his fiery eyes, and she suddenly regretted seducing him. Seeing him staring straight at herself, she smiled seductively, and then kissed him. Love and passion entwined, and until the last step, someone still restrained himself, which surprised Sima Yu a little. Seeing him endure uncomfortably, Sima Yu hooked his neck and buried herself in his neck, whispering, if you really want, it's all right. He abandoned his life and came to the ghost realm for her. After experiencing so many things together, she had already identified him as her man. This step would be the same sooner or later. Wu Lingyu's hands were already free, and he held her hands tightly, took a deep breath, then kissed her forehead, and said, although it makes no difference for the two of us, I still have to wait until we get married. This way, only father-in-law and mother-in-law can be happier. All parents naturally don't like their children to do the deed before they get married. This was not only respecting her, but also respecting her parents. When your matter is resolved, we will save my mother. Since my father is here anyway, with their two elders, we can get married. Sima Yu replied. It seems that I am not the only one who is eager to eat tofu. Wu Lingyu chuckled, let's get married when my mother-in-law has been rescued. Sima Yu was teased by him again, and reached out to poke his waist, but he held her hand back, and the next moment, their hands and lips started roaming again. After a long time, after the evil fire in their bodies dissipated, they lay on the soft mat and chatted, talking about the artifact that tied up Wu Lingyu. Immortal trammel rope. It will be called this in the future. Sima Yu played with the rope and liked it very much. She actually knew that Wu Lingyu was deliberately tied up by her, but neither of them expected that they would almost be unable to extricate themselves later. But this thing was still very good to deal with others. By the way, can you still refine artifacts now? She suddenly sat up, staring at him with starry eyes. It depends on the situation. If it's too powerful, I'm afraid the current me. Sima Yu talked about finding the spatial artifact to repair the spirit pagoda that Little Spirit said, and also said that this would bring 1,000 resonance and Little Roar to the ghost realm. What she originally wanted was to wait for herself to grow, because she was not at ease with others. But with him now, it's different. Show me the things. Wu Lingyu also sat up, and Sima Yu took out the pocket cosmos box to him. Wu Lingyu looked at it and said, it should be fine, but it may take some time. Let me study it for 2 days. Great. Sima Yu handed the things to him, and left it to him. Wu Lingyu knew that she missed Little Roar and all, so after getting the pocket cosmos box, he began to study it in earnest, and 2 days later, he began to integrate it with the spirit pagoda. It was not the first time that he fused a divine artifact with Little Spirit. The last time in Yilan continent, he fused the 7-layer pagoda that he obtained by accident with Little Spirit, who was still a soul stone then, which formed the current spirit pagoda. But last time, he and Sima Yu were still connected, and they were also connected to the soul stone, so it was easier to control the fusion last time. But at that time, his strength hadn't recovered much. Now that his strength was much stronger than that time, so although the process was a bit more troublesome this time, it was fortunate that it was successfully completed. This time, not only was Little Spirit completely repaired, but he was also upgraded. When Sima Yu saw Wu Lingyu smiling at her, she knew that this was done. But what they didn't know was that when Little Spirit fully recovered, there was also movement in the human world. The people of the Sima family were shocked by the golden light from the back mountain. Thinking that that was the direction Sima Yu was in, everyone flew over there. Seeing Sima Qing, who was in front of the cave looking at the golden light in a daze, Sima Ziyuan and the others asked excitedly, Old Ancestor, is Yu? She. Sima Qing shook his head. She didn't wake up, it was a light that suddenly emitted from her body. What is that? I don't know. But it must have something to do with her. Sima Qing murmured, maybe, it's what she did over there. Then she is coming back. No one can answer the last question. They can't go to the ghost realm, can't bring her back, so they could only pray that she can come back soon. After so many years, many people on the mainland have almost forgotten that there was such a brilliant woman. Only those who were present at the time and those who had been related to her remembered her, and kept sending her the elixir she needed. The golden light of Sima's family today made her the focus of everyone again, and they wondered if she was coming back. Little Helper stood on the top of the mountain, alone with the pine and cypress that had been on the mountain for many years. A child came behind Little Helper, bowed and said, Sect Master, I just received a message that there is movement from Sima clan. I already know. It's a pity, it's not her who is back. Little Helper replied lightly. Little Helper was a little surprised. The sect master had been standing on this mountain for so long, but he hadn't descended the mountain, and he even divinated the movements of the Sima clan. Such small things can be divinated, the divination skills of the sect master has improved. But the sect master was frowning all day long. Was there any way to make him happy? Really sad. Little Helper looked at the sky in the distance, and it was so natural that it was connected to the mountains, as if hidden behind the mountains. He blinked and forced the tears in his eyes back, muttering in his heart, when are you coming back? At this time, Sima Yu was being held by Little Roar without letting go, his short limbs were all over her, and he kept crying. After hearing him wail for a while, Sima Yu tried to calm Little Roar down and said, all right, aren't you here now? I thought I would never see you again. Little Roar cried for a while before he could speak coherently. Don't talk nonsense. 1,000 Resonance is in a coma, he doesn't know I can understand. But we share a soul contract, can you not feel it? Sima Yu poked his head. By the way, why are we all awake? 1,000 Resonance hasn't woken up yet. Little Roar remembered that with Thousand Resonance, he had been awake for so long, and Thousand Resonance was still asleep, and he had been worried for a long time. Before, he thought that everyone didn't wake up, and that he was more special, but now that everyone was fine, and it was only Thousand Resonance who hadn't awoken, he was even more worried. Could it be that Thousand Resonance was hurt too badly, right? Don't worry, Thousand Resonance is alright. Seeing Little Roar's anxious expression, Sima Yu explained, you will wake up because you and I are a soul contract. My strength increases, and you naturally wake up. Little Seven and the others woke up because they were in the Spirit Pagoda, with the nourishment of Little Spirit. Thousand Resonance was in my body before, and didn't get any nourishment, so that's why he hasn't awoken. Just let him recuperate here and he should recover soon. Really? Little Roar looked up at her, and saw that she nodded affirmatively, and felt relieved. Then, Little Roar, who had recovered his nature, began to have fun in the Spirit Pagoda again, and his naughty appearance really made her speechless. But she had to say, with Little Roar around, the Spirit Pagoda became more lively. When Hades came over, Sima Yu left the Spirit Pagoda. Seeing that she had recovered to her previous state, Hades raised his eyebrows. Recovered so quickly? With the help of external force. Sima Yu smiled. Did you find a way? Hades nodded. There is a way, but it's not easy. It's better than nothing. Sima Yu is not afraid of trouble, as long as there is a way. My king, what do you suggest? Black Shadow asked. Wu Lingyu stared at him, and as expected, he said what he was most worried about. Eye of the Dragon absorbs chaos chi, and it has a threshold. As long as it is filled up, it should be able to be moved. Hades said. But, where does this chaos chi come from? Black Shadow frowned. In fact, everyone understood that this chaos chi naturally came from the chaos world. Did it mean that they had to go to the chaos world? However, this was too dangerous. Hades glared at Black Shadow, and then continued, this chaos chi, only you can get it from there. Alright. Sima Yu also had this idea in her heart, so she said that she agreed without hesitation. Wu Lingyu wanted to go together, but he couldn't live being too far apart from the Eye of the Dragon. When shall we go? Black Shadow asked. It's not us, she's the only one. Hades looked at the frowning people, feeling helpless. I have a prohibition on me, I can't go to the chaos world. I guess you two won't be able to come back if you go. Only she has been there, so only she alone can do this. Few people who have been to Chaos World in the past have managed to come out. However, they were from the underworld, so it was even more so that they were definitely not allowed to go. But Sima Yu had been there once, and the restrictions over there were of no use to her. Don't worry, I'll be fine if I go alone. Sima Yu is not worried, she just wanted to solve this matter. The sooner the better, and then go rescue her mother. Those who are alright will worry about you. Hades patted her on the shoulder, then opened the space and threw her in. There was no time for everyone to react. Looking at the closed space, everyone pouted. My king, did you have to be so fast? You haven't told her exactly how to do it. Hades couldn't help being stared at by the three of them. He understood their eyes and hummed, what are you looking at me? I don't know either. Three of them. Wu Lingyu wanted to beat him up, but was it possible? The answer can be guessed with your toes. As for the other two people, they didn't have the guts. When Sima Yu came back to her senses, she was already in a thick white fog. Seeing this dense fog, she knew that she should be in the chaos world. This guy Hades, it turns out that he had a restraint on his body, and he couldn't come here at all. In that case, it would be bluffing if he hadn't been here before. I don't know what he did here, he will be restrained. Sima Yu's interest in Hades only sparked the moment she entered the chaos world. However, after walking in there for a long time, her interest waned off. It feels like several months have passed, but it's all white everywhere, and I haven't encountered any other living creature. It's too weird here. She walked along with Little Seven by her side while Little Roar lay on her shoulders. It was lonely to walk alone for so long. Since the two of them clamored to come out, she let them out, so they could also chat along the way. It's true that there isn't even a creature. It's such a big place, isn't it just us? Little Roar finished speaking, and leaned against Sima Yu's neck. Sima Yu didn't worry about whether there were any creatures. What she was worried about was that Hades threw her here and didn't tell her anything. She didn't know how to gather the chaos chi. It couldn't be as simple as finding a bottle to hold it, right? Yu, let me come out. Little Spirit's voice appeared in her mind, and when Sima Yu's thoughts moved, Little Spirit appeared in her arms. This time the Spirit Pagoda and the Pocket Cosmos box merged. One advantage was that Little Spirit could leave the Spirit Pagoda and move freely outside. Little Spirit, what can you do? Before Sima Yu said, Little Seven asked first. The Chaos World wasn't fun at all, there were no people, let alone fights. She wanted to get out earlier, because the outside world was much more fun. Sima Yu also stared at Little Spirit, waiting for him to share his idea. Sima Yu glared at Little Spirit, her heart a little unsettled. She didn't understand a thing about Chaos World, and was going in completely blind. She would have to try every method. Little Spirit did not keep her in suspense as well as he said directly, I have always been trying to see whether or not I could absorb the chaos chi here. In the end, I realized that I could. You're saying that you can first absorb the chaos chi before passing it on to me. At that time, when I'm infusing chaos chi into the Eye of the Dragon, with you around, I won't be afraid of suffering injuries due to lack of chaos chi. Little Spirit nodded solemnly. Chu Lingyu helped him fuse twice, allowing him to rise in rank. He was also someone that Yu loved deeply, so he definitely had to take this seriously. How long will you need then? Little Seven asked. I don't know either. I feel like to fill that thing to the brim will take a lot of chaos chi. However, I can't do it so quickly. I might need a few years, a few tens of years of maybe even a few hundreds of years. Little Spirit furrowed his eyebrows. He had no guarantees. A few hundreds of years? Little Seven jumped in surprise. If they needed to wait a few hundreds of years, wouldn't she be bored to death? I'm just saying that it's possible. Little Spirit glared at her, keeping Yu's body in mind. It's only natural that we need as much as we can. Alright then. Little Seven didn't want to mess around with Sima Yu's body either. If she was bored then so be it. It was better than seeing Yu injured. If it takes a few hundred years then so be it. As long as it can solve Ling Yu's problem. Sima Yu said, you should continue to absorb it. I'll look around to see if there's any other way. Alright, Little Spirit replied as he returned. Yu, what should we do now? Little Roar asked. Let's walk around and take a look first. Chaos World is so big, there can't really be nothing here, right? Let's see if we can find anything. After Sima Yu said this, she led everyone and walked around. They walked around the vast whiteness for a few months. Just as she was thinking that there really was nothing else to this world, something different finally appeared. This was something that Little Roar discovered. In the vast white world, they actually heard the sound of flowing water. Once they followed the sound, they ended up finding a little stream. Is this really water? Little Seven was still in disbelief. There was nothing in this world, and they had seen nothing after walking around for more than half a year. How could a little stream suddenly appear? Sima Yu walked to the side of the stream and watched as the water continued to emit chaos chi. It seems like the dense chaos chi in Chaos World is all emitted by this little stream. This little stream was really puzzling. There was clearly very little water, but it was emitting so much chaos chi. She wanted to stretch forth a hand to touch the water a little, but she suddenly lost her footing and she tumbled inside. Little Seven and Little Roar reacted and stretched forth a hand to grab her, but were blocked by something and couldn't touch her at all. They had to watch with wide eyes as she landed inside the water. It was obviously such a tiny stream, but after falling for such a long time, it seemed like the stream had no bottom. When she opened her eyes, she found that she had ended up in some other world. It was a large black area and there was absolutely nothing there. She didn't know how long she was inside this dark place. She even forgot who she was, what she wanted to do. She forgot about Wu Lingyu, her parents, brothers and sisters, and anyone that she knew. Her mind was blank and she had no memories at all. Just as she was wandering around this place, she saw something. She saw a ray of light shooting in front of her. Then, the light got bigger and enveloped the entire place. The entire place became pure and holy. She didn't know where this place was and didn't know what it was. She just blinked and watched as creatures started to appear from the waters which originally had nothing in it. They grew inside the waters, multiplied, left, and this happened over and over. At this time, she saw a black lotus appear from the water. The lotus looked extremely familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Then, she felt her back turn extremely hot. It felt like she was going to melt. Then, the lotus slowly opened and once it had fully blossomed, the heat from her back slowly dissipated. As time elapsed, the vegetation started to grow slowly beside the stream. There were various spirit beasts and even humans. Then, they slowly left and there were many different clans. There were also many divisions in the world. As for those who directly came out of the water, they became deities and the ones who came after them were turned into their subordinates. Later on the divine races disappeared. She didn't know if they had gone extinct or left the place. Later on, nothing was left here and it appeared to return to a plane of nothingness. Sima Yu didn't know how long she had stayed by the riverbank. However, she felt like she had gone through millions of years and saw how the world had changed completely. She had seen the birth of the world, and experienced the rise and fall of life. By the time she came back to her senses, she saw her own domain. One filled with life and resembled an actual world. She felt like her domain could be considered as a realm. Even if she wanted to live in here, she could. Earlier on, the vision that she saw before did not disappear because she had come back to her senses. Instead, it remained fresh and clear in her mind. From that, she saw the rise of life and the world before it split. She saw the three realms existing peacefully and watched as they were chased out by the divine clans, incompatible as fire and water, and had to live life on barren land. She did not feel like what she saw was a hallucination. It was said that the world used to be primal and chaotic. Seeing things now, she felt like what she saw was the origin of the world. If that was really the case, then didn't that mean that life originated from this little stream, existence originated from Chaos World, and it was only after this place became unlivable that everyone finally left? After that, Chaos World ended up in this state. She thought about the black lotus that she saw later on. In the past, she felt like it was only by chance that she had thought of coming to Chaos World after her soul was injured. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. To be able to come here was probably due to some relationships he had with this place. However, even if she could enter this place, she couldn't leave. It was still M.O. Shah who went through danger to bring her out. And M.O. Shah was able to enter because of her contracted link with him in the past, and he came in by following her. Right now, even if he wasn't restricted by the Eye of the Dragon, he would be unable to enter. She just didn't know whether or not the things that she just saw could be seen by anyone who came, or something that the stream let her see. Yu, I can't drink any more. Little Spirit's voice interrupted her train of thought. If I drink any more, I'm going to explode. Sima Yu was pulled out from her daze. When she heard what Little Spirit said, she was a little puzzled. What were you drinking? Water. Burp dash, Little Spirit said as he belched. Water? What water were you drinking? Sima Yu was still unable to recall where she was at the moment. There's only water from the stream here, so obviously I was drinking water condensed from the chaos chi. I just finished drinking to my limit. Little Spirit's voice was cheery. If he could only absorb the white mist, who knows how long he would take to absorb it all. Now that he could drink this to his fill, all the problems from before were settled. Sima Yu entered the Spirit Pagoda and saw that Little Spirit had actually made a little stream appear in the medicine field. She didn't know where it began or ended, and Little Spirit was probably the only one who knew how long it was. You couldn't have shifted the entire stream in here, did you? She was speechless. She watched as the chaos chi was emitted from the stream and hovered over the medicinal field, providing moisture to the medicinal plants. However, under Little Spirit's control, not very much of it. It was unlike the hazy state that Chaos World was in. It was such a long stream and it looked so similar to the one she had seen outside. It was no wonder she wondered whether or not he had shifted the whole stream in. Little Spirit appeared beside her and held her hand happily as he danced. I don't know how big that little stream is. It's infinite. I feel like no matter how much I drink, I can't make a dent in it at all. Sima Yu didn't think that such a small stream would be so big. However, with a stream in her Spirit Pagoda, it would be enough to feed the eye of the dragon. Yu, let me tell you. With this, I can bring along the chaos chi. It's much more powerful than the average divine artifact. This time, he had even grown by 2 ranks. It was something that could only be chanced upon and not seeked. Especially the chaos that had given birth to life itself. This isn't bad. Sima Yu patted his head. Since we are able to obtain the water, we can prepare to head back. She exited the Spirit Pagoda before finally thinking about how she had entered her domain. She had yet to keep her domain away, so this is where she appeared when she exited. She kept her domain awa and realized that she was deep inside the water. Bright light from the surface streamed in from the top. She swam up and saw Little Seven's anxious face when she emerged. When they saw her, Little Seven and Little Roar finally relaxed, saying, Yu, hurry and come up. This time, they managed to grab onto Sima Yu when they stretched forth their hands. Sima Yu could feel that the waters were dragging her down and it was only with Little Seven and Little Roar's help that she was able to climb back up. Yu, are you alright? You scared us to death. Little Seven looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. Apart from feeling a little sore, Sima Yu didn't feel uncomfortable. How long was I under the water? For 10 days. Little Seven replied, we wanted to go down and look for you, but no matter what we did, we couldn't enter the water. We don't know why it was so strange. It's a good thing that you finally appeared. Otherwise, Little Roar and I. Only 10 days. Sima Yu muttered softly. She obviously saw the entire transformation of the world, but only 10 days had passed. What's wrong? Sima Yu told them about what she had seen, and Little Seven was shocked to hear it. So life in the world started from here. We actually saw this dream with our own eyes. It's a pity that this place is no longer suitable for living. The people in the world now, who would ever know that this place was the origin of it all? Little Roar and Little Seven were both incredibly moved. It really makes one sigh. Sima Yu was moved as well. How are we going to return? Little Roar asked. However, Little Spirit has managed to move in quite a bit of the stream during this period of time. We can start thinking of ways to return. How are we going to return? Little Roar asked. This problem stumped the both of them immediately. That was right, how were they supposed to return? The last time, Mo Shah had brought her out. This time, that guy had tossed her in here without telling her anything. How was she supposed to head back? It was at this time that she felt the pain of a blazing heat from her shoulders. A dark ray of light shot out from her shoulders and broke through the dense fog. It opened a portal in the sky and sent her flying through it. Yu. Little Seven and Little Roar were scared by this turn of events. It was a good thing that Sima Yu used the power of their contract to keep them into her contracted space. Only then was she able to bring them out smoothly. When Sima Yu landed on the side of the River of Oblivion, she still had some lingering fears. It was really too dangerous just now. If she had not reacted quickly enough, Little Seven and Little Roar would have been left behind in Chaos World. That was why, when she saw the certain someone looking at her deviously, she couldn't help but complain, couldn't you have given me a warning first? What warning? If I did, could I have seen you in such a flustered state? Hades' mouth lifted into a sneer, looking very satisfied. She was too unflustered. After spending so many years with her, he had never seen her panic about anything before. It was only when it had to do with Wu Lingyu that she would be anxious and worried. Right now, being able to see her in a fluster, even if only for a short while, he was satisfied. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. When would this guy be able to stop his twisted sense of humor? Hades naturally ignored her eye roll and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this for now. What did you see over there? Did you manage to deal with the issue of chaos chi? Sima Yu told him about what happened to her over at that side. Although time wasn't short, she probably didn't encounter that much. After all, she had spent more than half the year just walking. It was only the final scene that shocked them. I really didn't think that you would actually be able to see that. Hades looked like he was about to say something but stopped. When Sima Yu saw him like this, she knew that he knew something. However, seeing how he was acting, he probably wasn't planning on telling her what it was. Just like how he didn't plan to tell her what his experience was over at Chaos World, why he had been restricted and was unable to go. I managed to get quite a bit of Chaos Chi as well, so let's go over to the Eye of the Dragon. Sima Yu wanted to settle Wu Lingyu's issue quickly. However, Hades and the others weren't assured. Based on her previous injuries, a little bit of Chaos Chi was not enough. If she only managed to obtain a little, what were they going to do if she got injured again? However, when they saw the little chaos stream in her spirit pagoda, the four of them immediately stopped talking. Based on this stream, it would be sufficient for way more than one Eye of the Dragon. This girl. She really is greedy. Although they said this, they still brought her over to the Eye of the Dragon. When Wu Lingyu saw her approach the eye of the dragon again, he was still very worried. He refused to leave her side by a single step and he watched her with anxious eyes. The moment she showed any signs of discomfort, he would immediately step forward and drag her down. When they saw her place her hand on the eye of the dragon, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. What they were worried about did not happen. Nothing untoward happened to Sima Yu. As a steady flow of chaos chi flowed into the eye of the dragon, it released white rays of light that penetrated through the layer of moss, illuminating the entire riverbed. Not only that, but when that ray of light landed on them, it felt incredibly comfortable. Even the beasts by the river of oblivion felt like they were wrapped in a warm embrace. Sima Yu watched as the eye of the dragon got brighter and began to shrink, and a smile snuck onto her face. It was actually useful. She didn't know how much of the chaos chi she imbued into it, but the eye of the dragon had finally shrunk to the size of a human head. It hopped up and down in front of her and even ran to her and rubbed itself against her, acting very intimately. Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and carried it. It was not as heavy as before, and she did not feel like there was anything special about it when she carried it up. "Young miss, could you let me carry it?" Black Shadow was standing by her side and his gaze was locked onto the eye of the dragon. He even subconsciously licked his lips. It was the eye of the dragon. If he was able to carry it, he would be able to brag about it to others forever. Before this, they couldn't even sway it. Right now, she was actually able to hold it in her arms. It should not be a problem anymore, then. Sima Yu thought that it was fine to let them carry it since they wanted to, so she handed it over. Black Shadow happily stretched forth a hand to carry it, but his arms were almost broken from the weight. It was a good thing that he had let go of it the moment he felt its weight. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. Damn it, why is this so heavy? He took 2 steps back and patted his chest with fear. Is it very heavy? Sima Yu lifted it up with one hand. No, it's not. It should be because the chaos chi you imbued into it carried your aura. You've already been acknowledged by the eye of the dragon, so you are able to carry it. Hades explained. Then, he turned to Wu Lingyu. You try. Wu Lingyu stretched forth a hand to carry the eye of the dragon and it obediently let him. It's not heavy. He examined the eye of the dragon closely. It looked like an ordinary item. It looks like it only acknowledges the 2 of you. Black Shadow was extremely envious of them. Wu Lingyu had fused with it, so it was natural that he would be able to move it. As for Sima Yu whose aura he had acknowledged, she also had a status similar to his master. Sima Yu was pleased. Then if we ever end up in a fight that we can't win, we can just use it as a weapon to wipe the floor with our enemies. Eye of the dragon moved in Wu Lingyu's hand. It was unknown whether or not he was disagreeing with her or excited about what she said. Alright, Lingyu, keep it away. Now that the situation is settled, we can prepare to head back. Sima Yu stepped forward and held his hand, saying happily. It's not that easy. Hades spoke up and poured a bucket of cold water on her idea. If it leaves just like this, the river of oblivion will be finished. The river of oblivion appeared because of the eye of the dragon. If they took it away, then wouldn't the river of oblivion dry up? Then it would impact everything by the riverside. Then the beasts by the river. Could it be that we have to give up after reaching this step? Sima Yu's expression fell immediately. If it happened before she went to Chaos World, she wouldn't have a care about the river beasts. However, after seeing the world change in the Chaos World, she started to care subconsciously for these innocent lives. However, if there really was no choice, she would still choose Wu Lingyu. My king, do you have any solution? Black Shadow couldn't bear to see Sima Yu disappointed and placed his hopes onto Hades. What solution could I have? I can't make another eye of the dragon appear and place it here. Hades looked at how troubled Sima Yu was and felt like she was a lot angrier than before. The eye of the dragon was one and only. It was impossible to find even a replacement for it. Sima Yu was momentarily stuck in a dilemma. It was at this moment that the eye of the dragon released a piercing white light, forcing everyone to close their eyes and block it with their hands. By the time the light rays dissipated, everyone opened their eyes only to be stunned by what they saw in front of them. 2 eyes of the dragon? Black Shadow pointed at the second eye of the dragon with shock as his mouth fell wide open. Hades was stunned as well. Earlier on, he had just said that he couldn't make a second eye of the dragon appear and here it was now. They're different. Wu Lingyu said, this one has a relationship with me. I can't feel any connection with the other one. So you're saying that this eye of the dragon appeared to stay behind in the river of oblivion? Sima Yu stretched forth a hand to poke at the eye of the dragon that just appeared. It slowly floated back to where the eye of the dragon originally was, even growing to a similar size to what it was before. Looks like it. Hades didn't think that this problem would be solved so quickly. However, in the end, it was formed from a part of the eye of the dragon. Who knows what kind of implications it would have to lose half of it. I will get my men to keep watch over this place. If anything happens to the river of oblivion, I will send my men to look for you. Sima Yu knew that the river of oblivion originated in the underworld and that the river beasts inside it were from the underworld. If it was impacted, the underworld would definitely be impacted as well. As the king of the underworld, he had a responsibility towards life in the underworld. However, she felt that since the eye of the dragon took the initiative to split itself, it proved that it knew this would be useful. As such, she was not very worried. Following this, Wu Lingyu kept the eye of the dragon away. From then on, he would not need to be locked here. They came to the shore and, perhaps it was because they were going to part ways that it felt a little solemn. Finally, it was still Hades who spoke. When are you leaving? Now. Sima Yu held on to Wu Lingyu. I want to head to the imperial capital quickly to find out where my mother is being imprisoned. Then, I want to rescue her. Based on your current strength, I'm afraid that you're still lacking a little. Hades disdained her little bit of strength. At that time, he had let her cultivate while she was in the underworld, but this girl was deathly unwilling to and wasted so many years. At this time he had forgotten that he was the one who said that she would have to remain in the underworld if she cultivated in there. I have Lingyu now. And my cousin who has prepared for many years. Sima Yu smiled at Wu Lingyu, her eyes filled with confidence. With him around, there would definitely be no issues. Hades saw the look in their eyes and waved his hands impatiently. Go on, looking at you makes my eyes hurt. My king, are we going to continue following them? Huan asked. Of course. Based on her troublemaking personality, she is bound to cause some trouble sooner or later. You guys follow her. While protecting her, you have to tell me if anything fun is going to happen. Hades said, although the underworld has a contract with the ghost realm, it doesn't mean that we're not going to keep tabs on things. You two have to be more flexible. Don't lose the face of our underworld, got it? Huan and Black Shadow were ecstatic. Their king had given them power. In the future, they would not have to be afraid of the slightest thing when they were getting things done. We will definitely protect the young miss well. They replied in unison. As for a certain someone, he had been neatly overlooked. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu left and Huan and Black Shadow went along with them. Hades was left alone there. Hades waited for them to disappear, but he did not return directly to the underworld. Instead, he came to where the eye of the dragon was. He stared at it for very long before he slowly stretched forth a hand and touched it. Bzz. The eye of the dragon seemed to have seen its owner as it let out happy noises. You are finally awake. Hades patted it lightly. She will not know. Even if she knows, she will not get mad. Bzz. The eye of the dragon rubbed against his hand. Actually, I'm thinking that if we told her the truth, she might have helped me go to the Chaos World. However, I have no guarantee of that. After hesitating, he continued, although this method is a little unfair to Wu Lingyu, he has truly obtained your power as well. Bzz. I know, but if I didn't light you up, the River of Oblivion would have been in trouble. I just knew that she wouldn't let me down. Everything that Hades said by the riverside was something that Sima Yu had never thought about. Hades had no plans to let others know. This did not influence how much he doted on Sima Yu, and he had no need to tell them. Especially when he saw how important she was to Wu Lingyu, he was even more afraid to say it. Sima Yu did not stop to think about whether or not Hades was plotting against her, but she was a little suspicious why the eye of the dragon would split itself into two. It was as if it was prepared to split itself into two from the beginning. However, after thinking about it, she decided to stop thinking further. No matter what ended up happening or how it happened, the outcome right now was great. She guessed that she should go to the imperial capital to prepare for the interdynasty competition. That was why she did not return to Vast Region but headed straight to the imperial capital. They found the nearest city and prepared to look for a teleportation array that would send them to the imperial city. However, after arriving there, they received reports that the teleportation array was broken and could not be used in the meantime. They could only head to another city to use their teleportation array. Sima Yu and the other three were a little suspicious, but they didn't say anything. Since it was already rather dark, they asked the stewards of the teleportation array where the nearest inn was and prepared to rest there for the night before leaving. Once they had left, the stewards chatted with the others. They glanced over in the direction that Sima Yu had left in and then turned around to walk in the opposite direction. Shortly after, a shout came from a courtyard. You're saying that that person is really Sima Yu? Yes, master, I am very certain. That lady is Sima Yu. The one standing opposite that master said it was the very steward of the teleportation array. You didn't get it wrong. Master, news is spreading all around the ghost realm that Sima Yu has arrived in the ghost realm, and that she looks extremely similar to the Dark Princess. Today, when I saw that lady, she really looked very similar to the Dark Princess. What happened back then was disastrous for us. If we really encountered her, we definitely cannot let her go. At that time, he received news that the portal to the human realm had been re-established. He had wanted to obtain a share of the profits as well, so he put in quite a bit of effort. However, he didn't think that the men he sent to the human realm had been obliterated. In the beginning, they thought that the human realm had obtained news of it early on, which was why everyone from the ghost realm died upon reaching there. It was only later on upon investigating that they realized that everything was going well, but Sima Yu had single-handedly ruined everything. By the time this news reached the ghost realm, everyone who had participated in this was infuriated and paid close attention to her. The moment she came to the ghost realm, they would definitely make her pay. In the past, she was in the human realm and there was nothing they could do about her. However, right now, she was right in front of them. This was practically sending their opportunity for revenge right to their doorstep. Do we know where she is right now? I have already sent men to tail them. Since she has already come, how could we miss this great opportunity? At this time a few of the elders in the house opened their mouths. Master, this Sima Yu is still the granddaughter of the Ghost King. If we do this to her, will we not evoke his ire? The Ghost King does not acknowledge this granddaughter of his at all, right? He is even able to capture and kill his most beloved Dark Princess, much less someone like her who has human blood flowing through her veins. Master, be that as it may, the Ghost King is still the king who rules over the Ghost Realm. Although he may not like this granddaughter of his right now, royal blood still flows through her veins. If we send men to kill her and they recall this event one day, what will we do if they come to make us pay? Following your line of reasoning, could it be that we not do this? The master's expression was sullen. The last time, they had suffered such devastating losses and many of them had lost their talented geniuses of the younger generation. Knowing that Sima Yu was here now, if they did not take revenge, they would never be able to rid themselves of the rage in their hearts. No, we should definitely take our revenge, but we should not take it here. The elder said, once she leaves our territory, there are many enemies, who would know who was the one who had killed her by then. You're saying we should spread this news. After what happened last time, I'm guessing that many of them would be glad to kill her. As long as they know where she is, would she be able to stay peacefully in the ghost realm? The elder revealed a malicious smile. At that time, we can make use of the situation for personal gain. Even if she dies, nobody will know who killed her. Even if the Ghost King thinks of her and wants to find justice for her, will he be able to kill everyone in the ghost realm? Master, Elder Go is right. If they die in our city, everyone will know that we were the ones who did it. If she dies outside, it will make things a lot easier for us. The steward agreed with Elder Go. The master pondered over it for a long time before nodding. Let's do it that way. Send out word that Sima Yu is here. I'm guessing that many teleportation arrays will be broken. As long as word got out, even if they were not the ones who acted, Sima Yu would not be able to survive. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were in the inn. When they heard this news, they sighed helplessly. She just knew that what happened back in Fair Eastern City would bring her problems in the ghost realm. Seeing how things were now, it was as they thought. However, how did these people know that she was here in the ghost realm? The fact that news was spreading about her arrival in the ghost realm was not something she didn't expect. Initially, when she was getting things done in Vast City, although she was secretive, she was unable to keep herself from suspicion completely. Since DC Kong was suspecting her, it was only natural that others would as well. Right now, what she was most concerned about was how the news had spread here. Did those outside know that she was Sima Yu or not? If they did know that Sima Yu was Murongshi, would that bring trouble to Hui? Are you worried for your foster father? Wu Lingyu asked. Yeah, if they know that I am Murongshi, and know that Murong Hui has protected me for so many years, I'm afraid of dragging him down with me. That year, I caused such a big incident and all the ghost clansmen that crossed over were completely wiped out. At that time, my cousins and the others sent their men over to tell me about the grudge that the ghost clan were holding against me. Black Shadow had also said that the incident had caused a big commotion back in the ghost realm. Now that they know I'm here, it's fine if they came to look for me. I'm just afraid that they will look for my foster father. Sima Yu was rather worried. Isn't this simple? Don't you have me heir? Wouldn't this situation be solved as long as you and Murongshi appear at the same time? But they've seen Blackie and Onyx. When the time comes, I'll be exposed the moment they see Onyx with me. Sima Yu sighed. It's not like I can keep Blackie and Onyx from appearing forever, right? Why don't we make your foster father so strong that others will not dare to provoke him? Even if they know that he has helped you before, they will not dare to do anything against him. Sima Yu sighed. It seems like that's the only solution. However, this is still an unknown. We still have to figure out the problem right in front of us. Young miss, why don't you let us kill the people who are spreading the news? As long as the news does not spread, others will not know that it is you. Black Shadow suggested. Since you will have to kill the entire power, it will be useless. Sima Yu rejected their idea. Others were the ones who spread the news. Since others were the ones who started spreading it, they will naturally spread it to others as well. However, we have no way of ascertaining right now who the ones who spread it are. It wouldn't be of any use to kill just one or two of them. Then what do we do? Are we supposed to just let them spread the news? We'll deal with things as they come. If anyone so blind really dares to come, we'll naturally make them unable to return. Sima Yu huffed coldly. They wanted to take her life? They had to see whether or not they had the ability to in the first place. The night passed peacefully, and they checked out of the room on the morning of the second day. Before they left, they asked the steward of the inn for the direction of the closest city with a teleportation array. This place is rather remote. The steward of the inn said, if you wish to use a teleportation array, the closest one to this city is more than half a month's journey. It would be better if you took flying beasts. Also, the journey is quite dangerous. If you use our flying beasts, you will be able to avoid the danger. Then does this place have any flying beasts for hire? Sima Yu asked. We don't have any here, but we have many at our eastern city gate. The steward said. I got it. Thanks, steward. Sima Yu replied. After returning her keys, she retrieved her deposit and left. They walked to the eastern part of the city and were quickly reaching the city gate when they saw a flying beast rental shop. Young miss, do you wish to rent them? Black Shadow asked. It was obvious that those people had intentionally pointed them here. If they wanted to rent their flying spirit beasts, the journey would definitely be dangerous. Sima Yu smiled. I'm renting them, how else would I allow those people to keep track of my location? They came to the shop and said that they wanted to go to Great Bear City. The shopkeeper eagerly recommended a few flying beasts to them. Sima Yu selected the cheapest flying beast and then took it out of the city. Steward, have these people realized it? Otherwise, why would they select the cheapest one? These types of flying beasts take double the time to arrive at Great Bear City as compared to the others. The shopkeeper voiced his suspicions. If someone wanted to kill them, wouldn't it be more dangerous to stay on the road longer? You're thinking too much. If they knew that people wanted to kill them, they would have chosen the best flying beasts to shorten their traveling time. The steward revealed a sinister smile. His most treasured son had been killed in Fair Eastern City, and knowing now that he had the opportunity to take revenge, he could not wait to be the one to kill her personally. Go, send the news. He instructed the shopkeeper before turning around and heading into the inner courtyard. However, once the shopkeeper had sent out the word and entered, he did not see a trace of him. This flying spirit beast was not just ordinarily slow. After flying for an entire day, she had not gotten very far at all. They were so bored inside the beast carriage that they just took out a set of handmade mahjong tiles and started playing. By the time night fell, the flying beast naturally found a place to stop at. Its meaning was clear, it wanted to rest. This flying beast is really gutsy. It actually stopped without obtaining our consent. Sima Yu opened the door of the carriage. In front of her was a lush forest and she clicked her tongue, it really is the perfect place for an ambush. Huan and the others got off the beast carriage as well. When they heard what she said, they lowered their heads and agreed, this really is a great place for an ambush. This isn't too far from where we came from. Will those people take action? Black Shadow's way of thinking was rather simple. Since they wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, they would naturally attack them when they were further away, right? He didn't say that it was them. It's others who want to kill me. There's no eyewitness anyway. Sima Yu said, since they've chosen this place for us, there's no need to waste their good intentions. Let's set up camp here. The three men set up the tents while she took charge of the cooking. They quickly sat around the fire and ate. They were done eating but those people had not yet arrived. Black Shadow was just about to say that those people were probably not coming when there was finally some movement. I really didn't think that we would meet so quickly. Sima Yu tossed a cleanly eaten chicken bone onto the table and wiped her mouth with her hand before saying lightly. Those who came did not expect that Sima Yu would discover them so easily. Although they were surprised, they still appeared from the portal. It was precisely the steward of the flying beast rental shop. The steward saw that there was no change in her expression as he huffed coldly, "You're not surprised at all. What is there to be surprised about? When you were watching us in the day, although you restrained yourself, your eyes still betrayed you. I just didn't think that you wouldn't hesitate at all and would come so quickly." Sima Yu was calm in the face of his murderous intent. She completely disdained him and his group. "You killed my son, I can't wait to kill you. I'm going to kill you now to avenge him." He looked extremely enraged and he looked at Sima Yu with boundless hatred. He couldn't wait to tear into her flesh and drink her blood. However, Sima Yu didn't have the slightest impression of him. "If you want to kill me, you should have brought a lot more people." Sima Yu said, "With so little of them, I won't even have enough to pick my teeth." Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence. Dash. Bang bang dash. The steward had yet to finish speaking when all he saw was a black shadow flash past him. Everyone that he brought had their throats slit and were lying on the ground behind him. "Just this little bit of power and you dare to come here? TSK, you really are bold." Huan flashed in front of him and before he could react, he felt a cold sensation on his neck and could only watch blankly as his blood spurted out. His eyes were wide, not daring to believe that he was looking at his own fresh blood. He stretched forth both hands to try and stem the flow but it was useless. His blood continued to spill out through the cracks between his fingers. The speed of which his life passed by finally let him understand at the end that he had been killed even before he managed to do anything. Furthermore, the lady that he so detested did not even lift a finger. After Huan had finished them all off, he lit a fire and burnt all of the corpses. Even the blood in the dirt had been scrubbed off. It didn't look like anyone had died there at all. The flying beast saw that its steward had been killed and lay on the ground, trembling non-stop. When it sensed the few silhouettes drawing near it, it stuffed its head into the ground, not daring to come up. It was so scared, sob. Sima Yu watched it act this way and pursed her lips. Why did she feel like this flying beast was a little easy to tease? "Relax, I will not kill you for now. Just obediently take us to Great Bear City and you will be able to return back alive. Otherwise, I will send you to accompany your steward." When that big bird heard what she said, it lifted its head up happily. Its fluffy head was still covered with dirt. "If you don't clean yourself up right now, I'm going to turn you into a roasted bird." Sima Yu threatened it. Screech dash. The flying beast immediately disappeared from before her, much quicker than it had flown in the day. For the next few days, the flying beast was obedient and did not bring any more trouble to them. The flying beast obediently told Sima Yu what its earlier instructions were. Sima Yu let it fly according to the original plan. If they didn't fly according to the original plan, how would those people know which route she would take? Today, she was surrounded again. "This time, let me." Black Shadow spoke. He didn't even waste a single second speaking with them before acting. Those people were still prepared to show off in front of Sima Yu and revel in her terror. However, before they managed to say a thing, they were exterminated. The flying beast saw that Black Shadow was so powerful and inwardly rejoiced. It was a good thing that it had told them everything, otherwise it would have been killed. "Young miss, these people are lame. Can't they send stronger men?" Black Shadow complained once he returned. "This is just the beginning. Very few people have gotten wind of the news. Also, we're far away. Once things reach a later stage, it will be time for you to act." Sima Yu didn't think that it would stay this way throughout. The more time progressed, the stronger the people they would encounter. If it was just like this and it was just the few of them, it would not be easy to manage. Furthermore, once there were many of them, Huan and Black Shadow would not be able to act easily. "Young miss, before we left, my king said that we had to ensure your safety at the cost of all else." Black Shadow told her what Hades had instructed them, changing the meaning of what he said. Huan nodded as well, expressing his agreement. The king had given them more power precisely for this, right? Relax. I'm here. Wu Lingyu held her across her shoulders and said gently. Sima Yu had never seen Wu Lingyu act personally and had no idea how powerful he was. However, she believed in him. Since he told her to relax, she had no need to worry. When they arrived at Great Bear City, she thought that she would once again hear that their teleportation array was broken. She didn't expect that it would be fully functioning. It was just that it didn't take them to that many places. The other party heard her say that she wanted to go to the nearest city and, after collecting a large sum of money, let them enter the teleportation array. Once she exited, she realized that, perhaps, it would have been better if the teleportation array was broken. When they came out from space, they arrived in some unknown wild area. Furthermore, it was even one with many underworld beasts. When she heard the cries from all over the mountains, she felt like they might have fallen into some underworld beast's nest. Just as those underworld beasts were about to attack, Wu Lingyu opened a spatial portal and they disappeared in front of the underworld beasts. By the time they appeared, they were in the nearest city. When they entered the city to scout for information, they found that they had gotten closer to the imperial capital. Hence, the other party didn't send them in the opposite direction. It was just that they never thought that those underworld beasts would be so useless and that Wu Lingyu would be able to directly take everyone out of there. This city was the closest city to Imperial City. Sima Yu initially wanted to take the teleportation directly there. However, when she saw that long winding queue, she felt like it wasn't too possible to leave this place. As expected, when she went to inquire, the steward of the teleportation array directly took out a wooden tablet and said, 3 days later, take this and queue up. 3 days? Such a long time? The steward raised his head and glanced at them. Then, he rubbed his little beard and pointed at those in the queue, saying, see those people? They came to queue up 4 days ago. There are still 3 days worth of people in front of you. Everyone fell silent. There were actually so many people who wanted to use the teleportation array that the queue was 3 days long. I say, do you want to queue up or not? If not, then get lost. There are still many queuing up being you. Sima Yu paid the fees, took the wooden tablet and left. The steward hooked his finger at the person beside him, getting the person to take over him before he left. Because of the 3-day wait, they had to look for an inn to stay in. They planned to use the 3 days to walk around the city and to see whether or not to recruit some bees. However, before they recruited their bees, they bumped into an acquaintance. Young Miss Murong. Yu Tianran saw Sima Yu and hurried over. Sima Yu did not know many people in the underworld, but she still remembered this guy, Yu Tianran. He had lost to her, and he had even lost open-heartedly. However, she had no intentions to reminisce with him. Instead, she asked, did you call out to me? Young Miss Murong, do you not remember? I am Yu Tianran. Sorry, I don't believe we've met before. Are you not Murongshi? Yu Tianran looked at her quizzically. It was obviously the same face, but this foreign feeling made him feel like they were different people. Murongshi? Who is that? I thought that you were someone that I knew, and wanted to tell you that someone is hunting down those from vast region. It turns out that I recognized the wrong person. My apologies, goodbye. Yu Tianran said as he turned around to leave. Sima Yu's expression remained the same but she turned solemn. Something happened to the people from vast region? Wu Lingyu patted her shoulder, don't be anxious yet. Let's check out the situation first. Sima Yu called out a few scarlet bees and got them to follow him silently. Tianran, do you recognize that person? Yu Tianran's friend asked when he saw that Yu Tianran was rather disappointed. I recognize the wrong person. However, the two of them look really alike. If it wasn't because of their different auras, I really would have thought that they were the same person. Yu Tianran sighed. Who are you talking about? It's the one I told you about before, Murongshi. Yu Tianran said, ever since she left the country suddenly, nobody has seen her. No one knows what's up with those from vast region either. People have been hunting them down lately. Earlier on, I thought that the person was Murongshi and wanted to warn her, but I guess I got it wrong. It's strange now that you mention it. Did vast region cause some trouble lately? Especially the Duke Manor. It feels like they're killed every time they leave. Do you guys know why? Someone asked with puzzlement. Who knows why? I've never even met those people. I did hear some rumors. A person with a mustache said. What? Why don't you tell us? Now that you mention it, it could really be because of that person just now. That man came to the climax of his story. When he saw that everyone was watching him, he finally continued, you guys know about the time that the Dark Princess went to the human realm? Of course. It's because she went to the human realm that she was captured back here and we lost all news of her. However, this is something that happened so many years ago. What does it have to do with the current situation? News has it that the young miss from the vast region, who is Murongshi, looks very similar to the Dark Princess. Furthermore, the Dark Princess has a daughter in the human realm as well, who looks very much like Murongshi. Not only that, but she has a huge grudge with the majority of the people from the ghost realm. The mustache man said. Little mustache, are your words true? Everyone knew that he was well up to date with current news, and although they asked him this, they were already well convinced. Could it be that the person earlier on was the daughter that the Dark Princess had in the human realm? Yu Tianran was incredibly shocked. However, if that was the case, he had already said that they had different auras. What he didn't know was that it was not because they were two different people, but that, because of what happened back at Chaos World, Sima Yuyu's aura had been influenced by the Chaos Chi and had changed. Since that person is the daughter of the Dark Princess, why would she have grudges with the people from the Ghost Realm? You guys won't know this. Do you remember what happened at Fair Eastern City? I heard them say that the portal to the human realm was re-established, and that it was broken by someone in the end. Those that went to that side were exterminated. Are you saying that the daughter of the Dark Princess is that human in Fair Eastern City? That's right. She's the one. At that time, we know just how big of an impact that situation was. Now that she's in the Ghost Realm, you guys tell me. Isn't this a huge deal? Furthermore, Murongshi looks so much like that woman, who knows whether or not they just look the same or whether they're the same person? Mustache Man said excitedly. He loved drama, and this would definitely give him a good show. So you're saying that those people have gone to cause trouble in vast region? Yu Tianran finally understood. The most important thing is, Murongshi hasn't appeared for a long time, right? Mustache Man said, if she takes any longer to appear, it just raises more suspicion. Muronghui has taken his men to the imperial capital, right? It was on his way to the imperial capital that people hunted him down. Right now, I'm afraid that he hasn't even reached the imperial capital. Yu Tianran said, the last time I heard the news they were at River City. River City. Sima Yu found men to scout for information and they were not very near to River City, nor were they very far. She wondered whether or not he would still be there if she went over. Since you're worried, then we can go take a look. Even if he's not there anymore, we can look for traces of him. Wu Lingyu said. In any case, they were not on a strict schedule. Since they were all headed for the imperial capital, they were going the same way as Muronghui. After deciding, they didn't even bother checking out of their rooms before taking the spatial portal directly out of the city. After finding an empty plot of land, they calculated the coordinates based on the map, set up a teleportation array and hurried over. Just as they anticipated, Muronghui wasn't there when they arrived, so they had to chase after him based on the information that they could obtain. After setting up a few more teleportation arrays and she was about to exhaust her entire supply of array stones, she had no choice but to find a place to buy array stones to continue chasing after him. Inside River City, the prices of array stones were exorbitant. This was why she initially took teleportation arrays instead of setting up her own. Right now, in order to look for Muronghui, she had to use her hard-earned savings. It was a good thing that these were not wasted. She finally managed to catch up to Muronghui when he was caught in a tricky situation. At this moment, Muronghui had led his team and were escaping within Horde Mountains. Those people came in wave after wave, and they were draining them. They could only keep escaping in a bid for time. These people had rushed over because of Sima Yu, he knew that. That was why he did not think of saying anything to them. They wanted him to hand her over, where was he supposed to look for her? Also, even if he knew where she was, he would never do it. These people were too powerful. If he let them find her, who knows what they would do. Muronghui, we're giving you one last chance. Where is Sima Yu? Those who came had chased them into a tiny cave. They had surrounded them on all sides, cutting off all routes of escape. Muronghui made preparations long ago for battle to the death, so he was not flustered at this moment. I said it earlier before that I don't know who Sima Yu is. Even if you ask me 10 more times, I have no way to hand her over. Muronghui's expression was solemn, secretly calculating his chances of escape. Muronghui, let's talk openly. Your daughter is merely a piece of trash. How could she have become a genius just a few years later, and even enter the region competition as the top 10? Your daughter looks exactly like her, so tell me how likely the chances are. Those who had come had already researched quite deeply into it. My daughter is naturally the best. Since you insist on linking her up with that Sima Yu, what else is there for me to say? Muronghui snorted icily, if you want someone, there is none. If you want a life, there is one. If we can find you, then we're not afraid that Sima Yu won't be able to. Those who came snorted as they waved their hands, keep Muronghui alive, kill the rest. Sorry, I've implicated you all. I will hold them back in a moment, try your best to escape. Duke. Master. We will protect you, there's no need to waste words. You guys heard it, they don't want to kill me. You guys have to stay alive. Muronghui retorted. Humph, not a single one of you should think of escaping today. All of you attack, don't leave a single one alive. Just as both sides were about to start fighting, a crisp voice was heard, you want to kill me, then kill me. What's the point of messing around like this behind my back? Muronghui heard the voice and his eyes shone. However, it was immediately filled with worry and wished that he didn't hear it. Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu, and the others came out from the spatial portal. What was the most surprising was that there were actually two people who looked like her. Father. Mi-er, who now looked like Murongshi, flew over to Muronghui when she saw him, and jumped into his embrace. Muronghui was immediately stunned. He looked at Mi-er then looked at Sima Yu. Duke Murong, if not because your daughter came to look for me, I would not have known that I have brought you so much trouble. Sima Yu said apologetically. You are. Muronghui was stunned. There were actually two of her, and she even said that Murongshi went to look for her. Why did that puzzle him so much? And why did the aura on her change? Where did this mirror image of her come from? Sima Yu glanced at those people around and the corners of her mouth hooked into a light smile. She said confidently, I am the Sima Yu you are looking for. Sima Yu finally appeared. The other party's gaze filled with hatred when he looked at Sima Yu. I've always been walking around outside, it's just that you never had the ability to find me yourself. However, it's true. Those with abilities will never implicate the innocent and have to resort to these dirty methods to lure me out. Sima Yu looked at them with contempt. I've killed quite a few people myself these few days. As per customs, report your names. With the Jade Dynasty, we're the Yin clan, 11th Yin. The man right at the front announced his name, Sima Yu. Back then, you killed my brothers. Today, I will use your name as a sacrifice for them. Yin clan from the Jade Dynasty. Sorry, never heard of you. Sima Yu said, sigh, since you came to look for me to take revenge, let's not waste any more words. The thing I hate the most in this life is for others to use such base methods. Little 7, Floey, you guys can play with them. Little 7 and Floey appeared. Without saying a word, they went up directly to act. Adding on Black Shadow to the mix, they threw the fight intentionally and did not wipe all of them out. Finally, less than half of them escaped. There's no need to chase after them. When she saw those from the vast province want to chase them down, Sima Yu called out. With this instruction, the few of them subconsciously stopped. Finally, they reacted. Why did they have to listen to her? There's no need to chase after them. Murong Hui said. Only then did everyone really stop. Duke Murong, is it possible for us to chat? Sima Yu said to Murong Hui. Murong Hui was a little puzzled. He had things he wanted to ask her as well, so he got the remaining people to clean up the dead bodies while he and Murong Lin followed Sima Yu to a place further away. Of course, Mi-Er, who had been holding his hand, went along. He only let go once they were further away. Sheer, what's going on? Murong Hui turned to look at Sima Yu, not Mi-Er who was beside him. Sima Yu didn't think that even with her aura changed and a Mi-Er by his side, he would still recognize her at a glance. Murong Hui knew what she was thinking and said, the way you look at me now is the same as how you used to. Also, although her aura is the same as yours used to be, the way she held my hand was unnatural. Father knows me really well. Sima Yu smiled, implicitly acknowledging her identity. Murong Lin, who was standing by the side, looked at Sima Yu with shock. This was the young miss? Then who was the one standing by her side? Young miss, where have you been for the past year? How are there two of you? He voiced his puzzlement. This is my contracted beast's ability to transform itself. Sima Yu told them about what happened to her back at the River of Oblivion. Then, she continued, I'll let Mi-Er accompany you for a while. One reason is to protect you, and the second reason is to cut off any link between me and you guys. As long as Mi-Er and I appear at the same time, they will not cause trouble for you. Once you become stronger, even if they know that we are the same person, they won't dare to cause trouble for you. That's why you let those people escape. Now that they've managed to escape, they will definitely spread word of my appearance as well as the fact that Mi-Er has also appeared. This way, I can break off any relationship link I have with you. Sima Yu had no mercy for those who dared to kill one of her own. If not because of this, how would they have managed to escape alive? Floey and Little 7 would have been the first to disagree. What about you? Murong Hui frowned, if those people want to kill you and you just appear, even more will hunt you down. That's no problem. Once word gets out and I appear with you a few more times, I will take my leave. Sima Yu said. I'm not talking about that. If you appear and those people hunt you down, you. Father, don't worry, I have these guys. Sima Yu looked at the people beside her, Huan has never appeared with me before, so nobody will be able to link him with me. Much less needs to be said about Black Shadow. Also, father, this is Ling Yu. He has come to the ghost realm. Murong Hui had heard Sima Yu mention Wu Ling Yu before. However, she only said that he was her senior brother. She didn't tell him what his identity was in the devil realm. However, wasn't he in the human realm? Why did he run over to the ghost realm? He came to the ghost realm to look for me. Sima Yu looked blissfully at Wu Ling Yu, who bowed to Murong Hui. Although Murong Hui did not have a powerful identity and he was not very strong, he was someone that she had acknowledged. Hence, he would acknowledge him as well and bow to him seriously. Good. Murong Hui did not know what Wu Ling Yu had gone through, but it probably wasn't easy. The fact that he was able to do this for her showed that he was someone he could entrust her to. Father, let's clean up then return to the city. We'll continue chatting later. Sima Yu suggested. Just as she thought, after those from the Yin clan escaped, they headed directly back to the city and then hid themselves. While contacting their clan for backup, they told them about how they met Sima Yu. There were many people chasing after Sima Yu and looking for her. Now that they knew where she was, they would naturally look for her to make her pay. However, the fact that Sima Yu and Murong Shi had appeared at the same time was puzzling. At the same time, those who wanted to attack Murong Hui changed their minds. When Sima Yu and the others returned to the city, she stuck with Wu Ling Yu while Mi-Er held on to Murong Hui's wrist like he did before. The two identical people walked together, causing a ruckus at the city gate. Sima Yu initially wanted to leave after spending a bit more time there. However, when she saw the people creating a ruckus at the city gate, she suggested to Murong Hui to part ways. Duke Murong, since we have already reached the city, we will say our goodbyes. Murong Hui wanted to urge her to stay, but he realized that this was not a suitable place either. To everyone else, they were not supposed to be familiar with each other. He nodded and watched as Sima Yu left with Wu Ling Yu and the others. Father, let's go to an inn to stay at. You and Uncle Lin, as well as the others from vast region, have been injured. We'll head to the imperial capital after resting for 2 days. Mi-er said as he pulled on his arm and swayed, pulling him back to his senses. She saved us. If we have the chance, we have to properly repay her, alright? By saying this, Murong Hui was also expressing his stance. If anything happened to Sima Yu, the vast region would step forward and lend a helping hand. I got it. Let's look for her again to thank her once we're back. We have to tend to your wounds first. Mi-er acted exactly like Sima Yu did before. The average person would not be able to tell that they were two separate people. On the other side, Sima Yu and the other three went to the biggest in here and got the best room. Black Shadow and Huan went to their own rooms while Wu Lingyu sent her to her room. Tonight will not be a peaceful one. Wu Lingyu leaned on the door. Why don't you and I stay together? Sima Yu pressed a hand against his chest and said with a smile, don't mess around. With you here, how would those people dare to come? It's all the same, I'll just suppress my aura. Otherwise, what will I do if those people come before I have a chance to rush here? Wu Lingyu forced his way past her door and strutted grandiosely to her bed and looked at her as he lay down. Excuses. Sima Yu rolled her eyes. However, she closed her door, tacitly agreeing to him staying the night. What a waste of my money to book your room. What if I compensate you with my body? That way you won't lose out. Wu Lingyu beamed at her. I'm going to call my father out here. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This punk. He was obviously guarding his final line but dared to speak like this. He was really asking for trouble. As expected, when he heard her say this, he chuckled sheepishly. However, he still patted the empty space in front of him, asking her to come over. Sima Yu walked over and he stretched forth a hand to hold her, getting her to lie down in front of him. He took advantage of the opportunity to move forward and wrap his arms around her from behind. Yu. I wish to contact those from the devil realm who are here. Wu Lingyu said. Why are you thinking of contacting them? Sima Yu played with his fingers and casually asked. It will be good to contact them now. By the time we have to rescue your mother, we will be able to act directly. That works as well. However, we have to ascertain that they're still loyal to you. If news that you're in the ghost realm spreads and the devil king does something to your body in the devil realm, or does something to your people, that will spell trouble. Alright. The two of them talked about other things, and it was only when the later half of the night came that there was finally movement. Are you certain that she is in there? Of course I'm certain. They rented the best room, which is the single courtyard right at the back. It's relatively further from other places. Surround that courtyard. Don't let her escape. A group of people flew over. Before they managed to surround the area, Black Shadow and Huan appeared. We've waited so long for you and you finally appeared. Black Shadow glanced at those people before saying with disappointment, why are those who come here only of this rank? It always ruins my excitement. Those people didn't expect to be discovered the moment they came. They had already suppressed their auras, but those two still appeared immediately. It was as if they were already waiting for them. Let's just start. Huan spoke less and moved to action directly. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were in the room. When they heard the action outside, she turned around and poked her finger into his chest. Didn't you say that with you around, you would be able to detect the dangers earlier? Huan and the others have gone over. What are you still lazing about here for? I'm in charge of protecting you. It's enough for me to stay here. Wu Lingyu held onto her hand, bringing it to his mouth for a nibble. Sima Yu glared at him, muttering, eternally indecent. Although I am indecent, I am not eternal. I know, you want to be with me eternally. Once we're old, I will let you really see what it means to be eternally indecent. Sima Yu. She wanted to ask him, where was his pride? Wu Lingyu was calm, but she couldn't just stay in the house without a care. She turned around and got out of bed as Wu Lingyu followed after her. They opened the door to the courtyard and a barrier kept the power of the battle isolated. They had no need to defend themselves. Sima Yu. When they saw her, the people in the air gritted their teeth. Sima Yu glanced at them without showing much expression. She couldn't be blamed for what happened back then. She did not feel like she had done anything wrong. Even if she knew that she would end up in this state against the ghost realm, if she had a chance to do it over, she would have made the same choice. As for those people, they had thrown their lives away for greed. Their clan members and friends wanted to take revenge for them, which she felt was understandable. For such situations, it would depend on who was stronger. At the same time she knew that one reason this kind of situation would occur was because of the Ghost King's attitude. After Yukoluo had been captured back to the ghost realm, all traces of her were gone. Rumors had it that the Ghost King was too disappointed in her that he killed her. Since he could even act against his most beloved daughter, towards a granddaughter that had the blood of the human clan flowing in her veins, he was even more likely to ignore her. Since that was the case, the Ghost King would not punish anyone who killed her. That was why they could act so boldly. If the Ghost King cared about her just a little, she would not end up being hunted down by so many people. That was why. Was she really about to go and look for him? Would he really tell her where her mother was? Towards this grandfather that she had never met before, she didn't have any sort of guarantee. Wu Lingyu held onto her hand. Don't worry. In the worst case, we'll look for her on our own. In any case, you should believe in your older cousin. Although he had spent most of the time at the River of Oblivion when they were in the ghost realm, the name of Deja, the killing god, was known. Naturally, she would have heard of the relationship that he had with Yukoluo. Even if the whole ghost realm abandoned her, Deja would never let her go. Sima Yu nodded. Older cousin was able to obtain the 100 ghost fan and head to immortal land to gather ancient souls for mother's sake, so he naturally can be counted on. I'm just afraid that he might not be able to contend against those powers. As for Dija, he was currently enraged about the news that he had just received. Di Lu and the others were below, and they dared not even breathe too loudly for fear that they would draw his attention. This Yu, how could she be so careless? She actually revealed her location. Have you gone to investigate what I have already asked you to investigate? Just who is spreading the news that she has arrived in the ghost realm? It's the ghost concubine who is behind all of this. Di Lu stiffened his neck and said, during the Great Yu region competition the previous year, young Miss was too outstanding in her performance and it just happened to coincide with that incident, so it's been linked together. Ghost concubine is naturally suspicious and she feels that it is not Murongxi, but even if there's no evidence, she wants to kill young Mississippi. However, because Murong Hui's position as Duke is not a low one and Prince of Great Yu is not one of her subordinates, she devised this method. Bang dash. Dija slapped his hand on the tea table beside him and ground out through his teeth, that ghost concubine. I'll kill her one day. Master, let's talk about the ghost concubine later. Right now, the young Mrs. situation isn't good. Di Lu said, reports came from upstairs saying that there have already been multiple attempts to assassinate the young Mississippi. Ghost concubine has been up to a lot lately, keep an eye on her. Di Lu, come with me and take some men with us. I want to see who dares to lay a hand on my cousin. But master, if you don't hold the fort here, we might not be able to hold back ghost concubine. Di stepped forwards to say, he was in charge of assisting Dija in settling the things here and was the clearest on the current situation. Ghost concubine had been busy lately and many of their secret operations had been dug out. A few indecisive powers had also flocked under her banner because of her recent activities. That's right, master. Although it's a little dangerous over at young Miss side, the situation here is even more urgent. Di stepped forward to say as well. They really liked the Dark Princess, but they had never interacted with Sima Yu before after all and did not have any feelings towards her. Although they felt like it was important to ensure her safety, when they compared it to the current situation, they wanted Dija to stay in the imperial capital to oversee things. Master, the dynasty competition is going to begin in less than a year. Many dukes have brought their people here. If we let Ghost Concubine grasp the opportunity first at this point in time and pull them over to her side, our camp will be much weaker. Di-san spoke up as well. Also, the other princes are unsettled as well. Although Ghost Concubine is suppressed, she is still apparently moving. If you leave the imperial capital at this time, it would really be an insensible act. If anything happens to Yu, then all my efforts for all these years would have been in vain. Dija raged at his own loyal subordinates. Their approach was better, but their expressions were still deeply terrified. He glanced over at Master Ghost who had remained silent the entire time and said, Master Ghost, what do you say? Only after he was pointed out did Master Ghost raise his head. However, his face was covered by his cloak and could not be seen clearly. I can understand how much you dote on Sima Yu, and know that her situation is rather difficult. However, based on the current situation, it would not be much use for you to head over there. Master Ghost said slowly. When he saw that Dija was about to rage again, he raised a hand to stop him from speaking. He continued, also, you are not the one who is the most suitable to go to her. I am not suitable. Could you be asking Mou to go? Dija asked. Master Ghost shook his head. Lord Mou is inextricably linked to Ghost Concubine in the eyes of others. Also, he is not currently in the capital. Then who are you talking about? Dija did not know who else had a relationship with Sima Yu that would be willing to protect her at this point in time. Master, you forgot. Young Miss has other close relatives. There is one who particularly cares for her. Master Ghost reminded him. Are you talking about grandfather? Because Sima Yu did not agree to it before, Dija did not think about telling Ghost King about her at all since he returned. But grandfather is in seclusion and has not come out for a long time. It's precisely because of this that Ghost Concubine has been running wild lately. It's not like Ghost King is in strict seclusion. As long as you tell him about Sima Yu, if he cares about Dark Princess, then he will go. Master Ghost said. But, what if he doesn't? Dija didn't trust Ghost King completely. You can let Di Lu take men with him first. If the king does not head over, we can protect young Miss as well. Master Ghost said, as for what happened that year, we are still uncertain what King's attitude is. We can take the opportunity to see where he stands. But Dija still did not believe it. Master, based on King's character, even if he doesn't go to look for young Miss, he will not kill her either. Master Ghost was still certain about this. Also, you have also said it before that young Miss had some reservations about King. If King can take this opportunity to see her, it might be a good chance to break the ice. Dija hesitated for a moment before standing up to say, Di Lu, bring some men with you and locate Sima Yu. You must ensure her safety at all costs. I will head to the palace for a while to tell grandfather about this. However, it was not so easy to enter the royal palace. Those who were keeping guard outside were all Ghost Concubine's men. No matter for what reason one wanted to look for Ghost King, the other party would not let him enter. To those who blocked his way, Dija merely huffed icily and directly killed the two of them. I think I have been silent for too long that you have forgotten my name. After tossing down this sentence, the other guards did not block him all the way to where Ghost King was in seclusion. Great General, he is currently in seclusion and has said that he does not wish to see anyone. The one who came out this time was the king's direct subordinate. Even if it was Dija, he did not dare to kill him so casually. Please inform grandfather that I require him for some matters. Great General, King has said that he does not wish to see anyone. The guard continued to stand where he was, and he had no intentions to enter to report this information. If you so insist, then do not blame me for not being courteous. Dija was worried for Sima Yuyu's safety and naturally had no care for these people who blocked his way. He had already announced his intentions kindly earlier on. If they continued to disagree, then he would not mind using force. Great General, we are the king's direct guards. They were naturally aware of what was happening outside, but they were different from those outside. Master, you cannot. De pulled on Dija, who was about to explode, and shook his head at him. Dija looked at De, then turned to look at those two guards again. He pursed his lips, then yelled towards the inside, Grandfather, I came to tell you about Yuyu. People are currently hunting her down. After he finished speaking, the tightly shut doors opened and a voice sounded from inside, enter. By the time Ghost Concubine received the news and rushed over, she merely saw the back of Dija as he entered the doors and slowly closed them behind him. This was the first time that Dija had entered the Ghost King's cultivation area. He had no heart to appraise the scenery and just followed him along to where the Ghost King cultivated. Ghost King looked around the same size as Dija, but when he opened his tightly shut eyes, a wave of pressure was released. You said that people are hunting you down? Ghost King asked. Yes. Are you still paying attention to things over in the human realm? Grandfather, Yuyu has already come to the ghost realm. Dija saw that Ghost King had furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, saying, Yuyu has already been in the ghost realm for a few years, and is doing well. Recently, her identity has been revealed and many powers are hunting her down. Based on what I know, there have been more than 10 attempts at her life. I actually didn't know that she had arrived in the ghost realm. Ghost King stared at him as he said slowly, his voice revealing neither like nor dislike. Dija knew that this meant that Ghost King was angry. He lowered his head and said in a small voice, You didn't let me tell you. When he said this, Ghost King's anger dissipated quite a lot. His eyes carried traces of hurt. She blames me, doesn't she? Dija hesitated for a moment before saying solemnly, she is just uncertain. Is that so? Just like how you were a porcupine yourself? Ghost King didn't look at him and his gaze was empty. However, he didn't expect Dija to answer him as he continued, what's going on with the situation that you told me about? After Yuyu arrived in the ghost realm, because she looked similar to Murongxi and happened to bump into people trying to kill Murongxi, she used her identity to live in the ghost realm. Dija told him about what happened to Sima Yuyu. Since she has her identity to use, how has she been exposed by others? When Yuyu was in the immortal land, she killed Yudu and many had been sent to the human realm to kill her. Furthermore, you also know about what happened in Fair Eastern City. She was the one who destroyed it, so now that others have found out about her arrival in the ghost realm, they naturally want to take revenge. Dija said, initially, based on her identity, those people wouldn't dare to touch her. However, he didn't complete his sentence but Ghost King knew what he meant. However, because he had not expressed his stance and because this was a piece of news that Ghost Concubine had revealed, it expressed her attitude and so those people were even more unbridled. I got it, you can take your leave. Ghost King waved his hand and got him to leave. Dija hesitated for a moment. He did not ask whether or not he was going to rescue Sima Yuyu. He merely got his men to keep watch over the situation before he left. Master, after you went in, Ghost Concubine came. De stepped forward to report when he saw him appear. That woman. Dija was enraged the moment they mentioned her. He couldn't wait to kill her. Master, will King go over to look for young Miss Yuyu? I don't know. I can't guess what grandfather's intentions are. Dija said, however, based on what Master Ghost said, even if he doesn't go to look for her, he will not kill her either. At the very least, he did not detect any murderous intent from the king. Pay more attention to the situation at Dilu's side. Notify me the moment there is any news. Dija instructed as he walked outside, defeating Ghost Concubine is one thing, but we have to focus more on her safety, got it? Yes, Master. De knew that Dija was instructing them not to neglect Sima Yuyu just because of this situation, and they were especially not to hide anything from him. He was actually rather curious just what kind of ability Sima Yuyu had that would make their master care so much about her. He felt like the reason couldn't just be that she was Yu Kuluo's daughter. Over at the royal palace, Ghost Concubine looked at the guards who came forward to make their report and huffed icily, this Dija, he's always in opposition against me. Ghost King actually lets him do as he pleases. I wonder why he came here this time. You useless group of wastes, you can't even find out the reason why he came. Ghost Concubine, stay your anger. After he entered, the king personally set up a barrier. We could not hear what transpired inside at all. As for those standing guard outside, they're the king's men. We could not dig out any information from them at all. The guards who knelt on the floor were trembling with fear. They didn't know how she was going to punish them. Ghost Concubine knew, of course, that the king had personally set up the barrier. She had seen it with her own eyes, so she was even more angry. Of course she would take her anger out on her guards who also could not discover anything. Useless trash. With a wave of her hand, those guards were sent flying. They hit the wall and spat out fresh blood as their final breath left their bodies. The servant girls from the palace came forward to clean the dead bodies away. They were already used to these kinds of things happening. The male who sat in the head seat waited for them to move the bodies of the guards away and saw that Ghost Concubine was about to release another wave of her rage before he finally said, Your Highness, stay your anger. Dija will not be able to hold on for much longer. There is no need to anger yourself for his sake. Once we have all the dukes in the palms of our hands, Amir Dija, there will be no need for me to act. The D clan will be the first to get rid of him. Ghost Concubine. Your words are wise. The male said, Your Highness, that Sima Yuyu has already revealed herself. Are you sure that it is her and not Murongxi? Ghost concubine asked. It is her. Murong, she appeared with her, so we are certain of her identity. The man said. They appeared together? Humph, it looks like Murong Hui can no longer stand up under their pressure. Are they together? No, it looks like they are not acquainted with each other. They separated once they reached the city. Sima Yu seems to have some experts by her side. None of those people who tried to assassinate her have returned alive. She has arrived in Ghost Realm not too long ago, right? How could she have experts protecting her? Did you see where those people came from? Ghost concubine didn't think that there would actually be people with Sima Yu and that they would dare to protect her even after she released high news. It seemed like they were tired of living. However, that man fell silent and Ghost concubine's expression fell. You don't know? In response to your highness, it is not that the men below are incompetent, but that moves those people are using are not from any powers that we know of. You're saying that the people by her side are not from the Ghost Realm? That's probably not it either. It said that those two use Ghost Chi, and not powers that the human realm or the devil realm use. The male did not see it with his own eyes, so he did not speak confidently. Your highness, I wish to go down personally to see just where these two are from. Blue River, you can go if you want, but you must be very careful. If anything happens to you, nobody else will help me to train such good suicide soldiers. Ghost concubine said. Blue River, as Ghost concubine's capable helper, was in charge of training the undead, along with a few other secret things. If anything happened to him, it would be a huge loss to her. I understand. Blue River cared for his own life as well. I will bring more men along with me. Bring all of those men. If those protecting her are not your ordinary men, it will be easier to deal with her if you have them. Ghost concubine instructed. Blue River knew who she was referring to and nodded. I understand. Then you can go ahead. Ghost concubine waved her hand and Blue River stood up and left. Ghost concubine sat alone in the great palace and took out a little bell. She shook it gently. Doer, mother will definitely take revenge on your behalf. My pitiful child, you were killed when you were so young. It's just cursed that the slut only had one daughter, Yuko Luo. And that damned family background. It's made mother unable to find an opportunity to take revenge. Luckily, you left your mother a great idea. Your child has already grown up and looks so much like you. He just always asks me why he has no father. Should mother tell him about that incident? Your highness. It's bad. A palace girl ran in from outside. His little highness is missing. Previous chapter. The whole palace was in chaos. Prince Yudu's child, who was born after his demise, was Ghost concubine's precious darling and the young highness of the Ghost clan. He was currently missing. Those who were responsible for taking care of the young highness were beheaded and many people were running around trying to locate him. And this said person, who was young highness Yu Hao, was already far away from the imperial capital. Young highness, why are we out here? It's too dangerous. Yu Hao's bodyguard, Fei Nong, frowned as he was very worried. What's there to be worried about? No one knows my identity. Even if we encounter any danger, who would dare to disrespect me when I reveal imperial grandmother's name? Yu Hao said insensitively as he kept hearing what the guard said. Just like what Ghost concubine said, Yu Hao and his father were very much alike, round and chubby. Although he was a young highness, he was at least 100 years old. I wonder what the state of the palace was since we just left like that. I guess they wouldn't be able to hold Ghost concubine's anger when we left without a sound. Yu Hao's servant, Mo Lu said. Those people are useless, let imperial grandmother punish them however she wants. Imperial grandmother will arrange new servants for me when I'm back anyway. Yu Hao didn't have any feelings towards those that had served him for so long. He knew that those people would die as long as he ran out by himself, but he still did it. But, young highness, where are we going? Mo Lu asked. We're going to look for someone. Yu Hao's eyes sank. Are you going to kill Sima Yu? Mo Lu covered her mouth in shock, but I heard that Sima Yu is very powerful. All those who tried to kill her, died. She's only a few decades older than me, how powerful can she be? Yu Hao didn't really care about Sima Yu. He thought those were just rumors, but those around her are indeed powerful. Mo Lu continued, what are we supposed to do if they accidentally hurt young highness? Don't worry, now that imperial grandmother knows that I'm missing, she will definitely send someone to protect me. Mo Lu, don't worry, young highness knows what to do. We just have to take good care of young highness. Mo Lu and Fei Nong still felt uneasy but they couldn't do anything because they couldn't disobey young highness and they couldn't stay in the palace anymore. So, 4 of them who were fearless went to the abyss. Ghost concubine quickly located Yu Hao. Just as Yu Hao thought, she didn't get anyone to catch him. Instead, she sent quite a number of people to protect him. Sima Yu was clueless about the massacre in the imperial capital. She was stuck on the road by a group of people. She lost count of how many times she was being assassinated. Those people didn't know how to learn their lesson as well, didn't they know that those that came before them were all dead? It was such a waste of her energy every time they sent a group of useless troops. Whose turn is it this time? Sima Yu asked. Huan and Black Shadow didn't want to fight anymore. These people always came in a few batches and they were sick of it. Both of them didn't budge and Wu Lingyu laughed, let me. It was always both of them, now it was his turn to show his hand. He flew into mid-air while looking at those men and flipped both his hands upwards as 2 streams of water flowed from his palms. The stream became stronger as if 2 floods were gushing from them and he swirled them into stream. Those men didn't care about Wu Lingyu's water initially as they thought it was a simple water attribute spirit skill. They only realized that it wasn't ordinary water when they were swirled in. Not only could they not stay afloat, the water attacked them and they couldn't resist the attacks while in the water. Whoa, he actually brought the river of oblivion here? How did I not know about this? Black Shadow glanced at Wu Lingyu astonishingly. They were together the whole time, how could he not know that he brought River of Oblivion with him? This isn't the water from the River of Oblivion, this should be the water from the Eye of the Dragon. He brought the Eye of the Dragon with him so he could bring out the water anytime. That's right. Sima you knew Huan would guess it. Young miss, you knew it all along? Black Shadow asked. I knew about it, this isn't the first time I've seen it. Sima you continued, I thought it was just a little, I didn't expect that there would be so much water. Young miss, why didn't you tell us when you knew earlier? Now that she had Wu Lingyu, their position in her heart had lowered a lot so she didn't tell them much. Sima Yu shot a glare at Black Shadow, he immediately kept a straight face. Young miss was so fierce. Huan turned his gaze to the other side in disdain, embarrassing. Wu Lingyu quickly killed those men. When he kept the waters, there were only corpses on the empty field with no drops of water left. What a magnificent sight. Black Shadow rated, there's flowers but no fruit. Agreed. Huan nodded. Both of them attacked straight away but Wu Lingyu had to put on such a flashy battle, if he didn't continue, it would be useless putting up such a flashy show. Yu likes it. Wu Lingyu defeated them with a sentence. Sima Yu smiled, I didn't expect this to be so powerful. The Eye of the Dragon must be something good. It's useful. Wu Lingyu said as he lit a flame and burnt those bodies to ashes. We can't keep going on like this. Sima Yu continued, these people keep coming and it irks me. I have to come up with something. We're reaching the imperial capital, there won't be many people left when we get there. Wu Lingyu said. I didn't know that I've reached the stage where people keep chasing after me. Sima Yu laughed to herself. Although I thought nothing of it, it is annoying to the point where I have to call for help and someone is coming. Huan warned, again? Is there ever an end to it? Black Shadow sighed. Quickly, they noticed that they weren't here to kill Yu. It was Murong Hui and the few of them that they hadn't seen for quite a while. Mi Er came back not long after. Sima Yu didn't know why they were looking for her. Yu, something happened. Murong Hui said right when he came over. Previous chapter. Father, what happened? Sima Yu looked at him being all anxious and wondered what could make him this way. These men are gathering together and are getting ready to attack you. Murong Hui told them what he heard as he shivered with chills. Black Shadow and Huan exchanged glances, it was finally their turn to put on a big show. Father, don't be nervous. Sima Yu grabbed his arm trying to calm him down. Murong Hui didn't want to be nervous but he couldn't calm down thinking about the information he heard. Yu, these people gathered a lot of forces as they'd lost too many men trying to attack you. I heard that they had a mass recruitment, so everyone gathered around. I heard they have already gathered a few thousand people since the time I got the information. There were a few thousands of people, it wasn't tens or hundreds, moreover, that was when he just received the information. Now that a few days had already passed, there must be more than thousands. Just the thought of it sent chills down his spine. Sima Yu frowned, seems like they finally showed their last card. There were elites among those people that previously attacked them, but they were no match for Black Shadow and Huan. They obviously knew this, so they knew that they weren't a match for them if there were less men, and could only kill her if they had more men. Yu, escape quickly. It would be dangerous if they really found you. Father, don't be anxious. Sima Yu's calm attitude made him more anxious. He wanted to drag her and run away, however, she wasn't in a hurry. Murong Hui heaved a long sigh seeing how the three of them were calm and said, forget it, since you guys aren't worried, I won't be anxious about it then. Since I followed you, don't even think of pushing me away. Father. Sima Yu glanced at him emotionally, he chose to be with them at this point of time and that showed that he gave his life to her. Don't even try to leave me behind, Father. Sima Yu wrapped her arm around his arm, I won't chase you away, you're my godfather, I'll definitely need your help. That's the way. It's good to have father around. Sima Yu gently brushed his shoulders and said blissfully, Lord Murong, do you know what time and where those men are gathering? Seeing how zested they were, Murong Hui blurted out, are you thinking of? Black Shadow nodded, it is what you think it is. Murong Hui. He looked at the four of them, thinking to himself how Yu became crazy just by being with them. Alright, since they wanted to be crazy, then he would be crazy together with them. In his whole life, other than marrying Shier's mother, he hadn't done anything crazy before. If he dies, it would be his craziest death. I heard that they will prepare to go over after the 10th, the location will be at Sheep City not far from here n/o/vel/b/in Sheep City, isn't our next destination Sheep City? Black Shadow continued, since it turned out this way, then we'll just follow our plan. Sure. Sima Yu thought it was a good opportunity. These men always came in waves. If she could deal with them all at once, it would be a good idea to give them a warning. They should check if they were capable if they wanted to attack. It would have quietened down. But, father, where did the men from Vast Region go? Murong Hui took a look at those men from Vast Region. Those were the people that went through life and death with him. In his mind, this would be a journey of no return, they would definitely die if they followed him. He could follow Sima Yu, but he wouldn't want others to follow him to death. But, if they followed him, Sima Yu might have a chance of victory. So he hesitated for the first time. In the end, before he could speak, Vast Region's men shouted, Lord, we're Vast Region's men whether we're alive or dead. That's right, even if it's young miss, we'll protect young miss. Although they didn't understand what was going on initially, now that they understood, Sima Yu would be Murong Shi, just that she became a better young Mississippi. They were just saying how her personality has just because of memory loss, so it turned out that it was a different person. But they liked her for her, not her identity. She was nice to them, how could they abandon her now that she was in danger? You guys. Sima Yu didn't want them to follow her, but she was interrupted before she could finish her sentence. Young miss, you were nice to us before. If you leave us out, you're putting us in a plight of injustice and disloyalty. We want to follow you, please let us go with you. Gu Ziping said. Sima Yu wanted to say that she would feel better if they didn't follow, but seeing how impassioned and ready to die for her, she couldn't bring herself to continue. She looked at Wu Lingyu and the rest as Wu Lingyu shrugged, it was up to her. She pursed her lips in response, alright. You can follow me, but you have to guarantee that you guys can't rush into action with me. If anyone here can't promise that, you can leave now. We'll definitely listen to young miss. Gu Ziping promised on everyone's behalf, as long as they could follow her. Black Shadow folded his arm as he stood beside Huan. Seeing how excited they were, he scooted over to Huan and said, are these guys crazy? This is a matter of life and death and they still joined in, they must be tired of living. Huan shot him a weird stare while Black Shadow glared back, what, have you not heard of me saying fresh idioms? Tell me what these guys think. Are their brains structured differently from others? If not, why would they rush to do something that will kill them? This is young Mrs. Charm, unlike you, I guess you won't be able to experience this in your lifetime. Huan said faintly. Apart from these people, weren't they both doing the same thing? Sima Yu led her group with her as they slowly went to Sheep City. As for those people who would occasionally appear and follow them, she pretended like she didn't see them as long as they didn't appear and block their way. It was really such a rare peaceful time. They sat on their flying beasts and they were a little unsettled. They didn't know whether or not they would be able to return this time. Father, eat some fruit. Sima Yu took out some fruits and offered it to everyone before giving a portion to Murong Hui. Yu, I know that you've always been a child with a lot of plans. Can you tell me why we're not escaping? Sima Yu took out a spirit fruit and stuffed it into his hand and then sat down beside him, saying, Father, you've seen Huan and Black Shadow's battle abilities. They're very powerful, but there are so many of those guys. They just have to use a few of them to stop them. Murong Hui said. Father, back then, I was able to hold back all the ghost clans entering the human realm at Fair Eastern City. Naturally, I'll use the same method to let them know what it means to stop before going too far. If they're able to stop and no longer cause trouble for me, everyone will be able to relax. If we cannot come to a consensus, then I do not mind causing another Fair Eastern City incident. Sima Yu wanted to settle this issue as well to save her from any future troubles that would keep occurring. If they couldn't come to a consensus, then she would use force to get them to see the reality of the situation. Murong Hui watched her and thought about that spirit beast of hers that could invoke the lightning tribulation, and suddenly understood her thought process. If those people insisted on doing anything, she could invoke that lightning tribulation. At that time, with so many of them, who knew what the lightning tribulation would turn into? She also had little purple, so that lightning tribulation wouldn't be able to harm her that much. He recalled the last time he saw her caught in the lightning tribulation and thought of the lightning that struck his body and couldn't help but break out into cold sweat. He observed a moment of silence for those people in his heart. This little girl really didn't usually act, but once she did, she would shatter their bones. That's why, when the time comes, Father, do not stand near me. If anything happens, I'll die of regret. At that time, just bring a few men and wait to receive me outside. Sima Yu smiled at him. Murong Hui felt like he was looking at a little devil. However, after knowing her plans, he did not request again to stay by her side. At that time, those people would not only harm her, but it would make it difficult to hide. He calmed down and was now in the mood to eat the fruits. He took a big bite, as if he was trying to get rid of his worries. At the same time, he did not forget to scold her, this child, you couldn't have told me all of this earlier? You made me worried for nothing for so long. You didn't ask me. Sima Yu chuckled. Murong Hui was helpless. However, he liked seeing her this way. Having a trump card was so much better than not. When they arrived in Sheep City, Sima Yu did not enter. Instead, she stopped outside the city. Murong Hui and the people from vast region were dumped behind her. When those from Sheep City received the news that Sima Yu had come to Sheep City on her own accord and was even camping outside, they were incredibly surprised. After that, their shock was replaced with rage. This was provocation, pure provocation. Could it be that she felt that she really was unrivaled and could defeat over 10,000 of them? Patriarch Pang, you're the first point person. Tell us what we should do. There's still 2 more days before the set date. Since she has come to our front door, it's an open provocation and clearly a slap to our faces. If we let it go, how will we still show our faces in the ghost realm? Since she dared to come, we'll make sure she won't leave alive. That's right. Although there are still 2 more days to the set date, it seems like many of our people have already arrived. Are we going to wait 2 days or head out right now? Should they kill Sima Yu? The answer was a definite yes. However, when should they kill her? That was uncertain. Head out now? Or wait till 2 days later? Before they managed to make their decision, Sima Yu made it for them. Patriarch, our people have been beaten back. A youth dashed inside and came to the center of the discussion hall. He panted heavily as he repeated, Patriarch, the people who have been keeping surveillance on Sima Yu have been beaten back. Beaten back? They were discovered? Patriarch Peng asked. Yes, apart from Xiang Zi, not one of them has returned. The youth said. He is not the strongest of them all, how could he be the one who returned? It seems that Sima Yu let him return to make his report. Then aren't you going to hurry and bring him in? Yes. Yes. Very quickly, the one called Xiang Zi was brought in. However, he did not walk up on his own, but was carried up by someone. How did you get so heavily injured? Patriarch, Sima Yu kept me alive, saying that she wanted me to return to tell you to go to Black Goddess Mountain on the outside of the city if you wanted to look for her. Xiang Zi said weakly as he fainted. Patriarch Peng waved his hand and the two men who carried Xiang Zi in, brought him out. It seems that she knows about our plan. We were not secretive when we carried this out and many powers know about it. It's not strange that Sima Yu found out about it. So you're saying that she truly does know about it but still came to our doorstep to provoke us. But why did she set up camp outside the city gates instead of choosing to come in? Of course she wouldn't dare to come in. More than 10,000 experts have gathered together here to kill her. Even if you lent her 100,000 guts, she wouldn't dare to enter this place. She thinks that entering the city will result in her being trapped, and that not entering the city will prevent her from being surrounded? That might be the case. Since she has already come to provoke us, then what are we waiting for? Patriarch Peng, there are already so many of us here, there's no need to wait for 2 more days. Let's head out of the city today. That's right, let's go. This Sima Yu has killed so many of our people. This time, we definitely have to kill her in Black Goddess Mountain. That's right. We have already lost more than 300 men at her hands. We definitely have to use her blood to sacrifice to our clansmen. Us as well. We have already lost a few hundred men. These people only thought of the fact that their own people had been killed. However, they completely overlooked the fact that, if they had not sent those men to try and kill her, how would they have lost so many of them? Now that you mention it, those 2 people by her side are really strong. Their origins are strange as well. We don't know where they're from. It really is strange. Once we meet her, we definitely have to make her tell us who her backer is. Sima Yu heard what they were saying from her scarlet bees, and smiled faintly. What's up? Wu Lingyu peeled a tangerine for her and gently fed it to her. Sima Yu ate it from his hand, then said, I just heard a funny joke. Wu Lingyu pretty much guessed it as he smiled lightly. Aren't those people experts in it? They will probably come over soon. We should finish up our preparations. Sima Yu leaned on him and said with a smile, with you around, there's no need to prepare anything. In any case, there are only the few of us, there's nothing much to prepare for. There were too many people, and they were all experts. Even arrays were enough to defeat them, so she was too lazy to set one up. Wu Lingyu loved it when she depended on him wholeheartedly and thought of how she used to be. The fact that she had gotten to this stage was really not easy. Those people did not make Yu wait long. After half a day, 10,000 of them surrounded the entire Black Goddess Mountain. They saw the densely packed people, but the 4 of them who had been trapped in the center were not worried at all. They really hold me in high regard. Sima Yu smiled lightly, no, they're just terrified of you too. Huan and Black Shadow did not speak. These people from the Ghost Realm were too cowardly. They actually gathered so many people just to deal with them. However, the main lead of today's battle is not us. Huan stood by Sima Yu's side, not showing those people much of an expression. Surrounded by those people, he and Black Shadow were able to ascertain that they could not harm themselves, but they couldn't confirm that while they were attacking those people, they would be able to ensure Sima Yu's safety. That was why, today, she had to act as well. I'm actually someone who loves peace. If I don't need to act, I will not act. Sima Yu said very seriously. Her sincere appearance almost made them believe her. I don't believe it. Black Shadow was the first to voice his doubts. How could you not believe me? I definitely won't be the one who takes initiative to act today. However, if they refuse to let us go, we can only choose to protect ourselves. Wasn't it the same in the end? Those people had already gathered so many others, which meant that there was no way they were going to let her go. Of course she would have to act. Why would she bother saying this then? As for those ghost clansmen, when they saw that those people were still able to chat and laugh amongst themselves in this situation, they felt like they were being looked down on and every single one of them was filled with rage. Kill them. The shouts got louder and Sima Yu stood up from her chair, saying, all out someone who can speak. Those people surrounding them immediately fell silent. Patriarch Peng stood up and looked at Sima Yu. His icy cold pupils held not a single trace of warmth. Sima Yu, I think we no longer have anything else to say. First, there was the incident at Fair Eastern City where you killed so many of our ghost clans. Then, you massacred so many when you reached the Ghost Realm. No matter what, we will not let you off. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him, saying, I see that you are able to be the first to speak out in the midst of so many people, so you should hold a bit of power? However, a person like you, how could you be so brainless? Could it be that your head is filled with water? Or is your brain a block of tofu? Sima Yu, you are not to degrade Patriarch Peng. Did I speak in error? Sima Yu huffed coldly, the situation in Fair Eastern City was different, if not because you wanted to head to the human realm, would you have been killed? Speaking of the latest incident too, I did not take the initiative to provoke anyone after coming to the Ghost Realm, but you wanted to kill me. Was I supposed to stay where I was and wait for you to do it? If you came on your own, would so many people have died? Now you want to blame me for killing so many people. When you speak, do you not use your brain? Oh, you guys are so angry because you guys think the same as well, so all of you are brainless. Sima Yu, today is the day, and you still dare to talk big. Someone yelled. I wanted to hold a proper conversation with you guys, and I was even very sincere before. However, it seems like you are all not interested. The moment you came, you accused me like this. Who could bear it? Sima Yu sighed after speaking, in any case, you all feel this way, so it doesn't matter what I say, it won't change your mind. In that case, let's take the next step. What next step? The problem has already formed, so let's talk about how to solve it. Sima Yu said, I'm too lazy to deal with the people who keep coming to kill me. So, let's just solve this issue. Do you plan to commit suicide? Someone asked. Of course not. Sima Yu glanced at that person, her face clearly showing that she thought he was stupid. If I got you to commit suicide, would you? Humph, how is that possible? Isn't that the case, so how could I? Sima Yu sneered, so I'm saying, you people are really too stupid and naive, and full of yourselves. Then you are choosing to get us to act? Patriarch Peng was enraged by what she had said before, and looked at her more deeply. If you want to act, then do so. Sima Yu shrugged, you guys are the ones forcing me. Humph, Sima Yu, do you think that you will be able to escape from our encirclement by hiding behind these two men? Don't fool yourself. We've even sealed the spatial area of this place, and you're trapped like a turtle in a jar. You might as well surrender early, and we'll let you die with your corpse intact, on account of the fact that you are the daughter of the Dark Princess, Yukaluo. When she heard them mention Yukaluo, Sima Yu became angry immediately. However, they didn't actually say anything bad, so she couldn't do anything. You've sealed the spatial area? It seems like they've helped you make preparations. Wu Lingyu stood up as well and stood by her side, holding her shoulders. Black Shadow and Huan glared at him. It appeared that they had been sitting down from the beginning. Now that they were standing, they seemed like his bodyguards. This guy, he really knew how to take advantage of them. Sima Yu smiled at him, then said to the people up there, actually, I wanted to speak with you guys amicably and let you return to your happy lives. There's no need to waste your time and lives here. Humph, are you saying these things in a plea for help? Ha ha ha, it's a pity that it's useless. Wrong. I merely feel that even if you are all going to remain here, should still tell you of my original intention to let you understand how your arrogance and forcefulness has lost you the chance to keep your lives. It is also to let those outside know that I am actually a very reasonable person. Sima Yu smiled. What brazen words. Patriarch Peng waved his hands and a few people attacked her. Black Shadow and Huan, who were beside Sima Yu, turned into black smoke with a flash, and flew one circle around the place. Those people who had gone down to kill her were immediately killed. Not even their bones remained. As expected, those two are too strange. They watched as tens of people died immediately, but they couldn't even decipher what methods they were using. Could they be from the Soul region? They were actually able to turn their bodies into smoke. This wasn't something that those from the Ghost realm could do. Soul region? She actually dares to collude with those from the Soul region. Ghost realm and Soul region were like fire and water, but she actually dared to collude with them? It seemed like they had found another reason to kill her. After Huan and Black Shadow had settled those men, they showed their true form whilst in midair. They crossed their arms while looking at them in a leisurely way. You dare to step in here? Die. Black Shadow was still quite imposing in front of these people. He was different from his usual foolish self. You are people from the Soul region? Patriarch Peng looked at Huan and Black Shadow, his voice had a sliver of agitation. Soul region? Is a small place like that worthy to produce people like us? Black Shadow spat in laughter, but he also revealed that he was not someone from Soul region. Those from the Soul region were experts in manipulating souls, so many would go to the Soul region to look for people and attack those from the Ghost clan. They would extract their souls or just control them directly. Also, many of them from the Ghost clan also enjoyed using the condensed soul bodies from the Soul region to boost their own strength, just like how you do wanted to eat Yu's soul. That was why those from Soul region and Ghost realm were like fire and water, they simply could not exist together. They initially thought that Sima Yu had colluded with those from the Soul region and this would give them a reason to slap a charge on her. However, they didn't think that these people were actually not from the Soul region. Also, hearing what they said, it seemed like their backgrounds were not small either. It was definitely true that their backgrounds were not small, otherwise, how could they have such strange arts? It seems like you really wish for me to have some relationship with those from the Soul region. Sima Yu sighed, however, what can I do? I didn't go there after coming to the Ghost realm. No matter what you say, there's no way you will be able to escape today. Those two on your side are powerful, but there's only two of them. We have enough of us to stop you. Patriarch Peng spoke, and another 100 men attacked. However, the result was the same. They couldn't even get past Black Shadow, much less touch Sima Yu's sleeve. Sima Yu was starting to admire these people. In order to kill her, they were willing to forego even their lives. Before the first group of them finished dying, another group of them attacked. Although they were not able to harm Black Shadow and Huan, they were able to stall them for a moment. The corner of Wu Lingyu's mouth curled up into a smirk as He released Sima Yu. She actually had such a powerful person with her still? Based on the way those two acted around each other, it seemed like they were rather intimate as well. However, those people didn't use too much time to digest this information. After seeing Wu Lingyu join in, even more joined the fray. Their thoughts were simple. If they could hold Wu Lingyu back, they would be able to kill her. Sima Yu saw those people who cared nothing for their bodies and looked again at the cowards at the back, then suddenly understood something. Within the 10,000s of people, there were a few who had death grudges with her. She wondered whether or not Ghost Concubine's heart would hurt if she lost so many men. An increasing number of people started attacking from the back. Perhaps they felt like Wu Lingyu was just one person and, thus, easier to break through. Wu Lingyu was up in midair for less than 1 second before he disappeared. However, this time, he did not turn into a black fog, but into a river that flowed through the whole place. Damn it, it's actually a river. We're not caught in an illusion, right? Some people cried out from the mountain top. Those people can't get out of the river. That's the River of Oblivion. There were still a few knowledgeable people within them who could recognize this river. River of Oblivion? How could the waters of the River of Oblivion appear here? This person is from the Soul Clan. Only members of the Soul Clan knew of the existence of the River of Oblivion. It didn't matter how he was able to control this River of Oblivion, but he was definitely a member of the Soul Clan. These three people, their battle abilities are extremely powerful. Seeing the three of them surround Sima Yu, every one of them was astonished. Sima Yu saw that more and more people were coming down, and looked at the three guys who were protecting her in the center of it all, and began to move the spirit energy inside her. Suddenly, the winds changed, and the dark clouds started to dot the originally clear sky. Their tribulation cloud. It was unknown who shouted this, but everyone here was clustered. Nobody else rushed down, but cast their gazes to the tribulation clouds overhead. Tribulation clouds. How are they here at this time? Nobody here was undergoing tribulation, and no underworld beast was about to transform, so what would tribulation clouds be doing here? After Wu Lingyu and the others settled the people on the battlefield, they immediately returned to her side. I've said before that I don't really want to take your lives. Sima Yu raised her head and looked at those tribulation clouds, muttering, as for what happened in Fair Eastern City, I won't say who's right and who's wrong, just that the circumstances were different. Now, you guys are chasing after me and hunting me down. Is it to kill me for the sake of revenge or is it for the interests of those behind the scenes? You have to be well aware. In the beginning, she had really thought that those people had come to cause trouble for her because of what happened back at Fair Eastern City. However, she finally understood slowly later on. Were there really tens, hundreds and thousands of people willing to die for the sake of taking revenge for just a few people? Today, seeing those who rushed to the front who wanted nothing else but to see her dead, she finally understood that this was all just a game of threats and promises. No matter whether they were convinced by threats or lured by bribery, this was all by choice. Since you have all chosen, then, I want you to understand that your choices come with risks and you need to pay the price. What? You can actually evoke the lightning tribulation. Why didn't they tell us this? If we knew that, if they knew it, how would they have come to look for her like this? There was a chance that they would not have caused trouble for her. Back then, when I was in Fair Eastern City, I used this method. As long as you think it through properly, you will know it. Sima Yu huffed icily. These people finally regretted in their hearts. If the person behind all of this had not deceived them, if not because they took her too lightly, how could they have fallen to this state? Actually, if they had not been in such a rush for profit, they should have thought of it. The fact that she could kill so many ghost clansmen meant that she was not weak at all. It was just that they took it for granted and thought that she was only able to do that because she was in the human realm. Since the ghost concubine was their territory, even if she was powerful before, she should have been able to overwhelm them. Sima Yu looked up and saw that the tribulation clouds were getting bigger. She nodded towards Wu Lingyu, who then opened his little realm and took Black Shadow and Huan into it. Sima Yu's little realm didn't open since coming to the ghost realm. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but that no matter how she tried, she couldn't get it open. When she thought about how so many people were still inside it, she was rather anxious. Wu Lingyu had said that it was possible that it was because this token needed the power of the human clan to open, which was why she probably couldn't open the little realm while in the ghost realm. Those people around them didn't think that Wu Lingyu and the others would leave just like that. When they saw Sima Yu all alone, it was unknown who cried out, "Kill her. She's the one evoking the lightning tribulation, so if we kill her, it will be fine." After this shout, everyone finally reacted. That was right, as long as they killed her, wouldn't everything be okay? They lifted their heads and saw the increasing darkening sky. They could already feel the drifting bolt of electricity and their hairs stood on end, as if threatening them with death. As death drew closer, the more they desired to live and the gazes with which they used to look at Sima Yu changed. At this time, there were already many who couldn't wait and already attacked her. Zap dash. A bolt of lightning struck those who came to attack her, and they immediately fell straight from the sky. At the same time, it stopped those who were rushing up in their tracks. Lightning? They lifted their heads and looked at the tribulation clouds and confirmed that they had yet to finish gathering, so how did the lightning strike first? Before they managed to understand, a few more bouts of lightning struck and killed those around Sima Yu. It was only then that everyone saw that there was one purple-colored little cat in Sima Yu's embrace. Every one of you is so impatient to rush over. This lord doesn't permit you to come over just like that. If they were merely suspicious before, then they now saw with their own eyes that little purple was the one who had released the thunderbolts. It was a spirit beast that was able to release lightning bolts. Sima Yu wasn't human at all. Sima Yu watched the tribulation clouds, and there was still a bit more time before the calamity would begin. She called out her beasts, Me Air, Little Seven, Flowy, Little Dream, Little Rock, Yaguang, Little Roar, Little Golden, Halcyon, Onyx, Blackie and even Thousand Resonance, who had been in a deep sleep, had awoken. Adding Little Purple to the numbers, 13 beasts stood in a row, the formation striking fear into their hearts. Her beasts knew that this was not the time for jokes, so nobody spoke. They directly attacked those surrounding Sima Yu, making it impossible for them to get close to her. The strength of her beasts were nothing in the face of these experts, but they were still able to make sure that those people couldn't come close to her. This Sima Yu, she actually has so many contracted beasts by her side. She not only had many of them, but they were powerful. These people were all experts in the ghost realm, but they actually were held back by these spirit beasts and were unable to get close. Just as they were wondering whether or not to send a few more people down, a bout of flame shot out from her body. After flying 2 circles around her, it changed into the form of a fiery bird and soared around the entire place. What kind of fiery bird is that? That's not a bird, that's pure fire. Patriarch Peng looked at little birdie with shock. Patriarch, what kind of fiery bird is that? If I didn't recognize it wrongly, that should be the rumored Nirvana fire. Divine vermilion bird? How could this be possible? How could it be possible? How could it not? However, how could it appear from Sima Yu? Why was it with Sima Yu? They were even filled with despair. She still had those two guards from unknown origins, as well as a lover who could manipulate the river of oblivion. She personally had so many contracted beasts from her side and was even able to evoke the lightning tribulation. Why did they insist on making an enemy out of her? What were they even thinking back then? This side couldn't kill her, and the lightning tribulation on the other side was already going to strike. At this time, the tribulation clouds had already locked in everyone who was on site. Even if they could kill her, the tribulation cloud would not stop. That was why they no longer had the heart to deal with her anymore. They were only thinking of how they could resist the calamity. As for her, she was finally able to rest at this moment. She was hugging Little Purple in the center with nothing to do. After thinking for a moment, she hugged Little Purple and flew to the top of the tribulation cloud to chat with Cloud Spirit. She actually went to the top of the tribulation cloud. She's really suicidal. Someone noticed that she had disappeared, and raised his head to see that she had actually gone to the top of the tribulation cloud. She was even on the top of it chatting happily. It seemed like she was having a conversation with the tribulation cloud. Could it be that she had even forged a relationship with the tribulation cloud already? Just what kind of person was she? What they didn't know was that they truly did have a relationship, but it wasn't forged through the strikes, but through drinks. You've caused another huge commotion for me again. Cloud Spirit sat on the top of the cloud holding a jar of wine. It almost tipped off the cloud entirely. It's not like I wanted it, just look at how many people want to kill me. I had no choice as well, so I had to borrow your power. Sima Yu beamed at it. You're making use of my strength, so you should compensate me. Cloud Spirit huffed, why do people try to kill you no matter where you go? Your personality is so bad. Sima Yu waved her hand and a pile of fruit wines and anti-drunkenness pills appeared on the cloud. When she saw the shine in Cloud Spirit's eyes along with its greatly improved mood, she stretched out and poked it on the head, asking, are these enough? Barely. Cloud Spirit waved its little tail and said arrogantly. Greedy. Sima Yu loved the time she could interact with Cloud Spirit. Although it often zapped her till her whole body hurt, when they were together, she felt so relaxed. There was no need to worry about anything else. Alright, I'm going to start striking everyone. Aren't you getting off yet? Just thinking about it hurts. Don't zap me too hard later on, got it? You wish, you're the one who's going through this calamity. Go, get down. Cloud Spirit urged. Sima Yu left while hugging Little Purple. The moment she landed on the ground, the first strike landed on the ground. As the person who was going through this calamity, the first strike naturally landed on her. Little Purple helped to absorb the majority of the strike, and she only needed a small amount of energy to recover. Since she had a soul body, she could use lightning to refine herself, which already made her the only person in history who was able to do so. This scene shocked those who were forced to go through the calamity with her so much that their chins almost hit the ground. It was no wonder that she dared to evoke such a powerful lightning tribulation. It turned out that she wasn't afraid of getting struck. Zap dash. Zap dash. The second and third strike hit, but their target wasn't her this time. Shortly after the lightning struck, they heard ear-splitting cries. The situation here had long since evoked the interest of many parties. More than 10,000 experts who wanted to kill Sima Yu had long since gathered in Sheep City, while the people who were inside the city were waiting for those who had gone to kill Sima Yu to return. Actually, there were people who felt that, to gather more than 10,000 people just to kill one woman was simply an outrageous thing. What was even more shocking to them was that so many people had gone over but had not returned after such a long time. Could it be that a single Sima Yu was actually strong enough to fight against 10,000 experts? They initially felt that this was making an excessive fuss over nothing. Now, it seemed like she was just a freak. When the tribulation clouds started to gather outside the city, the initial shock turned into terror. In the ghost realm, no matter who or how powerful, they would be afraid of that. It was a good thing that those tribulation clouds were over at Black Goddess Mountain and not here in the city, allowing everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Black Goddess Mountain, isn't that where everyone went? Let's go see just what's happened over there. Countless people flew over there, and the people who came to watch the show stopped outside the calamity area. When they saw the pile of bodies that had been fried black, they sucked in a breath. Cloud Spirit finished striking those people and left after dusting its butt. The entire mountain was unrecognizable from the damage, and the piles of charred bodies were testament to the destruction. However, the scariest thing was that in the middle of the piles of corpses stood a beautiful lady, hugging a purple cat in her embrace, patting its fur leisurely. Although she had also been struck, she did not look the worst. Dark Princess. Someone muttered a name that nobody had mentioned for a long time. Really, similar. Even those who had rushed over were stunned. This person is young Miss Yu? If not because I already knew of her identity, even I would have thought that she was the Dark Princess. Di Wu stood beside Di Lu, his eyes suffused with shock. Young Miss has always been like that. She always shocks others with her actions. Di Lu looked excitedly at Sima Yu. When he saw that the tribulation clouds were dissipating, he ran over eagerly and even cried out, young Miss, we came too late. Di Lu? Sima Yu saw Di Lu and a smile finally broke out on her aloof expression. What are you doing here? Master heard that people had been hunting you down recently, so he sent us here to protect you. This is Di Wu, and the ones behind us are the military men from our D clan. Si Lu introduced them. Di Wu greets young Mississippi. The men of the D clan greet young Miss. The military men of the D clan then knelt down before Sima Yu. They had actually arrived here earlier, but because this space had a seal on it, and they also saw that Sima Yu could hold them back on her own, they did not come over. Instead, they chose to watch from the side. Di Lu was initially incredibly anxious, but Di Wu stopped him with a single sentence. Di Wu said, if young Miss can take those people down on her own strength, then nobody else in the entire ghost realm will dare cause trouble for her so easily. Di Wu was right. This time, they could chase them all away, but if they did not fear Sima Yu from the bottom of their hearts, the moment they were gone, she would suffer under their attacks again. Only if she could deal with them personally would she get peace. They initially planned to intervene the moment they saw that she was unable to hold up under their attacks, but they didn't think that Sima Yu was not only able to solve the problem on her own, she even used such an amazing method to beat them down. As the lightning tribulation rained down, their hearts trembled and were in awe of her. It was not only them who felt this way. Those from vast province felt the same. They were unable to react all the way until the tribulation clouds departed. It was no wonder she did not let them come along with her. If they did, the lightning tribulation would have struck them to death as well. Young Miss, Master said that we were to protect you on your journey to the imperial capital. Di Lu said, as for these people, I'm guessing that nobody else will dare to cause trouble for you anymore. There was a movement in space as Wu Lingyu opened his little realm and lead Black Shadow and Huan out with him. When Black Shadow and Huan saw Sima Yu, they were still a little panicked. Because Wu Lingyu was worried about Sima Yu, they were able to watch the situation from the inside. That earth-splitting lightning terrified them down to their bones. If it struck them, it would really hurt. It was especially so for Black Shadow. This was the first time that he saw Sima Yu's lightning tribulation. His mouth had remained open wide in shock the entire time. He had always thought Sima Yu to be weak, and that they were responsible to ensure her safety. However, after this experience, he would never assume her to be a weak chicken again. Sima Yu introduced them to Di Lu and Di Wu. Let's leave this place first. You can't even recognize who these corpses are anymore, but I'm guessing that their clansmen should still be able to. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu did not respond to him. However, she turned her gaze to the sky. Then, there was a sigh and a human figure slowly appeared in midair. Sima Yu saw the person who had come and her eyes went wide as she pursed her lips, remaining silent. She was just wondering who it was. When the first strike of lightning had hit her, she could sense a slight change immediately in the air. It was extremely difficult to discover under those kinds of circumstances. However, she had still caught a sense of it. Di Wu and Di Lu saw the person who had come and immediately knelt down, greeting in unison, greetings, Ghost King. That person was actually the Ghost King? Those who were familiar with him immediately knelt down. Immediately aside from the Ghost King, only Sima Yu and the other three remained standing. Ghost King did not mind their lack of manners as he asked while looking at Sima Yu, when did you discover me? When the lightning tribulation started. Sima Yu replied. Your senses are sharp. Ghost King looked at her appraisingly. After he arrived here, he had truly only released a bit of energy when he saw the lightning strike her. Furthermore, he had only released a little. He did not expect that she would notice it. NOVLB //JNN. Sima Yu looked away, why have you come here? Deja told me that you have come to the ghost realm. Ghost King understood her moodiness and gave an explanation that did not really explain anything. He knew that she blamed him, and thought that he had not cared about her before, which was why she had ended up in this state. He had also told her that he had not known about her before this. Sima Yu remained silent. When Ghost King saw her acting this way, he recalled how his precious little daughter would throw tantrums, and his eyes filled with pain. Come with me. He glanced at Wu Lingyu and the others, not barring them from following. He walked out of the battlefield and stepped across those charred bodies. As he walked past those people who had come to watch the show who were now kneeling on the ground, he said, of those clans that came to participate today, kill them all. Yes, King. The reply was in unison, then silence reigned again. His sentence also expressed his attitude, and also represented the fact that all the clans who came to participate in this event would quickly disappear from the ghost realm. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard. At this point, those that gathered around became afraid. The Ghost King actually killed those forces that participated in the event because of Sima Yu. Even though there were 10,000s of people here, there were also a few thousands of forces, it would be hard to eliminate all of them from Ghost Realm. This was nothing for the ruler of the Ghost Realm. It would be the end if they participated. Most of them were drenched with sweat just by thinking of it. No one thought that Ghost King would care about his granddaughter, but he actually made a fuss over it just to avenge her. Everyone stood up from the ground after Ghost King and Sima Yu left, while some of them continued to sit on the ground as they were shocked by it. He turned his head around to glance at the bodies in the valley. These people were complacent initially. Now, not only were they killed by Sima Yu, they even implicated their clans. What would they think if they were still alive? Di Wu and Di Lu were happy to hear that. Most of the forces that participated in this were mostly under the Ghost Concubine, and her power would be weakened now that Ghost King had eliminated them. They wanted to spread this good news. Sima Yu followed Ghost King and walked for a long time as none of them talked as they went to the highest peak of Black Goddess Mountain. Wind from the mountain top blew against their clothes and hair. Ghost King looked at Sima Yu and said, "You look like your mother." Sima Yu lifted her head towards Ghost King. He looked young, but it seemed like he had gone through many changes as there was helplessness and pain in his eyes. "Since you've mentioned my mother, then I won't beat around the bush." She pursed her lips and asked the question that she had suppressed in her heart, "Where is my mother?" Ghost King stared at her sharply. Seeing how she didn't back down, he moved his hands back and looked away. "Your mother has made a mistake and is getting punished. Since you're already at the ghost realm, stay here and don't worry about useless things." "Useless things?" Sima Yu huffed, "Is my mother a useless thing to you? Don't worry about it since you don't know anything." Ghost King contained his temper to avoid scaring her. "So should I not be concerned when I don't know anything? She is my mother." Sima Yu's voice became sharp. "She is my mother, I can't wash my hands off and not do anything knowing that my mother is suffering. My goal is to save her the moment that I know she's in pain. If you tell me, it'll save me a lot of trouble, but if you don't, I won't stop here as I'll look for my mother and save her." "You dare?" "Why would I not dare?" Sima Yu looked at him mockingly. "Do you think I'm like you? Older cousin said you have your difficulties, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like you are just using your daughter as an excuse. I'm different from you, I won't hesitate for so long. I don't care if it will stir any trouble. As long as my mother is safe." Regardless of what happened that very year, Ghost King would always be the coward that compromised with others, using his own daughter to exchange for them to retreat. Ghost King closed his eyes while trying to suppress his anger. He opened his eyes with indifference again. They both glared at each other and didn't step down. At last, he gave in and said, "I told you, I don't allow it n/o/vel/b/in.c/in.c/om. I've told you as well, I'll do it even if you don't tell me where she is." Sima Yu didn't give in. Ghost King looked at those familiar looks and was distracted for a moment. He thought he saw another pair of pupils. He knew and understood the determination in those eyes. However, he didn't dare to look straight at her because of these eyes. He looked far away with a lower temperament. "You and your mother look too similar." Sima Yu didn't speak as it was pointless saying anything. "Actually, your mother requested for all of this." Ghost King continued, "So was leaving you and your father and choosing to be imprisoned too." "What? It's impossible." Sima Yu didn't believe what he said. "Initially when you sent someone to bring mother back, she was struggling and resisting badly. Why would she leave my father and me? Not to mention that she requested to be imprisoned and lose her freedom forever." "That's the truth even if you don't believe it," Ghost King said. "It's impossible. She likes father so much, why would she request to leave? She wouldn't want to leave my father and me." Sima Yu shook her head in disbelief. "Don't even try to think that I'll give up looking for mother just because you said that. I won't fall for it. Back in those days, not only did the human realm disapprove of your father and mother, they also got into danger in the ghost realm. People from the ghost realm knew that she went to the human realm with no forces and power, so they sent people to assassinate them and she hid this from your father." Ghost King continued, "Those from the human realm and ghost realm were trying to assassinate them, and there were many times where they couldn't make it through. If it was only humans who disapproved, she might have been able to persist, but there were also risks from the ghost realm. Especially when she had you, she couldn't let you live in danger every day. So she came to me for help." Sima Yu looked at Ghost King astonishingly. That very year when he brought the men over to catch her, it wasn't because she and her father were together, but because of her request? How was that possible? Sima Luyun told them that father almost lost his life and it was Ghost King who was the one that fought with him and mother was so sad when she left. Ghost King understood what she was thinking and continued, "After all, I'm a Ghost King, would he still have a chance to live if I wanted to kill a mere human?" Sima Yu quivered. He was right, why would he let father live if he was angry at them? Although it looked like he had injured him badly, there were chances that he could live if he hadn't died. Could mother really have requested to leave? Because she was worried that she might endanger father and her, and just so that Sima Yu could live happily? With both of them carrying a child, how would both of them deal with the assassination from both human and ghost realm? She had rather left in pain for Sima Yu's safety. How would she be able to tolerate the pain of leaving her own daughter? Thinking of these, her eyes became painfully dry. What comes after? Since she requested to go back, why was she being suppressed? Previous chapter. Next chapter. If Yuko Luo had left on her own volition, why would she have been imprisoned in the abyss of hell upon returning home? Ghost King sighed. Now that we're talking about it, it's actually caused by the Soul Region. Over at the Soul Region, Qing Hun, the ruler, found out about your mother being in the human realm from who knows where. At that time, he was courting your mother. You could say that he loved your mother wholeheartedly, and wanted to restore the relationship between the Ghost Realm and the Soul Region. If he did not manage to marry your mother, he would lead his men to attack the Ghost Realm. It looks like his affection for my mother was fake, and merely an excuse to start a war. Sima Yu clenched her fists. Her heart ached for Yuko Luo's situation back then. The Soul Region and Ghost Realm have never gotten along, and they've always been in battle with each other. However, they've always been on a small scale. If a war was really to break out, the ones who would be affected would be the innocent commoners. So you compromised? Does your grandfather look like he is someone who compromises easily? Ghost King glanced at her sideways. At that time, I wanted to beat Qing Han back to where he came from, but many objected. Although I didn't want to pay them any attention and was already preparing my army to fight, your mother came to look for me. She said that, since the ghost realm had fallen into chaos because of her, she should be imprisoned in the abyss of hell. Mother, she was thinking on my behalf. Ghost King sighed. When one is in power, there are some things you need to consider. I couldn't bear for her to marry Qing Han, and she didn't want me to do something so reckless. Furthermore, those people were against the battle and wanted your mom to marry him. Even if this incident passed, they would still find ways to plot against her. So you agreed. Your mother said that she would rather keep you and your father in her memories and be imprisoned forever than be resigned to someone else. She also did not want to trouble me. Since she was so insistent, I went along with her wishes and told the others as well as the human clan that she had to be punished, so I imprisoned her in the abyss of hell. That was why, from an outsider's perspective, Yuko Luo was imprisoned because of what happened in the human realm. And Qing Han could not say anything about this situation, so he returned to the Soul region. Soul region, Qing Han. This was the first time that Sima Yu had truly wanted to take a person's life. However, even if what you said was true, I still have to rescue my mother. It's not because I'm afraid of you causing me trouble that I'm stopping you, but because you cannot go there right now. Ghost King said. Why? Because I have no way of going near that place. At that time, when I imprisoned your mother in the abyss of hell, I signed a contract with that place that I would no longer go near there. Ghost King said. You can't go there, but what's that got to do with me? Sima Yu was dissatisfied. Don't you know how dangerous that place is? I will not let you go there. Ghost King was angered by her and directly expressed his stance. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. You are you and I am me. You may not be able to go there, but you can't stop me. Sima Yu was firm in her stance. It's not like I have not made any preparations. Are you referring to those two men from the underworld? Ghost King looked at Black Shadow and Huan, who were standing not too far away. Sima Yu was shocked. You know about it? Others may not be able to see their origins, but am I the same as them? Ghost King looked away from them. Do not think that it is enough for you to have just them. The men from the underworld are also unable to act in the ghost realm. For them to have acted this way means they must have already violated a previous contract. Huan said that the contract was that the underworld was not allowed to meddle in the things of the ghost realm. However, if it had to do with my safety, they could. Otherwise, why do you think the heavenly law did not cause any trouble for Black Shadow and Huan? Sima Yu said, however, I did not plan to depend on the two of them to rescue my mother. Based on your current strength? I believe that I can. Sima Yu said, Yin Lin said before that I was the only one who could rescue my mother. If I do not do it because I am afraid of danger, then who is going to save my mother? That is why, no matter what you say, nothing will stand in my way. Yin Lin. Ghost King's eyes narrowed as he recalled the man that he had met before. On the way back to the ghost realm, it was a man with a head full of gray hair. He stood in front of him and said with a light smile, that child, there will come a day where you two will be reunited. At that time, do not refuse her request. She will be your hope. Back then, he had found it rather puzzling. Thinking about it now, could this be the time that he was referring to? Even if that's the case, you can't go there now. Ghost King said, you are merely at the rank of an underworld saint. If you want to rescue your mother, aside from the few things that you have to look for, you have to be an underworld paragon at least. Those few things? What are they? Cardinal Point's Divine Seal. Cardinal Point's Divine Seal? Sima Yu frowned. Once she heard it, she knew that it was not your average item. Cardinal Point's Divine Seal is a seal made up of 4 identical parts. Apart from having north, south, east and west carved on the bottoms respectively, each one of those divine seals contained a different power. If they are assembled together, they have the power to move heaven and hell. Ghost King explained. Why do I need the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal to rescue my mother? Could it be that I have to use the power of the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal to break the seal? In the beginning, the seal used was not one that was difficult to break. However, who knows when those from the Soul region acted and they changed it to an ancient seal. Furthermore, that seal can only be broken by the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal. Where is the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal? Before your strength has reached the rank of Underworld Paragon, I will not tell you where the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal is. Ghost King was firm on this point. If you want to hurry up and save your mother, you have to do your best to cultivate and break through quickly. Sima Yu stared at him. However, this time, he completely refused to be moved. This was his bottom line. Even if he agreed to her rescue of Yuko Luo, he would not casually let her get into danger. Wu Lingyu, Black Shadow, and Huan stood rather far away and watched as she talked with Ghost King. They did not know what she said, but could tell that she was mad. She was also hurt and helpless. After a long moment, she walked over to them and said to the 3 of them, I want to follow him to the imperial capital. Have you decided on it? Then let's go. In any case, you were prepared to head to the imperial capital earlier on. Although they thought that she would directly head to rescue Yuko Luo after finding out where she was imprisoned, since she had made the decision, they would naturally support her. He said that, before I broke through to the ranks of Underworld Paragon, he would not tell me where the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal is as well as the location my mother has been imprisoned. Sima Yu even looked at his way in a fit of pique as she said this. Since there are conditions, it proves that he's doing it for your own good. Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu sighed, saying, I know. It's just that after knowing the truth of things, I feel rather upset. I wonder if father would be able to handle it once he finds out. Sima Yu did not tell Sima Lu Xian that Yu Kuluo had chosen to leave. There was no benefit for him to know this information now, and would just upset him. She followed Ghost King to the imperial capital. With him leading the way, there was no need to take a teleportation array. There was also no need for her to make her own spatial tunnel. She gladly relaxed. Before she had left, she told Murong Hui that she would meet him in the imperial capital. With the incident that happened a few days ago, even if they knew that she was Murong Shi, they would not dare to do anything anymore. After coming out from the spatial tunnel, they were already in the imperial capital palace. The majestic palace towered above and you could see the layout of the capital just by standing outside the palace. However, because it was too large, she couldn't see the entirety of it. King. The guard standing outside knelt down. This is Princess Yu Yu. Ghost King told them, which was equivalent to announcing her status as the princess to all of the ghost realm. Those guards did not hesitate as they immediately lowered their heads to Sima Yu Yu and greeted her respectfully. Princess Yu Yu. Let's go, I'll take you to the youthful palace. Ghost King said as he turned around to leave. Sima Yu Yu, Wu Lingyu and the rest followed behind him. Once he had left, the guards on the ground stood up again and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Princess Yu Yu. Could she be the very Sima Yu Yu that is the center of all attention now? She should be, she looks very similar to the Dark Princess. King had arranged for her to stay in Youthful Palace. That palace has been empty for a very long time. It seems that King really dotes on her. He let her live at Youthful Palace the moment she came. Isn't that so? I heard that a lot happened to her on the way here, it seems that the palace will be bustling soon. Really, those princesses never got along with the Dark Princess. Now that she's here, we'll be able to watch a good show. You dare to watch the princesses like a show, do you feel like you've lived for too long? Every single one of you had better stop muttering amongst yourselves and guard this place properly. If anyone dares to speak anything more, I'll punish you. Yes, Captain. Sima Yu Yu followed Ghost King into the royal palace. After many twists and turns, they arrived in front of a huge palace. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. This is Youthful Palace. Your mother lived here before as well. Ghost King said. Sima Yu Yu looked at the two words, Youthful Palace, and became extremely emotional. This was the place her mother lived in? She wondered whether or not any traces of her remained. It had been such a long time, but she has actually gotten close to where her mother used to live. At this time, a few tens of servant guards and guards poured out from the palace door as they knelt down in front of her in an organized manner. Greetings, Princess. From today onwards, Yu will be living here. You have to take care of her well. Understood. Understood. These people have served your mother before. They should serve you well as well. Ghost King said. Sima Yu Yu was rather puzzled. Yuko Luo had already been imprisoned for more than 100 years, but those who used to take care of her were still around. Let's go. I'll take you for a look around. Ghost King had just finished speaking when she saw a guard come from behind her. Although that guard didn't say anything, Ghost King still walked away as he said to Sima Yu Yu, I have some things to settle. I'll see you again when I'm back. Sima Yu Yu nodded. As she watched Ghost King leave, she said to the guards and servants kneeling on the ground, you may all rise. Thank you, Princess. Sima Yu Yu entered the palace and realized that the inside was decorated in a very unique manner. It was very different from other palaces. This palace really is different from the others. She praised. Princess, these were all done by Dark Princess. My mother? Yes. Princess, Dark Princess was the last princess to live here. Nobody else ever has since. Kong instructed us to leave this place unchanged. The servant girl walking at the front said. You may just refer to my mother as Princess in the future. Just call me Young Princess. Sima Yu Yu said. Understood, Young Princess. The palace girls agreed happily. In their hearts, Yuko Luo had always been their princess. That was why they couldn't shake the habit yet. Sima Yu Yu did this in order to honor their feelings towards Yuko Luo. Also, she truly was the youngest princess from this generation. Although the children from the royal clans were younger than her, they did not have the title of princess. Princess. Youthful Palace has 4 halls. You will be staying in the main hall, Youthful Hall. Based on King's orders, the other 3 guests will live in the palaces beside. A servant girl said. What is your name? Sima Yu Yu asked. This servant is called Shiyu. I used to be Princess's lead servant. Shiyu said, right now, Youthful Palace is under my charge. Since it used to be, I will have to leave it to you in the future as well. Sima Yu Yu smiled lightly at her. Shiyu saw the way she looked when she smiled. She looked very similar to Yuko Luo and the corners of her eyes filled with tears. Understood, your servant receives your order. You are all veterans who have taken care of my mother before. I will leave the care of this palace to you. Sima Yu Yu gave them a light bow. On the way here, she couldn't understand something. There were those with many servants and those who only had a few. Those who followed good masters and naturally stood above the rest. The youthful palace had already stood empty for over 100 years but was still here. This showed that they were fiercely loyal to Yuko Luo. They still remained guard here even though they knew she would not return. Young princess, your words are too severe. Yu and the others hurriedly knelt down. Caring for young princess is our base responsibility. To care for you is our absolute honor. Sima Yu stepped forward and gently pulled her up. The rest stood up as well. I won't say too many pleasantries. I came to the palace in order to cultivate well and hurry up and rescue my mother. I will have to leave the future matters regarding the palace to you. Your servants will definitely take care of you wholeheartedly. I have 2 servants. When the time comes, I will bring them to the palace. Yu, I'll leave it to you to teach them properly. Sima Yu was referring to Ting Shan and Ting Shui. Earlier on, the both of them said that they wanted to follow her and she was used to them as well. Once Murong Hui arrived in the imperial capital, he would send those 2 over. Yes, young princess. You may take your leaves for now. I have some things I want to talk to them about. She waved her hands and Yu led the people out. Young miss, how long will you stay here? Black Shadow asked. I think I'll be here for a while. Sima Yu sighed. Only then did she tell them about what Ghost King said. So you're saying that, before you break through to the ranks of Underworld Paragon, you won't be able to leave this place? Black Shadow said. Something like that. However, my focus now is on the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal. Sima Yu said, I have a feeling that it won't be so easy to find the Cardinal Point's Divine Seal. Since this exists, there will be traces of it. Huan said. Ghost King doesn't know? Wu Lingyu asked. He says that he has on with him, but isn't willing to tell me where the other 3 are. He's afraid that I'll go and cause trouble. Sima Yu was rather speechless. Was she really that impulsive? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. So this means that he knows where the 3 other divine seals are? I'm not sure either. Sima Yu shook her head. Lingyu, get those people to find out where the other parts of the Cardinal Point's divine seals are. Alright. Wu Lingyu agreed without even thinking about it. It was rare for her to ask him to help, so how could he reject her? Huan, Black Shadow, do you guys want to return to the underworld? She was now in the royal palace and probably wouldn't get into any danger, so she didn't need them to protect her all day. What would we go back for? We'll follow you. What if Ghost Concubine sends men to attack you? Black Shadow rejected her. They already knew that Ghost Concubine was the one behind what was happening in Sheep City. They also knew about the grudge between her and Sima Yu. How could they possibly be at ease knowing that she was living right where Ghost Concubine could see her? Sima Yu saw that Huan had no opinions about it, so she didn't bother about them. If they felt like they were bored, they could still walk around outside the city. In any case, those inside the palace were not going to be able to stop them. As for Wu Lingyu, she didn't even need to think about it. He would definitely want to be with her. I'll have to properly cultivate from now on and force myself to hurry up and break through to the rank of Underworld Paragon so that grandfather will tell me where mother is. As it turned out, dreams were nice but reality was painful. She wanted to cultivate properly, but she kept being interrupted. NOVLB/JNN. The first one who came to the door was Deja, who had obtained the news. This guy ran in like a gust of wind. When he saw Sima Yu, he said emotionally, you finally came to the capital. I heard it from Di Lu and the others, you did so beautifully back at Sheep City. Those people deserve that kind of outcome. Sima Yu saw the smile on his face and smiled as well, only you would think that I did well. Didn't you hear the nickname the world has given me? Female Killing God. TSK, I've gotten one like yours. Ha ha ha, that's great. I'm a killing god, and you're the female killing god. It's no wonder we're cousins. Deja thought about how he was still rather shocked when he heard this, but then he smiled. This nickname didn't come without benefits. At the very least, nobody would dare to mess with her. Yushi and the others saw the way Deja was laughing away and were secretly puzzled. They were very familiar with him. In the past when Yukoluo was still around, he often came. However, they had never seen him laugh this much. At the most, his murderous expression would be different from how it was outside and he would look a little more gentle. However, this side of him was gone the moment Yukoluo was imprisoned. He would occasionally come to the youthful palace now and then, but his expression was always cold. It scared everyone in youthful palace. General is in a good mood. It's been a long time since I've seen you smile. Yushi had a rather good relationship with Deja and was able to tease him a little when she saw him so happy. Yushi, could it be that you've grown more daring since Yu is here? You dare even tease me. Deja said this, but he wasn't angry at all. Since General is in a good mood today, you will not punish the servant. Yushi wasn't afraid of him now. You've only been here for a day but you've already spoiled these palace maids. Deja complained to Sima Yu. Is that so? Why do I feel that you're the one indulging them? Sima Yu said, however, the fact that this place has managed to retain Mother's essence is also due to their efforts. Really? All those who betrayed the youthful palace are no longer around. Deja sighed as well. Sima Yu understood what he meant. Yushi had told her earlier on that they were not the only ones in youthful palace before, but that there were others who left after Yukoluo was imprisoned. However, those people did not meet a good end. All of them had been killed by Deja. In his own words, all those who betrayed Yukoluo were thankless wretches whom she had nurtured. It was pointless to keep them around. Later on, there was someone who went to the Ghost King to complain, and the Ghost King scolded him for causing trouble. Those servant girls and guards were already transferred to other palaces and belonged to them. Doing this was a slap to the faces of those princes and princes who owned them. However, in the end, he did not punish him. He merely scolded him and sent him into seclusion. To him, that was nothing more than scratching an itch. In the past, there were still a few people who would come to cause trouble at Youthful Palace. They couldn't defeat Yukuluo in arguments, so after she left, they caused trouble at the place she used to live and thought it wasn't a bad idea to oppress the ones who used to serve her. Because of this, those who caused trouble were silenced as well. This killing god showed clearly that he would protect Yukuluo. If they went against him, the only way left for them was death. Since you're here, I'll be able to come visit the palace more often. Deja said. I heard that your general's residence is very aggressive. Once I have more time, I'll go over and take a look. Sima Yu said. Alright, why not now? Deja's eyes shone, it just so happens that I have time now. How about it? But Wu Lingyu and the others aren't around now. Relax, with me around, I won't let you get into any danger. Deja said. I'm not worried about that. Alright, let's go then. Sima Yu initially wanted to wait for Wu Lingyu to return to ask him about the people in the ghost realm who were lying low. Since he said it like that, she had no choice but to agree to head out with him. Let's go then. Should we let grandfather know? Sima Yu thought about how she was going to head out right after arriving, so she should probably let the Ghost King know. It's not like he has the time to bother about little things like this. The others don't have to report to him when they leave either. Deja said, I'll bring you out, and I'll just send you back once the time comes. Alright then. Since Deja was around, she only brought Yushi along with them. She didn't bring a single guard. Deja was extremely pleased with her confidence in him as he brought her out of the royal palace and towards the general's residence. Even before they arrived in the general's residence, Ghost King received the news. However, he didn't do anything. He merely waved his hands and got his men to leave. Go and take a look. He muttered softly, and a little ripple of energy appeared in the air before disappearing. Outside the general's residence, Di Lu saw Sima Yu. He led his men and bowed in greeting, beaming at her, Princess, you're here. Everyone's been wanting to see you. Rumors of what happened in Sheep City had long since spread. Right now, everyone in the general's residence wanted to see her. When they heard that she was coming, everyone was ecstatic. Di Lu, you guys returned so quickly. Sima Yu thought that Ghost King was the only one who could return so fast. What are you still hanging outside here for? Aren't you going to get your asses inside? Deja landed a kick on Di Lu, who dodged it animatedly. The both of them were long since used to this, so it was normal to see this. Sima Yu laughed upon seeing this. Deja had a pretty bad life before, but he had a group of people with him now. Let's go, I'll take you for a tour around the general's residence. Every single inch of this place was crafted by yours truly. Deja smiled narcissistically. Sima Yu followed him in, but before they began their tour, someone interrupted them. You disgrace, look at what you've done. An elder cried out as he entered from outside. When Deja heard that voice, his initially gleeful expression immediately turned solemn. Sima Yu looked over to where the voice came from and saw an old man with a head full of white hair. He looked rather similar to Deja, but his expression was furious, as if Deja had committed a grave mistake. Even before she managed to ask Deja who this person was, he moved in front of Deja in a flash and sent a punch flying towards him. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//c/om. Deja did not retaliate and obediently accepted this punch. His lips tore and fresh blood leaked from it. You actually killed Meng Ruji. Do you know how important the Meng clan was to us? Huh? Do you know, by killing Meng Ruji, how negatively you have impacted our D clan? Ah. As the elder said this, he was sending a second punch flying towards Deja. However, this time, Deja did not obediently accept it as before. His body flashed and he dodged. However, this action seemed to infuriate this elder even more as he adjusted his body and attacked Deja again. However, Deja avoided it again. Who is this person? He even dares to beat up cousin. Sima Yu asked Di Lu. That is Master's grandfather, the third elder of the D clan. The patriarch of the D clan is the Great Lord, third elder's blood brother. Di Lu explained. Sima Yu looked at Deja who was running all over the courtyard dodging and was surprised. Didn't they say that cousin wasn't afraid of anyone? Wasn't his relationship with his clan extremely bad? Why does he tolerate his grandfather like that? Right now, the only one who can say anything to Deja in the whole of D clan is third elder. Di Lu said emotionally. Why is that? You've also heard of how Master's life was back in the D clan in the past. Because his talent was poor, he was bullied often and almost died a few times. It was only after the Dark Princess found out about his situation that it changed. Di Lu said. Sima Yu nodded. She knew about that as well. Di Lu's talent wasn't great in the past, and in this world where the strong were revered, his life was naturally hard. Later on, it was Mother who helped to change his physique and allowed his talent to soar. That was why he was the closest to Mother, and because of that, he always thought of how to rescue her. Did his parents not care about him? Master's parents never saw him. As for Master's mother, she was gone long ago. Otherwise, Master would not have suffered so. Di Lu said with heartache. After all, she was still a princess. If she was around, they would have to show the royal clan some face. However, since she was not around, Deja's life was like a living nightmare. It is precisely because of what happened before that master has a bad relationship with the D clan and never cares about them. If not because of the princess's orders, he might even have exterminated the D clan. However, Princess said that master's reputation has already reached this stage, so if he exterminates even his own clan, Ghost King would never allow the royal clan to produce a person like that. At that time, it would cause a lot of trouble for him. It's only because of that the D clan is able to be here today. D Lu continued to say, the D clan knows as well that they used to treat master badly, so they rarely appear in front of him. They're afraid that he might accidentally kill them. Did this third elder treat him well? He didn't treat him very well, but he did speak up for him a few times when young master almost died. It's just that it was rare for that to happen in the clan. However, at that time, the third elder didn't possess much authority, so it wasn't of much help to him. D Lu said. A person like cousin looks very fierce, but he actually prioritizes comradeship. That is why, towards the grandfather who used to speak up for him, he still possesses some affection. It's a pity that someone doesn't treasure it. Sima Yu looked at third elder D. Every attack was so heavy-handed, how did he care about Deja at all? Third elder wasn't like this in the past either. However, in recent years, he feels that as master's grandfather and also that he had treated master decently in the past, adding on to that, the fact that master treats him rather respectfully, he thinks he's all that. Sigh, some people are just ungrateful wretches. Sima Yu sighed. As Di Lu was about to reply to her, he realized that she had disappeared. When he turned around, he saw that she had appeared in front of Deja. With a raise of her leg, third elder D was sent flying. Bang dash. He rolled all the way to the rock garden in the courtyard and shattered it. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked by this scene. Especially Di Lu as well as De and De and the rest who had rushed over. They looked at Sima Yu with both shock and awe. Although they had always wanted to do that, none of them dared to. They didn't think that the first thing she would do upon arriving here would be to do what they've always wanted to do. Deja was rather puzzled as well. He saw Sima Yu turn around and say to him with a smile, "Sorry, I destroyed your garden. It was hurting my eyes, so I had to take things into my own hands." "Who are you? You dare to attack me?" Third elder Du crawled up from the ground. He pointed at Sima Yu and yelled at her while scolding Deja, "You're just going to watch as someone attacks your grandfather?" Sima Yu turned around and looked at third elder Du, saying icily, "I just wanted to attack you, so what? If you continue to **** around here, I'll hack you into pieces." "You." Third elder Du saw her face and was rooted to the spot with shock. He even forgot to put down the hand that he was pointing at her with. "What about me?" Sima Yu knew that he recognized her and continued, "Cousin doesn't want to attack you, but it doesn't mean that I won't. I don't really care about respecting someone just because they're older or about people who want compensation for kindness given. Or are you saying that I have no right to touch you?" "What about you? Whatever you have done before, cousin has already repaid you in full all these years. My mother has already preserved the life of your clan that year, but whenever I feel in the mood for it, I might take it all back. In any case, I'm the female killing god, there's nothing that I dare not do. Do you want to try me?" "You." Deja would never agree to it. Third elder D looked at her face, and felt like she was even scarier than Yukoluo was that year. What does his agreement have to do with me? If I want to do it, I will. Who can stop me? Sima Yu huffed icily, "If you dare to act against cousin again, I won't mind using you to sharpen my blade." Scram. Third elder D knew about what happened in Sheep City, and also knew the Ghost King's attitude towards her now. He dared not use his life as a wager against the apple of the Ghost King's eye, and someone who had the nickname female killing god. As such, he ran away dejectedly. Deja didn't speak at all and Sima Yu turned around. When she saw his expression that was conflicted between joy and anger, she walked over to him and patted his shoulder, saying, "He was only good to you for a moment. You don't have to remember it for a lifetime. There are some people who treat you well for a moment, but it doesn't mean that they're still good now. You've already repaid him so much and tolerated him for so many years. It's enough. Why do I feel like you're petting a dog?" Deja stared at her, and finally said this after a long time. Sima Yu smiled until her eyes formed little crescents. "How did you know what I was thinking?" Everyone. Previous chapter. Next chapter.